Welcome to the nationwide interstellar battle royale. All of humanity has been thrown into the interstellar ruins. Current interstellar ruins designation C121. Starting supplies LV. 1 micro life pod. All players start with identical supplies. May you all live a little longer. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill alarm drilled into his eardrums, weak, yet unrelenting. Zhang Hengxing opened his eyes, and everything in his field of vision was coated with a thin layer of frost. The bone-piercing chill seemed intent on freezing his very marrow. He discovered that he was inside a narrow, fully enclosed metal pod, roughly 2 meters long and 3 meters wide, the bulkheads mottled with patches of rust. Above his head, a red warning light flickered feebly, the only source of illumination in this darkness. Beyond the window stretched the deathly still, boundless void of space. Where the hell did they dump me? Is this still in my country? His last memory was of himself in a rented room, making an egg pancake, just about to show off a perfect pan flip, when a white flash burst before his eyes, and the world changed. Transmigration. As a die-hard fan of transmigration novels, he accepted reality almost instantly. He patted himself down. The pockets of his pajamas were completely empty. In the next moment, a semi-transparent virtual light screen unfolded directly across his retinas. You have entered the nationwide interstellar battle royale game. Survival Rule 1: Never stay in one place. A dark matter storm is rapidly advancing behind you. Any who are engulfed will have their souls annihilated. Survival Rule 2: Scavenge everything. Within meteor belts, space wreckage, and the corpses of void monsters lie the resources needed to upgrade your ship. Survival Rule 3: Stay away from monsters. Void monsters of the same level possess 310 times a player's combat power and are unbeatable, though their drops are exceedingly rich. Survival Rule 4: Keep an eye on the dashboard. If your energy is depleted or oxygen runs out, you will become a flawless ice sculpture drifting in space. Survival Rule 5: Watch your sanity. Below 50, you will grow depressed. Below 20, you will develop self-destructive tendencies. And below 10, you will be utterly insane. Survival Rule 6: Silently recite System to open your personal panel. The text on the light screen faded away, one line after another. Zhang Hengxing's gaze was immediately drawn to the ship's instrument panel. Reactor energy 1, estimated remaining time 15 minutes. Cabin temperature 12°C. The thick pajamas he was wearing would not keep him alive for long in such conditions. The energy display had already lit up a death countdown. Only a dozen minutes of life left. How was this any different from lining up to die? What a damned scam. System. He recited the word in his heart. A pale blue light screen floated into existence before his eyes. In the upper left corner was his personal panel. Name: Zhang Hengxing. Race: human. Status: healthy. Physical attribute: 2, strength, speed. Sanity 100. Below 50 reduces productivity. Below 20 leads to self-destructive tendencies. Below 5 results in complete madness. Sanity resistance 2, resists mental type attacks. In the upper right was the profile of this iron coffin. Ship level 1. Interior space 12 cubic meters, 2x3x2. Energy shield, physical defense 20. Hull integrity 20. External equipment, mechanical arm, used to grab supplies. Current flight speed 10,000 km/h. Dark matter storm expansion speed 50,000 km/h. Estimated impact time 20 minutes. At the very bottom, a line of blood red system evaluation was displayed. System evaluation: you may begin preparing your last words. Landing and dying on the spot. That was exactly what this felt like. He tapped open the regional channel at the bottom of the panel. Current surviving players 2,000. In an instant, countless messages began to flood the screen, each one saturated with despair. Help! Someone save me. There's no light in my pod. I don't want to die. I'm the chairman of Hengda Group. I'm worth tens of billions. If someone gives me a breath of oxygen, I'll give them the entire company. Tens of billions. Can money be eaten out here? I'd trade tens of billions for a military overcoat any day. Stop shouting. All of humanity is stuck in these junk coffins. I can't even feel my limbs anymore, and my reactor won't ignite at all. Look behind us. What is that black mass? It's expanding. My God, it's coming toward us. So fast. Aya. The final message cut off abruptly. That player's avatar instantly turned into a patch of lifeless gray. Logged off. No, he wasn't logged off. He was dead. Zhang Hengxing jerked his head around and stared out through the narrow rear viewing port. Against the backdrop of the deep universe, a swath of darkness, so dense it seemed capable of devouring light itself, was surging toward them like a cosmic tsunami. Zhang Hengxing felt a flicker of relief that his spawn point was not the very worst. At least he had not died the moment he landed. But it only meant a few more minutes of life. Regional announcement. The nationwide interstellar battle royale has begun. All players are currently located in C121 interstellar ruins ailing. 3 million supply crates have just spawned in this region. The dark matter storm has begun expanding. Accelerate your escape immediately. Energy was about to run dry. Death was pressing in on him. As a seasoned gaming expert, Zhang Hengxing knew better than anyone that hesitation meant defeat. He reached toward the control console, searching for the energy switch. Just as his fingertips brushed against a red safety cover that looked like an emergency stop, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding. Host's calm and collected temperament detected. Golden trait system has been activated. This system is a uniquely bound core. Each time the ship increases by 1 level, the host may draw 1 golden rule trait. Current ship level detected LV. 1 shabby life pod. Initial draw opportunity obtained. Draw now. Zhang Hengxing's entire body froze. His hand hovered above the red button, fingertips still trembling from the cold, but his mind went utterly blank for half a second. A golden sheet. The golden sheet that every protagonist in transmigration novels possesses. And it had landed on him. At the very moment he had been thrown into an iron coffin with only 15 minutes left to live and a dark matter storm already devouring people. This roulette wheel fate had actually tossed a golden chip down in front of him. He felt his heartbeat pounding against his ribs like a drum. It wasn't fear. It was a wild, irrepressible surge of exhilaration. 20 million people had been thrown into this lethal wasteland at the same time, each with nothing more than a junk coffin and a dozen minutes of life. And he had something nobody else did. That was enough. Draw. Before his eyes, a gigantic golden roulette wheel materialized. Its pointer spun madly across its surface. Amid intertwining light and shadow, countless traits flashed across the golden arc, each radiating a different hue. At last, the pointer stopped. It came to rest on a trait that blazed with a piercing golden light, the words themselves casting tangible illumination across the dark cabin. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden trait Indestructible Heart. Trait effect shatters the law of conservation of energy and mass. The energy core gains infinite consumption reserves in an absolutely stable state. Never overloaded, never depleted. Zhang Hengxing stared at that line of golden text for 3 full seconds. Never depleted. In this death game where energy equaled life, he had just drawn a card that meant his power would never be cut off. Buzz. A streak of golden light shot straight into the battered scrap heap reactor. The 1-stim indicator lights erupted in an instant into dazzling bright blue. The numbers on the dashboard began to soar wildly. Reactor energy 1. 50. 100. The digits did not stop. They skipped past 100, past 200, past every upper limit the system scale could display. In the end, the numbers vanished from the dashboard. In their place appeared a single symbol. Reactor energy. Just as the corners of Zhang Hengxing's mouth could no longer help curling upward, the radar on the dashboard let out a sharp alarm. First-tier supply crate detected at a distance of 100 kilometers ahead. Beep. Radar has detected a Tier 1 supply crate at a distance of 100,000 kilometers ahead. The mechanized voice chimed sharply. Zhang Hengxing instantly snapped to attention. He opened the radar interface to see 3 unlucky souls near the supply crate inching through space at a snail's pace. With that kind of constipated crawl, it would take them at least 2 hours to get there. 2 hours. You wouldn't even make it there before the shit gets cold. Zhang Hengxing's fingers flew over the controls as he locked the course directly onto the supply crate. The thrusters roared continuously, outputting at full blast. The exhaust plumes stretched for hundreds of meters as his speed instantly surged to 500,000 kilometers per hour. On the radar map, countless resource points glittered like scattered lights amid the ruins. Others could only drift slowly, gambling on blind boxes by pure luck. He was essentially driving a supercar into a supermarket for a sweep. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Hengxing's fingers moved so fast they left afterimages as he chained commands together. Oxygen circulation system, full power. Cabin temperature control locked firmly at 26 degrees. Primary ship lights all on. The escape pod, which had felt like a cold iron coffin, was instantly flooded with warm yellow light. The oxygen generator let out a cheerful howl as fresh air rapidly filled the cramped space. Frost melted at high speed and comforting warmth wrapped around Zhang Hengxing's nearly frozen body. Zhang Hengxing slumped back in his chair in a ridiculously lazy pose, then casually opened the regional channel. It had already turned into a massive live broadcast of collective funerals. It's so cold. I can't feel my toes anymore. Does anyone have energy to spare? I'm begging you all, trade everything I have. That black mass behind me is getting closer and closer. I'm finished. I don't want to become an ice sculpture in space. Current surviving players 19847623200. The game had been running for less than 5 minutes, and 150,000 people had already been swallowed by the dark matter storm. Zhang Hengxing stared at the light screen with an expressionless face. To him, the shifting numbers were nothing more than a dry countdown. The immediate crisis before him was resolved, but the dark matter storm behind still chased him like a rabid dog refusing to let go. He shoved the thruster control lever all the way forward. Other people's energy reserves barely allowed them to idle along like turtles to the point where even turning on a light felt extravagant. But he was different. Main engine full power ahead. Boom. Infinite energy surged in madly as the microreactor erupted with a brutal thrust that would have shattered an ordinary engine on the spot. Yet under the blessing of the immortal hard all overload, and where were forcibly smoothed out by the rules leaving the system steady as an old hound. At the rear of the pod, a blinding blue flame over 100 meters long spewed outward. In that instant, the players crawling along at a snail's pace around his flight path were completely dumbfounded. Curled up from the cold staring at their near-empty reactors, they felt that even taking an extra breath was a waste of oxygen. Suddenly, a dazzling streak of blue light flashed past their windows. The exhaust plume was absurdly bright, ripping through the dead silence and scraping sparks across everyone's retinas. The regional channel exploded on the spot. What the hell just flew past? I saw it too. A blue exhaust trail. It was so fast, even its own mother wouldn't recognize it. No way. A level 1 escape pod can't go that fast. Did he stomp the throttle straight into the reactor? He's definitely running full power. Is that lunatic not afraid his engine will burst into fireworks? The real question is, where did he get all that energy? I don't even dare turn on the air conditioner. I can testify, his cabin is lit up like daytime. He even has the heater on. He's speeding through space with the heater on. This is unfair. I refuse to accept this. Jealousy, anger, and helplessness twisted together into the impotent rage of millions. Meanwhile, the culprit behind all this outrage was lounging comfortably in thermal underwear on his warm seat. Glancing at the sour comments on the channel, Zhang Hengxing could not help but laugh aloud. With infinite energy in hand, the dark matter storm could eat his exhaust, extreme cold, and oxygen deprivation could all get lost. The first wave of survival crisis was firmly in his grasp. 10 minutes later, the three players still stubbornly inching toward the supply crate suddenly saw a blazing burst of light erupt before their eyes. Before they could see clearly, the blazing light had already roared past the gravitational wake it left, almost shaking their ramshackle ships to pieces. Then, with a dragon's tail flick, Zhang Hengxing's ship performed a precise emergency brake and came to a steady halt beside the supply crate. A thick mechanical arm snapped out with a metallic click, clamping onto the crate and hauling it straight into the escape pod. The entire sequence was silky smooth, taking less than 5 seconds. The blinding blue exhaust flared once more, leaving the three dumbstruck players with nothing but an outrageously arrogant view of his taillights. The regional channel fell silent for 3 seconds, then collectively lost its mind. This is shameless. Which immortal maniac is drifting an escape pod like it's a Kina mountain? How does he dare run his lights that bright? Does he think energy grows on trees? That supply crate was mine. I saw it first. It was mine first. Bastard, give me back my hard-earned spoils. Zhang Hengxing let the rabid barking on the channel go in one ear and out the other. He casually flipped open the metal lid. Opening Tier 1 supply crate. You have obtained 1 bottle of purified water, 500 ml. You have obtained tomahawk steaks 2. You have obtained nuclear energy blocks 2. Each block restores 10 energy. Lifting 1 icy cold tomahawk steak, Zhang Hengxing weighed it in his hand with satisfaction. Tonight, he would have to eat well. As for the nuclear energy blocks, they were essentially scrap metal for a cheat like him, but for those freezing to death outside, they meant life itself. He opened the trading channel and listed an item anonymously. Item for sale, nuclear energy block 1. Requested private message with your offer. The moment the item went online, the trading channel stuttered, then completely boiled over. Nuclear power. Sell me a nuclear block. My life support system is about to shut down. I'll pay 10 units of high-purity iron ore. His private message window was instantly overwhelmed. A female player with a generic influencer avatar sent a voice message, her tone sickeningly sweet. Gidge, I'm so cold. Can't you lend me one first? When we meet in the future, I'll pose however you like. Zhang Hengxing did not even twitch an eyebrow. With a casual flick, he hit block. Trying to get something for nothing. Go shine in the vacuum of space. A heart without women swings the sword like a god. Meanwhile, a keyboard warrior with the ID Righteous Knight was howling on the public screen, anonymous player. At a time when all humanity is on the brink of life and death, you are obligated to donate your surplus energy for free. Broaden your horizons, will you? Profiting off disaster with a monopoly like this is utterly inhumane. Zhang Hengxing actually laughed in anger. He clicked block again. Then he casually activated keyword filters, sending anything with free lend or I'm begging you straight into the trash bin. The world instantly fell quiet. He focused on the private messages that actually contained something worthwhile. 5 units of titanium alloy for 1 block. A damaged radar amplifier for trade. Blueprints for external weaponry interested. In just 10 minutes, more than 3,000 messages had piled up. Zhang Hengxing shoved the steaks into the microwave, planning to enjoy the sizzling sound of fat rendering while he picked out the fattest sheep from the crowd. Without warning, a shrill extreme danger alarm detonated inside the cockpit. An ominous crimson light instantly drowned everything. Warning. Radar has detected an ultra-high-energy biological signature. Distance 5000 kilometers. Speed approaching at extreme velocity. Estimated contact in 30 seconds. Zhang Hengxing jerked upright. On the radar map, a gigantic blood-red light point was executing a physically impossible, sharp-angled drift charging straight toward him. This was absolutely not a meteor, nor was it another player. At the same moment, a fragmented last message popped up in the channel, soaked in hair-raising terror. Turn off the lights. Don't turn on your lights. Light will draw the bugs from the void. My ship's been cut open. Help. Zhang Hengxing's escape pod had almost zero physical defense, a complete, unarmed blank slate. This was his most fatal weakness. Against such a level of unknown void creature, this thin-skinned ironkin was no different from a coffin floating in space. Without any hesitation, Zhang Hengxing immediately purchased the external weapon that had just appeared in the transaction channel. You have consumed nuclear energy block X1 and obtained external weapon level 1. External weapon level 1 attack power 10. Hint: the external weapon fires lasers consuming energy from the nuclear reactor. System install it immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of intricate mechanical restructuring sounds came from the top of the escape pod. The originally smooth shell of the pod cracked open like petals, and a compact weapon platform with a dark barrel was precisely fitted into the reserved interface under the guidance of the energy flow. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The external weapon platform resembled a miniature tank turret equipped with both observation and shooting capabilities. However, this short and stout barrel failed to provide him with any sense of security. Suddenly, he jolted awake, realizing he had overlooked a fatal detail. The blood-red warning issued at the start by the system. Survival Rule 3. Stay away from monsters. The combat power of void monsters at this level was 3 to 10 times that of players unbeatable, but their drops were extremely generous. This meant that even with this broken gun facing a level 1 void monster, he had merely upgraded from unarmed meatkin to meatkin with spikes. It couldn't break through the defenses at all. Just then, bang! A heavy muffled sound echoed from above the escape pod. It felt like a giant elephant had stomped hard on top, causing the entire pod to lurch downwards. Zhang Hengxing, secured in his seat, was painfully squeezed by the safety belt, but he gritted his teeth and looked up at the reinforced glass overhead. Outside the porthole, a grotesque insect face, contorted to the extreme and covered in dark purple armor, was staring at him through the glass. Mental state 1. It was a giant creature over 2 meters long, resembling a mutated mantis magnified countless times by genetic pollution. In the vacuum, its movements were as fluid as a swimming fish. Target level 1 void scythe monster. Information: attack power 50, defense 10, health 50, hint defense plus health total 60. A full force strike above 60 points can result in an instant kill. Characteristic: light chasing type, will destroy all light sources in its field of vision. Killing method: bone scythe joint spikes. The system panel automatically popped up. Its pair of translucent crystalline bone scythes glinted with a deadly cold light under the searchlight. ZZZZ. Countless tiny mirror-like compound eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Hengxing inside the pod, enough to trigger trypophobia in anyone. Its triangular mouthparts opened and closed repeatedly, emitting silent hisses. Clearly, it regarded this escape pod as a freshly baked, delicious snack. Want to open my can? Zhang Hengxing's eyes turned cold. For an average player, the only escape route at this moment would be to quickly turn off the lights and cut power, praying that this creature couldn't chew through the glass and would just leave. Leave fate to chance. He had never been one to rely on luck. Having never cultivated any good deeds in life, he only loved to kill and set fires. Zhang Hengxing never believed in fate. Instead of turning off the lights, he slapped the control panel, instantly maxing out all external spotlight power. You like to watch? Then let me give you a good show. 6 dazzling beams of light converged instantly, resembling a miniature sun, and slammed into the face of the void scythe monster. The intense light surged towards its forehead. For the scythe monster, which was extremely sensitive to its compound eyes, this was akin to being directly hit in the eyes with a flashbang. It let out a silent, piercing scream, painfully swinging its bone scythes to shield its face. It was completely enraged. Still not leaving. Then stay here forever. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the radar, a piece of data immediately catching his attention. 3,000 kilometers ahead, a giant asteroid over 500 meters in diameter was quietly floating. A wildly ambitious thought struck him, and he decisively made up his mind. He tightened his grip on the control stick, his thumb pressing down heavily on the red overload button representing taboo. Buzz. The power of the immortal heart entry erupted completely at this moment. The reactor went into a violent overload, outputting terrifying energy, far exceeding the limit by 2 times. The blue flames at the rear of the escape pod instantly transformed into a blazing white light of death. The entire spacecraft turned into a speeding electromagnetic cannonball, charging decisively towards the massive asteroid, with a resolve for mutual destruction. Diving madly. 2,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. 500 kilometers. The void scythe monster pressed against the glass finally, sensed something was amiss, its compound eyes reflecting the rapidly enlarging meteorite, and its biological instincts filled it with despairing fear. But it was too late. Wanna run? Zhang Hengxing grinned, his eyes filled with ferocity. Too late. Just moments before the pod was less than 500 meters from the surface of the asteroid, he suddenly yanked the control stick to the side. The escape pod performed a violent sideways flip in the vacuum. The scythe monster, unable to dodge in time, was completely exposed in front, crashing headfirst into the rugged hard rock surface. The next moment, boom! The escape pod brushed past the surface of the asteroid at the limit. No cushioning, no martial ethics, purely physical transcendence. The intense overload shook Zhang Hengxing's insides, but his eyes turned bloodshot as he gazed at the outcome outside the window. Outside, the glass green slime and purple shattered armor exploded, creating a brilliantly colorful display of space blood and flesh fireworks. This void scythe monster, which had left players in despair at this stage, was crushed into a pile of evenly distributed meat paste before it could even let out a complete mournful cry in the face of the supersonic kinetic energy and the absolute mass of the asteroid. Even its bone sides, harder than alloy, shattered into pieces on the spot. The entire escape pod, except for the top covered in blood, remained completely intact. Ding. Killed LV. 1 void scythe monster. Gained void core X1. Gained LV. 1 void scythe monster bone scythe X2. Gained awakening crystal X1 white quality. Gained LV. 2 escape pod upgrade blueprint. A virtual blueprint glowing with a ghostly blue light popped up right before Zhang Hengxing's eyes. Huh. Zhang Hengxing spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and moved his sore neck. This wave was a huge profit. He opened the blueprint. Materials needed for upgrading to LV. 2 escape pod titanium alloy X20, electronic components X10, void core X1. Then Zhang Hengxing's gaze fell upon the flashing white light of the awakening crystal. The system's prompt sounded once more. Target awakening crystal white quality function. The user will randomly awaken 1 specialization. Note: each player can only use the awakening crystal once, cannot be replaced, cannot be reset. Should I use it now? Zhang Hengxing weighed the awakening crystal in his hand. The white light flickered between his fingers, revealing an eerie rhythm. He was not in a hurry to crush it. He wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth and immediately felt a dull pain in his chest. The previous reckless maneuver almost churned his internal organs like a washing machine. He had regained his life, but the cost was fully written on his body. He glanced at the panel. Mental state 99100. Just by looking at that hideously ugly scythe monster, his mental state had dropped by 1 point. He did not dwell on the number. His gaze slid to the loot section, where a pair of scythe monster bones of void core and the core materials for upgrading vehicles were also present. But the other 2 rows of numbers on the blueprint remained cold and unyielding. Titanium alloy 20, electronic components 10. The gap was significant. He withdrew his gaze and flipped the crystal in his hand. The system automatically popped up an explanation. Awakening crystal, using it will randomly awaken 1 specialization. The direction cannot be changed, cannot be reset, unique. Category combat support special, random, and cannot be reset. This set of combos indeed messes with one's mentality. It's truly a blind box that ruins 3 generations, a gamble that destroys a lifetime. His thumb slowly rubbed across the surface of the crystal. If luck is good, one steps into heaven. If luck is bad, a worthless specialization binds him for life. He switched to the regional channel, intending to see if any reckless brothers had stepped on the mines first. The information flow in the channel had transformed from an initial screen full of whales to sporadic exchanges of information. The surviving players had finally learned their lesson. At that moment, a message exploded on the screen. Damn, I awakened. Used that blue stone. Micro repair. Support type. I can repair the spaceship's durability. I can really repair. Instantly, a flood of replies surged underneath. Repairing ships in space. What a divine skill. Brother, please team up. They'll go out to lure monsters, you stay home and repair the ship, support me. So envious, I haven't even seen a supply box yet. Then a second message popped up. The style was extremely aloof. Green stone weapon enhancement. Combat type. Passive increase of 15 damage for external weapons. No exclamation marks, no requests for teaming up. However, below this short sentence, the reply count exploded. Dad, take me. Big boss, I have nutrient paste. Can I trade it for you to protect me for a while? Zhang Hengxing casually dismissed the chat panel. Blue-green. He chewed on these two words, his gaze returning to his palm. Everyone who understood the color grading knew the drill. White, green, blue, purple, and gold. The rankings were clearly written on the players' faces. He curled his index finger and tapped the edge of the light screen. System: the prize pool should be divided into ranks right. White is common, green is excellent, blue is rare, purple is epic, and gold is legendary. The system's answer was straightforward. A white was the most mediocre grade. He entered the trading hall and input keywords for searching. Some people were greedy, preparing to collect purple or gold quality awakening crystals, so they casually put up the unused ones for exchange for basic supplies. White, green, blue. The interface displayed only these three qualities. No trace of purple or gold high-grade items could be seen. He clicked on the holographic projection of those listed crystals for sale. The overpriced items were all, without exception, standard-sized cubes with 5-centimeter edges. The surfaces were smooth and flawless with a stillness inside. They were just colored solid blocks. He then lowered his head to examine his loot. The size matched, but what was inside was far from still. Deep within the white light, a miniature cube was suspended. Without a power source, it floated in midair, rotating steadily in random directions. What kind of common quality is this? Zhang Hengxing rubbed his chin. Blindly opening, it was a major taboo. System: conduct a deep appraisal. A dark blue beam was projected from the panel covering his palm. Warning: appraising the awakening crystal requires establishing a deep analysis channel, which will consume a substantial amount of spaceship energy. Do you authorize execution? I have the undying heart, which provides infinite energy. A substantial amount of nuclear energy. Let's see just how substantial it can be. Authorize. The command was given. The beam above his palm suddenly blazed, and a low-frequency hum of overloaded operation emanated from deep within the power chamber. An interesting incident occurred. The infinity symbol on the dashboard, which had been stable, actually experienced a fluctuation, and a series of blue percentage figures appeared on the left side of the energy gauge. 85. The extraction power brutally crushed the real-time charging threshold of the infinite engine, causing the energy pool to first show a deficit after acquiring the undying heart. The numbers began to drop rapidly. 68. 45. 32. The vehicle began to protest. Due to the rapid drop in energy, the current became increasingly unstable. The overhead lighting modules consecutively failed, the heating system cut off connections, and the surrounding air rapidly cooled. To extract energy from the infinite engine to such a terrifying extent, this stone's true nature must be absolutely unclean. Zhang Hengxing pressed down on the control panel with his palm, staring at the flashing warning lights. 12. 9. He was about to fall below the safety red line of 10%. Extracting for a few more seconds, and the core module would crash. He would suffocate to death in this space iron coffin. Beep. The analysis progress bar, just read the last digit. The beam almost completely retracted. Within half a second of the data channel breaking, the powerful undying heart forcibly intervened, the red warning light vanished, and energy instantly recovered from 9 back to infinite. The light tubes lit up in succession, and the life support fans whirred into motion. Zhang Hengxing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The insane speed of energy extraction even made him, who had an infinite energy source, feel a chill down his back. This level of consumption, he was probably the only one in the universe capable of appraising the awakening crystal. After completing the high-risk, high-reward investment process, it was time to verify the unique insider information in the universe. Name: awakening crystal, mutated quality white, can grow characteristics, internal energy matrix with unknown mutations. Specialization binds to the evolution principle. Consuming materials of the same origin can break through quality barriers. Mutated. Can grow. Zhang Hengxing's gaze locked onto these 5 words. The situation was clear. Ordinary players who opened a whiteboard would spend the rest of their lives accompanied by inferior talents. Yet this stone left a backdoor. It started low, but its ceiling could pierce the sky. With an evolution mechanism to back it up, as long as resources kept up, it would eventually advance into a devastating weapon that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. This was settled. What was there to hesitate about? He pinched the crystal between 2 fingers and exerted force to squeeze it. With a crisp, shattering sound, the white light surged up his arm. Use. The hard crystal disintegrated into a viscous purple mud, forcefully seeping into the subcutaneous tissue. Hiss. Zhang Hengxing gasped, his molars grinding. This was not awakening, it was clearly amputation without anesthesia. The high heat surged along his arm, nerves, blood vessels bulging, and skin erupting with terrifying purplured blotches. Muscle fibers spasmed under the high temperature, pulling him into a shape resembling a large shrimp, crashing him and his armor onto the control panel. Damn the planners. Couldn't they make a smoother upgrade? He squeezed out curses between his teeth, cold sweat pouring down. The high temperature brutally smashed against his cervical vertebrae, shooting straight for the back of his head. His brain seemed to be stuffed into a dehydrator running at maximum speed, and his ears were filled with the sharp, grating noise of nails on a blackboard. He couldn't faint. The iron rule of high-difficulty survival games: the rewards are always proportional to the suffering. Surviving this overload of nerve reshaping would undoubtedly yield an unbeatable specialization. After enduring inhuman torture for the most difficult half-minute, the searing temperature rapidly cooled, and the domineering heat transformed into pheromones, forcibly merging into his central nervous system. The black spots in his vision completely dissipated. The radiance retracted. Ding system notification. Awakening complete. Awakening specialization: special type, space type. Specialization name: folded space effect. Opens an independent folded dimension that can store non-living entities. Current capacity 1 cubic meter. Operation method: triggered by thought. Target must be within 3 meters. Zhang Hengxing's hand froze in midair. For a full 2 seconds, he had no expression. In the 3rd second, he directly burst into laughter. A personal warehouse. An absolute domain where others cannot drop gold coins. He raised his hand, aiming at the jacket lying by his feet, and with a thought it vanished. Swish. The clothing disappeared without any special effects, simply erased. Closing his eyes deep in his consciousness, that jacket was quietly suspended. The feeling was incredibly smooth. He swiftly stuffed in steak, purified water, and scrap metal. 1 cubic meter at most could fit a double-door refrigerator. If he really went scavenging, just tossing in a few first aid kits would fill it up. But this item was an independent folded dimension, and the internal gravity laws were completely ineffective. Item retrieval relied entirely on microscopic control of consciousness. This meant he could essentially play extreme 3D Tetris. Wrenches stuck above water bottles, stakes pressed against toolboxes, and gaps stuffed with matches. The space utilization rate was maximized, and the actual loading capacity far exceeded visual estimates. Moreover, the key factor was the can grow attribute. Ordinary space-type players would spend their lives as logistical pack mules. He had an evolution safety net. Continuously supplying materials would eventually expand 1 cubic meter into 100,000 cubic meters. By the late game, once the threshold for living entities was crossed, this would become a personal ecological farm. This wave of overload reshaping was a huge profit. He sat back in the main seat, calling up the upgrade blueprint. It was time to fill the gap in titanium alloy and electronic components. Infinite energy at full power output. Others could only circle around their doorsteps. And he, with an open mindset, saw the entire map as his supply area. His gaze locked onto 3 coordinates at the far end of the star map, all of which were high-risk resource-dense areas. Players without nuclear fuel didn't even dare to look. Virum. The thrusters were at full throttle, blue flames spewing forth, and the cabin roared into the deep space. An hour later, the radar screen exploded with a dense array of red dots and resource highlights. Zhang Hengxing stared at the screen, his eyes filled with fervor. This overwhelming wealth. I'm going to harvest the entire map. The thrusters roared at full power. A brilliant blue tail flame trailed behind, leaving a spectacular light streak nearly 100 meters long in the deep space. The radar screen appeared completely transformed compared to 10 minutes ago. A dense cluster of red dots crammed together like a pot of porridge, the entire screen glowing a fiery red. Each red dot represented a supply box, while the green dots indicating players. It was as clean as if it had been licked by a dog, not a single one to be found. A distance of 150,000 kilometers was practically insurmountable for players who scrounged for a breath of oxygen. Whoever dared to fly recklessly would end up as a space ice sculpture. Zhang Hengxing leaned back casually in his chair with the engines locked at 75 output. The cabin maintained a constant temperature of 26 degrees, the lights fully on, and oxygen fully supplied. The symbol on the dashboard remained steady and unmoving. He casually switched to the regional channel. Is anyone trading water? I'll exchange it for a fist-sized piece of metal. Who the hell stole my supply box? I spotted it first. I'm starving to death. Zhang Hengxing smirked, pushing the joystick to lock onto the nearest red dot. While the worker was desperately struggling for a piece of bread, the boss had already activated the $0 purchase. Clack. The sturdy mechanical pincers accurately grabbed the edge of the supply box, dragging it into the cabin. Opening the blind box. 3 pieces of titanium alloy, a tube of nutrient solution, and a jar of sesame paste. With a thought, the titanium alloy vanished, the nutrient solution disappeared, and the sesame paste was gone. There was no physical displacement, it was directly swallowed into the folded space, all within less than 2 seconds. The empty box was tossed out of the cabin like trash by the mechanical arm. Next, the escape pod maneuvered through the asteroid belt with the grace of a large black rat. Grab, open box, store. Repeat and repeat again. The 5th box yielded 2 titanium alloys. The 9th box contained 1 electronic component and 3 bottles of purified water. The 21st box had 2 chilled cola. Zhang Hengxing picked up the cola and checked the date, chuckling. Even in space survival, they still deliver chilled cola. This game's designers really have broadened their horizons. The cola vanished in an instant. 15 minutes later, the 30th box was emptied. After handling 30 boxes, not even a screw was left on the floor of the escape pod. The folded space was already full, and the rear of the escape pod was close to being packed as well. Just as he was about to head to the next coordinate cluster, the radar suddenly displayed a gray marker. It was motionless with no life signals. This was a coffin. Changing course, he approached at full speed. 30 seconds later, a palm-sized, ice-covered iron box was retrieved. The corners were dented, emanating a chilling silence. The lid was engraved with the inscription Players C12108472291. Cause of death: energy depletion, body temperature dropped below critical value. Zhang Hengxing observed a moment of silence. Brother, rest well. I'll take over your immense fortune. He lifted the lid, and a faint light flickered. Inside were 2 tubes of nutrient solution, an insulating plate, a broken antenna, and at the very bottom 5 silver-gray metal bars and 3 precision chips. Titanium alloy X5 electronic component X3 weighing the high-density titanium alloy. Zhang Hengxing clicked his tongue. Those high-level players in the chat were risking their lives to hunt monsters, and even after a grueling session, they only dropped 1 or 2 pieces. He picked up a dead man's box and directly obtained 8 core materials. This was a tremendous profit. Working was out of the question. Scavenging corpses was the way to go. With a thought, he accepted everything. For the next half hour, Zhang Hengxing transformed into a ruthless space scavenger. The unfortunate souls who died on the edge of the storm and the remote supply points that no one could reach all became his personal ATMs. No monsters to steal from, no backstabbing. Only the incessant clack of the mechanical arm and the subtle ripples of supplies being swallowed into space. Half an hour later, he pulled up the item list. Titanium alloy X42, electronic component X25, purified water X18 bottles, nutrient solution X12 tubes, battle axe, steak X5 portions, nuclear energy blocks X6, chilled cola X2, sesame paste X3. Leveling up to LV2. The gap in the escape pod was not only filled, but also overflowed and doubled. Zhang Hengxing let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely relaxed. At that moment, a gold-framed pin message popped up in the regional channel costing a full 10 nuclear energy blocks. ID Long Shao. I just soloed a LV1 Void Worm Awakening Weapon Enhancement. Now I announce, within a 10th kilometer radius of my coordinates, everyone must provide a portion of food or upgrade materials every hour to ensure safety. If you don't comply, prepare to die. The channel erupted. Long Shao is awesome. Please, Great One, lead us. There were also some stubborn ones. Who do you think you are? Why should we give it to you? Long Shao casually replied, just because I can kill monsters, you all are only fit to be monster fodder. Zhang Hengxing glanced at this idiotic statement and promptly added that ID to his blacklist. Even in interstellar survival, he was still collecting protection fees. This brain-dead beauty could keep playing by herself. Switching back to the upgrade blueprint, the material column was all green, indicating sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, upgrade process initiated. Estimated time, 3 minutes. Warning: during the upgrade, the ship will forcibly shut down the energy shield, will disengage, the engines will stop, and the cabin will enter structural reorganization status. Movement, attacks, and defenses will be disabled during this time. Zhang Hengxing looked at these 3 lines of text without even furrowing his brow. 3 minutes was enough to die 800 times in a space escape. But he had already scanned the radar, and there were no living beings within a 50,000 kilometer radius. The nearest player was 12,000 kilometers away. It was an absolute safe period. Confirm upgrade. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cabin lights instantly went dark. The main light source, dashboard, and radar screen all went black. Only the emergency light above the safety exit remained lit, glowing like a dying firefly. Immediately after, a muffled sound of metal tearing emanated from the cabin walls. It wasn't damage, it was reorganization. Creak. The armor plate above was forcefully pushed outward by an invisible force, and rivets flew off, striking the cabin walls and sparking. The floor beneath shook, and faint blue energy streams seeped through the gaps, spreading wildly along the framework like veins. Zhang Hengxing was tightly strapped to his seat by the safety belt, listening to the sounds around him, feeling as if he had been stuffed into a meat grinder operating at full speed. 90 seconds. The original iron coffin had undergone a tremendous transformation. The cabin walls expanded and new alloy frames grew wildly from the ruptured areas, with titanium alloy plates being accurately welded by the energy stream, producing crackling arcs. In front of the control panel, a thicker reinforced observation window was taking shape. Behind the cabin, a partition was squeezed out of thin air, creating an independent rest area. 120 seconds. Zhang Hengxing mentally counted. Just then, an extremely piercing short beep erupted from the residual circuits of the power-down radar. It was the last scream of the passive sonar before it went silent. Zhang Hengxing's heart skipped a beat. He yanked off the safety belt and pressed his face directly against the side window. Outside at 3 o'clock, behind a meteorite the size of a bus, 2 clumps of sticky dark red meatballs were ominously floating out. They had no fixed shape, covered in pus-filled sores, squirming and expanding grotesquely in the vacuum. With each inflation, several barbed tendrils emerged, greedily sniffing the darkness. LV-1 void parasite X2. The distance was less than 2,000 kilometers, and they were accelerating towards him. 2,000 kilometers. The radar emitted a piercing howl as 2 dark red points of light rushed towards Zhang Hengxing's escape pod at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour. Zhang Hengxing frantically pressed the start button, but the spacecraft was stuck on the upgrade progress bar, powerless and dormant, with all equipment failing except for the energy shield. This creature certainly chose the worst possible moment to appear. Target level 1 void parasite. Information: attack power 10, defense 50, life 50. Characteristics: the ends of its tentacles are equipped with high-intensity vacuum suckers, forcibly anchoring to the target upon contact. It then continuously excretes high-concentration corrosive acid through its subcutaneous glands. Method of attack: acid corrosion. The power-off cabin was deathly silent. Only the red light of the emergency lamp moved mechanically across Zhang Hengxing's expressionless profile. Creak. The titanium alloy armor plate overhead was being violently reconfigured under the energy flow. The sound of metal tearing echoed in the cramped space. Warning: 2 level 1 void parasites have entered visual range. The system's cold female voice rang in his mind. Host: it is advised to assume a more peaceful posture now. By the way, do you prefer a sliding cover or a flip cover for your coffin? Shut up. Calculate contact time. Zhang Hengxing crossed his arms, his mind racing. Contact countdown 40 seconds. Spaceship upgrade countdown 50 seconds. A deadly vacuum period of a full 10 seconds. Currently, the outer layer of the escape pod was just a thin energy shield. It was no different from paper shattering upon the slightest touch. System: hold off on the funeral services. I believe I can still salvage this. Zhang Hengxing quickly opened the trading panel, searching for temporary defensive items. His fingers frantically tapped on the virtual panel to filter the options. Short-term acid resistance, physical barrier, immediate effect. Click to confirm. The page flashed, but the prices that popped up made his heart sink. Fortress-level force field generator priced at 50 nuclear energy blocks. Information: can change the enemy's shooting path. 100 evasion, single-use item lasts for 3 seconds. Retired starship composite armor priced at 100 nuclear energy blocks. Information: permanently increases the spaceship's life by 50. Yet he only had a pitiful 6 nuclear energy blocks in his pocket. The system's female voice timely announced, reminder: contact countdown at 30 seconds. Your survival probability has dropped below single digits. Currently, high-end papercraft starship models are being promoted with support for large payments in ghost currency. What the hell? Encountering 2 waves of void monsters on the first day, where did these big shots get such rare goods from the trading panel? There was no time to ponder this. The items in the trading panel were currently beyond his reach. Zhang Hengxing's gaze frantically swept downwards. Void parasite shell 1 nuclear energy block, each 0 remaining. Information: can resist similar acid corrosion, defense 20. The trading panel mercilessly displayed a red 0. Can't afford it. The only cheap item he could buy was out of stock. This damned cosmic ecosystem offers no chance for the poor to survive. When you're broke, the only option left is to gamble with your life. Account balance detected as extremely impoverished. The system spoke with a clear and mocking tone. Based on current financial status, it is advised that you embrace disintegration with dignity, which is far more respectable than being eaten alive by bugs. Do the math. Zhang Hengxing tilted his head, staring at the creaking cabin ceiling. The titanium alloy plate was in a state of high-energy quenching, and the 2 parasites were no more than 30 seconds away from the escape pod. What is the predicted contact location for these 2 parasites? Location: armor zone C on the top. Impact countdown 25 seconds. Zone C is precisely where the armor is undergoing the most drastic transformation and molecular chain reconfiguration. There a brutal physical structure reshaping is taking place, and the energy flow within is extremely active. Listen carefully. Disable the energy shield above Zone C. Zhang Hengxing leaned back against the chair. Warning: once the protective shield is disabled, the void parasites will directly physically anchor to the spaceship's original armor. The excreted high-concentration acid will corrode the basic hull directly. Do you think the place they are about to land on is a red-carpeted helipad? These bugs have no brains, only a destructive instinct. Once the shield disappears, they will directly use their suckers to smash into the nearest solid target. And Zone C is at the peak of metal molecular chain reconstruction, with the armor surface being dismantled and reshaped at an ultra-high frequency. As long as those 2 fools dare to stick to this area, the armor plates and high-energy reaction will complete the massacre first. With no money to buy defensive gear, using the system's high-energy upgrade process as a weapon leveraging strength against strength is the only solution at present. Execute command. The thin, ghostly blue energy film above flickered twice before extinguishing completely. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Here they come. The piercing radar alarm reached its highest frequency. Two parasites covered in disgusting pus-filled bumps extended their barbed tentacles, crossing the vacuum defense's blank area, and lunged toward the unprotected armor of Zone C. Mental state 2. The subcutaneous glands had already begun to spew corrosive acid. At the moment the suckers touched the glowing titanium alloy plate, the anticipated penetration of the shell did not occur. The metal plate, in a state of extreme upgrade reconfiguration, was surging with deconstructive energy on the surface. As the high-concentration corrosive acid was expelled, it was instantly evaporated into a pale green toxic mist by the violent high-temperature energy flow. Before it could even let out a cry, the proud high-intensity vacuum suckers of the parasites were drawn into the rapidly changing gaps of the armor plates. Accompanied by the creaking sounds of metal reconfiguration, two dark red flesh balls were forcibly pulled and crushed by the powerful physical energy. Green fluid splattered everywhere outside the cabin, quickly evaporating in the high heat. The system's announcement sound oddly stuttered for 2 seconds. Spaceship upgrade countdown 3 seconds. Zhang Hengxing tapped the edge of the control panel. You keep the sliding cover coffin for yourself. Ooh, I won't be needing it right now. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Level 2 reinforced cabin upgrade complete. Buzz. A heavy light blue energy shield as solid as a copper wall exploded outward in a 360-degree arc centered on the escape pod. It was like a heavy truck crashing into a chick. Bang! The two not-quite-dead parasites were violently flung over 100 meters away by the energy wave generated from the spaceship's upgrade. Clap. The cabin lights suddenly brightened. The cramped 12 cubic meter space instantly stretched and expanded, increasing in length and width to 30 cubic meters. A panoramic view replaced the stifling observation window, and the control panel transformed, with a full-tech holographic screen immediately unfurled. There was even a thoughtful independent hibernation pod with a life support system arranged at the back. Zhang Hengxing unbuckled his seatbelt and moved his slightly sore shoulders. He casually pulled up the panel. Spaceship level LV. 2 reinforced cabin energy shield, physical energy defense, 50 life, 50 external mechanical arm enhanced, can auto pick up outside the cabin. The flung parasites were completely trapped in a red-hot state. The injured suckers were spewing green blood. Their bodies, full of pus, rapidly swelled and transformed into two dark red projectiles, crashing violently against the newly formed energy shield. Ding. Host spaceship upgraded to LV. 2. Golden Rule entry system triggered. You have gained one opportunity to draw a Golden Rule entry. How would you like to draw? A huge golden roulette popped up on his retina, spinning wildly. Draw, give me gold. The wheel suddenly came to a halt. A gentle yet undeniably domineering golden light shone as the wheel came to an abrupt stop. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden entry, Endless Life. Entry effect breaks the law of increasing entropy in matter. As long as the spaceship does not suffer a single-hit lethal attack, all damage, defenses, and life will instantly reset to full state after being hit. This overwhelming wealth arrived just like that. The golden light transformed into countless code runes flowing throughout the ship along the reactor. The outer layer of the light blue energy shield was directly covered with an extremely strong mirror-like sheen. Zhang Hengxing couldn't help but laugh out loud. The situation was completely stabilized now. With this unbelievable bloodlock shield, I wonder how you shall respond. He abruptly pushed the throttle forward. Void parasite, I'm coming for you. Bang. Bang. Two parasites clung tightly to the recently reinforced energy shield, one on each side. Dozens of thick barbed tentacles frantically sliced through, bursting the pus-filled abdomen and spraying dark red acidic liquid onto the shield like an unrestrained high-pressure water gun. The red warning text flooded the screen. Warning: under strong acid corrosion, energy shield 10. Warning: under strong acid corrosion, energy shield 10. Mental state 2. The full output of the level 1 void parasite could consistently strip 20 points from the shield every second. Its grotesque appearance also inflicted mental damage on Zhang Hengxing. For an ordinary player's level 2 spaceship, it would likely break the shield within 3 seconds. After 5 seconds, both the person and the ship would turn into a puddle of floating nutritional goo in space. However, now a medical miracle was unfolding on the panel. The shield value on the dashboard dropped to 30 in an instant, and even the pixel refresh rate of the screen couldn't keep up. Whoosh! It bounced back to 50. 30, 50, 30, 50, 30 of 50. 2 rows of numbers danced across the screen. The energy shield didn't even ripple, steady as a rock. Watching the void parasite desperately secreting acid, Zhang Hengxing stroked his chin and came up with a rather unscrupulous idea. System, is there a way to collect the acid from this worm? Theoretically, yes, a regular glass bottle would suffice. However, so far no one in the entire universe has attempted such a reckless act. Reckless? This is expanding horizons. Zhang Hengxing quickly calculated in his mind. This stuff is so corrosive, if used as a sneak attack to melt a hole into someone else's ship, the opponent wouldn't die, but would definitely shed a layer of skin, right? This was an absolute profit. He casually pulled out an empty glass soda bottle, maneuvered the mechanical arm, and directly shoved it under the void parasite sucker. The scene was akin to an old man holding a bucket to collect free tap water in the park. The parasite, which was vigorously spraying acid, suddenly felt a chill beneath it, tightening its rear and trembling. Although the creature instinctively sensed something was amiss, the brutality ingrained in its DNA kept it glued to the spaceship's energy shield without letting go. 5 minutes later, Zhang Hengxing's storage cabin neatly held 10 bottles of high-concentration parasite acid. Outside the cabin, the two parasites were exhausted, their tentacles flailing wildly, having sprayed all their acid, and their grotesque compound eyes revealed a clear stupidity. All drained, there wasn't a single drop left. The two monsters lay limp on the shield, their tentacles trembling like middle-aged men who had just finished paying their taxes with goji berries in their thermos. Inside the cabin, Zhang Hengxing took out a can of chilled soda. Cracked, the bubbles surged. He was lounging in gray plaid pajamas, sprawled across the leather driver's seat, with his legs propped up on the control panel. After taking a big gulp of soda, he looked at the exhausted monsters outside and frowned in disdain. Is this the strength of your scraping? Put in some effort, master. I'm feeling it. With nothing else to do, he casually opened the regional channel. The despairing atmosphere in the public frequency was more intense than it had been just a few minutes earlier. Help! Someone help me. I've encountered a monster that looks like a meatball. Its acid is terrifying. My level 1 energy shield lasted only a second before it was corroded through. I've turned off the lights. Cut off all energy. Why is it still gnawing at my window? Please. The last message turned into a silent, gray avatar. In just a few short minutes, tens of thousands of gray avatars flooded the entire regional channel. Zhang Hengxing looked at the hellish scene in the channel, then glanced outside at the two almost exhausted parasites that could hardly move, letting out a burp flavored with soda. The system said softly, "Host, your current expression is really reminiscent of a wicked capitalist. Very punchable. It shows I've perfectly integrated into this law of the jungle world." Zhang Hengxing put down the soda, removed his legs from the control panel, and sat up straight. The car wash service is over. It's time to send the two gentlemen on their way. With a mental lock. As the escape pod upgraded to a level 2 reinforced cabin, the external weapons also completed their advancement simultaneously. The originally short and stout cannon barrel became thicker, and the black muzzle gleamed with a cold light. External weapons, level 2 laser cannon. Attack power 20. Normally, firing a laser would consume 10 of the nuclear energy and require 5 seconds of charging time. However, under the endless energy infusion of the immortal heart, this setting was crushed directly. Overload. Fire. Even the charging hum was skipped. A blinding pure white laser beam erupted from the cannon, blasting towards the forehead of one of the parasites. The drained voidworm reacted extremely sluggishly, and since it was clinging tightly to the shield, acting as a live target, Zhang Hengxing didn't even need to aim. 20 points of attack against a creature with 30 armor and 30 health. The first laser directly penetrated the parasite's shell. Before it could emit a scream, a second, and then a third shot followed. In less than a second, with the support of infinite energy, 3 lasers connected seamlessly. Boom. The first parasite was directly evaporated into cosmic dust by the terrifying high temperature, leaving not even a complete piece of flesh behind. The other parasite instinctively felt fear, loosening its tentacles and trying to flee deeper into the asteroid belt. Still want to run? The cannon slightly turned, locking on. The beam flashed. A second dazzling explosion erupted in space. The battle was over. Time taken 2 seconds. An unquestionable crushing victory. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing 2 void parasites. Gain Void Core X2, gain Void Parasite Shell X2, gain Void Parasite Venom Gland X2, gain Nuclear Energy Block X2. Zhang Hengxing looked at the drop materials, ready to count his spoils. Beep, beep, beep. The radar on the control panel suddenly erupted with an extremely piercing red alarm. The spaceship upgraded to level 2. The radar scanning range expanded from the original 100 kilometers to 300 kilometers. On the star map at the edge of the screen, a massive white light shadow was slowly crushing from deep within the starry sky at a suffocatingly slow speed. Looking at the size displayed on the radar, over 5,000 cubic meters. That is definitely not an asteroid. Ding. Detected special terrain, human interstellar warship wreckage, level 3 area. Outside the panoramic porthole, the remnants of the void parasites continued to drift in the vastness of space. Zhang Hengxing lounged comfortably in the genuine leather pilot's seat, his legs propped up on the control panel, joyfully shaking half a can of chilled cola while beginning to tally the spoils from the folded space. This wave of kills and looting directly resulted in a bountiful harvest. In the corner of the space, two semi-transparent bone sickles of the Void Reaper glimmered coldly alongside 10 bottles of high-concentration parasite acid. Next to them lay several pieces of parasite shells emitting a pungent stench, as well as 2 jars containing dark red venom glands. Even detached from their host, these biological tissues still twitched slightly in the vacuum. Zhang Hengxing tapped the edge of the control panel, asking system aside from being nauseating to look at what can this pile of junk actually do. The host's ignorance consistently breaches this system's database limits. The cold mechanical female voice retorted on cue. The bone sickles are the main material for crafting level 3 armor-piercing ramming horns, while the shells can be synthesized into advanced acid-resistant coatings. As for the 2 venom glands and high-concentration acid, once refined, they become the core explosive material for biochemical corrosion bombs. Any one of these would make players who can't even afford nutrient paste scramble for them in the trading hall. How many nuclear energy blocks could I exchange for this batch of materials? Zhang Hengxing straightened up, placing the half-empty can of cola aside, his fingers lightly tapping on the edge of the control panel. If the host were to sell all these materials based on the current market prices in the trading hall, it could conservatively be estimated to exchange for 200 nuclear energy blocks. The system's monotonous electronic voice chimed in, adding, considering that currently 99 of survivors have insufficient nuclear energy blocks in stock, even if you list it, they won't be able to offer the corresponding chips. In simple terms, you're trying to trade gold for stones with primitive people. There's a price, but no market. So after all that effort, I've ended up with a bunch of non-liquid assets. Futures are still assets. As long as you have chips in hand, when the opportunity arises, you can cash in on a big harvest. Hee hee. Zhang Hengxing revealed a satisfied smile akin to that of a capitalist. Don't get too excited too soon. The system coldly doused his enthusiasm. These items carry a trace of void pollution. If left exposed, the radiation will eventually contaminate your food and water. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hengxing sprang up from the pilot's seat, exclaiming, "Damn! Polluting the water source and food. In a survival game, that equates to a slow suicide." His gaze shifted to the rear space of the ship. There, neatly stacked, were several old iron boxes left behind by previously frozen players acquired during a zero-cost purchase, commonly referred to as urns. Zhang Hengxing felt no psychological burden. He focused his intent and directly dumped out the bloody clothes and diaries from the iron boxes, casting them out as space debris. After clearing the containers, he stored the iron boxes in the folded space, then categorically stuffed the bone sickles, shells, and venom glands into the boxes. Click. The lids were firmly secured. The pollution source was completely physically isolated. The several relics of players, each marked with identification numbers, instantly transformed into his most perfect biochemical storage tanks. Make full use of everything. Zhang Hengxing took a sip of cola. If they in the heavens knew that their boxes could still benefit humanity's defense, they would surely feel gratified. The system remained silent for 2 seconds. You wouldn't even be willing to say a prayer for them. After tallying the inventory, Zhang Hengxing gripped the control stick with both hands and pushed it all the way down. 100 thrust was already the current limit. Any higher, his physical condition couldn't withstand the overload for long. Virum. Under the frenzied infinite energy supply of the Heart of Immortality, the level 2 reinforced tail thruster expelled a dazzling blue flame. The spaceship transformed into a meteor, tearing through the silent starry sky, racing towards the high-risk area marked by radar, located 250 kilometers away, level 3. The wreckage of an interstellar battleship. Along the way, small meteors were forcefully shattered by the violent kinetic energy and the ever-vibrant shield. The distance was rapidly closing. 2 hours later, the white light and shadow on the holographic screen gradually became clear. Zhang Hengxing straightened his casual posture and fixed his gaze straight ahead. A massive wreck of a starship so large that its boundaries were beyond the realm of visual estimation loomed like a dead celestial beast sprawling in the frigid vacuum. The ship's body was broken into 3 sections with thick metal frameworks resembling ribs piercing through the starry veil. Sparks flickered at the broken joints, exuding an epic-crossing silence. Zhang Hengxing squinted. As the spaceship slowed its approach, he sensed something was amiss. The main structure of this colossal ship, its turret arrays, and the scattered armor defenses were arranged in an exceptionally regular pattern. Qian Kuinjin Sun. This was the standard arrangement of the Great Xia's Bagua Formation. The reinforced cabin glided past an armor fragment the size of a football field. Zhang Hengxing instantly held his breath. On the surface of that charred gray armor, a massive Great Xia national flag was painted. Though tattered, it remained vibrant. Under the dim light, the 5 golden stars reflected a cold gleam. Ding. Witnessing human civilization relics generates a strong sense of belonging. Mental state 1. Current mental state 96100. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the panel system, explained this. The system's voice was cold. Mental state is affected in real time by the host's mental conditions. Gazing directly at the indescribable forms of void monsters can decrease mental state. However, perceiving happiness, safety, cultural heritage, or feelings of pride can trigger an increase. After all, one cannot rely solely on reason to survive in space. Got it. This is like meeting a fellow villager and getting teary-eyed. Zhang Hengxing's fingers tapped on the table, staring at that flag. Higher dimensional powers have drawn all of humanity here to play survival games, but what era did this giant battleship bearing the great Xia emblem belong to? Before he could ponder further, the edges of the radar screen suddenly flashed madly, with white light spots representing players. For light spots, they were just stopping at the entrance of the outer meteor belt surrounding the wreckage. Zhang Hengxing promptly switched to the nearby channel. The harsh sound of electric current mixed with unabashed laughter instantly filled the cockpit. Run. Big Star, keep running. The spaceship's energy is running low, right? Haha, before I crossed over I couldn't even afford a ticket to your concert. Now the high and mighty iceberg still has to tremble under the barrels of my brothers. Xin Yeshuang, don't be ungrateful. Open the spaceship docking lock, obediently hand over the supplies, and make sure our brothers are comfortable. Otherwise they'll blast you and your ship into space debris with a single shot. With the vulgar taunts of 3 men, a woman's voice trembled to the extreme on the channel. Don't come any closer. I beg you. I've really run out of supplies. 3,000 kilometers away from Zhang Hengxing, 3 LV-1 life pods were tightly linked together at their interfaces, forming a triangular joint platform. The 3 initial level external weapons had finished charging their pale cannon muzzles aimed directly at the life pod on the verge of freezing solid. Xin Yeshuang was huddled beneath the control panel, shivering from the cold. She was still wearing the haute couture evening gown from her red carpet appearance before the crossing, but in this frigid coffin-like space, it felt no different from being naked. Once cherished by millions of fans, her exquisite features were now pale and frozen, her lips turning blue. Her disheveled hair clung to her face, presenting a fragile appearance that invited crime. Her right hand tightly gripped 3 armor-piercing rounds that emitted a faint glow. With just a thought, her personal interface would pop up. Name: Xin Yeshuang. Specialization: Perfect Aim Combat System Golden Legend. Effect: grants the host absolute hit rules. Any mounted shooting weapon, as long as it is within range, will ignore evasive maneuvers, environmental resistance, and shields, achieving a 100% precision hit on the target. This was a god-tier specialization that could drive all players in the server mad. As long as she loaded these 3 armor-piercing rounds into the external weapon and pulled the trigger, those 3 shabby ships would be pierced through their reactors and turned into cosmic debris. But she couldn't bring herself to do it, tears streaming down her cheeks. Those are people. If I shoot, they'll die. Xin Yeshuang bit her pale lips. Having been overly protected since childhood, she didn't dare to crush even an ant in her past life. Her severe moral cleanliness acted like an invisible shackle, tightly binding her hands. Half an hour ago, she had killed a level 1 void parasite, and just the green slime that it splattered out made her gag for half the day. Now she was being asked to kill someone. In her dreams. Killing someone now. She simply couldn't bear to do it. Xin Yeshuang. Count down to 10 seconds. The voice in the channel was extremely agitated. 10, 9, 8. 3 robbers fixed their greedy gazes on the targeting screen. They had no idea that the seemingly slaughter-ready sheep before them held the most elite causality weapon in the server. 3, 2. Xin Yeshuang despairingly shut her eyes, tears bursting forth. 1. The robbers grinned wickedly, ready to press the fire button. In that instant, the starry sky before them erupted without warning into a blinding white light that could blind titanium alloy eyes. What the hell? The 3 robbers simultaneously screamed in horror, covering their eyes and thrashing about in the cockpit. The LV-2 reinforced cabin of Zhang Hengxing, fully powered and shining its searchlight, barged into the area like a reckless driver with high beams on in the city. The massive reinforced cabin cast an overwhelming shadow in the bright light. Where did this mad dog come from? Turning on such bright lights, do they think the reactor is free? The lead robber, tears streaming down his face, shouted angrily, blast him too. Kill that guy with the high beams. The 3 LV-1 external weapons hurriedly turned their cannon muzzles. Zing. 3 beams of laser hit the energy shield of Zhang Hengxing squarely. Warning: under laser attack, energy shield 30. Zhang Hengxing sat in the cockpit, temperature maintained at 26 degrees, sipping an ice-cold cola without even lifting an eyelid. In the moment the data dropped, the power of the rule of endless life erupted. Whoosh. The depleted shield value was forcibly reset in less than a millisecond. The light blue energy shield, not even rippling, looking as pristine as new. The robbers, peering through the barely restored vision of their radar screens, saw the immovable shield and felt their scalps go numb. Unbreakable. 3 cannon fire, and it doesn't break. LV-2. That's a LV-2 reinforced cabin. How could he possibly level up to 2 so quickly? The 3 who had just been arrogant instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This was simply not an opponent of their dimension. Be big shot. It's a misunderstanding. The lead robber's voice cracked as he frantically begged for mercy in the channel. We were just joking. We're all from the same hometown. Humans are one family. Well, leave right away. Zhang Hengxing cleared his throat and slowly pressed the broadcast button. Robbery. Males to the left, females to the right, supplies in the middle. While speaking mechanically, his hands showed no hesitation. In the wasteland, the dead were the ones who followed the rules the most. He put down his cola, his right index finger lightly pressing the red firing button on the control panel. In his life, he never cultivated good deeds, only loved to kill and set fires. A compassionate heart may exist, but it must be paired with the means of a Vajra. Main cannon overloaded. The LV-2 laser cannon's muzzle lit up with a chilling white glow, infinite energy being violently injected. Boom. A massive pure white beam erupted. There was no suspense, no resistance. The beam directly melted the armor of the 3 life pods, exploding into a brilliant fireball in space. The 3 robbers, along with their filthy ambitions, were instantly physically transcended, becoming cosmic dust. The mechanical arms automatically popped out, smoothly retrieving 3 supply boxes and bringing them into the ship. Instant kill loot. Basic operations should not be overlooked. Through the frosty porthole, Sun Yexiang watched the dissipating flames, her mind completely crashing. 3 vibrant lives were obliterated into atoms right before her eyes. And the one who fired the shots was as skilled as if swatting a few bugs off a windshield. That hat. She stammered as she opened the voice chat, her voice as tiny as a mosquito. Thank you. I really appreciate it. There was no response. Zhang Hengxing was busy counting his spoils. A dozen pieces of scrap metal, 5 pieces of low-grade titanium alloy, and a few bottles of what looked like foul liquid nutrition. So poor it was outrageous. No wonder they resorted to robbery. If I were this poor, I'd have to do a heist too. He cut off the communication channel with a face full of disdain, preparing to push the lever and leave. This woman looked like a saint who would drag him down at any moment. He had no desire to get involved. Watching the large ship's tail flame light up in preparation for a trajectory change, Sun Yexiang was completely panicked. Her energy pool was already depleted, the temperature still dropping. If the other party left, she would undoubtedly die. Please don't go. She desperately slapped the control panel. Tool, trade you something for a ticket. I have many premium items. Hearing the words, premium items, Zhang Hengxing paused his lever-pushing hand. He reopened the microphone, his tone skeptical. Premium. What good stuff can you have on this freezing coffin of a ship? I have a specialization. I'm a combat type. Sun Yexiang shouted loudly as if she had grasped the last piece of driftwood. I opened a box and got a golden awakening crystal. I awakened perfect aim. Zhang Hengxing had just picked up a tube of nutrition liquid, preparing to take a sip, when his hand suddenly froze in midair. He abruptly turned around, staring intently at Sun Yexiang's small, shabby ship. What did you say? Zhang Hengxing's voice rose by 8 degrees. You landed and opened a box and got a golden awakening crystal. Yes. As soon as I entered the game, I floated to a big box, opened it, and inside was a shiny golden stone. Sun Yexiang explained timidly, afraid the other party wouldn't believe her. My specialization is absolute hit, ignoring all evasion. But I don't dare to kill. Inside the cockpit was a dead silence. Zhang Hengxing took a deep breath, his blood pressure skyrocketing, feeling as if the world was spinning. He risked being swallowed by the dark matter storm, desperately smashing a void monster tortured to the brink of death just to obtain a white crystal. This woman, she lands, gets a free box, and directly obtains gold. He thoroughly understood the meaning of the phrase, the heavens are unfair. But then he reconsidered. A white paper with a premium killing skill, yet too afraid to even pull the trigger. In the eyes of others, she was a useless saint, but in his eyes, she was a top-tier self-propelled cannon equipped with a causality weapon. In this vast star sea, relying solely on the system's radar made it difficult to lock onto the minute weaknesses of void monsters. If paired with perfect aim, this would mean legally installing an official aimbot on his infinite energy cannon. This was simply a blood profit. The horizon had completely opened up. Zhang Hengxing pressed the voice button, his tone returning to cold and impatient, afraid to kill. Are you here for a master's degree in the apocalypse? Didn't you see what those 3 compatriots were like? Were you planning on singing a grand mercy mantra to convert them? If you want me to pick you up, I can. Zhang Hengxing tapped his knuckles on the metal surface, the crisp sound striking Sun Yexiang's heart. But let me be clear. My ship does not harbor living saints, nor does it need vases. Once you're on board, you're a gun in my hand. Don't talk to me about moral boundaries. Oh, wherever I point, you shoot. Shen Yexiang curled up in the suntabestal cold escape pod, her ears filled with the lingering echoes of the 3 bursts of flames. A few hours ago, a void parasite with compound eyes had pounced on her spaceship. Her boyfriend Shin Yu, who had been her manager for 3 years, not only failed to launch a rescue, but also forcibly cut off the docking locks, using her as bait to kick towards the monster while he escaped at full speed. That hypocritical, terrified face had become an unshakable nightmare. The will to survive overcame her fear. I promise you I will do everything you say. The docking lock clicked into place. The hatch opened. Shen Yexiang, dressed in a thin and torn haute couture evening gown, shivered with purple lips as she crawled into Zhang Hengxing's spaceship. She was met with a warm breeze at 26 degrees, and the bright soft light made her squint. Her frozen body slowly warmed in the gentle wind, and an oddly unreal scent filled her nostrils. The intense, rich aroma of seared meat. It was the scent of grilled tomahawk steak. Following the smell, she saw a small life pod microwave glowing with orange light beside the control panel. Ding! The clear notification sound echoed throughout the cockpit. In the context of this life-or-death space survival scenario, the noise was absurdly out of place. Zhang Hengxing opened the oven door and brought out a steaming hot tomahawk steak. The grease sizzled under high heat, and the spiciness of black pepper wafted through the air. Shen Yexiang stood dazed. In her dilapidated escape pod, even a rat would shed tears. A few hours ago, her ex-boyfriend Chen Yu had even yelled at her for a half-eaten moldy biscuit. Yet this guy in front of her was actually indulging in a late-night feast. What are you staring at? Zhang Hengxing didn't even look back, stabbing the meat on the tray with a fork. This trash systems cooking module is just a scam. It turned a medium-rare steak into shoe leather. He cut off a thick slice and took a big bite. Gurgle. A long, loud growl came from Shen Yexiang's stomach. She awkwardly pressed her hands on her abdomen. Zhang Hengxing paused his chewing. His gaze swept over her tattered evening gown. Plop. A tube of nutritional liquid was thrown in front of her. Pick it up and drink it. Once you're full, go work in the co-pilot seat. I don't support idlers here. Shen Yexiang did not refuse, unscrewing the cap and downing a large mouthful. The sweet taste of cheap industrial saccharin spread down her throat, and the awareness of being alive finally returned to her body. The contrast felt like jumping from hell straight into a 5-star hotel. High-energy carbon-based life form detected on board. The system chirped sarcastically. Host, you've picked up a crying vase. Zhang Hengxing ignored it, casually tossing over a spare blanket. Wrap yourself in this. Then show me your specialization panel. Shen Yexiang curled up in the corner of the co-pilot seat, obediently complying. A light golden screen appeared. Specialization perfect aim combat system legendary gold effect grants the host absolute hit rules. Hidden derivation military industrial restructuring. Can forcibly combine exotic materials to create schematics for compatible external weaponry for the current spaceship. Zhang Hengxing's gaze was fixated on the last line. A human-shaped 3D printing arms factory. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was a treasure he had found. Without an ounce of pity, Zhang Hengxing willed the spatial folding to activate. Crash. A heap of stinking pungent void parasite poison glands, translucent bone sickles, green glowing acid bottles, and a few pieces of purple shells covered in slime piled directly at Shen Yexiang's feet. The socialite Shen Yexiang felt her stomach churn violently, nearly vomiting. Turn these materials into weapons right away. Zhang Hengxing pointed at the pile of junk, his tone stiff. Otherwise you can roll back into your ice coffin right now. Shen Yexiang's eyes reddened as she bit her lip. She fought back her disgust, closed her eyes, and placed her hands over the bloody, messy tissues. Buzz! A dazzling golden light of rules burst forth from her palms. The ugly biological tissues began to transform into mechanical weaponry in an astonishing manner under the glow. Warning: auxiliary materials are lacking. The system prompted. Zhang Hengxing casually opened the trading channel. He had scavenged a lot of supplies on his way, relying on the infinite energy of the undying heart. Shopping spree. The previously scavenged supplies were all used to buy auxiliary materials. In just a few minutes, the auxiliary materials were purchased, and the supplies were nearly exhausted. The system mocked coldly. Back to square one in a night. For the sake of picking up girls, you even pawned your underwear. Shut up. This is called military investment, Zhang Hengxing sneered. Half an hour later, the LV-2 reinforced cabin was completed. The style had completely changed. The originally thin metal cabin was now enveloped in a layer of heavy dark purple armor. This was an acid-resistant layer created from insect shells enough to withstand high-intensity corrosive attacks. With the endless regeneration ability, the spaceship's body was essentially immune to corrosion. The spine of the spaceship was entirely restructured. A row of serrated blades cast from alien insect bone protruded outward, each glinting with a menacing metallic sheen. This was no longer the shape a conventional escape pod should have. The fire control panel for external weapons popped up two new icons: high-concentration corrosive shell and poison gland explosive shell. Zhang Hengxing pushed down the physical testing lever. The armor plates at the bottom of the spaceship slid open to the sides, revealing a physical launch port. As he pressed buttons to switch ammunition types, the internal transmission shaft of the launch port spun rapidly. The supply port was undergoing adaptive adjustments, seamlessly scaling according to the sizes of the two types of projectiles. The LV-2 reinforced cabin eliminated the tedious manual loading. All that was needed was to fill the special bullets into the ammunition depot at the bottom of the spaceship, and during shooting they would automatically load and change rounds. Zhang Hengxing tapped the edge of the control panel. The supplies spent on auxiliary materials completely paid off. The host is quite capable. This old-school vehicle now possesses the hard power to go into space and bully others. The system bubbled. Zhang Hengxing chose to mute the system's noise and turned to glance at the co-pilot's corner. Shen Yexiang was huddled there, stifling her voice. Thud. A bottle of 500 milliliter chilled pure water was tossed over, landing directly in her arms. Zhang Hengxing lit up the adjacent light screen, which displayed a long list of requirements. Half of the materials are left, take a break, and then continue working. We need to manufacture 300 rounds of ammunition. I do not provide paid leave here. Shen Yexiang held the bottle of chilled pure water with both hands, the water droplets seeping from the bottle, wetting her dirty fingertips. The coldness penetrated her skin miraculously, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. A few hours ago, she had been scolded by Chun Yu as worthless for a half-eaten moldy biscuit. Now this man who forced her to handle the monster's poison glands with her bare hands tossed this precious pure water, which was being traded at sky-high prices in the trading channel, at her like it was trash. Zhang Hengxing was more ruthless in squeezing people than the owners of sweatshops before entering the game. 300 rounds of ammunition. Just listen to that number. She looked down at her red, peeling palms with residual fluorescence under her fingernails. Before, she would have had an assistant to help her carry her bag, but now she had become a factory worker on an assembly line. But here there was heating. The cabin temperature of the spaceship remained constant at 26 degrees. The air circulation system buzzed, draining away the stench, and each breath was filled with rich oxygen. No freezing, no oxygen deprivation leading to fainting. No need to listen to Chun Yu's hypocritical and pretentious grandiose promises, nor to grovel for a bite of cold leftovers. As long as she dutifully played the role of a tool, there would be food and drink. She understood this calculation clearly. She carefully twisted open the bottle cap and took a small sip. The cool, refreshing liquid slid down her throat, soothing her cracked and peeling lips. This genuine feeling of being alive made her nose tingle. She tightly screwed the cap back on, holding the bottle to her chest, braced herself against the wall, stood up, walked over to the workbench, and tore off a piece of relatively clean cloth from her haute couture evening gown, wrapping it around her injured palm. Move faster. Zhang Hengxing didn't even turn his head, his fingers tapping rapidly on the control panel to adjust the fire control. If you keep dawdling, are you waiting for me to pay you a full attendance bonus? Coming. Shen Yexiang bit her lip in response, quickly walking towards the corner piled high with biochemical materials. As long as she could live steadily, she could handle the poison glands barehanded. Even if she had to slice up void parasites for sashimi, she could serve it up without changing her expression. She had signed up for a shift at this ruthless factory. Just as everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, the radar emitted a warning. Ding. Detected a Tier 2 supply box, brass grade. Beep. The radar's buzzing echoed within the cabin. On the holographic screen, amidst the jagged remnants of two colossal warship main cannons, a rich dark golden light quietly hovered. Detected a Tier 2 resource box, brass grade. Zhang Hengxing narrowed his eyes. A good find. Mechanical arm, grab it. No sooner had he spoken than bang. A poor quality bullet shot out from the shadows, crashing violently against the light blue energy shield of the LV-2 reinforcement chamber. The shield didn't even ripple. Energy shield 50-50. No breach. But the provocation was palpable. Beep. A communication request popped up in the regional channel showing ID Chun Yu. Zhang Hengxing casually accepted the call. The holographic projection unfolded above the console. A man with a slicked-back hairstyle, looking shrewd yet unable to hide his distress, appeared. The moment she saw his face, Shen Yexiang, who was curled up in the passenger seat, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, trembling uncontrollably. It was him. A few hours ago, he had personally severed the docking lock, using her as bait to lure the void parasites while he made a full-speed escape. Her ex-boyfriend and former manager. Chun Yu first stared at Zhang Hengxing's grotesque warship, draped in purple-black insect armor, with a spine-like sickle protruding, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with fear. This was not a monster that players at this stage could possibly create. But when his gaze crossed Zhang Hengxing and landed on Shen Yexiang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, wrapped in a soft blanket and blushing, his expression twisted. Extreme jealousy burned in his eyes. Shen Yexiang. Shen Yu switched to a heartbroken expression, raising his voice. You shameless woman. We just separated for a few hours, and you already sold your body to hook up with some wild man. Shen Yexiang's eyes turned red, her nails digging painfully into her palm. Shen Yu. You push me out as bait. Shut up. Shen Yu interrupted mercilessly, turning to Zhang Hengxing with a self-satisfied expression, believing he was well-versed in the ways of the world. Brother, that bullet was a warning. This woman is a discarded shoe I threw away. Since you picked her up, you ought to give some compensation. Pointing at the dark golden light outside the holographic screen. That Tier 2 resource box as my mental anguish compensation. Hand it over, and we can all coexist peacefully. Otherwise, Shen Yu sneered, his tone venomous. I will expose her dark history in a district-wide broadcast. Let all of humanity cyberbully her. I believe a brother like you wouldn't want to get into such a mess, right? The cabin fell into dead silence. Shen Yexiang bit her lips until they bled, tears welling in her eyes. Shen Yu, you used me to feed the monsters to save yourself, and now you want to bite back. That's called strategic loss mitigation. Shen Yu roared in the communication righteous. I did it to preserve the ember of human civilization. Sacrificing a useless waste like you for the greater good, what's wrong with that? His extreme selfishness and double standards were sickening. After listening, Zhang Hengxing looked at the disgusting face in the projection and couldn't help but chuckle in anger. He had never seen someone articulate moral coercion so refreshingly. Zhang Hengxing did not press the main cannon's firing button. He lightly tapped the control panel twice with his fingers. Click. The fire control permission box on the weapon panel shifted directly to the passenger's screen. Ammunition locked, high concentration corrosive shell. He leaned back against the leather chair, turning to Shen Yexiang, his voice devoid of warmth. I told you my ship does not accommodate living Buddhas. Shen Yexiang was stunned. To prove your value to me, Zhang Hengxing tapped the red firing button in front of her. Now press it. Physically transcend him. In the communication projection, Shen Yu was momentarily stunned, then erupted into unrestrained laughter. Let her fire. Brother, don't make me laugh. Shen Yu laughed until tears almost came out. Shen Yexiang. Her. She could cry for half a day just watching a video of a stray dog. She feels guilty for stepping on an ant. You expect her to kill. Shen Yexiang, if you dare to touch that button, can you live with your conscience for the rest of your life? Shen Yu mocked, loudly invulnerable. Shen Yexiang stared at the red button, her fingertips trembling violently. A human life. Although he deserved to die, it was still taking a life with her own hands. Her moral shackles desperately tugged at her wrist in her subconscious. 10 seconds. Zhang Hengxing said flatly, if you don't fire, get off my ship. This wreck does not need waste. The cold countdown was more chilling than the extreme cold of space. Shen Yes mocking Zhang Hengxing's deadly pressure and the fear of nearly being devoured by monsters collided violently in Shen Yexiang's mind. 543. Live on. Must live on. Being merciful to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Shen Yexiang tightly closed her eyes and let out a piercing scream. Oh! Her right hand wrapped in rags slammed down on the red firing button. Viru. A dazzling dark golden rule ripple suddenly spread out from the center of Shen Yexiang. Golden Legend Specialization. Perfect accuracy activated. The armor at the bottom of the reinforcement chamber slid open. Bang! A high-concentration corrosive shell, made from the acid of void parasites spewing a green tail flame, surged out. In the communicator, Shen Yes' wild laughter abruptly ceased. The radar's piercing alarm sent him into a panic. Crazy woman. You really dared to fire. Shen Yu frantically pulled the throttle. Engines full throttle. Emergency evasion. Evasion. His LV-1 escape pod spun desperately in the vacuum, attempting irregular maneuvers to dodge the trajectory. Useless. The green corrosive shell traced an extremely bizarre, sharply angled return curve in space, completely defying the laws of physics. It felt as though it had locked onto Chun Ye's soul, ignoring all resistance and maneuvers. Smack! It struck accurately, smashing solidly against the front windshield of Chun Ye's ship. The corrosive shell did not explode directly to cause damage. It shattered, releasing a stinky, thick green acid that spread across the entire reinforced glass like maggots. Sizzle! The violent sound of chemical reactions reached the cabin of Zhang Hengxing through the communicator. Thick white smoke billowed in the vacuum. Shen Yu stared at the green liquid inches away, initially flustered. Not breached. Huh. Didn't break. What the hell? His voice suddenly changed tone. That reinforced glass capable of withstanding micrometeorite impacts was visibly thinning. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 2 centimeters. Fine cracks crazily spread under the acid's corrosion. No. No. Don't melt. Help. Shen Yu completely broke down. He watched as that layer of glass, separating life and death, was about to puncture, terrified to the core. Zhang Gu. Grandfather. Ancestors. Shen Yu knocked his head several times towards the holographic projection. I was wrong. truly wrong. Save me. I still have half a pack of moldy nutrient paste all for you. As long as you spare my life, I'll be your servant, do anything for you. Seeing no hope for survival, he turned to angrily curse Sun Yexiang. You toxic woman. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me today, it's murder. Click. A small hole was melted through. The frigid vacuum of space at negative hundreds of degrees instantly rushed into the cramped cabin with the breath of death. The cabin's air pressure plummeted. Oh. In a panic, Chun, you made the most foolish decision. He frantically pressed the emergency hatch switch, attempting to escape the ship. The moment the hatch burst open, the absolute zero void immediately embraced him. Chun Ye's scream was cut off in his throat. He retained a twisted expression with his mouth wide open, his blood and moisture freezing in milliseconds. He became a space ice sculpture unable to close its eyes. Just then a fragment of the previously shattered pirate ship floated by, propelled by inertia. Bang! The fragment gently tapped the ice sculpture's head. Chun Ye's body shattered like a poor quality glass cup, instantly scattering into sparkling ice shards, completely dissipating into the depths of the universe. The communication projection flickered twice with Chun Ye's death before completely extinguishing. The cockpit was left with only the faint whir of the oxygen generator. Sun Yexiang was utterly exhausted. She slid down from her seat, lying on the weapon control panel, crying out loud. Over 20 years of moral purity was completely shattered, intertwined with the extreme release after personally avenging herself, leaving her mind blank. Zhang Hengxing glanced at her without mocking her. He pulled out a tissue from under the console and casually tossed it in front of her. Cry for one more minute. Zhang Hengxing picked up half a can of iced cola, his tone calm. Welcome to the real universe. In this life, do not cultivate good deeds, only love, killing, and arson. Here kindness is the most deadly luxury. Sun Yexiang raised her blurry, tear-filled eyes. The man before her was cold-blooded, cruel, forcing her to kill. Yet he was also the one who provided her with 26 degrees of warmth, pure water, and the only sanctuary she could hold on to in this desolate void. A twisted yet extremely solid sense of dependence took root deep in Sun Yexiang's heart. She wiped her tears, the timidity in her eyes receding significantly, replaced by a touch of resolute coldness. I understand now, she said softly, placing herself entirely in the role of a tool. Only by opening her perspective could she survive. With no obstacles, Zhang Hengxing pushed down the control lever. The ship shifted. A robust mechanical arm extended, precisely gripping the dark golden Tier 2 resource box, dragging it into the resource processing chamber below. Tier 2 resource box open. Inside, the material processing cabin warning lights blinked ominously in red. A second-tier brass supply box was roughly pulled into the airlock by a mechanical arm. After a brief depressurization and disinfection, the inner door slid open quietly. Get to work. Zhang Hengxing casually unfastened the 4-point safety belt, his body slightly floating in the weightless environment. He grasped the edge of the control panel with his right hand, pushing off with his fingers as he glided like a fish towards the supply cabin behind. Sun Yexiang hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, gripping the handrails of the cabin tightly, inching backward. The tattered high-fashion evening gown scattered in midair like a jellyfish as she awkwardly held her skirt with one hand, her posture clumsy yet devoid of hesitation. Open the box. Zhang Hengxing hovered in midair, gripping the fixed ring, with one hand nodding towards the box with his chin. Me. Sun Yexiang was taken aback, her body swaying in the air. In the survival game, hide-ear supply boxes were lifelines. Whoever opened the box could reap the benefits. How could the boss be so carefree? Just open it when I tell you to, no need for so much chatter. Zhang Hengxing was too lazy to explain further. He understood this woman's luck with treasures. Although he had advantages, that was merely a baseline upgrade benefit. The luck of drawing from blind boxes was best left to true lucky individuals. Okay. Sun Yexiang extended her hand, her fingertips touching the identification lock of the supply box. Ding. Opening second-tier supply box, brass grate. With a whoosh, the box lid popped open and the sealed air within dissipated in the vacuum. Various supplies lost their gravitational pull and began to float slowly out from the bottom of the box. Zhang Hengxing was quick, grabbing a bag that floated past his face. Acquired spicy beef flavor, self-heating hot pot X2, good an extra meal tonight. Seeing such rare supplies, Zhang Hengxing couldn't help but smile broadly. Sun Yexiang on the side was frantically catching the floating supplies, grabbing and counting. Acquired high-purity titanium alloy plates X50, acquired purified water 5L X2, acquired nutrient solution X20, acquired nuclear energy blocks X10. The abundance of supplies was enough to make one envious. Those 50 high-purity titanium alloy plates were enough to reinforce the cabin once more. And those 2 barrels of water could be traded for a fortune in the trading channel. Suddenly, Sun Yexiang's hand stopped at the bottom of the box. Carefully, she picked up a crystal emitting a faint green glow. Boss. She changed her address, handing the crystal over. This one. Awakening crystal green quality contains the essence of mid-tier cosmic laws. Using it can randomly awaken an excellent specialization. Zhang Hengxing's heart skipped a beat. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host, your luck as a worker is simply extraordinary. This thing could cause a frenzy in the trading market. It's advised to liquidate it immediately for safety. Shut up. Zhang Hengxing ignored the system and reached for the green crystal. It felt cool to the touch. The white crystal he awakened with was a mutated item binding the evolution law, able to devour materials of the same origin to break through grade barriers. Collect. Zhang Hengxing focused his thoughts. The green crystal in his palm vanished instantly, entering his folded space. Suddenly, an abnormality occurred. The green crystal, which had been quietly resting in the 1 cubic meter folded space, began to crack open with countless spiderweb-like fissures on its surface. The emerald glow erupted like a tidal wave, and then the crystal completely disintegrated into powder. A violent spatial fluctuation surged from within Zhang Hengxing, causing his floating body to be violently thrown backward until his back slammed against the metal wall. Warning: severe distortion detected in host's internal spatial parameters. The system's electronic voice broke up. Spatial folding constants are being rewritten. Zhang Hengxing closed his eyes, focusing his mental energy into the panel. The cramped space of just 1 cubic meter was crazily expanding outward like a balloon being inflated. The dimensional barriers at the edges were being forcibly torn and restructured by the green energy. 10 seconds later, the fluctuations calmed down. Congratulations. Your specialization folded space has absorbed the same origin energy and advanced to LV. 2. Current spatial capacity, 10 cubic meters. Unlocked derivative skill. Spatial concealment skill effect. Wrap the spaceship and oneself in the folded space layer for dual physical and radar invisibility. Note, this skill requires continuous extraction of massive energy to maintain the folding force field, consuming one of the total energy of the nuclear reactor per second. Zhang Hengxing opened his eyes and laughed out loud. Consuming 1 of reactor energy per second. For an ordinary player, this would be a completely useless skill. Even 10 nuclear energy blocks wouldn't last 2 minutes of consumption. Activating invisibility would be tantamount to suicide. But he was different. His golden trait was indestructible heart. Energy would never overload, never deplete. With an endless supply of energy, this so-called massive consumption was nothing but trivial to him. System, Zhang Hengxing mocked in his mind. Calculate how long my energy can keep me invisible. The system froze for 2 seconds, the electronic voice dripping with despair. Theoretically, you could remain invisible until the universe's heat death. Damn it, even capitalists would weep at you. The system concluded that your bug exploit is more shameless than interstellar pirates. This is called reasonable utilization of the rules. Zhang Hengxing scoffed lightly. He pushed off the cabin wall with his right hand, effortlessly drifting back to the cockpit, settling into his seat, and fastening his safety belt once more. Shen Yexiang also held onto the 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, obediently floating back to the co-pilot and securing herself silent as a chicken. She didn't dare to ask why those items suddenly vanished. In this wasteland, being blind and deaf was the only way to survive longer. Main engine start. Zhang Hengxing pulled the lever. The rear of the reinforced cabin spewed out blue flames, accelerating again in the silent void of space as they delved deeper into the massive wreckage of the starship. The density of wreckage in the area ahead rapidly increased. Long armor plates and broken alloy frames slowly rotated in the weightlessness. Occasionally one could see decayed white bones floating within the shattered windows. Activate spatial concealment. Zhang Hengxing issued the command. Buzz. The reactor erupted with a terrifying roar. On the instrument panel, the energy gauge, which had been steady at a flickered for an instant, then was forcibly pinned to maximum by the rules of indestructible heart. In just 1 second, the entire spaceship covered in purple-black insect armor vanished into the vacuum. Invisible to the naked eye, infrared, thermal radiation, and engine waves were all absorbed into the spatial layer. Radar detection range set to maximum. Silent navigation. Zhang Hengxing crossed his arms over his chest, resembling a top-tier assassin lurking in the dark. The deeper they ventured into the starship wreckage, the more oppressive the surroundings became. This was clearly once the core battlefield, with melted and solidified metal tumors visible everywhere, as well as massive and hideous cutting marks. 20 minutes later, a relatively well-preserved massive ship module appeared ahead. A titanium alloy blast door towering over 100 meters was half-closed with mottled large characters spray-painted on it: laboratory. Beep, beep, beep. The previously silent radar suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. On the holographic screen, dense blood red dots instantly illuminated behind that blast door. Radar scan completed. The system's voice was extremely serious. High-energy life forms detected. Target count 17 LV. 1 void monsters, 3 LV. 2 void monsters. Host, it is advised to turn back immediately. A dozen level 1 monsters plus 3 level 2 monsters capable of eliminating all current players in an instant. This force could easily tear a fleet composed of hundreds of survival cabins into pieces. And at the center of those red dots in the depths of the radar map, a dazzling yellow light, representing a second-tier supply box, faintly glimmered. 3 second-tier supply boxes. Zhang Hengxing, instead of being fearful, felt a spark of mad greed ignite in his eyes as he licked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. Turn back. We've come this far. He glanced at the pale-faced Shen Yexiang beside him, his finger heavily tapping on the fire control panel. Prepare 300 high-concentration corrosive bombs. Zhang Hengxing grinned. With invisibility and guaranteed hits, let's serve those rats inside a dose of heavenly justice. Zhang Hengxing stared at the radar projection. Behind the half-closed blast door, a red light flickered wildly with dots densely packed together. The system suddenly splashed a cold bucket of water. The premise of endless life is not to be killed instantly. The current ship's shield and life are both at 50. As long as you take 100 points of damage in one go, you won't even see the healing animation. You'll turn into a lump of cosmic garbage on the spot. Zhang Hengxing directly filtered out this wave of sarcasm, his brain frantically calculating the killing line. There are 17 LV1 monsters inside the door. If just 4 of them come at you, the instantaneous damage can easily exceed the absolute kill line of 100 points. Not to mention there are 3 LV2 monsters inside that can deliver a dimensional strike to players at this stage. Go head-to-head. Only a fool would do that. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Yexiang tightened her seatbelt, trembling as she stared at the radar. The tattered high-end evening dress she wore shook violently. Boss. Her voice trembled and her eyes reddened as she pleaded, how about we just leave? There are so many monsters, even with my perfect aim I can't finish them all. If we let even one slip, we're dead. Shut up. Zhang Hengxing interrupted her mercilessly. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a morbid excitement akin to a desperate gambler seeing a fortune. Now that we are here, how can we not seize this opportunity for wealth? I'll sell my pots and pans to get you ammunition, but I'm not here to take you on a space tour. Zhang Hengxing's fingers danced wildly over the console, bringing up the fire control panel and stealth module. An outrageous plan for a bug-exploiting assassination took shape at light speed. Listen carefully, we're going to play this like seasoned pros. He issued the order rapidly. I'll activate stealth and only reveal myself for 0.1 seconds when firing. At that moment, you must keep your finger on the launch button. Shen Yexiang's mind buzzed, and she could only nod instinctively. Okay. Zhang Hengxing grinned like a villain. Your skill has a lock-on feature. As long as you press the launch button, even if the shell takes 18 turns in space, it will accurately home in on the monster's forehead. Host, you are truly the most unscrupulous player I have ever encountered. The system couldn't help but complain. What was supposed to be hardcore interstellar survival has been turned into a turn-based game by you. Even interstellar pirates would hand you a smoke. As long as we can win, what does face matter? Zhang Hengxing scoffed, turning on the sonar detector. A strong wave swept across the ruins, and the data for 3 LV2 monsters inside the door were forcibly displayed on the screen. The first 1 LV2 void giant armored insect. A metal mass over 10 meters tall, clad in meteorite armor. Attack 100, life 200, defense 120. Skill gravitational pull. Can distort the surrounding space, forcibly pulling any target within 100 meters to it for physical crushing. The second 1 LV2 void bloody eye. No body, just a pure bloodied eyeball surrounded by nerve endings. Life 80, defense 20. Skill mental contamination. Ignores physical shields and spatial barriers to deliver a mental shock directly to the player's mental value. The third 1 LV2 void hunter. Its body resembles a streamlined metal mantis with 4 ethereal energy nozzles on its back and 2 crystal bone sickles radiating death. Attack power 90, defense 30, life 50. Skill void blink. Can teleport within a range of 500 meters. Looking at this ominous panel, Shen Yexiang was scared to the point of wanting to restart. Any one of them could easily crush players at this stage. However, Zhang Hengxing felt his blood boiling. He modularly loaded special ammunition into the chamber. As long as you dare to reveal your health bar, even gods can be slain. The giant armored insect is a heavy tank. Use highly corrosive shells to give it a face wash, melting its shell away. The bloody eye is a fragile mage, stuff all the venomous gland explosive shells into its eye sockets. As for that assassin, Zhang Hengxing's gaze locked onto the data of the void hunter. His left hand pushed the engine throttle fully, while his right hand rested on the switch of the stealth field. Leave it to me and to this ship. He fully transferred the fire control panel's authority to the co-pilot. The stealth field was instantly disabled. Aim for the door button and use regular bullets. Bang! The laboratory door slowly opened upwards. Countdown. Zhang Hengxing took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1, fire. Buzz. The purple-black reinforced cabin flickered in the vacuum, resembling a ghostly beast tearing through space, baring its menacing fangs. Just 1 second after the blast door opened, although Shen Yeshiang trembled in fear, her action of smashing the button was surprisingly fierce, decisively hitting that red launch button. Bang, bang, bang. The launch port trembled continuously as 3 green, highly corrosive shells spewed out with fiery tails. As soon as the shells left the chamber, Zhang Hengxing's left hand yanked sharply. Buzz. The stealth field activated in an instant. The massive ship evaporated from the radar, even the engine's heat signature erased cleanly, shooting and running extremely smooth. In a state of weightlessness, the 3 corrosive shells pulled off an extremely outrageous acute angle trajectory. They perfectly avoided the debris and dove into the laboratory through the door gap. Under the forced lock-on of perfect aim, the corrosive shells accurately struck the forehead of the LV-2 giant armored insect. Boom! The green strong acid exploded instantly. That heavy armor, which could withstand even micrometeorites, hissed as it dissolved under the acid's erosion. Smoke thick enough to melt metal surged violently in the vacuum. The inside of the blast door erupted. The giant armored insect let out a silent scream, its massive body wildly crashing in zero gravity, its thick insect legs smashing the surrounding discarded instruments to pieces. The 17 LV-1 small monsters surged out of the door like rabid dogs, waving their mandibles as if to snatch someone. But as soon as they stepped outside facing the empty space, they were instantly stunned. With no heat source and no radar signals, they couldn't even catch a whiff of the enemy's exhaust. A bunch of dunderheads. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Hengxing was like an extremely patient, cold-blooded hunter quietly maneuvering the ship to drift through the spatial layers. Again, fire. The moment the stealth was lifted, Shen Yeshiang, dressed in her evening gown, seemed to be on fire, smashing the launch button again. Fire and stealth flowing seamlessly, all within 0.5 seconds. The group of headless flies outside didn't even catch a glimpse of the ship's shadow. Zhang Hengxing continued this unrestrained, frenzied harvesting. The giant armored insect's proud 120 defense quickly crumbled into a puddle of muck under the relentless barrage of corrosive shells. Host, your methods are so dirty that they have refreshed my base code. The system was speechless. Basic techniques don't apply here. This is called tactical sophistication for high-end play. Zhang Hengxing snorted lightly. However, just as he was about to deliver the final explosive shell to the tank insect, an unexpected change occurred. Invisibility, fire, then invisibility again. The Level 2 enhancement chamber resembled a cunning entity skillfully executing the art of guerrilla warfare to an audacious extent. Beyond the blast-proof door, a dense green acidic mist had coalesced into a toxic cloud. 3 shots of the high-concentration corrosive shell had splashed onto the heavy armored void giant insect, washing its face clean. The splattering acid also evaporated 5 or 6 sluggish Level 1 monsters. In the weightless environment, severed limbs floated chaotically, the burnt smell pungent. This already cramped laboratory had transformed into a biochemical meat grinder. This group of monsters, driven solely by slaughter, was relentlessly tormented to the point of breaking by the invisible hand of Zhang Hengxing. They swung their bone sickles, madly slashing at the air, but could only strike their allies. This gaming experience is a perfect score. Zhang Hengxing crossed his arms, his gray plaid pajamas propped up in a defiant curve on the pilot's seat. Just as he was considering delivering a few more shots to finish off the giant insect, a red, representing the Level 2 void crimson eye on the radar screen, suddenly flickered violently. Host, stop messing around. The mechanical voice of the system carried an unusual urgency. High energy alert. An anomalous spatial wave has been detected, and the cloaking field cannot shield it. As soon as the words fell deep within the blast-proof door, a massive eyeball suspended in the acidic mist suddenly contracted its pupil into a fine line. Before the words had even finished deep within the blast-proof door, that massive eyeball suspended in the acidic mist instantaneously shrank its pupil into a pinpoint. Immediately after, a scarlet blood light exploded. A mental wave invisible to the naked eye expanded outward in a 360-degree sphere. The wave swept across the entire wreckage of the battleship, penetrating the thick blast-proof door and the purple-black insect armor of the Level 2 enhancement chamber, directly ignoring the spatial barrier of the folding space. Buzz. No sound reached the eardrum. But deep within Zhang Hengxing's mind, it felt as though he had been struck by an immense hammer crashing down on the crown of his head. The holographic screen before him instantly filled with a permeating blood-red hue. A scarlet system warning popped up on his retina. Warning. Undergoing mental attack. Mental value 30. Current mental value 66100. Zhang Hengxing's face turned pale, a strong metallic taste rising in his throat. He bit his tongue, using the pain to stimulate his nerves. With just a meager mental resistance, he managed to swallow back the dizzying feeling that threatened to drive him mad. This big eyeball is utterly unscrupulous. It even has true damage penetration AoE. Zhang Hengxing cursed under his breath, quickly wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth with his thumb. He was someone who had endured. However, the delicate young lady beside him had no mental resistance at all. In the passenger seat, Shen Yexiang was already teetering on the edge of extreme fear. This wave of mental pollution was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ah! A piercing scream that distorted the air erupted within the cramped cabin. Shen Yexiang's eyes glazed over, her pupils shimmering with an eerie red light. Her delicate face flushed bright red tears, and snot flowing uncontrollably. She had completely lost her mind. Warning: the co-pilot's mental value has dropped below 20. Triggered lethal passive self-destruct tendency. Shen Yexiang frantically clawed at her 4-point seatbelt. Her tattered high-end evening gown was torn even more, exposing large patches of pale skin. She felt no pain, her nails digging into the safety buckle until they bled. Finally, with a click, the buckle sprang open. In the instant she lost her restraints, she floated towards the control panel like a marionette with cut strings. Her target was the red button on the far right of the control panel, protected by a transparent shield. It was the airlock pressure relief valve of the spaceship. As long as she pressed it, the internal pressure of this escape pod would be completely vacuumed out in an extremely short time, and both of them would become inflated human balloons that would explode. Get a grip, you foolish woman. Zhang Hengxing's eyes turned cold as he quickly unbuckled his own seatbelt. With one hand slammed down on the armrest, he pushed his legs against the base, exerting all his strength. Using the violent recoil, he launched himself like a cannonball, shooting diagonally towards the cabin ceiling. In the weightless environment, every move had to be executed flawlessly. Zhang Hengxing grabbed Shen Yexiang by the back of her collar, and the tremendous inertia slammed both of them hard against the metal wall at the back. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, Zhang Hengxing bent his left arm, placing it between them, while his right hand pressed Shen Yexiang firmly against the cold wall. Let me go. Let me die. There are bugs everywhere. It's so dark. I want to go home. Shen Yexiang struggled madly like a vengeful spirit. Her 10 fingers clawed deep into Zhang Hengxing's forearm, leaving several bloody scratches. Get lost. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Zhang Hengxing's mind reached into the folding space, and his left hand pulled out the remaining half bottle of chilled purified water. He violently twisted the cap open, and without mercy splashed it onto her tear-streaked face. The ice-cold water turned into countless tiny droplets in the weightless environment, instantly coating her cheeks and neck. The biting cold forcibly lowered her temperature. Under the extreme low temperature, the red glow in Shen Yexiang's eyes was momentarily dispersed. She shivered, regaining a trace of clarity as she stared blankly at the cold, hard face so close to her. Are you back to your senses yet? Zhang Hengxing didn't give her a chance to breathe. He seized her right wrist, which had been marked by the grip, and pulled her back towards the control panel. Aim for that big eyeball. He pressed Shen Yexiang's hand firmly onto the red fire control button. His voice was as cold as ice. Fire the explosive shells. Blow it to smithereens. Press. I am pressing. Shen Yexiang sobbed and trembled. With the last shred of her will to survive and absolute obedience to this man, she slapped the launch button. The command was issued, and the fire control system took over. A specially made venom gland explosive shell was automatically loaded. The launch port at the bottom of the spaceship opened, and powerful kinetic energy expelled it. However, firing meant that the cloaking field had to be deactivated for a mere 1/10 of a second, just as the purple-black spaceship armor revealed itself in space. Beep. The radar emitted a piercingly shrill alarm. This was not a target acquisition alert, but a countdown to imminent destruction determined by the system. Damn! Zhang Hengxing's scalp tingled. In the profound depths of the universe, outside the window, space twisted like rippling water. The Level 2 Void Hunter, which had been lurking silently, directly activated its core-killing move, Void Flicker, following the coordinates captured by the earlier mental wave. The streamlined metallic insect body refreshed right next to the windshield. Those crystalline bone sickles glowing with the light of death had no resistance in the vacuum as they struck fiercely at the dome of the escape pod at an extremely tricky angle. On the system panel, data indicating a terrifying physical damage of 90 points transformed into the tangible scythe of death. Warning: undergoing extreme impact. Crack. The sickening sound of shattering echoed throughout the cabin. That layer of light blue energy shield appeared as fragile as paper before the bone sickle instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks, and then exploded. The spaceship shook violently, the alarm lights flashing wildly within the cabin, completely engulfing the two in a scarlet glow. Zhang Hengxing stared at the glaring red text on the holographic panel. Received 90 points of physical damage. Energy shield shattered. Cabin life value remaining 1050. The crystalline bone sickle sliced through the energy shield. In an instant, the excess kinetic energy crashing against the reinforced cabin's purple-black exoskeleton. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Yexiang's pupils completely dilated. After being pierced by mental pollution and suffering this physical overload, she was slumped in her seatbelt, utterly limp. Even her cries had vanished. Zhang Hengxing used the inertia of the violent shaking to jam his feet firmly into the foot lock beneath the seat. With his left hand, he gripped the control stick, tightly anchoring his body. He looked down at the panel. 10 points of life. If he took another hit, even from a level 1 monster scratching him, he would instantly become space debris. Outside the window, the crystalline bone sickle of the Void Hunter slowly withdrew from the crack in the ceiling. The streamlined metallic insect body adjusted its posture in the vacuum. The 2 bone sickles crossed above him. It was preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Zhang Hengxing tilted his neck, spitting out the blood foam from his mouth. Oh, there are still experts. His tone was absurdly relaxed. The Void Hunter's compound eyes locked onto the purple-black spaceship, its bone sickles gathering strength to strike. In that moment, the energy shield just shattered into fragments, floating in the vacuum, reconsolidated. In a millisecond, the energy shield was fully restored. 50-50. Life value fully restored. 50-50. Fatal Strike determination did not reach the 100-point absolute kill threshold. The golden text Endless Vitality activated. All damaged values forcibly reset to full status. The sharp bone sickles of the Void Hunter hovered in midair. Its compound eyes reflected the intact blue shield. The instinctive killing action exhibited a strange stasis. Surprised, Zhang Hengxing tightened his grip on the control stick. With his left hand, he pushed the thruster's lever all the way down, directly entering the overload range. Indomitable heart, full power output. The reactor erupted with a roar. The tail flame shifted from blue to white in an instant. The reinforced cabin, trailing 100 meters of blazing white flame, charged directly at the Void Hunter. The Hunter attempted to sidestep, less than 50 meters away from him. For a reinforced cabin at full thrust, even 1/10 of a second was unnecessary. The front of the spaceship collided head-on with the metallic insect shell. The recoil damage of the impact barely registered on the display. The shield instantly returned to full strength. Life value instantly restored. The Hunter was pinned firmly by the reinforced cabin, speeding towards the laboratory's explosion-proof door. The bone sickles slashed repeatedly at the energy shield. Damage values of 60A, 70A, and 80 kept appearing. The blue shield cracked, restored, then cracked again, and restored once more. 300 meters from the explosion-proof door. 200 meters. 100 meters. The head of the Void Hunter was just wedged between the front of the spaceship and the bottom edge of the half-open explosion-proof door. The insect body struggled violently. Boom. The reinforced cabin crashed into the explosion-proof door at overload speed. The head, harder than alloy, endured for only 0.3 seconds. It shattered. The purple-black bodily fluid exploded into a firework in the vacuum. The headless insect body was pushed by the spaceship deeper into the laboratory, its limbs twitching and spasming. Zhang Hengxing looked out through the windshield, smeared with purple plasma. The Level 2 Void Assassin turned into a broken part hanging from the spaceship's front. He clicked his tongue. I told you, don't stick your head out of the window while driving. Ding. Killed Level 2 Void Hunter. The reinforced cabin maintained its momentum, pushing through with the half-severed insect body into the interior of the laboratory. The previous rounds of corrosive shells had turned the entire laboratory into a hell of acidic mist. The heavy armor of the armored insect was chewed down to mere thin skin, its several tons of body slowly rotating in zero gravity. The bloody eye was hit by a venom gland explosive, and the pupil was already decomposing into sludge. The 2 remaining bloodied bosses had yet to adjust their postures. A deranged spaceship wrapped in purple-black insect armor, carrying the corpses of its kind and trailing a blazing white tail, burst in. The armored insect instinctively initiated gravitational traction. Just as the distorted force field began to take shape, the spaceship collided straight into the Hunter's remaining body. Endless Vitality refreshed frantically. The damaged body of the armored insect was pushed against the alloy wall at the back of the laboratory. The bloody eye, hiding behind, was directly used as a cushioning meat pad. The disgusting flesh instantly splattered across the wall. A 3-on. The remains of the Hunter, the armored insect, and the bloody eye were squeezed into the same spot. Ding. Killed Level 2 Void Armored Insect. Ding. Killed Level 2 Void Bloody Eye. The remaining insects witnessed 3 commanders turned into minced meat by a spaceship in the most primal way. They surged out of the explosion-proof door, frantically scattering into the crevices of the wrecked battleship. The laboratory fell completely silent. Only Zhang Hengxing's heavy breathing remained. He turned off the main thruster. The chunks of insect corpses slowly rotated in zero gravity. He took 3 seconds to scan the battlefield. 3 orbs of loot, each emitting a different hue, hovered over the remains of the 3 bosses. Along with the previously locked 3 level 2 supply boxes, they were all in this laboratory. Zhang Hengxing pulled the mechanical arm control lever, the sturdy alloy claw sequentially grasping the loot orbs and supply boxes, all stuffed into the external cargo rack. 3 seconds. Looting complete. Activate spatial concealment. Buzz. The spaceship vanished once again into the vacuum. After confirming that the stealth field was operating stably, Zhang Hengxing released the control stick, his body floating up from the seat. The physiological backlash from the retreat was quite unpleasant. His temples throbbed, his stomach churned, and the after-effects of the bloody eyes mental pollution began to take effect. He tilted his head to look at the co-pilot. Shen Yexiang's condition was worse than he had anticipated. The seatbelt was the only thing preventing her from floating chaotically in the cabin. Her head was tilted to one side, her disheveled long hair spread out in zero gravity, covering most of her face. The eye that was visible was half open, its pupil dilated, and her lips were devoid of color. That haute couture evening dress was torn beyond recognition. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the status indicator above her head. Shen Yexiang mental value 14100. It had dropped below 20. The number 14 indicated that she had entered a self-destructive state. Zhang Hengxing unbuckled his seatbelt with one hand, hooking his toes around the crossbar beneath the seat. He reached out to unbuckle Shen Yexiang's 4-point harness. The moment the buckle popped open, her liberated body slowly began to rise. Zhang Hengxing grabbed her by the back of the neck, pulling this almost unconscious body as he pushed off the seat back. The two floated toward the independent sleep pod in succession. The sleep pod was a new module unlocked at level 2. With a transparent glass lid and an embedded basic life support system, Zhang Hengxing stuffed Shen Yexiang inside. The motion was not gentle, but rather efficient. Adjusting her position, securing the head stabilizer, fastening the straps inside the pod. Finally, he gathered all her hair floating outside, and with a click locked the transparent lid. The life support system activated. The internal temperature was locked at 25 degrees. A small amount of calming aerosol began to release, and a heart rate monitor adhered to her wrist. Zhang Hengxing supported himself against the outer wall of the sleep pod, looking down at the colorless face behind the glass. It was hard to find another worker with such perfect luck, hitting every shot and having military-grade reshaping combined with European royal fortune. If this woman's mind were to fail, where would he find his corrosive shells that could automatically curve? Who would give him advanced ammunition? In the harsh realities of the apocalypse, he always calculated better than anyone else. Zhang Hengxing didn't look any longer, pushing off the pod wall with his foot and floating back to the cockpit. On the way, he passed the pile of loot he had just moved in. 3 orbs of light and 3 level 2 supply boxes were neatly stacked on the cargo rack, emitting a heartbeat-accelerating array of colors. He floated close and stopped. His right hand lifted halfway up, then retracted. He stared at his scarred left hand, a look of disdain on his face. Someone like him, only worthy of the backup, shouldn't touch high-level blind boxes. It would be a waste of resources. He would let that woman do it when she woke up. The green awakening crystal in front was opened by her, and the brass supply box was also opened by her. Such pure-blooded European royal physique should be used to its full potential. A 24-hour shift system was the hard truth of survival. Zhang Hengxing floated back to the pilot's seat, hooking his toes around the buckle to secure himself again. He pulled up the star map, marking a coordinate far from the core area of the battleship wreckage. The main engine started up at low power. The reinforced cabin wrapped in the stealth field silently slid out of the laboratory, drifting through the gaps in the wreckage. He needed to find a sufficiently safe corner. Once Shen Yexiang regained her senses, he would concentrate on handling this batch of loot. The spaceship advanced silently. On the star map, a small green dot slowly distanced itself from the red-marked battlefield. 30,000 kilometers. 50,000 kilometers. Zhang Hengxing leaned against the chair back in the warm cockpit, casually retrieving the self-heating hot pot he had opened earlier from the foldable space. He tore open the packaging and poured in cold water. The heating packet puffed up, releasing a mass of hot steam in the zero gravity. The spicy aroma of the steam spread throughout the cabin. While waiting for the hot pot to boil, he casually opened the area channel. The channel still featured scenes of apocalyptic burial live broadcasts. Current surviving players 172348910. Over 2 million people were gone. As Zhang Hengxing scrolled through the screen full of wails and cries for help, he was about to turn off the channel when the radar captured a series of dense moving signals. The source direction, the area of battleship wreckage he had just left. He zoomed in on the star map. Dozens of green light dots formed a loose formation, hastily escaping from the edge of the dark matter storm, heading straight for the battleship wreckage. The one at the front was clearly larger than the other escape pods. The radar marked it LV. 2 heavy modified pod. Zhang Hengxing picked up a piece of tripe that was rolling in the hot soup and blew on it. Oh, we have guests. President. Radar confirmation, massive derelict warship ahead. Structural integrity exceeds 40%. What about energy signatures? Any high-tier material signatures? Yes, residual energy is extremely strong. Something valuable is definitely hidden inside. The guild channel erupted in chaos. Zhao Qingtian, president of the Star Vault Guild, gripped the control yoke so tightly that tendons bulged across his knuckles. His LV-2 heavy modified cockpit was the most durable vessel in the entire alliance. To upgrade this ship, he and 3 other guilds had fought 2 level 1 monsters to exhaustion. 11 lives were lost, and every last nuclear energy cell was depleted. Behind them loomed the dark matter storm. To halt meant certain death. To advance, perhaps death still awaited. Yet entering offered at least a sliver of survival. All ships hold formation arm weapons, activate full-beam searchlights. He never finished the sentence. The radar screen drowned in crimson. Dense clusters of red dots surged forth from fissures in the derelict warship. Monsters. Level 1 void beasts. 15 or more. Shouts of alarm instantly flooded the comms channel. These newly terrified level 1 pests, freshly shattered by Zhang Hengxing, were now in a frenzied state. Spotting a flotilla of illuminated ships drifting toward them, their long-suppressed brutality found its perfect outlet, and they lunged. Open fire. All of you, fire now. Zhao Qingtian roared. Dozens of vessels unleashed their crude armaments simultaneously. Ballistics and rudimentary lasers crisscrossed the vacuum. Yet most of these weapons were level 1 white-grade ordnance, mere 10 points of offensive power. They struck the chitinous carapaces of the beasts and burst into faint sputtering sparks. A level 1 void beast's attack power stood at 50. A single blow could shatter both shields and hull integrity of an entire level 1 escape pod. 8 seconds after the first ship opened fire, a void-scythed beast's bony sickle cleaved open its starboard flank. Players aboard didn't even have time to cry out before the vacuum sucked them violently into the void. The second and third ships followed in quick succession. Blue flashes of overloading energy shields flickered repeatedly against the endless dark. Break formation. Don't cluster together. A parasitic creature spat corrosive acid sweeping across 3 tightly grouped vessels, their outer armor hissing and smoking as it dissolved. My power's failing. The engine's about to stall. Save me. Someone grab me. The hatch has been pried open by the creatures. Desperate pleas filled the comms channel. Zhao Qingtian's heavy modified cockpit held the vanguard position, its twin-barrel cannons blazing relentlessly. His ship was the sole vessel in the guild capable of trading blows with a level 1 beast for over 10 seconds. 2 scythe beasts pressed in at point-blank range. Fire. Fire for me. This battle raged for 30 minutes. Humanity fought with numbers, with lives, with every last trump card, grinding down the enraged swarm inch by agonizing inch. Gun barrels glowed cherry red and warped under sustained fire. Vessels with drained energy reserves resorted to physical ramming as their final act of sacrifice. Some pilots deliberately crashed their crippled escape pods into the swarm, self-destructing to carve out vital firing lanes for those behind. The last level 1 void drifter fell when 3 laser beams converged to pierce its skull. The Alliance fleet, once 32 vessels strong, now numbered only 14. 18 souls remained forever adrift in that stretch of black space. Zhao Qingtian slumped in his seat, his inner lining soaked through with sweat. His heavy modified cockpit was riddled with breaches, its energy shield depleted, its hull integrity reduced to single digits. Nuclear energy cells, exhausted life support systems automatically switched to minimal power mode. The comms channel fell silent for a long hollow time. President, was it worth it? Someone spoke, voice parched and raw. Zhao Qingtian braced himself on the armrest and sat upright, his mouth thick with the metallic tang of blood. Worth it. His gaze locked onto the massive blast door marker glowing on the star chart. Such dense guardian beasts mean a level 2 sovereign must lie within. Survive this, and we strike unimaginable wealth. One hull will recover all our losses. The surviving 14 vessels reformed their formation and advanced slowly toward the laboratory. Every survivor held their breath. Weapons remained armed. Searchlights widened to maximum field-off view. They prepared themselves for what would surely be the most brutal boss encounter of their current tier. Zhao Qingtian sent a message across the guild channel. If I fall, the channel password is my daughter's birthday, 0428. 14 pairs of eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the fully open blast door. 3, 2, 1. Searchlight beams swept inward. White light crisscrossed every corner of the laboratory interior. No roar echoed forth. No assault followed. No thermal signature of living organisms registered at all. The beams froze in place. Zhao Qingtian stared frozen at the main console. At the laboratory's center, 3 colossal corpses of void beasts drifted in weightless rotation. The largest, a Goliath carapace beetle, stretched over 10 meters in length, its armored plating corroded into a sickly green sludge. Its viscera and skeletal frame lay exposed to vacuum, still bubbling with acidic foam. Beside it floated half of a shattered colossal eye, its transparent vitreous fluid frozen into glistening ice beads refracting light under the searchlights. The third, a metallic void insect, was the most grotesque, its entire cranium crushed by overwhelming force, its headless upper torso embedded deep into a wall cavity. Its lower half drifted midair, purple-black bodily fluids frozen into thin, ceiling-hugging ice sheets. The comms channel fell utterly silent for 5 full seconds. Then the youngest player in the formation whispered, voice trembling, "Presi, President, is this a level 2 beast?" 3 of them. Yes. Zhao Qingtian's throat felt like cracked leather. Cleared by someone else. Yes. So those level 1 beasts we just fought for half an hour, they fled from here. Zhao Qingtian did not reply. He was scanning the radar. Within a radius of 50,000 kilometers, no vessel signals whatsoever. Utterly pristine emptiness. Is this damage even possible for players at our current tier? A veteran player's voice shook. No one answered. Zhao Qingtian studied the horrific acid scarring etched across the Goliath carapace beetle's corpse. Then he turned to the hunter beast's remains, crushed not by precision, but by sheer unrelenting violence. 3 level 2 sovereigns slaughtered within their own lair, as if discarding refuse. Not a single trace of loot remained, scoured cleaner than any dog could ever lick. Zhao Qingtian slowly closed his eyes. Everyone, he said over the channel, exhaustion bleeding through every syllable. Scavenge whatever salvageable components remain in the lab. Replenish energy and raw materials. Then withdraw. President, the spoils. There are no spoils, Zhao Qingtian cut in. It's been emptied. Muffled curses rippled across the channel. 18 lives traded for a sterile hollow slaughterhouse. 50,000 kilometers away. Zhang Hengxing sat inside a cockpit whose coordinates remained cloaked. He wore gray-checked sleep pants, delicately lifting tender beef tripe from a boiling scarlet oil hotpot with a wire skimmer. Behind him, the heart rate monitor on a cryopod suddenly spiked. Through the transparent glass, Shen Yeshuang's pale eyelids trembled faintly. Zhang Hengxing lifted the tripe, blew gently on its steaming surface, and asked, "System, how do I restore her consciousness?" A mechanical voice replied, "Consciousness may be restored through exposure to positive emotional stimuli, such as feelings of safety, happiness, or contact with high-tier civilizational heritage, or via ingestion of abundant high-energy, uncontaminated pure substances." Where am I supposed to find high-tier civilizational heritage around here? Zhang Hengxing glanced at the exquisite oil-gloss tripe clinging to his chopsticks, then at the near-lifeless Shen Yeshuang. He adjusted the ventilation fan blades, channeling the hot, pungent, rich aroma of the Sichuan-style beef tallow hot pot directly into the cryopod's air intake. 3 seconds later, Shen Yeshuang's eyes snapped open, gazing unblinking straight at the exhaust vent. Her cracked, pallid lips quivered twice. "What are you eating?" The aroma of red oil in a state of weightlessness was forcibly blown into the cryogenic chamber by the exhaust fan. The life support system detected intense peristalsis in the stomach, amplifying the sound of gurgling. Gulyalu. The sound reverberated back and forth in the quiet enhancement chamber. Shen Yeshuang suddenly opened her eyes, staring intently in the direction of the exhaust fan. Her cracked pale lips trembled slightly. "What are you eating?" Zhang Hengxing tossed the last piece of crispy tripe into his mouth, crunching noisily. On the holographic panel outside the cryogenic chamber, the number representing Shen Yexiyang's mental state suddenly fluctuated. Mental state 1415. A mouthful of hot pot flavor forcibly pulled this woman back from the brink of death. This requirement for judgment is really low. Zhang Hengxing smirked. He turned around and grabbed a transparent, sterile sealed bag, pouring the remaining half bowl of red oil broth from the self-heating hot pot box into it. He casually tore open a pack of room-temperature luncheon meat, scooped a small piece into the soup, added a couple of sips of warm water, and sealed the bag shut. In the weightless environment, the red oil, water, and meat chunks inside the bag turned into a murky, floating mass. With a foot kicked against the edge of the control panel, Zhang Hengxing flew out. With a click, the glass lid of the cryogenic chamber popped open. He yanked Shen Yeshuang by the collar and pulled her out of the cryogenic chamber, slamming the sealed bag against her face. "Eat and get to work." Shen Yeshuang floated in the air like a rag doll, instinctively clutching the warm bag with both hands. A straw protruded from the bag's opening. She trembled as she bit down. The scalding spicy beef oil broth shot straight down her throat. Cough, 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 cough. Tears streamed down her face instantly. For a young lady who had been pampered since childhood, this heavy oil and spicy old hot pot broth was a true taste bomb. Yet the extreme cold and hunger transformed this pain-filled warmth into a deadly temptation. While her eyes streamed with tears and snot from the spice, she desperately sucked on the straw. Her fingers struggled to scrape the pitiful piece of luncheon meat stuck in the corner of the bag. Transparent droplets mixed with red oil floated chaotically in the vacuum. The number above her head was rising at a bizarre speed. Mental state 16. 18. 21. The danger level was lifted. Zhang Hengxing pointed at the 3 differently colored Lord Light spheres and the 3 brass supply boxes, glancing back at Shen Yexiang, who was licking her lips after the spice. Wipe your mouth and come open the boxes. Shen Yexiang let out a spicy burp mixed with the taste of beef oil, using her tattered evening dress to wipe her face. She timidly floated over, extending her fair finger to poke at the first Lord Light sphere. Buzz! The dazzling golden light directly blinded the dim chamber. Ding! LV. 2 Void Hunter drop, sphere activated. Acquired Void Core High Tier X1 acquired Teleport Module Component Blueprint Golden Quality. Zhang Hengxing's brows twitched wildly. A golden light right off the bat. He fought hard to destroy this thing, and someone else touches it, and it drops a golden blueprint. Continue. Zhang Hengxing suppressed his voice. Shen Yexiang pointed at the second light sphere. Purple light burst forth. Acquired Void Core High Tier X1 acquired Mental Resistance Module Purple Quality. Point at the third one. The golden light exploded once more. Acquired Void Core High Tier X1 acquired Gravity Generator Component Golden Quality. 3 consecutive extraordinary results. Zhang Hengxing stared at the virtual card for the Gravity Generator Component, unable to tear his gaze away for quite some time. In this weightless environment where one had to tie themselves to the toilet to relieve themselves, the value of an artificial gravity component was immeasurable. Finally, he could walk on solid ground. Shen Yexiang turned around and shrank her neck. Seeing he was silent, she thought she had opened worthless items. Am I just unlucky? You can open the next 3 boxes. Shut up, you continue. Zhang Hengxing was determined. He would never touch any high-tier blind boxes again in this lifetime. Being an exploiting capitalist of luck is the true way. Shen Yexiang could only turn around and lift the metal lid of the first brass supply box. A scroll shimmering with a ghostly blue glow floated out. Acquired LV. 3 Micro Starship Advancement Blueprint. A starship. Zhang Hengxing snatched the scroll. He had jumped directly from a LV-2 enhancement chamber to a ship level. This meant the spacecraft would have independent armor layers, weapon matrix slots, and an energy room. The last 2 supply boxes were completely opened. High-purity titanium alloy plates, industrial-grade conductive copper wire, nutrients. The system window refreshed. Upgrade requirements for LV-3 Starship High-Tier Void Core 33, High-purity titanium alloy, 40200, conductive copper wire 10100, electronic components 3030. The cores were complete, but there was a significant shortfall in basic materials. A full 160 units of titanium alloy and 90 units of copper wire were missing. It would take at least 10 hours to gather from the asteroid belt. The dark matter storm could roll in at any moment. Zhang Hengxing's gaze shifted to the half box of self-heating hot pot broth that hadn't been thrown away on the control panel. The red oil began to solidify with a few peppercorns and dried chilies floating on the surface. System, help me pack this half bowl of broth. Posted to the trading channel. A few minutes later, regional trading channel, over 17 million surviving players were engaged in their daily desperate mutual assistance. Who has iron ore? I'll trade half a bottle of water. The temperature on the spacecraft has dropped to -20 degrees. I'm about to freeze stiff. An anonymous trading message slammed into everyone's retinas with absolute prominence. Item for sale: half a pot of spicy hot pot broth with beef and oil fragments. Comes with a self-heating shell. It can boil again as long as there's water. It can resist the cold and warm up. Requirements: 160 units of titanium alloy, 90 units of conductive copper wire. No bargaining. The channel crashed for 10 seconds. Then came a tsunami of bullet comments. What the hell? Hot pot? What kind of situation is this? I'm freezing so much I'm chewing my toes, and you're eating spicy hot pot. Is the price insane? 160 blocks of titanium alloy can build 2 secondary cannons. Trading half a pot of foot washing water. Dream on. Even Zhou Baotou would be handing out cigarettes. At the same time, 20,000 kilometers away, the remaining 14 spaceships of the Star Pavilion barely formed a defensive formation. President Zhao Qingtian held onto the generator, tightly shaking like a leaf. They had just cleared an outer miscellaneous storage room, obtaining a few extremely precious battleship-grade explosion-proof armor plates, but their energy had been completely depleted. The temperature of the 14 ships was approaching -30 degrees. Without energy, no matter how advanced the materials were, they would be mere burial goods. The vice president shouted with a choked voice in the channel. Boss, the trading channel. Someone is selling hot pot. Zhao Qingtian trembled as he opened the panel. Seeing the bright red beef oil in the image, his empty stomach let out a thunderous growl. Heat. At this temperature, half a pot of hot soup with a self-heating pack shared with the brothers would be enough to forcibly bring their body temperature back to the survival line. He quickly tapped on private chat. Brother, I want your soup. I don't have conductive copper wire. I'll trade you battleship-grade explosion-proof armor plates. Zhang Hengxing sat in the pilot seat, shaking his legs. When he saw the private chat message, his eyebrows raised. Battleship-grade armor plates. That was top-tier material for building high-tier ship exteriors, a unique item that couldn't be produced at this stage. Did these people just salvage it from the ruins? Zhang Hengxing chuckled. Just saves me the trouble of searching. He replied slowly. Not enough. 160 titanium alloy is the price, all the armor plates, and the copper wire is waived. Zhao Qingtian glared at the panel, fuming. Taking advantage of the chaos. Brother, don't go too far. That's just half a pot of leftover soup. You can choose not to trade. Freeze slowly. Zhang Hengxing's fingers danced. The soup will freeze after a while. Reheating it won't taste good. Zhao Qingtian watched the ice flowers thickening on the cabin glass, listening to the weak breaths of his brothers in the guild channel. His fingers slammed the confirmation key hard. Trade. The transaction light flickered briefly. 160 units of titanium alloy along with 4 pieces of battleship-grade explosive-proof armor plates neatly floated into view on the vehicle rack. The metallic plates emitted a cold blue-gray light with an extremely dense surface texture entirely unmatched by the thin iron armor of the life pod. Meanwhile, the bag of murky broth mixed with red oil and luncheon meat scraps vanished from the cabin. Shen Yexiang floated in the corner, her eyes wide as she observed the entire process. A bag of leftover broth. In exchange for 4 pieces of currently worthless battleship-grade materials, plus 160 units of titanium alloy, she suddenly felt that the few sips of red oil she had just consumed were extraordinarily expensive. Zhang Hengxing reached out and flicked the nearest explosive-proof armor plate. His knuckles tapped the surface, producing a dull echo. Not bad, decent hardness. System identification. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Battleship-grade explosive-proof armor plate, blue quality, sourced from the Great Xia Expedition Fleet's external armor module, possessing high physical and energy resistance. Can be used as a special additional material for upgrading high-tier spaceships, permanently enhancing the hull's life limit. Zhang Hengxing swallowed hard. This trade was quite worthwhile. System, how much conductive copper wire do I still need? Current holdings: conductive copper wire 090. It is recommended to obtain through the trading channel. Zhang Hengxing opened the inventory of the folding space. He listed water and nutrient solution in batches on the trading channel. The pricing was extremely precise. 15 units of conductive copper wire for each bottle of water and 10 units for each tube of nutrient solution. The channel erupted in a chorus of anguish. Too expensive. 15 copper wires for a bottle of water. Don't buy it, let it go to me. I'm almost out of oxygen. What can I bargain with? Deal, 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 don't snatch mine. Within 6 minutes, 6 transactions were completed. 90 units of conductive copper wire were credited. All materials required for upgrading to LV 3 micro-interstellar frigate have been gathered. Zhang Hengxing raised his chin and looked at Shen Yexiang, who was floating 2 meters away, burping while holding an empty hot pot bag. Pack up, prepare to move. Shen Yexiang still had remnants of spicy flavor in her mouth. Where are we moving to? To upgrade to LV 3. She was taken aback. Jumping directly from LV 2 enhancement chamber to LV 3 frigate was a significant leap. Don't zone out. Zhang Hengxing had already grasped the control stick. Last time I almost got blocked by 2 bugs at the entrance. This time I need to find a safe place. The main engine propelled at low power. The cloaking field enveloped the spaceship, silently gliding out from the edge of the wreckage of the battleship, diving into a densely packed asteroid belt. The radar scanned continuously. 15 minutes later, a gigantic asteroid with a diameter exceeding 800 meters appeared on the star map. Sonar detection showed that the asteroid was hollow inside, containing a natural cavity with a diameter of 200 meters. Zhang Hengxing piloted the spaceship through a crack on the side of the asteroid. He found a relatively flat rocky surface on the inner wall of the cavity. Mechanical anchors shot out in succession, with 4 alloy claws gripping tightly into the rock wall. The hull remained motionless. Nice location, no living beings within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. Zhang Hengxing unfastened the safety belt, and his whole body floated up from the seat. He turned to glance at Shen Yexiang. She held the sealed bag of the empty hot pot against her chest, her damaged haute couture evening gown barely hanging on the shoulder straps tied tightly with a strip of cloth. She curled up, floating in the air. But when she looked up at Zhang Hengxing, her pupils brightened, revealing a primitive desire to cling. System, initiate the LV 3 interstellar frigate upgrade process. Confirm initiation. During the upgrade period, the spaceship will forcibly shut down, estimated duration 5 minutes. During this time, movement, defense, and communication will be impossible. Confirm. Detected special additional materials battleship grade explosive proof armor plate X4. Should they be included in the upgrade process? Add them. Detected external spaceship physical attachment LV. 1 micro life pod Xinyexiang. Should it be incorporated into the reorganization sequence? Swallowed it. Upgrade process initiated. Countdown 5 minutes. Buzz. All lights went out simultaneously. All sounds abruptly vanished. The engine circulation system and warm air ceased operations. The temperature began to drop at a visibly perceptible rate. Absolute darkness and silence engulfed the two. A sharp metallic distortion sound came from the outer wall of the cabin. The spaceship's framework was being dismantled, extended, and reconstructed. Shen Yexiang's breathing quickened. In the darkness, the feeling of panic began to spread amidst the weightlessness and confinement. She opened her mouth to inhale, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. In the weightless darkness, she floated toward the direction of the human body heat she remembered. Her fingertips touched a section of soft fabric. It was the hem of Zhang Hengxing's pajamas. She clenched the corner of the garment with all 10 fingers, refusing to let go. Zhang Hengxing felt the tug along with the faint warmth pressing against him. He used one hand to cradle her head, pressing the head that was bumping around in the darkness against his shoulder. With his other hand resting on her back, he minimized the drifting of both of them in midair. The countdown quietly ticked away in the dark. For minutes. 3 minutes. The surrounding sounds of metal reorganization grew denser and more intense. The cabin was rapidly expanding, the space stretching. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Ding. LV. 3 micro interstellar frigate upgrade completed. A burst of light erupted instantly. All lights illuminated simultaneously. Warm white lighting made the interior of the reborn ship translucent. Zhang Hengxing released his hand. Shen Yexiang squinted at the soft light, her nose buried in his shoulder. She stiffened, her fingers springing open. I'm sorry. Shut up and look at the ship. Zhang Hengxing turned around, staring at the completely transformed interior space before him. LV. 3 micro interstellar frigate. Total space exploded to 500 cubic meters. Externally estimated, this ship's size approaches that of a medium yacht. Overall length of about 25 meters, width of 8 meters, height of 6 meters. The streamlined dark gray hull was covered with a thick layer of explosive-proof armor plates. 4 pieces of battleship-grade materials were melted into the key structure of the bow, and the 2 wings shimmering with a metallic blue luster. A 3-meter-long sharp ram was added to the bow, formed from the original top bone sickle and titanium alloy. The interior of the hull was divided into 5 independent areas. The main cockpit was 3 times larger than before. The holographic control panel surrounded the main and co-pilot seats with 360-degree hemispherical glass, replacing the original windows. The power chamber was independently sealed at the tail, with the reactor boosted by the indomitable heart, quietly outputting energy inside. The workspace was centrally located, equipped with a standard operation table and material storage racks. Shen Yexiang's scrapped life pod was entirely melted into an automatic material storage room next to the workspace. A high-precision radar station occupied the top of the ship, with a scanning range increased to 500 kilometers. Lastly, there was an independent rest area for 2. 2 fixed reclining pods were separated by a translucent frosted sliding panel. Is there a shower? Shen Yexiang floated to the door of the rest area. In the corner was a vacuum-sealed shower pod specifically designed to solve cleanliness issues in a weightless environment. She looked down at the remnants of her evening gown, now indistinguishable in color. A standard gray and white color scheme jumpsuit was laid in her arms. Change into this after washing. If you wear that, the storage room's insect shells will be cleaner than you. Shen Yexiang opened her mouth, clutching the clothes. Zhang Hengxing had already pushed off the cabin wall, flying back to the main pilot's seat. He slid into the seat, his toes catching the locking mechanism. A line of golden text began to float before his eyes. LV. 3 upgrade completed. Golden rule text trigger system activated. A massive golden roulette unfolded once again on his retina. The pointer spun rapidly. Slowing down, it stopped. Golden text projected onto the holographic screen above the control panel. Congratulations on obtaining the golden rule text. Equivalent alchemy table. Text effect: break the law of entropy, increase. Any 10 homogeneous low-level materials can be 100 seamlessly combined into 1 high-level material, and endow the user or subordinate with a 100 success rate in manufacturing capability. Concept rules. Zhang Hengxing looked at the price trends in the regional channel. The exchange rate for titanium alloy plates to high-purity titanium alloy plates was 140 plus additional processing losses. However, his alchemy table operated at a 1:1 ratio. 0 loss. As long as the materials were sufficient, any advanced blueprints handed to Shen Yexiang would guarantee a 100 success rate with no furnace explosions. System, help me calculate an account. He opened the real-time panel of the regional trading channel. The purified water nuclear energy blocks and nutrient solution I have now. How much low-level waste can I exchange for at the current market price? The system responded quickly. Based on the panic premium pricing in the current regional channel, these survival supplies can be exchanged for approximately 200 units of low-level waste. 200 units of waste synthesized through the alchemy table at a 1:1 ratio equals 200 units of high-purity materials. Zhang Hengxing stared at the screen. What is the market value of 200 units of high-purity materials? Approximately equivalent to 800 nuclear energy blocks. Theoretically enough to purchase all available supplies in the current regional trading channel. The immense price difference made Zhang Hengxing breathe rapidly. All right, let's get to work first. He listed some purified water and nutrient solution on the trading channel. Priced extremely low. A bottle of purified water for only 5 titanium alloys. First come, first served. The trading channel was instantly flooded with messages. 5. The last anonymous big shot sold water for 30 titanium alloys. Grab it. Shut up and grab it. Deal? I've saved up 80 titanium alloys all for you. 3 minutes later, more than half of the stock was cleared. A mountain of basic materials filled the storage room. Zhang Hengxing floated to the workspace and pressed one hand on the control panel. Golden light seeped from the surface of the table. Equivalent alchemy table activated. A virtual dropping circle appeared in the center of the table. The folding space opened and 10 titanium alloys flew into the dropping circle. A flash of golden light. The titanium alloy vanished. A high-purity titanium alloy radiating a silver-blue glow perfectly formed. He tossed the high-purity titanium alloy into the folding space. Zhang Hengxing took out the void core received from the trade and tossed it into the dropping circle. Ding! Successfully synthesized high-level void core. Even high-level void cores could be synthesized. He opened the trading screen, 10 void cores for 10 nuclear energy blocks, and high-level void cores for 100 nuclear energy blocks. A tenfold price difference. Countless basic materials were devoured and transformed at a rate of 10 blocks per second. High-level void cores, high-purity titanium alloys, high-level conductive coils, reinforced electronic modules. 10 minutes later, all materials in the storage room had vanished, replaced entirely by high-level materials. Zhang Hengxing picked up 3 high-level void cores. Enough to create the gravity generator. He raised his chin towards the door of the workspace. Shen Yexiang, are you done washing up? The sound of the water vapor recovery pump came from the break room direction. The frosted door slid open and residual water vapor rushed into the workspace. The gray and white bodysuit was originally the lowest grade radiation protection style in the shelter with rough fabric and a bulky fit. Worn by Shen Yexiang, it instead highlighted her excellent proportions. The tightened buckle at her waist accentuated her slender silhouette, and her long legs were perfectly straight. Her half-dry hair was casually tied back with a few drops of water sliding down the tips into her collar. Her face washed of dust radiated vitality. She adjusted the Velcro on her sleeves and raised her eyes to look at the person in front of the control panel. Zhang Hengxing scanned her from head to toe. Not bad. Shen Yexiang's movements paused, her ears slightly warm. This person usually spoke full of calculations that was rare for him to compliment anyone. The value above Shen Yexiang's head jumped. Mental state 51100. A single shower increased her mental state by 30 points. Zhang Hengxing immediately returned to the topic. Your stamina has recovered quite well. You are a qualified productivity now. Come over and work on the black market. Shen Yexiang said nothing and floated barefoot to the workbench. Zhang Hengxing slapped the golden blueprint of the gravity generator component onto the table. Materials were laid out. Shen Yexiang glanced at the parameters of the blueprint. The explosion rate is 70%. Just install it. Shen Yexiang extended her palm and pressed it above the blueprint. Military-grade remolding specialization activated. 30 seconds later, a fist-sized golden metal ball floated steadily above the control panel. Gravity generator component manufacturing completed. Shen Yexiang stared at her palm in a daze. Don't space out, continue to make the next one. Zhang Hengxing slapped down the purple blueprint for the mental resistance module. 20 minutes later, the gravity generator component, mental resistance module, and teleportation module components were all manufactured. 100 quality, 0 loss. Zhang Hengxing stored the finished products and opened the private chat contacts. He found Xingqian Pavilion, Zhao Qingtian. Business is going well. Do you want to establish a long-term relationship? Zhao Qingtian replied quickly. What do you mean? How much titanium alloy, copper cables, and electronic components can you salvage from the battleship wreckage? We have as much as you need. But those things aren't worth much. 50 units of materials can be exchanged for a bottle of purified water or nutrient solution. Long-term validity, preferential treatment for large quantities. Zhao Qingtian did not hesitate. Deal. The first batch is 1,000 units arriving tomorrow. Zhang Hengxing closed the private chat panel. The long-term supply channel was established. He pulled out a bottle of chilled, purified water from the folding space and twisted the cap open. A ball-shaped droplet of water floated out in zero gravity. He opened his mouth and caught it, redirecting his attention back to the ship's panel. The attributes of the LV-3 micro-interstellar frigate had been refreshed. Ship level 3 space, 500 cubic meters, energy shield, physical defense, 100 health, 200 external equipment, mechanical arm upgraded to automatic picking attack power LV-3 external weapon attack power, 100 special armor, dark purple insect armor, coating acid resistance, bow angle physical collision damage bonus, 200 coupled with the endless life reset mechanism. As long as the single damage does not exceed 300 energy shield, 100 health, 200 it cannot be instantly killed. Install the gravity generator. He floated to the workspace and took out the fist-sized golden metal ball from the folding space. The installation interface was reserved in the gravity module slot at the bottom of the frigate. System install. Installing. Completed. Gravity generator activated. Gravity field in the cabin is being generated. Buzz. A downward pull came from the soles of his feet. Zhang Hengxing hovered for half a second. Then his feet firmly landed on the metal floor. Although it was only 60% of standard gravity, walking felt slightly light. But at least he no longer needed to rely on wall propulsion and safety belts to stabilize his body. Zhang Hengxing took a few steps in the cockpit. It felt very solid. A dull sound came from the break room direction. Shen Yexiang had just been suspended in the air at the control panel handling ammunition materials. The moment gravity suddenly appeared, she slammed directly onto the floor. Ugh. She let out a muffled groan, remaining still for a while. Her cheek pressed against the cold, hard metal plate, causing tears to flow from the pain. Stop lying there and come over to install the remaining 2 modules, Zhang Hengxing urged. Oh, okay. Shen Yexiang wiped her tears, pushed herself up with her hands, and stood up unsteadily. She leaned against the cabin wall and moved to the workspace. Zhang Hengxing placed the mental resistance module and teleportation module component on the table. These 2 haven't been installed yet. Finish installing them, and it'll make you dinner. Shen Yexiang lifted the modules and walked towards the installation site. The sensation of her feet touching the ground made her steps gradually stabilize. The floating numbers above her head flickered again. Mental state 5155. She embedded the mental resistance module into the reserved interface beneath the pilot's seat. Military grade remolding activated. Golden light shown. Installation successful. Mental resistance permanently 15. Current ship's mental resistance 15 automatically reduces 15 points of damage when subjected to mental attacks. The dull pain in Zhang Hengxing's temples quickly faded. The after-effects of the crimson-eyed mental pollution were suppressed. Next, Shen Yexiang picked up the teleportation module component. This item was more complex than the previous 2, with the installation position located in the power room near the reactor's core area. She walked barefoot on the metal walkway into the power room. Crouching in front of the installation interface, she held the component in place. Military-grade remolding activated. The teleportation module deeply coupled with the energy output pipeline of the reactor, beginning to reprogram the ship's spatial jump protocol. 2 minutes later. Installation successful. Teleportation module component is online. Charging time 30 seconds. Cooling time 120 seconds. Jump distance 5,000 kilometers. Note: teleportation requires a large amount of reactor energy. Frequent use of conventional ships will lead to energy depletion. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the attribute panel. Infinite energy. The limitations of conventional ships did not apply to him. This meant he could perform a 500-meter spatial jump every 2 minutes. With no energy loss, all 3 modules were installed. Zhang Hengxing sat in the main pilot seat, firmly pressing the pedals with his feet. Coupled with Shen Yexiang's perfect aim and the zero-loss manufacturing of advanced blueprints, the ship's combat power closed the loop completely. System: what materials are needed for the upgrade to LV-4? System: what are the requirements to upgrade to a LV-4 micro-starship? Zhang Hengxing leaned against the spacious captain's chair, his toes tapping on the metal deck. A holographic panel quickly popped up with a list of data. Core prerequisites for upgrading to a LV-4 micro-starship. 1. LV-4 Starship Advancement Blueprint X1. 2. Space Jump Engine Wreckage X1 Extremely Rare Component. 3. Void Lord Core X1. Note: it is recommended to explore high-level ruins or defeat LV-3 and above Lord-level void monsters. Regular salvage won't do. I need to find those big targets. He turned his chair to face the workspace. The materials synthesized just now using the equivalent alchemy platform were piled nearby, gleaming with an expensive luster. System: take 5 pieces of high-purity titanium alloy and post a top-tier bounty on the trading channel. Regional trading channel. The dead chat box froze for 3 seconds. New messages began flooding the screen. Publisher anonymous. Bounty target seeking to purchase LV-4 for Starship Blueprint, or provide accurate coordinates for LV. 3 and above void monsters. Bounty Chips High-Purity Titanium Alloy X5. Note only serious offers scammers and beggars will be directly blacklisted. Are you crazy? High-Purity Titanium Alloy. I can't even gather enough regular iron sheets to patch up the ship's hull. 5 pieces of high purity. This stuff can withstand a meteor impact heat and right. Does the big shot need accessories? I have a bachelor's degree. I can open a can with one hand. Please take me in my cabin. Is only minus 15 degrees. LV. 3 monsters. Are those manageable for players at this stage? Just now our guild had 12 ships, and we were chewed up by a LV. 2 monster. Zhang Hengxing ignored the moans, boredly scrolling through private messages. 10 minutes passed, mostly wasted on useless chatter, trying to swindle a free ride. Just as he was about to close the panel, a voice message popped up in a private chat. Sender Su Tangwan LV. 1 lifeboat. Wow, big shot, you're amazing. I don't have a blueprint, but I know the location of a LV. 3 void mother spider. It has a huge silver resource box nestled beneath its belly, shining with a silvery glow. Wait a moment, I'll send you the coordinates. The holographic screen played this voice message. The pitch rose at the end, filled with a cute charm reminiscent of shopping for milk tea in peacetime. Zhang Hengxing dug at his ear. Coordinates. Chips. He typed those 4 words, the punctuation imbued with the indifference of a capitalist. The soft voice on the other end vanished instantly. In its place appeared a line of extremely formal, clearly structured text. Coordinates C-121, abandoned medical station deep within the meteor belt with star map positioning. Trade conditions 1. I provide analysis of the monster's weaknesses and blind spots. 2. All loot from the monster, including boxes and core equipment, belongs to you. 3. A specific biological tissue from the monster belongs to me. Additional condition, take me aboard your ship. My lifeboat reactor is scrap. Zhang Hengxing looked at this disjointed chat, style, his fingers tapping on the console. His mind was clear, not the kind of deadweight that only screams in a crisis. System scan that coordinate. The radar waves rippled outward. 3 seconds later, a deep red high-energy biological response point lit up on the star map's edge. There really is something there. Deal. Zhang Hengxing closed the private chat, his hands gripping the control stick. Shen Yexiang returned to the co-pilot and fasten your seatbelt. Shen Yexiang had just organized a pile of conductive copper wires when she heard the command and immediately floated back to her seat, securing the buckle. Zhang Hengxing pressed the teleportation module component in the center of the control panel. Infinite energy roared wildly in the power chamber. Jump. Virum. The 25-meter-long dark, gray escort ship vanished into thin air. 500 meters away, the ship materialized. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Huge consumption. Zhang Hengxing paid no mind. The symbol on the reactor energy panel was steady as a mountain. Zhang Hengxing then set the propulsion efficiency to 75. 20 minutes later, the spaceship hovered at the periphery of the ruins of the abandoned medical station. The radar picked up Su Tangwan's coordinates. It was a pitiful LV. 1 lifeboat. The outer armor had been corroded by acid, pockmarked and battered. The rear thrusters had completely shut down. The life support system at minimum temperature was entirely offline. Cabin temperature, 21. Life signs were weak, reduced to a straight line. Zhang Hengxing directly manipulated the external mechanical arm. A massive alloy claw shot out with a loud clang. It firmly grasped the nearly frozen iron coffin, forcibly dragging it into the escort ship's external airlock buffer zone. Pressure balanced. The cabin door opened. A figure dressed in thin casual wear floated in with the airflow. As she passed through the isolation door, standard gravity was imposed within the escort ship. Su Tangwan landed heavily on the metal floor at a stable 26 degrees Celsius. Her body trembled, her lips purpling, frost clinging to her eyelashes. The moment she encountered the warm air, she greedily gasped for breath. After half a minute, she propped herself up and lifted her head. Her gaze crossed the spacious and bright cabin over the alchemy platform radiating with golden light, finally landing on the young man in plaid pajama bottoms at the helm. Su Tangwan forced a stiff smile, raising a sweet grin. Hello, big shot. Thank you for coming to rescue me. It's so warm here, I thought I would freeze to a popsicle. A gray-white radiation-proof work suit was suddenly thrown at her face, interrupting her stream of words. Put it on. Zhang Hengxing turned his chair, looking down at her from a height. I don't keep useless people on my ship. Your life is only worth 1 transaction. Once we get the goods and finish the job, you can roll back to your broken cabin. Utterly utilitarian. No transition whatsoever. Su Tangwan tightened her fingers around the clothing. Her smile faded. She clutched the suit and stood up. Got it, I'll be ready in no time. She turned to the restroom and 2 minutes later emerged wearing the oversized work suit. Due to her temperature not having stabilized, her steps were somewhat unsteady, but when she stood before the holographic star map, her tone was devoid of sweetness. She pointed at the deep red biological point. LV. 3 void mother spider. Its visual organs are degenerated, relying entirely on the vibrations perceived by its abdomen and high-frequency sound waves to navigate. The weakness is not in the head but beneath the chitinous shell of the third segment of its abdomen, where there is a hidden nerve cluster. The armor thickness there is only 1/10 of that of its back. Shen Yexiang, sitting in the co-pilot seat, was stunned. These highly specialized biological terms coming from this girl, still shivering from the cold, were a stark contrast. Activate space concealment for the escort ship. Zhang Hengxing issued the command. The surface of the ship shimmered with a ripple like water. The massive ship blended into the darkness, silently sliding into the depths of the medical station's wreckage. Passing through several shattered blast doors, a vast atrium appeared outside the panoramic glass. A grotesque spider comparable in size to a 3-story building crouched in the center of the ruins. 8 sharp long legs pierced into the metal wreckage. Directly beneath its abdomen, a silvery, gleaming metal box was fiercely protected. The surrounding space was draped in gray-green webs, exuding a pungent acidic smell. A level 3 lord. It is starting to emit infrasound. Su Tangwan fixed her gaze on the massive creature outside, speaking rapidly. An invisible wave penetrated the armor, sweeping through the cabin. Zhang Hengxing and Shen Yexiang both received alerts about their mental state deteriorating. The newly installed mental resistance module beneath the cockpit immediately lit up with purple light. Negated. Shen Yexiang, take control of the firepower. Zhang Hengxing relinquished some of the main driving permissions. Shen Yexiang's palms were sweating, her hands gripping the control stick tightly. Su Tangwan leaned against the glass, watching the spider's abdomen rise and fall. Tilt left 30 degrees, fire the moment the third segment shell opens. Now. Shen Yexiang pulled the trigger, activating the Golden Legend specialty perfect hit. The physical launch port shook violently. A fully charged laser cannon burst forth. It precisely penetrated the gap in the shell of the mother spider that had just opened slightly. Boom. The laser detonated inside the nerve cluster. The mother spider emitted a high-frequency screech. Its massive body rolled wildly, its rear spraying a sky full of absolutely sticky and highly acidic web. A gigantic web covered the escort ship's entire escape route in an instant. There's no way out, Shen Yexiang exclaimed. Zhang Hengxing stared at the approaching corrosive web, gripping the main control stick and suddenly pushing it to the limit. Who said I was going to retreat? 1/10 of a second before the corrosive spider web touched the energy shield of the battleship, Zhang Hengxing pressed the teleportation button. The massive battleship left behind a residual shadow in place. 500 meters away, right above the colossal body of the mother spider, the space suddenly tore apart. A dark gray battleship crashed down from thin air. Zhang Hengxing pushed the engine to full power overload. The 3-meter-long ram, forged from alien bones and high-purity titanium alloy, pointed straight down. Gravity generator, maximum downward load. The gravitational acceleration compounded with the terrifying mass of the battleship, coupled with a 200 physical collision damage bonus from the ram. The battleship bore down with a cataclysmic momentum. It slammed onto the back of the mother spider. Bang, crack. The sound of shattered exoskeleton echoed through space. This was not a gunfight in space. This was pure heavy melee combat. The immense kinetic energy instantly penetrated the thick carapace of the mother spider. Green bodily fluid erupted, splattering onto the battleship's blast-proof armor. The mother spider struggled madly. Its sharp legs continuously sliced through the battleship's energy shield. 100 points of shield were instantly depleted. Deep grooves were carved into the battleship's armor. Life points plummeted by 80. Zhang Hengxing didn't even blink. The golden attribute Endless Vitality was triggered. The pale blue energy shield reignited within a millisecond. Full state reset. Crush it. The thruster's tail flame erupted in a blinding blue light. Zhang Hengxing shifted to the highest gear. The battleship braced against the mother spider's attacks, crushing and grinding its massive body all the way. It collided violently with the damaged alloy support column of the medical station. Boom. The mother spider ceased twitching, its body crushed into a pile of mush. At the center of the battlefield, a dazzling golden sphere of light slowly ascended. Zhang Hengxing released the control stick and stretched his neck. The feeling of smashing enemies with a battleship loaded with locked health buffs was far more exhilarating than sniping from a distance. Alarm disabled. He tapped the console, mechanical arm retrieved the supply box and the light ball. The clearance passage of the airlock opened. Su Tangwan immediately floated over, pressing her hands against the inner cabin door. Boss, I request to use the external mechanical arm. I want to dissect it. Zhang Hengxing looked at her. The girl had been too calm while directing just now. He wanted to gauge her capabilities. Approved. You have 5 minutes. Su Tangwan immediately took over the auxiliary mechanical station. On the screen, the cutting laser extended from the mechanical arm's tip, facing the pile of disgusting, terrifying spider innards, exuding a pungent odor. She showed no discomfort on her face. Her fingers danced over the control keyboard. The cutting laser precisely avoided the strong acid sacs slicing along the muscle fibers. Smoothly she extracted a fist-sized purplish venom gland. She murmured softly, "Sever this nerve. Avoid the sac wall." All right, perfect separation. The entire process was extremely fluid. Zhang Hengxing sitting beside her felt goosebumps rise. She was humorously cute while vivisecting a monster. The scene was indeed a bit macabre. 3 minutes later, Su Tangwan returned to the cockpit, holding a sterile sealed jar. The jar contained a pulsating mass of tissue and several tubes of deep purple liquid. All done. This is level 3 mutated biological fluid. Combined with specific materials, it can be used to create high-tier genetic medicine. She presented it to Zhang Hengxing like a treasure. Zhang Hengxing glanced at it, directly reaching out to take half of the tubes of high-tier biological fluid, tossing them into the folding space. Rescue travel fees, venue usage fees, equipment depreciation fees. Taking half from you is reasonable, right? Su Tangwan's eyes widened as she looked at the half-empty jar. She bit her lip in grievance. However, looking at Zhang Hengxing's expressionless face, she swallowed her rebuttal. Reasonable. Zhang Hengxing nodded in satisfaction. The profit-sharing segment arrived. He looked at Shun Yeshuang, who was afraid to see the dissection scene in the corner. Go open that golden sphere in the silver box. Shun Yeshuang had already grown accustomed to her role as the box opening tool. She stepped forward and touched the glaring golden sphere. Buzz. The extreme golden light exploded in the cabin. Ding. Level 3 Void Mother Spider Drop Light Ball activated. Acquired remains of Space Jump Engine, extremely rare component X1. Zhang Hengxing's breath hitched. It worked. Shin Yeshuang opened the nearby level 3 silver supply box. Silver light flickered. Acquired Void Lord Core X1, acquired Mother Spider Web X5 food water, and several nuclear energy blocks. With these 3 core prerequisites, only the blueprints were missing to complete the set. As long as Shin Yeshuang's luck was on her side, leveling up would be swift. Just upgraded to level 3 and only needed blueprints for the next level 4. Zhang Hengxing quickly stored the spoils in the folding space, feeling elated. He turned his head to look at Su Tangwan, who was still in a daze, holding half a jar of biological fluid. End of transaction. Zhang Hengxing pointed towards the airlock. Take your things and go back to your iron coffin. No escort. The cabin fell silent. Su Tangwan stood frozen in place, her sweet expression completely vanished. Go back to that dark cold escape pod. Going back meant death. No. Don't drive me away. She suddenly lunged forward, gripping Zhang Hengxing's arm tightly. Her voice carried a sense of utter breakdown and panic. I will work. I'm very capable. Please don't leave me alone in that place, okay? Zhang Hengxing frowned, about to forcibly retract his arm. Suddenly, the number representing her mental state above Su Tangwan's head began to flicker and drop rapidly. Golden light erupted from the fingertips, gripping Zhang Hengxing's arm. Ding. Detected auxiliary specialization, universal, reversal golden legend, activated. Target life form, Zhang Hengxing. A warm flow surged through Zhang Hengxing's limbs, healing the minor organ tears and muscle strains caused by the overload collision while piloting. In this golden light, he healed instantaneously. The feeling of fatigue vanished. His breathing became smooth. Zhang Hengxing halted his motion of pulling back. His gaze fell on the holographic panel. A hidden status bar popped up. All injuries have been forcibly reversed and repaired. This woman is a walking no-legacy blood bottle. Golden specialization. The most scarce type of life reversal rule. Zhang Hengxing's expression changed. He looked at Su Tangwan, whose face had turned pale and whose mental state had dropped to the edge of the warning line. Combined with his infinite energy and defense reset. If any real damage occurred inside the battleship, having her around would be the last line of physical insurance. You can stay and work. Zhang Hengxing looked down at her. Room and board included. All outputs must be surrendered. Su Tangwan suddenly raised her head, her eyes still glistening with tears. She nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. I'll surrender everything. Zhang Hengxing disdainfully pulled back his sleeve that had been dampened by her tears. Nearby, Shin Yeshuang, who had been quietly playing the invisible person, watched this scene. She glanced down at her hands, which could only shoot guns. Her fingertips unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. In her clear apricot-colored eyes, a sense of crisis emerged for the first time. She gritted her teeth and suddenly took a step forward. Boss, do you still need me to keep crafting ammunition with those materials? Her voice rose slightly, trying to establish her presence. Zhang Hengxing looked at the newly arrived healer and then at the exclusive gunner who was secretly competing beside her. The ecosystem aboard the battleship was becoming interesting. He casually slapped the purple quality battleship, grade high energy particle, main gun blueprint onto the console. Don't be idle, prepare for some heavy work. We are leveling up to level 4. The escort ship smoothly departed from the wreckage of the abandoned medical station. Zhang Hengxing summoned the damage assessment chart of the ship. Just now it had collided with a level 3 mother nest spider, and the armor should have been corroded by the acidic liquid. At this moment, the dark purple chitinous layer shimmered with an eerie glow. The outer shell left no trace of white marks. The effect of the entry endless life was absurdly powerful. Move faster. Zhang Hengxing placed his feet on the control panel, tossing a piece of high-purity titanium alloy in his hand. Throw all supplies and scrap materials into the automatic storage room. Su Tangwan nodded repeatedly as she removed her protective suit, stained with mucus. Shen Yeshuang silently moved to the rear cabin to transport biological waste. Suddenly, the warning lights on the control panel flashed bright red. Beep. Mental state value has dropped below the safety line. Zhang Hengxing opened the status bar. The data for the three of them was glaringly red on the panel. He had 66 points. Su Tangwan had struggled for half a day with dissection, dropping to 60 points. Shen Yeshuang was left with only 51 points. They were on the brink of collapse. The high-intensity overload combat deepened the high pressure of the space environment, causing rapid mental exhaustion. Zhang Hengxing clapped his hands. Stop, let's hold a meeting. The two women immediately stood in the center of the cockpit. Zhang Hengxing looked around. From now on, we will implement a rotational duty system. Ensure someone is always monitoring the radar. During rest time, you can use the shower room freely, but there's one iron rule. He tapped the armrest of the main chair. If you don't listen to me, get off the ship immediately. Did you understand? Su Tangwan raised her hand and shouted, got it. Shen Yeshuang responded quietly with her head down. Su Tangwan, restore Shen Yeshuang's injuries too. Okay, boss. Zhang Hengxing waved his hand, allowing them to allocate their time. He opened the trading channel to check the sales of the listed supplies. Inside the restroom, Shen Yeshuang splashed her face with clean water. She looked up at her pale face in the mirror. A faint sound of a laser cutter came from outside the glass door. Su Tangwan stood in front of the biochemical analysis station, expertly extracting the residual venom. Boss, I've finished extracting the venom. Do you want to make venom explosives? Shut up and do your job. Oh, Shen Yeshuang tightened her grip on the door frame. The new girl understood biochemical dissection, had golden life-saving skills, and wasn't afraid of Zhang Hengxing's temper. Apart from having a specialization in perfect aim, even shooting required forcing herself. When facing extreme danger, she would be the first to be discarded. Shen Yeshuang did not want to be tossed into the -120-degree space as a floating corpse. She glanced down at her ugly, bulky radiation suit. This clothing concealed the only bargaining chip she had as a woman. Turning around, she opened the storage space. Inside was a set of tattered remnants of a formal dress. 5 minutes later, Shen Yeshuang emerged from the workspace holding a cup of heated high-grade nutrient solution. The bulky protective suit was gone. The torn high-end evening dress was trimmed of its cumbersome hem with a cutting tool. The waistline was tightly cinched. Her shoulders glimmered under the cold ceiling lights of the escort ship. She walked barefoot on the alloy floor straight into the main cockpit. The scent of shower gel mixed with steam wafted over. The nutrient solution was placed at the edge of the control panel. Zhang Hengxing turned his head. Shen Yeshuang leaned beside the seat, bending slightly. Boss, drink some water. The neckline formed a strikingly eye-catching curve. Zhang Hengxing's gaze lingered for 2 seconds. In the space filled with floating corpses and interstellar monsters, the former top star took the initiative to approach him. Shen Yeshuang reached out and adjusted the comically patterned collar of Zhang Hengxing's pajamas. I counted the supply inventory. Her voice was soft. You've worked hard. Zhang Hengxing's throat moved slightly as he naturally grabbed Shen Yeshuang's wrist. Su Tangwan, you monitor the radar tonight. All right. Su Tangwan jumped into the co-pilot seat, activating the evasion program to steer clear of the dark matter storm behind. Zhang Hengxing pulled Shen Yeshuang towards the rear lounge. The cabin door closed. 10 minutes later, a large green data flow suddenly popped up on the holographic panel. The alert sound rang repeatedly. System notification, high concentration of hormone stimulation detected in the host. Dopamine surge. Cortisol decrease. Mental state recovery in progress. Mental state value 6680951001000. Zhang Hengxing gazed at the wildly fluctuating data before him. Turning his head, he noticed Shen Yeshuang beside him, her value hovering at a full 100. A smile crept onto Zhang Hengxing's lips. In the space lacking purified water and mental medications, this was the ultimate shortcut to refresh negative states. At the entrance of the rest cabin, Su Tangwan held a sterile sealed jar frozen in place. Inside was the freshly extracted high-purity mutated tissue fluid. Through the small observation window, the scene in the rest cabin rushed into her sight. The normally incapable of opening can sharpshooter vase wore pitifully little with half of her body draped over Zhang Hengxing. The cold-blooded boss, who often scolded others surprisingly, did not push anyone away. Su Tangwan's sweet smile shattered inch by inch. Her fingers gripped the edge of the sealed jar, tightly turning pale at the tips. If Zhang Hengxing leaned toward Shen Yeshuang if she lost her value, this cold man would not hesitate to toss her into the frigid space coffin. Absolutely not. Su Tangwan forcibly forced out an exaggeratedly sweet smile. She suddenly pushed open the door and rushed into the rest cabin. Boss, boss. The charming tone exploded in the cabin. Su Tangwan completely ignored the astonished Shun Yeshuang beside her. She hugged Zhang Hengxing's other arm tightly. Look, look. She shoved the sealed jar in front of Zhang Hengxing's face. The tissue fluid I extracted. The purity is as high as 99%. Isn't it super amazing? As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her cheek against the back of Zhang Hengxing's hand. Provocative glances directly bypassed Zhang Hengxing and struck Shen Yeshuang's face. Shen Yeshuang's expression changed. The carefully cultivated ambiguity and sense of possession were instantly shattered. She straightened her back defiantly, leaning half an inch closer to Zhang Hengxing. The boss is usually very tired. Why are you shouting? I'm reporting my work. Su Tangwan's eyes widened. Some people can't even shoot straight and can only rely on a few rags to flail around here. I'm different. No, I can really help the boss work. She turned to Zhang Hengxing. Does it hurt? Boss, did your shoulder hurt when you bumped into that big spider just now? I can help you massage it. You. Shen Yeshuang was speechless with anger. Having been a star, she was used to being on high ground and had never encountered such a blatant tea ceremony attack. The atmosphere in the escort ship's rest cabin dropped to freezing point. Zhang Hengxing sat in the middle. He glanced to the left, where Shen Yeshuang's mental state value was 100100. Then to the right, where Su Tangwan's mental state value was also 100100. Fully charged. Fully blue. The mental state was extremely excited. Zhang Hengxing scanned the two. There was not a hint of allure in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at two super mining machines that had just been fully charged and were ready to dig coal at any moment. No need for a shoulder massage. Zhang Hengxing said expressionlessly, pulling out his hands. He stood up and walked towards the workbench. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out a large pile of items from the folding space. Bang! A thick stack of advanced blueprints along with half a person's height of alien remnants, void parasitic shells, and mother nest spider venom sacs. They slammed onto the operation table. The pungent biochemical smell instantly overwhelmed the faint scent of inferior perfume. Since you are all so mentally excited, then don't just sit around. The fist-sized poison sac continued to ooze green acidic fluid. The pungent biochemical odor instantly filled the entire lounge of the escort ship. The two women who were previously throwing subtle jabs at each other instantly fell silent. The pink bubbles of the previous moment were ruthlessly burst by the capitalists. They obediently took a half-step back. Zhang Hengxing pulled over the captain's chair and sat down, crossing his legs on the edge of the control panel. He completely ignored Shun Yexiang's elegant evening dress and focused entirely on the materials emitting foul odors. Before we start working, I have a question. Zhang Hengxing turned to Su Tangwan. In a level 1 shabby ship that can't even afford heating and can't even smash meteors, where did that golden awakening crystal come from? Su Tangwan quickly stood up straight, her two fingers pointing awkwardly. Well, my life support system broke down. When I was about to freeze to death, a severely injured void worm suddenly crashed into my exhaust fan. It seemed like it was already dying and got stuck in the exhaust fan blades. I just pressed the cleaning button and ended up strangling it. She blinked her big eyes. Then a box fell out, and it just opened up. The cabin fell into dead silence. Zhang Hengxing rubbed his forehead. Shen Yeshuang opened the blind box and got the golden legend perfect shot. When Su Tangwan was on the verge of freezing to death, the exhaust fan strangled a critically injured monster, granting her the universal rejuvenation with built-in resurrection abilities. And what about him? Risking his life to crash into asteroids and engage in heavy melee combat with level 3 monsters. His ship surprisingly housed 2 lucky individuals. Fools have their blessings, Zhang Hengxing scoffed. If this luck were broadcasted on the regional channel, the players outside who kill for a half a piece of biscuit would come through the internet and eat you alive. To prove she wasn't just wasting space, Su Tangwan immediately rushed to the console. Pointing at the pile of poison sacs and mutated fluid, she spoke urgently. Boss, this is not garbage. My core is the life restructuring rules. The tissue fluids from these high-level monsters combined with the poison glands of the mother nest spider can be formulated into a genetic enhancer. This potion can permanently enhance the physical attributes of carbon-based life forms. Hearing about the enhancement of physical attributes, Zhang Hengxing raised an eyebrow. He already had the external equipment for the battleship. Physical strength was indeed the current shortcoming. Formulated. He dropped a single word. However, Su Tangwan scratched her cheek. The body fluid of the mother nest spider is too volatile. It must be mixed with an absolutely pure stabilizing agent to be effective. I don't have the formula. Nearby, Shen Yeshuang let out a cold snort. She turned and pulled out a few bottles of purified water from the storage room casually grabbing a handful of mutant shell fragments and tossing them into the shimmering equivalent alchemy table. The 100% damage-free rule was activated. 5 seconds later, a jar of crystal-clear, impurity-free neutralizing liquid was heavily slammed onto the console. "Take this." Shen Yexiang raised her chin and urged. "Hurry and formulate your potion, don't waste the boss time." Su Tangwan puffed out her cheeks and grabbed the neutralizing liquid. Formulate or not, who's afraid of whom? The two women completely immersed themselves at the workstation. Test tubes flew chaotically in the air. The golden light of universal rejuvenation enveloped the console. Shen Yexiang controlled the temperature and impurity separation of the alchemy table beside her. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the boss chair, very satisfied as he watched the competitive scene of these top-tier workers. 3 minutes later, a wave of dark blue steam rose above the console. 3 thick liquid potions hovered steadily in midair, emitting a tempting glow. Basic physical enhancement potion, high purity. Drinking it significantly enhances the comprehensive quality of carbon-based life, forms perfectly reshaping muscle fibers and bone density. Su Tongwan, as if seeking credit, held the potion and jogged to Zhang Hengxing's side, her face filled with anticipation. Boss, it's ready. High purity, you must try it." Zhang Hengxing glanced at the potion. He did not reach out to take it. He slightly raised his chin, pointing at 2 of them. "You two drink first." Su Tangwan's hand holding the potion froze in midair. Shen Yexiang was also stunned. "Boss, you." She thought that this miraculous item Zhang Hengxing would definitely either keep to himself or enjoy first. "Nonsense, if the spider's poison isn't cleaned properly, who will save me if I die?" Zhang Hengxing spread his hands. "Hurry and drink, be my little guinea pigs." In this cannibalistic interstellar wasteland, he would never trust anything unverified, even if these two seemed very obedient. The two women exchanged glances, neither daring to refute the ruthless factory manager. Shen Yexiang gritted her teeth and uncapped the bottle, tilting her head to drink it down. Su Tangwan quickly followed suit. Within 2 seconds, a series of cracking sounds erupted from their bones. "So hot." Su Tangwan's face turned crimson as she covered her neck. A small amount of black sweat quickly seeped out from the surface of their skin. The impurities deep within their bodies were forcibly expelled. Shen Yexiang felt as if all her body was on fire and instinctively grabbed a bottle of purified water nearby to cool down. The girl, who usually struggled to twist a plastic bottle cap the moment she exerted force, bang. The specially made high-pressure plastic water bottle was easily crushed by her hand. Water splashed everywhere. The status panel appeared above their heads. Their physical qualities skyrocketed from the usual 1100 of regular female players to 5100. After the expulsion and purification, the already outstanding beauty of the two women became even more dazzling. Shen Yexiang stared at her drenched, explosive-looking palm, her eyes wide with shock. After confirming that they were alive and well with all indicators completely normal, did Zhang Hengxing finally pick up the remaining special high-purity potion. He tilted his head back and drank it all down. A warm current instantly exploded within him. Post-consumed special supply of basic physical enhancement potion. Physical quality enhancement 2100-8100. Note: 10 points of physical quality is the highest level for humans. His muscle fibers tore and reformed wildly. Zhang Hengxing clenched his fists, the bones emitting a metallic crash-like sound. The sharpness of his senses surged. He could even clearly hear the sound of water flowing in the air valve of the sleeping cabin 50 meters away. This feeling of power that could shatter iron plates with a single punch made him exhale deeply. The shortcoming of physical strength had finally been compensated. He stood up and walked to the control panel, his gaze falling on the waste liquid tank. There still remained a pile of dark green, thick residue, emitting a sour smell. "What is this?" "Residue." Su Tangwan wrinkled her nose in disgust and stepped back. "Waste material from failed refinement. The toxins weren't cleaned out properly. It can only be made into a subpar potion that enhances by 1100 at most. Drinking it will not only cause severe diarrhea, but also reduce mental clarity." "Subpar." Zhang Hengxing's eyes lit up. He casually picked up a 1-liter bottle of purified water, twisted it open, and poured it directly into the waste liquid tank. Then he grabbed a wrench and casually stirred in the tank. The originally thick waste liquid instantly transformed into a large bucket of light green murky liquid. Su Tangwan stared in amazement. "Boss, what are you doing?" In this interstellar wasteland where even food is scarce, anything that can permanently enhance attributes is definitely a miracle drug. Zhang Hengxing did not lift his head. With skilled hands, he used an empty soda bottle to divide the portions. He managed to extract a full 10 bottles of mild genetic potion from this diluted residue. He opened the regional trading channel with a swift motion, anonymously listing the items. Item: mild genetic potion, permanently enhances physical attributes. Side effects: mild diarrhea, fluctuations in mental clarity. Price exchange for LV. For premium battleship blueprints, extremely rare or space jump components. Note: limited edition miracle drug only accepts hard currency. Beggars stay away. As soon as the goods were listed, the regional channel exploded, demolishing the scrolling limit of the chat box. Just a second ago, millions of players were killing each other over a piece of moldy bread and a scrap of metal that could block the wind. The next second, someone was actually openly selling gene potions that could permanently alter the limits of carbon-based life forms. Am I blind? Permanently enhancing attributes. This game can be played like this. Big brother, can I pay in installments? Can I mortgage this escape pod to you? The decline in mental clarity is nothing. If I can become stronger, I'll accept the diarrhea, even if it means losing my mind. On the other end of the wasteland, the president of the Star Chamber, Zhao Qingtian, looked greedily at the green potion in the trading list. His eyes were bloodshot with jealousy. He clicked on half a page of high-level plasma, main cannon fragment, and all the high-level titanium alloy ore. That was premium material obtained at the cost of 3 of their ships and the lives of a dozen brothers. Originally intended to keep for building their capital ship, but the temptation of enhancing physical attributes was too deadly. Zhao Qingtian bit his lip, filled with humiliation and fervor, pressing the confirm transaction button. Ding. Transaction successful. Inside the escort ship's cockpit, Zhang Hengxing looked at the newly received main cannon fragments and a large quantity of premium ores. Leaning comfortably against the chair back, the feeling of harvesting from the technical monopoly was simply addictive. It was only a matter of time before he gathered enough materials to forge an interstellar cruiser. Just as he was about to continue squeezing the 2 female employees for ammunition refinement, beep. 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 The escort ship's blinding red lights suddenly flashed without warning. The gravity generator emitted a thunderous roar under extreme stress. On the holographic star map at the center of the once quiet C-121 interstellar wasteland block, a huge scarlet vortex was torn open in the sky. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in the minds of 15 million surviving players across the server-wide mandatory announcement: the first phase of the survival adaptation period has officially ended. The true interstellar frenzy is about to commence. The scarlet light poured in through the panoramic viewport, casting a blood-red glow over the entire interior of the escort ship. The vortex at the center of the interstellar ruins had fully formed. The gravitational turbulence swept across the entire C-121 area. Hold on tight. Zhang Hengxing unbuckled the seatbelt of the main cockpit, abandoning the usual deceleration and evasive maneuvers. He pressed down on the control stick with both hands, his thumb firmly pressing the reactor overload output button. The entry for the Indomitable Heart operated at the base level, and the blue tail flame behind the battleship surged to a length of 100 meters. The hull, weighing over 1,000 tons, braved the gravitational turbulence that could shred a lifeboat firmly pinned in space. The extreme physical force pressed down on him in an instant. Zhang Hengxing's hands remained steady on the control stick, his breathing rhythm calm. With a physical quality of 8 out of 100, he was able to disregard the physical pressure of this dimension with his flesh. He released his grip and turned to look at the work area behind him. Shen Yexiang and Su Tangwan were also unharmed. The 2 who had consumed a basic body enhancement agent maintained their functional balance amidst the violent shaking. The gravitational turbulence gradually weakened. Zhang Hengxing casually swiped open the storage panel of the escort ship, revealing several lines of data. Pure water and high-grade nutrient solution filled the storage with over 200 nuclear energy blocks and high-purity titanium alloy plates exceeding 1,000 units. His gaze continued to move downwards, and his brow furrowed. Void alien materials 0. High-grade biological mucus 0. Alien insect bone scythes and chitinous shells 0. He looked at the 2 in front of the workbench. What happened to the materials from the 3rd-level mother nest spider explosion? Su Tangwan raised an empty test tube. The materials consumed for gene enhancement agents are significant. The venom glands and shells have all been purified and drained. Shen Yexiang interjected, pointing to the nearby ammunition box. The bone scythes and insect shells have all been turned into special armor-piercing shells. The materials warehouse is empty. The 2 employees spared no effort converting all the spoils they had just obtained into combat supplies. The material warehouse of the interstellar battleship was completely emptied. All right. Zhang Hengxing tapped on the titanium alloy table. Without materials, resupplying was the only option. Currently, the entire ruin was filled with re-addido harvest void aliens. He opened the specialization panel. Folded space LV. 2 capacity 10 cubic meters. To sweep for goods in the star, see a single 3rd-level monster corpse could easily overflow this space, severely restricting resupply efficiency. Zhang Hengxing entered the regional trading channel, posting a top-tier bounty. Bounty target seeking to purchase blue-quality awakening crystals, bounty chips, high-purity titanium alloy plate, X 100 units. Instant trade. The information was sent out, and the regional channel was instantly flooded with messages. 100 units of titanium alloy for waste stones. Which big shot is handing out relief supplies? For ordinary players, high-grade titanium alloy was a lifeline against the severe cold of deep space. But in Zhang Hengxing's eyes, this was merely a material that could be produced anytime at the equivalent alchemy platform. 10 seconds later, a newly opened blue support crystal was placed into the trading slot. Transaction successful. The crystal, emitting a deep blue glow, appeared in his hand. He stored it in the folded space. The blue crystal transformed into a stream of energy, drilling into Zhang Hengxing's wrist nerves. High-density spatial laws surged in. Zhang Hengxing's fingers contracted, leaving 5 fingerprints pressed into the edge of the metal control panel. Folded space absorbs high-density source energy. Capacity expands to 80 cubic meters. Still a bit short. Zhang Hengxing cut back into the trading channel, tossing out 30 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to purchase 2 green awakening crystals. The green crystals turned into light points, filling the experience slot. Specialization breakthrough threshold. Folded space upgraded to LV. 3. Capacity skyrockets to 100 cubic meters. Comprehended an extremely rare derivative divine technique. Spatial enchantment can anchor an independent spatial dimension to real physical coordinates, generating a permanent two-way teleportation portal. Zhang Hengxing walked to the titanium alloy wall of the rear storage room, placing his right palm against the metal surface. Enchantment. A ripple of space pushed outward in all directions. The hard metal wall melted away, revealing a virtual light door 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, with edges shimmering with a faint blue glow, standing in the cabin. Move all the ammunition and potions inside. Zhang Hengxing stepped through the light door, with Shun Yexiang and Su Tangwan carrying supply boxes following closely behind. Behind the light door was an independent dimension with no gravity, measuring over 10 meters in length and width. They released their grip, and the supply boxes hovered directly in midair. Suddenly, an extremely sharp alarm blared into everyone's minds. Zhang Hengxing quickly retreated back to the cockpit. On the holographic star map, the scarlet vortex began to rotate at a high frequency. A mechanical voice echoed through the neural networks of 15 million players. Server-wide emergency announcement: interstellar frenzy, final countdown, 24000. The scarlet vortex in the C-121 area is a two-way interstellar teleportation wormhole. In 24 hours, the wormhole will open and players can choose to defend in the C-121 area or launch an attack on the other end of the wormhole. As the announcement concluded, the system's holographic panel forcibly popped up, projecting a preliminary image of the other side of the wormhole inside every player's ship. The surface of a small asteroid was completely stripped, covered with layers of dark red pulsating flesh. Towering biomass nests covered the surface. The image zoomed in rapidly. Countless monsters piled up on this flesh planet. LV. 1 void wanderers squeezed and crushed each other. LV. 2 parasites and bloody-eyed creatures filled the surface gaps. Even the LV. 3 void behemoths that Zhang Hengxing had just crushed were only fit to lie in rows outside the flesh buildings as sentinels. After a brief pause, the regional channel erupted into chaos. I just exchanged all my belongings for a piece of titanium alloy, and I can't even break the defense of a single level 1 wanderer. The hatch is opening. Freezing to death is better than being chewed alive. Zhang Hengxing sat in the main cockpit, his gaze fixed on the screen. Even if it was unknown, surrounded by hundreds of bugs, he was unafraid. The locking blood judgment of Indomitable would allow him to forcefully outlast the opponent. However, facing the swarm of bugs from an entire planet, the damage that erupted in the same microsecond would definitely pierce through the escort ship's limit of 300 points of single instance damage. Once the damage overflowed, it would be entirely game over. I need to change my strategy. Zhang Hengxing tapped on the main control panel. The screen continued to rise, reaching the apex of the heart of the flesh planet. There, a grotesque giant occupying half of a meteor crater slowly opened its 8 compound eyes. A severe snowflake interference flashed across the screens of all players. The system displayed the ultimate panel in bold scarlet font. LV. 4 interstellar insect mother regional overlord attack power, 500 armor value. Health. Core trait regeneration automatically restores 100 health points every second. The scrolling messages in the C-121 channel came to a complete halt. Inside the escort ship, Shun Yexiang's 10 fingers struck shadows on the virtual light brain. The final result appeared in the center of the screen. She bit her lip. Boss, the specially crafted armor-piercing shells I just made may not even trigger the minimum damage deduction. No defense break. Touching it means death. Bang! A loud sound echoed from the main control panel. Zhang Hengxing slapped the metal table, pulling out half a blueprint from the folded space and slapping it onto the holographic star map. Pages of the high-grade plasma main cannon. The blood-red light of the holographic star map shone on Zhang Hengxing's face. His gaze fell upon a half page of the high-level plasma main cannon on the control panel. The synthesis conditions are not met. The lower half of the page is missing. A system prompt popped up in the center of the screen. Zhang Hengxing pushed aside the page and looked at the scarlet vortex on the holographic screen. The number of insect swarms is incalculable. The scale is over 100 million. Even in an unknown or 1 against 1,000 scenario, Zhang Hengxing could rely on the endless vitality bloodlocking mechanism to wear down his opponent. But this number is enough to fill the deep space visible to the eye. As soon as the escort ship dives into the wormhole, thousands of attacks will rain down on the ship's hull in the same second. The damage is calculated simultaneously, inevitably penetrating the escort ship's damage limit of 300 points in an instant. A full health reset wouldn't even trigger in time. The ship would explode into space debris. Zhang Hengxing opened the C-121 area channel. Text refreshed quickly, leaving a blur, and the public screen was filled with desperate remarks. Level 4 Overlord. I can't even break through a level 1 insect's defense. Write your will. When the countdown ends, let's hold hands and open the airlock for a swift death. The starry pavilion is regrouping in the 091 coordinates. Every second counts. The 4 major guilds that had just risen completely gave up resistance. They surrounded a few larger asteroid belts, aligning the escape pod interfaces together just to die with some dignity. Zhang Hengxing propped his legs on the control panel. He tallied the stakes. If all 15 million players in the C-121 area were wiped out in the insect tide, the interstellar storm would leave him alone in this star domain. Who would go to the asteroid belt to mine high-grade titanium alloy? Who would salvage deep space supply crates? Who would sell the watered-down gene potions he had in hand to the ghosts? Without this massive workforce, his dimensional resources would turn to scrap metal. This lush green field of leeks must not be uprooted. Shun Yeshuang, Su Tangwan. The 2 girls immediately dropped their small tasks and ran into the cockpit. Boss, what is your command? Shin Yeshuang was still wiping her hands dry. Buckle your seatbelts, prepare for physical labor. Zhang Hengxing gripped the main control stick with both hands and stomped hard on the thruster. Aren't we going to regroup, big guy? Su Tangwan gripped the edge of the co-pilot's seat. We're going to restock. The escort ship's tail spewed out a surging blue propulsion flame. The massive titanium alloy prow changed direction, heading straight for the asteroid belt on the edge of the scarlet vortex. Numerous low-level void monsters lurked in the ruins and fissures. 30 minutes later, the escort ship's main cannon powered down completely. Zhang Hengxing pushed the thruster to the max as the battleship barreled forward, crashing violently into the densest core of monsters. Dozens of level 1 void scythe monsters were ground to mush by the prow's armor. In the milliseconds, the escort ship's energy shield shattered, a blue light flashed, and the armor reset to its original state. Zhang Hengxing tapped the panel, and the floating monster remains. Toxic glands and shells were all scooped into the airlock chamber by mechanical arms. Move quickly, throw them into the spatial gate. Su Tangwan and Shun Yeshuang lifted the dripping remains with green bodily fluids and ran towards the teleportation light gate. 2 hours later, the battleship was filled to the brim with low-grade materials. Zhang Hengxing hovered the ship and pulled up the radar. Red dots filled the screen. He crushed over 100 monsters, clearing out nothing but level 1 and level 2 cannon fodder. The radar radius was expanded to 500,000 kilometers. Not a single level 3 void giant monster was in sight. They were all hiding. The level 4 interstellar insect mother had pulled all high-level combat powers back into the wormhole, preparing for a lightning strike. Logistics progress. He cut into the intercom channel. Inside the teleportation light gate, independent dimensional steam permeated the air. Su Tangwan's hands trembled from the high-frequency extraction of tissue liquid. The golden light of universal reverse healing was being squeezed to its limit. Shun Yeshuang focused on the scale of the equivalent alchemy platform, taking the semi-finished product and connecting the water pipe to pour in pure water for dilution. Boss, how many bottles should I fill? Shun Yeshuang gasped for air. Keep filling until I say stop. Zhang Hengxing stepped down from the driver's seat and stepped into the light gate. The ground was littered with inferior plastic bottles. Inside, a sickly green liquid sloshed around. Mild effect gene potion. The dilution ratio had reached a staggering 1:50. Drinking it would definitely cause diarrhea, but it would undoubtedly provide a permanent increase of 1 point to physical attributes. A total of 100,000 bottles. Zhang Hengxing grabbed a bottle, and the leak protection plan for the entire server was initiated. C-121 area channel. There are 19 hours left until the final arrival of the interstellar storm. The speed of the rolling information was slowing down, and the vast majority of players were waiting to freeze to death in deep space. A thick red trading prompt suddenly forced its way to the top of everyone's neural interface. Seller information has been displayed with real name verification. Seller Zhang Hengxing. Items listed: mild effect body strengthening agent, remaining quantity 1000. Item attributes: permanently increases physical attributes by 1 point. Side effects: diarrhea, fluctuating consciousness. Price: 1 unit of titanium alloy, 100 milliliters of pure water. The channel fell silent for 3 seconds. The chat box crashed immediately. Am I seeing things? 100,000 units. The hidden big guy selling strengthening agents has revealed their identity. 1 piece of titanium alloy for a miracle drug that permanently boosts physical attributes. This big guy is doing charity. A million pairs of eyes simultaneously locked onto the trading hall. The scrap metal gathering dust in storage slots instantly became a life-saving hard currency. Ding, 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 ding. Inside the escort ship, the system's payment notification sound blended into a high-pitched wail. 100,000 gene potions were sold out in less than 5 seconds. Players huddled in a level 1 escape pod clutched the inferior plastic bottles. They popped the lids and gulped them down. 2 minutes later, the mood in the channel drastically changed. My stomach hurts. There's no toilet in my escape pod. I just crapped in my spacesuit, guys. But I feel like I could smash the insect on the glass with 1 punch. My strength has surged. I just broke the stuck titanium alloy handle. Faced with the threat of death, the side effects of diarrhea were no longer a concern. The real power brought by the surge in physical attributes ignited the hope for survival in millions of players. The name Zhang Hengxing was directly elevated to the pantheon by countless players from Decisive. For your life-saving grace, I will work like a dog for you for the rest of my life. From now on, my life belongs to God Zhang. Anyone who dares to say a word against him, I will crash the escape pod into them. Zhang Hengxing stood in front of the control panel. In the storeroom, tens of thousands of titanium alloy blocks and water piled up like a small mountain, all of which were just traded garbage. The equivalent alchemy platform operated at full speed, synthesizing high-purity titanium alloy plates without loss, which were then reformed into depleted uranium alloy. The armor covering the entire ship took shape, increasing the ship's health to 300. He had gathered both the people's hearts and the materials. A highly encrypted private message popped up. Iron Blood Alliance, Qian Jinbong, Brother Zhang, are you there? He was the leader of one of the 4 major guilds. In his past life, he was a retired soldier leading a player army of hundreds of thousands with formidable combat power. Zhang Hengxing, speak your mind. Iron Blood Alliance, Qian Jinbong, brother, you are straightforward. I know you took a huge loss on these 100,000 potions. At this moment, willing to risk his entire fortune to help his fellow Decisive compatriots, I Qian Jinbong admire you. A screenshot was sent over. It was exactly the half of the high-level plasma main cannon that Zhang Hengxing was missing. Iron Blood Alliance, Qian Jinbong, I originally planned to keep this for building the mothership. Now you are the only one in the entire region who can truly create it. I will sell it to you without charging high-level materials. Just give me 50 units of pure water, enough for my brothers to drink something warm. Zhang Hengxing looked at the price, tapped his fingers on the table twice, and confirmed the transaction. The main cannon half-page was in hand. However, he did not pay the 50 units of pure water. He flipped open the folding space and tossed over a blue-colored syringe. Item: primary body strengthening agent, high purity version. Effect: no side effects, permanently increases overall attributes by 5 points. 30,000 kilometers away. Inside a magnificent level 2 heavy modification pod, Qian Jinbong held that pure, unadulterated high-purity potion, the veins on his backhand bulging. 5 points of attributes. No side effects. The guild channel was still wailing about the side effects of the mild effect potions, while this exquisite miracle drug was tossed directly over by Zhang Hengxing. Qian Jinbong stood up. His bones cracked with a dull sound. He cut into the internal communication channel of the Iron Blood Alliance, lowering his voice to roar, all members listen up. Abandon the formation in the 042 defense zone. All modified pods with weapons immediately gather towards the wormhole. How others fight, I don't care. The Iron Blood Alliance's fleet must protect Zhang Hengxing's flank, even if it costs us our lives. In the cruiser's workshop, blinding golden light illuminated the entire chamber. The life wave of the universal reversal overlapped with the smelting rules of the equivalent alchemy platform. Zhang Hengxing slammed the completed blueprint of the high-level plasma main cannon onto the workbench. A massive amount of high-grade titanium alloy insulated copper wire and highly concentrated void core poured down. The enormous amount of scrap metal exchanged for 100,000 diluted medicine packets was completely transformed into premium materials. Shen Yexiang, get to work. Zhang Hengxing leaned against the hatch. Shen Yexiang stepped forward, pressing her hands against the edge of the control panel. The Golden Legend Specialization Perfect Aim activated its hidden derivative branch, Military Restructuring. The blueprint turned into a ghostly blue data stream, diving into the pile of high-level materials. The massive cannon forging process, which originally would take months at an interstellar heavy industry base, was forcefully compressed to 3 minutes under this unreasonable specialization. The light converged. A giant cannon barrel 10 meters long and entirely dark as night with arcs of ghostly blue electricity swirling at its muzzle floated in the center of the weightless workshop. High-level plasma main cannon base attack power 500 trait 1. Plasma high temperature ignores conventional physical armor forces penetration trait 2. Spatter hitting the target triggers an energy storm. Within a kilometer radius beneath this weapon of mass destruction, a line of blood-red warning was marked. Firing cost: a single charge requires draining 100 of the total energy reserves of a LV. For microcruiser, insufficient energy to fire forcibly will cause the battleship to disintegrate and explode. Su Tangwan read the holographic panel, clearly, her voice trembling. Big boss, this thing is a mutual destruction self-destruct device. Our ship is only LV3, but can't even mount it, let alone power it. Xin Yexiang stepped back half a pace. This was not a conventional weapon at all. In space warfare, losing power meant death. The cost of firing would turn their vessel into scrap metal. Zhang Hengxing stared at the red warning explanation, his palm pressing against the cold cannon armor. His attribute panel cut into view. Gold trait: unyielding heart, current reactor energy reserve, absolutely stable, infinite supply under the absolute pressure of energy. What others viewed as a desperate trump card was merely a basic skill that could be fired without cooldown. Mechanical arm takeover. Zhang Hengxing issued the command. The armor plates at the top of the workshop slid open to both sides. System forcefully embed. Warning: LV3 micro-interstellar cruiser size mismatch. Forced installation will lead to structural imbalances and center of gravity shifts. Execute. Command confirmed. Initiating forced physical embedding. A main cannon larger than the cruiser itself was brutally welded to the battleship's spine. The bottom gravity generator emitted a mournful wail, ultimately stabilizing the center of gravity. The entire cruiser exhibited an extremely uncoordinated physical proportion, both crude and deadly. Energy pipeline directly connected to the reactor core. Zhang Hengxing returned to the captain's seat, typing on the virtual keyboard. Click. The energy circuit of the plasma main cannon locked physically with the ship's infinite power furnace. The blue light at the cannon's mouth shifted from dark to bright. Cannon barrel calibration complete. Fire control system transferred to the co-pilot. Take your seat in the co-pilot. Xin Yexiang sat in the co-pilot's seat, gripping the fire control joystick tightly. Zhang Hengxing pulled up the star chart, his gaze locked onto the countdown center of the crimson vortex. Let's go greet the motherworm. The last 3 hours. The C-121 interstellar wreckage was utterly transformed. The deployment of 100,000 gene potions allowed a scattered mass on the brink of death to piece together a massive formation. Millions of dilapidated escape pods and modified pods formed a metallic cloud firmly blocking the front of the wormhole. The public screen channel was filled with frantic pre-battle orders. Push up the Iron Blood Alliance's defense. Don't let any monster slip through. Those who retreat are cowards. The cruiser stopped 5,000 kilometers behind the Iron Blood Alliance's defense line in a hidden asteroid belt. The temperature inside the cabin remained a constant 26 degrees. Zhang Hengxing changed into a loose gray plaid loungewear, sinking into the captain's chair with his legs propped on the edge of the control console. Is the watermelon sliced? Coming, boss. She pushed a tray onto the main control console. Outside, the public screen was crazily scrolling "Never Retreat" and "Fight to the Death," contrasting sharply with the cold watermelon flesh, creating an extremely absurd scene. 3 minutes ago, Su Tangwan had opened a box containing a plant seed, and Zhang Hengxing had forcefully pressured her to use that rare specialization universal reversal that could revive to water it. The skill's glow activated, and within 3 seconds this premium watermelon that could be exchanged for half a spaceship at the trading hall ripened instantly. Su Tangwan stood behind the captain's chair, exerting herself to massage Zhang Hengxing's shoulders. She leaned forward to look at the screen while massaging and whispered, using a golden legend level healing skill, "As fertilizer, you're really not wasting anything. If those guys outside gnawing on compressed biscuits see this operation, a single spit from each could drown our broken ship." Press left, my shoulders sore. Zhang Hengxing took a bite of the watermelon. The sandy flesh was sweet and juicy. Plop. 2 black seeds fell into the wastebasket at his feet. Su Tangwan stood behind the captain's chair, vigorously kneading Zhang Hengxing's shoulders, leaning forward to watch the screen. "Big boss, they are about to come out." She pointed at the red numbers pulsating on the star chart. "Oh, don't stop your hands, keep going." He tapped on the virtual keyboard with one hand, unlocking the physical safety lock of the plasma cannon. "This watermelon is of good quality. After we finish off the worms, let's look for seeds and try using durians to speed ripen next time." Su Tangwan's hand slipped, almost pressing the emergency eject button on the main control console. Zhang Hengxing used a fork to pick up a piece of watermelon and put it in his mouth. The cool, sweet juice burst in his mouth. 0.005.001 final stage of the interstellar frenzy initiated. As the system notification fell, the crimson vortex, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, ceased its rotation. The violent sound of worms surged directly into every player's nerves via the sonar detector. The center of the vortex exploded with a burst of blood light. A massive swarm of LV-1 void swimmers and LV-2 void parasites surged out from the wormhole. Behind the foot soldiers, hundreds of gigantic shadows exceeding 500 meters slowly emerged. LV-3 void armored worm, LV-3 void hunter, class 3 elite monsters all lined up. They emitted low-frequency roars commanding the countless foot soldiers ahead to violently charge towards the player formation. Fire! Qianzhenbong at the front line roared into the communicator. Millions of low-level live-fire cannons and laser guns unleashed their firepower simultaneously. Countless tiny sparks exploded in space. Zhang Hengxing swallowed the last piece of watermelon, pushed aside the tray, and sat up straight. Buckle the seatbelt. The two women quickly returned to their seats and secured their harnesses. Zhang Hengxing gripped the main control stick, pressing his thumb heavily on the overload key of the thruster. Shen Yeshang lock onto level 3 void monsters. We only target the elites. Cannon barrel preheating. The countdown jumped directly to 4 zeros. The black background of the holographic star map was completely engulfed by the frantically refreshing red pixel blocks. The scarlet vortex suddenly contracted inward, followed by an explosive outward burst. Countless red dots broke free from the constraints of space, filling the vacuum of the C-121 star domain without leaving any gaps. The interstellar tempest descended. The first to collapse were the outer scattered troops. This group of players who huddled together to conserve energy used their spaceships to dock, forcing 3 to 5 LV-1 escape pods into a composite spaceship. The volume increased, and so did the target size. Several almost extinguished reactor shields could not even stabilize the original 50 points. It was just a single contact. Over 10,000 LV-1 void swimmers directly stuck to the outer shells of these bulky spaceships. The sound of acid corroding glass transmitted through the public channel. What followed was the simultaneous pitch-shifted screams of millions. "Don't bite me. Ah, the airlock is broken. Help." Explosions from pressure imbalances lit up in succession. Within the first 10 seconds of contact, the outermost scattered defense line evaporated. The defense line retreated, and the 4 major guilds pushed forward. The Starry Pavilion fleet spread out, drawing a curved laser net to slice through the side of the battlefield. At the forefront, the Iron Blood Alliance fleet, led by Qianzhenbong, completely abandoned mobility. A uniform array of heavily modified pods formed a square formation with all spaceship thrusters at full capacity. This group of retired veterans formed a steel wall several hundred kilometers wide, using the most primitive physical collision, forcefully suppressing the monster's acceleration. Artillery fire rained down. Meanwhile, in the safest core area of the Iron Blood Alliance's rear, over a dozen elite warships formed an ironclad formation, tightly guarding the extremely deformed LV-3 micro-escort ship at the center. The public channel was filled with the sounds of armor plates shattering and roars. Inside the escort ship's cockpit, the temperature control system stabilized at 26 degrees. Zhang Hengxing sank into his office chair, wearing a gray plaid pajama set. He held the last chilled watermelon slice and took a bite. The flesh was sweet. The exclusive defense line of the Iron Blood Alliance alarmed madly. Deep within the Scarlet Vortex, hundreds of massive shadows over 500 meters in size crashed through the front lines of miscellaneous troops. LV-3 supergiant armored bugs. LV-3 void assassins. These high-tier monsters charged towards the shield wall under a rain of live ammunition and basic lasers. Conventional weapons striking against the thick chitinous armor only sparked a few sparks, leaving not even a scratch. The numerical barrier rendered conventional firepower completely ineffective. The Iron Blood Alliance's shield wall was struck with dozens of massive dents. Zhang Hengxing tossed the watermelon rind into the trash bin and pulled out a wet wipe to clean his hands. Yi Shuang. He looked at the thickest red dots on the holographic star map lock onto the LV-3 monsters. Fireworks. Shen Yeshuang sat in the co-pilot seat, gripping the fire control joystick tightly. Perfect hit rule triggered. His thumb pressed down on the physical fire button. On top of the escort ship, the LV-4 plasma cannon, forcibly integrated through violence, roared with a thunderous sound. The cerulean high-energy particle stream ignored the physical distance and instantly hit the leading LV-3 giant armored bug. The heavy armor, capable of withstanding tens of thousands of rounds of live ammunition, vaporized instantly under the extreme heat of plasma. The monster's massive body vanished into thin air. Immediately afterward, the splash characteristic erupted. A circle of terrifying high-energy storms exploded violently at the point of impact. All void monsters within a kilometer radius, whether they were level 1 swimmers or level 2 crimson eyes, were reduced to cosmic dust by this high-energy shockwave. An absolutely clean vacuum zone was forcefully cleared amidst the dense swarm of insects. The regional channel paused for 2 seconds, then the chat box was completely flooded. What the hell? Was that the battleship's main cannon? I've seen the blueprints. This thing, when fired, drains all the energy from LV. For cruiser, the ship would literally explode. Zhang God is using self-destruct weapons to trade our lives. He doesn't even care about his own life to help us defend. Zhang Hengxing looked at the messages on the public screen and chuckled briefly. He propped his legs up on the control panel, repeatedly pressing the fire button with his index finger. Boom, boom, boom. The indestructible heart operated silently at the bottom layer. The energy bar remained at indefinitely, without even a fluctuation in digits. Shin Yeswang focused solely on locking targets. The azure beam of light became the most brutal cleaner on the battlefield, sweeping towards whichever defense line was under pressure. Over a dozen level 3 elite monsters couldn't even make a counterattack and evaporated consecutively in the vacuum. But half an hour later, Zhang Hengxing finally lowered his legs from the control panel. Something was off. Although the main cannon's cleaning efficiency was extremely high, the red dots on the radar did not decrease, but rather increased. The system's calculation power captured data from the other side of the wormhole. The flesh-covered planet was in an extremely active phase. The interstellar mother worm was madly spawning at a rate of over 10,000 per second. Zhang Hengxing's main cannon could kill 1,000 monsters per second, while the mother worm could spit out 100,000 in the same time. The front line finally couldn't hold on any longer. The Iron Blood Alliance's ammunition reserves were running low. The armor of the first few rows of heavy modification pods completely shattered. The defense line was torn open with a gap of over 100 kilometers, allowing countless swimmers to drill through the opening into the rear. Over 10,000 scattered players didn't even have time for self-destruction before they were bitten through their cockpits and devoured. A highly privileged encrypted communication cut into all fleet channels. The top science professor, recruited at great expense by the Iron Blood Alliance, spoke in a hoarse voice. "We can't win. Our firepower can never keep up with the reproductive base. The only way is to gather all modified pods at the wormhole node and simultaneously detonate the nuclear fusion reactors. Use the explosion equivalent to millions of tons to create a local gravitational collapse, forcibly severing the transport channel." The channel fell silent for 2 seconds, then Qian Zhenbang's rough laughter echoed. He smashed the already powerless fire control panel with his fist. "I've fought hard battles my entire life. I've never been a coward. Iron Blood Alliance, all units listen up. Overload the main engines. Create a path for our fellow citizens of Daxia behind us." The tail flames of tens of thousands of Iron Blood Alliance warships instantly shifted from blue to red. Everyone cut off their life support systems, pouring all remaining energy into the reactors, preparing to charge into the vortex in a death charge. The regional channel was filled with cries that shook the heavens. "Everyone stop." A cold and irritable male voice forcefully hacked into the entire area broadcast frequency, drowning out all the tragic last words. Zhang Hengxing grabbed the microphone and cursed without restraint. "You top workers, if you all die, who will go into the asteroid belt to mine for me later? If you want to self-destruct to die, did you ask me, your biggest creditor?" All players in the server were stunned. No one expected Zhang God to demand repayment at this time. "Brother Zhang." Qian Zhenbang clutched the communicator. "If we don't explode, the entire area will die." Just as the words fell, the bomb-proof door of the escort ship's workspace was kicked open. Su Tangwan rushed into the cockpit with disheveled hair. Her eyes were red and she clutched a test tube in her hand, inside which a dark purple unknown liquid pulsed. "We don't need self-destruction. I can deduce a genetic weapon." She leaped onto the control panel, speaking at lightning speed. "By reversing the life recombination characteristics of universal reverse healing, I can create a genetic collapse virus targeting these carbon-based insects. With just one drop, I can use the connection network of the mother nest to dissolve the entire planet's monsters at the genetic level." Qian Zhenbang's voice tightened on the other end of the communicator. "How long will it take? What materials do you need? The Iron Blood Alliance will risk our lives to get them for you." Su Tangwan bit her lip, turning to stare at Zhang Hengxing. "I don't need dead materials. I need absolutely living samples to reverse engineer the virus sequence. Big boss, I must capture a LV-3 high-level monster that hasn't severed its neural connection to the mother body." The monsters outside, those giant armored bugs and hunters, when taken at random, were all larger than 500 meters. They were even a circle bigger than this miniature escort ship. A single attack's damage could instantly reduce the ship's lifespan by a third. "I only need the brain of a LV-3 monster." Shun Yeswang tightened her grip on the joystick. Zhang Hengxing looked at the enormous creatures outside the holographic screen, their claws and teeth bared. His finger hovered over the thruster lever. "Yeswang, disconnect the cannon charging." He turned his head. Change ammunition. Reload. Zhang Hengxing rotated his wrist. A pale blue halo unfurled from the folded spatial pocket. A gargantuan bone-white barbed harpoon plunged into the ammunition slot, its heavy metallic barb dragging viscous venom behind it. This was an experimental munition Sun Yesang had concocted from a level 3 mother nest spider venom gland and chitinous waste. Hold on tight. Zhang Hengxing slammed down the radar overload protection hatch on the main console. The microinterstellar escort's sonar scan thresholds were cranked to their maximum. The holographic star map erupted into a searing red, thousands upon thousands of high-frequency blips crowding the screen. His gaze moved past the fire screens of the front lines, those hulking armored Leviathan insects, and fixed itself on the great mass at the rear of the swarm. 1,000 level 2 elite creatures pressed against one another, forming an impenetrable living wall. Suspended at the center of that formation floated a soft-bodied behemoth over 500 meters long. It bore no shell. Great neural protrusions turned outward across its surface, pulsing with rhythmic undulations. It was a level 3 void overmind, the overmind that served as the secondary psychic nexus commanding this sector of the hive. There are high-tier beasts all around that thing. Su Tangwan leaned halfway out from the rear seat, her knuckles whitening where she gripped the edge of the chair. Zhang Hengxing held down the warning chirp of the safety belt and drove the thruster lever to the floor with his right foot. With his fingers, he peeled back the red command button in the auxiliary control bay. Jump module engage. The spatial gravity generator screamed as metal warped under strain. The little escort, bristling with grotesque weaponry, vanished from sight directly behind the Tieshua Alliance front line. 5,000 kilometers of space were forcibly folded away. A second later, the vast metal hull slammed into the heart of the swarm. The engines fired in reverse. The prow hung dead still over the overmind, dragging a torrent of furious exhaust. On the public channels, shared holofeed players like Qian Jinbang, fingers poised over their self-destruct keys, went utterly motionless. The chat scroll stilled for a heartbeat before the barrage of messages came down like a waterfall. Where are they? They jumped into the mob. That's the high-tier elite zone. They were just using that cannon to save our skins, and now they're teleporting off. Deep within the swarm, the void overmind locked onto the foreign object overhead. The enormous soft mass caved inward and convulsed violently. A dark purple materialized psychic ripple detonated outward in radial waves, slamming into the escort's hull. Crack! The ship's internal mental resistance module spat, blinding electric sparks as system red light stuttered. Seated in the co-pilot's chair, Sun Yesang took the brunt of the shock wave. Blood beadlets welled from her nostrils and ears. Her consciousness panel plunged like a stone to 60 points. She bore the pain as if her nerves were being shredded, hands clenching the fire control stick in a reverse grip. Fire! Zhang Hengxing's face was lit red by the targeting display. Sun Yesang bit through her own tongue. The fierce metallic tang and the searing sting yanked her fraying mind back from the brink. The unerring rule activated. Her thumb slammed the physical launch key. The hatch beneath the escort blew open, and the bone-white barbed harpoon, tethered by height-tensile titanium alloy cables, shot out at blistering speed. SSSHK. The sharpened barb punched through without resistance into the overmind's core neural ganglion. Mechanical locks engaged, the barb snapped outward and jammed hooked fast in the rotting flesh. The 500-meter behemoth was forcibly bound to the escort's aft. The overmind's damaged neural tissues writhed and twisted, unleashing ear-splitting ultrasonic waves. Thousands of elite swarmers around the escort erupted into a frenzy. The armored behemoth pack cracked open their mandibles, sanguine corrosive beams stitched a dense web of death through the sky. Caustic green acids mixed with crystalline bone sides smashed toward the vessel. The energy shield bled out and collapsed to zero within a single second. The outer armor took countless pocks and rips from barrage after barrage of physical and energy strikes. Warning: hull integrity below 10%, critical threshold. The hull convulsed. Su Tangwan was flung by inertia and slammed against the aft bulkhead. At the instant the ship's skin began to tear away, an epic rule of a golden affix intervened in reality. A blinding blue flare detonated outward from the reactor core. A ship on the verge of collapse, within less than a millisecond, was restored. Full health, full shields, reset complete. The microescort endured the equivalent of 1,000 annihilating strikes, its pocked armor smooth and shone as if newly forged, even the paint scratches erased as if they had never existed. Zhang Hengxing sat steady at the helm, muscles straining as he yanked the thruster wheel hard in the opposite direction. The reactor dash glowed red, the overload at full power. Harnessing the tensile pull of the titanium cables, the escort drove backward and deployed a specially forged high-purity titanium ram from its belly. Pure kinetic force amplified by advanced material hardness slammed into the overmind's abdomen. The dull rip of metal tearing through flesh echoed through the hull. The 500-meter Leviathan was split open along a 100-meter gash at its base. Translucent neural ichor poured down like a waterfall, sizzling across the escorts, plating in clouds of white smoke. The nutritive root base anchored below the surface was wrenched free. The Overmind's connection to its subterranean nutrient network was severed. Is it dead? Su Tangwan rubbed her shoulder and hauled herself up from the deck, pressing her face to the viewport to look down. Still clinging to a breath, Zhang Hengxing tapped the course compensation key to steady the ship. The soft mass tethered to the escorts aft was rapidly shriveling. Dark purple ichor mingled with necrotic tissue and rained upon the escort's dorsal plating like pellets. The 500-meter bulk disintegrated and sloughed away within seconds. Outlying chunks of mutated flesh fell and pounded the insect swarms below. The Overmind finally withered into a 10-meter core, its surface furrowed with deep violet ravines. Thick neural tendrils at its base lost their pale bioelectric glow and hung down like dead things. Strips of flesh whipped by the slipstream and struck the escort's energy shield, sparking faint static. It could no longer muster a psychic counterstrike, only spasms of instinctual convulsion as the barbed hook kept it locked to the stern. On the ground, the once frenzied elite swarms showed clear lethargy. Without the central nexus to coordinate them, some armored behemoths bolted at full speed into their own companions. The solid defensive formation dissolved into chaos. An uncanny silence settled over the public channel. 10 seconds later, Qian Jinbong sent a long string of ellipses. You guys call that a microescort? They've got a level 3 Overmind hung on the tail and nobody's doing anything, someone gasped over voice comms. Shen Yesheng dabbed at the blood on her chin with a tissue. On the screen, the orderly high-frequency blips were scattering into frantic chaos. She glanced toward the helm. Where to? Out for a stroll with a cargo, Zhang Hengxing said, pushing engine thrust to the limit once more. Might as well clear this sector while we're at it. Bereft of a command core, the swarm became a moving shooting gallery. Attack and defense inverted. Open a spatial gate, contain it. 2 hydraulic arms sprang from each flank of the escort. Steel claws clamped around the rim of the Overmind's neural ganglion and wrenched it into the aft airlock, shoving it straight into a folded pocket of an independent dimension. The festering mass writhed violently within the containment pocket. Its abdominal cavity began to swell anew. Su Tangwan withdrew a high-concentration biostunner and ran forward, plunging a half-meter needle into the thickest neural tendril. A large dose of blue serum was injected to the hilt. The creature went rigid for 2 seconds, then slumped into a quivering heap of pulp. Hold on. Zhang Hengxing yanked the stick back with one hand to correct their heading. The engines roared again, trailing braided ribbons of blue and red flame as the ship, smeared with sickly ichor and shredded limbs on its shields, raged out of the maelstrom. 30 seconds later, the microescort had completely broken free of the swarm and slammed back toward the Tieshue Alliance rear lines, reeking of insect blood and viscera. Zhang Hengxing loosened the button at his collar, pushed open the cockpit door, and stepped out. He tilted his head toward the aft work bay and pointed at the folded spatial gate, glowing faintly blue. Cargo delivered. Su Tangwan, get to work. In the independent dimension behind the light gate, there was no gravity. Su Tangwan gazed at the massive chunk of flesh floating in midair. The surface of the main brain pulsated continuously with a dark purple, foul-smelling liquid coursing through its veins. She swallowed her dry saliva and plunged her hands directly into the slick spiritual cortex of the main brain. The Golden Legend specialization, Universal Reverse Healing, activated. Golden light erupted from her fingertips. The brilliance surged along the maternal nerve lines within the living main brain, forcefully penetrating the distant genetic map. A violent reverse decryption and restructuring commenced. A holographic light curtain unfolded above, with the genetic sequences fluctuating wildly. The cost of deciphering the level 3 gene of the mother worm was tremendously horrific. Su Tangwan's mental value panel plummeted at a rate of 10 points per second. 80, 50, 30. In just a few seconds, the golden light flickered erratically. As her mental value fell below the critical point of 20, illusions descended. The space ruins and the walls of the spaceship vanished entirely. The sounds of cannon fire outside faded away, leaving only the crossroad from 10 years ago drenched in heavy rain. Her parents' car was crushed into scrap metal. Surrounding her were the shrill sounds of honking and indifferent crowds. She stood alone in the rain, shouting until her throat was raw, but no one paid her any mind. Su Tangwan trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. The progress bar for genetic extraction froze at 90. Her hands recoiled, and the golden light was on the verge of extinguishing. A hand reached in from the side, gripping her chin with tremendous force. The pressure was intense, causing her jaw to ache. Zhang Hengxing had entered the light gate unbeknownst to her. He uttered no words, instead pulling out a high-grade nutrient solution and brutally pouring it into the corner of her mouth. The nutrient solution choked its way into her trachea. Su Tangwan coughed violently. Zhang Hengxing stared into her tear-filled eyes. I brought you to the spaceship not for you to cry at this moment. If you dare to let go, I will throw you into the swarm outside, all by yourself. Su Tangwan's pupils constricted sharply. Focus on extracting the virus properly. I will be right beside you, I won't abandon you. Su Tangwan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and reopened them. On the system panel, a lag appeared in the mental warning that had hit rock bottom. 18-19-22. The danger value reversed and began to rise. The genetic extraction progress bar, which had been stagnant at 90, was propelled forward. 91, 94, 97. Her hands embedded in the main brain's flesh regained strength. The golden light fully immersed into the neural cortex through her palms. The reverse decryption operated at full speed. Universal reverse healing was forcefully pulled to a 120 overclocked state. Her hands plunged deep into the core blood vessels of the main brain. The golden light surged. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the Level 4 interstellar mother worm hidden at the other end of the wormhole sensed the tearing sensation at the base of the genetic chain. On the holographic star map, the crimson vortex's previously stable rotation rhythm completely collapsed. The vortex's volume forcefully doubled within seconds. All the Level 3 high-tier behemoths, previously hiding at the back, charged forward. A suicidal full assault erupted. The bloody defense line supported by the Iron Blood Alliance was instantly torn to shreds. The Level 2 heavy modification pod, where Qianzhenbang was located, was simultaneously pressed against the hull by 3 giant armored worms. The reactor lit up with a red glow. Brothers, see you in the next life. Qianzhenbang shouted on the public frequency. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of extremely substandard live ammunition trajectories, mixed with the cheapest microlight rays, shot into the battlefield from the panoramic blind spot. The firepower net forcefully intercepted the swarming bites. The giant armored worms were forced to pause. Countless Level 1 iron skin lifeboats, trailing shabby blue flames, charged into the 042 defense zone. The fleet of the Starry Pavilion had arrived. The remnants of the Radiant Palace had arrived. Hundreds of thousands of low-tier soldiers who had consumed the mild gene potion had all come. In the entire channel, tens of thousands of messages flooded the screen every second. Zhang Shun hasn't retreated. Today the people of the Great Xia will fight to the death. Protect the flanks of the big shot. Over 1 million iron coffins without any orders were linked end to end using primitive physical locks. With scrap metal and flesh, they forged a death mill with a radius of hundreds of kilometers around the miniature escort ship. Every second, thousands of players were bitten to pieces by the swarming insects or froze after exhausting their energy. Not a single ship retreated. They forcibly blocked all monsters attempting to approach the escort ship at the periphery. Within the light gate, a shrill scream erupted. The pus-like substance that was once the main brain emitted a nauseating stench. With the loss of neural tethering, the biological membrane underfoot directly disintegrated. Su Tangwan was covered in blood, her legs weakly dangling in midair, losing her foothold and plummeting downwards. A rough hand grabbed the back of her collar, forcefully pulling her back up. She gasped for air, her lungs emitting a sound like a torn windbag, cold sweat sticking her loose hair to her cheeks. The mental exhaustion made her vision blur with golden stars, yet her raised right hand remained surprisingly steady. She lifted the sealed test tube in her hand. Within the test tube floated a drop of extremely viscous liquid shimmering with a black-purple deadly glow. This substance was quietly corroding even the high-strength glass inner walls, swallowing all surrounding light. A longer gaze would bring a piercing pain to the retina, inducing involuntary retching. A long row of crimson warning boxes popped up on the system panel. Specialized Mother Nest Gene Collapse Virus Big Shot. Su Tangwan, feeling utterly drained, shoved the test tube into his hand, her entire body slumping back. Working beyond one's capacity is harmful. Oh, I need extra pay. Zhang Hengxing steadied the test tube and single-handedly laid her down in the cryopod. The holographic star map was awash with chaotic red. A metallic wall formed by thousands of escape pods at the periphery was being gnawed apart by the giant armored worms in chunks. The defense line constructed by the low-tier soldiers with their lives was being crazily compressed, with casualty numbers soaring into the thousands every second. There was no time for sentiment. Shen Yexiang. Zhang Hengxing shouted as he turned. Shen Yexiang, stationed at the control panel, leapt over the seat and snatched the virus tube. Military-industrial restructuring activated. The blue data blueprint transformed into a stream of light. That drop of virus was forcibly intervened and precisely cast into a specialized core ammunition chamber measuring 1 meter in length. Click. The ammunition chamber was fully loaded. The Level 4 plasma giant cannon atop the escort ship boomed. The main cannon's energy circuit was tightly connected to the infinite reactor below. Within the cannon's mouth, dark electric arcs danced. Zhang Hengxing returned to the main cockpit. He glanced at the red insect tide blocked by millions of players with their lives. He raised his hand, his thumb hovering over the red clearing launch button. His fingertip was about to exert force. Sizzle. The system alarm blared red light overshadowing the starlight outside the porthole. High energy alert. Extremely dangerous units are crossing dimensions. The space barrier in front of the crimson vortex was torn apart by immense physical force. A giant appendage over 100 kilometers long and covered in crimson compound eyes and sticky barbs directly penetrated the transition channel's restrictions. A massive shadow obscured the sky. The true form of the Level 4 interstellar motherworm had descended. The entire battlefield's physical rules instantly fell out of balance, with countless lifeboats being pulled off course by gravity. That giant appendage filled with compound eyes slammed straight down toward the escort ship. Zhang Hengxing looked up, pressing his finger heavily on the launch button, and grinned. There really is a big fish. A massive limb descended from hundreds of kilometers above. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided physical crushing. The system panel was instantly filled with crimson pop-up notifications. Extreme lethal warning. Super-level physical impact detected. Estimated single-hit damage overflow 500 points. Far exceeding the current ship's immunity threshold, determined absolute instant kill. On the holographic star map, a giant red frame, representing the mother insect's limb, had firmly trapped the miniature frigate at the center. Just brushing against the edge would forcefully breach the 300-point life lock rule of endless vitality. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Yeshuang tightly gripped the launch button for the plasma main cannon. Zhang Hengxing had not fired the main cannon. He abruptly raised his right hand and pressed down heavily on a dark blue button at the edge of the control panel. Warp module activate. The moment the command was issued, the gravity generator at the bottom of the frigate emitted a long series of piercing electronic sounds. The entire ship vanished from the locked area. Bang! The next second, the massive limb struck the original coordinates. The surrounding cosmic space was compressed to the extreme by pure mass. Visible black cracks grew wildly in all directions. Thousands of life pods nestled at the periphery had no time to scream, instantly crushed into extremely uniform cosmic dust. 500 meters away, in the shadow of the wreckage of the battleship, ripples spread through the space as the miniature frigate awkwardly emerged. The two women inside had no time to catch their breath when the radar began to blare again. A mist struck the interstellar mother insect's countless crimson compound eyes at the base of its limbs spun in unison. Without any suspense, all gazes were firmly fixed on this nearly imperceptible tin can. A massive gravitational field enveloped the entire defense zone. The chat box in the regional channel came to a complete halt. No words. There were no cries for help. What lay across the void of space was a living continent measured in hundreds of kilometers. Humanity's meager live ammunition and basic lasers didn't even qualify to leave a white mark on it. Zhang Hengxing ignored the flashing red alarm. He yanked the microphone. Are you all just waiting to die? If you can't fight back, then run. If it wants this broken ruin, then let's generously give it to it. It'll take you all to raid its home. Everyone turn the ship around. Target wormhole. The wildly frantic command erupted through the highest authority within the cockpits of tens of millions of Daxiao players. The public channel lagged for 3 full seconds. Immediately after, Qian Zhenbang's highly recognizable rugged voice flipped the frequency. Ha. I told you Zhang is a complete madman. Refreshing. All members of the Iron Blood Alliance, listen up. Abandon defense. Full speed ahead. Charge toward the vortex. Hundreds of heavily modified ships, battered and torn, suddenly adjusted their thrusters. With their afterburners fully ignited, this fleet of retired soldiers no longer held their position, speeding straight toward the wormhole entrance. In that moment, 1 million Daxiao players awoke from their dreams. A sky full of tin coffins trailed colorful substandard afterburners passing the massive body of the mother insect. 1 million ships transformed into reckless moths, charging headlong into that crimson vortex. The mother insect sensed the movements of these ants. It emitted a high-frequency shriek that shattered stars and asteroids. Its massive body writhed violently, turning around to defend, attempting to block that critically important transition channel. Want to escape? Zhang Hengxing gripped the thruster steering wheel with both hands, pushing the throttle to maximum load. It's not that easy. The frigate transformed into a streak of dark blue light, actively leaving the cover of the wreckage. Instead of retreating, it advanced directly toward the massive compound eyes of the mother insect in an extremely arrogant posture. Charge the main cannon switch to burst fire mode. Zhang Hengxing shouted. Shen Yeshuang immediately reacted, her fingers wildly tapping in the secondary control area. High-energy particle streams erupted from the back of the battleship, targeting the high-level insectoids acting as guards around the mother insect. one shot per insect blasting forth a series of ghastly green blood mists. The frigate exhibited extremely unorthodox maneuvers, darting left and right amidst the dense rain of fire. This ship became like a buzzing mosquito, spitting defiance at the monster's face, forcibly drawing aggro. In the back row, Su Tangwan's face was pale, her hands gripping the edge of the console tightly. She fought to suppress the nausea caused by severely depleted mental stamina, intently staring at the complex energy circuits on the radar screen. Found it. Her words rushed out so quickly that they were almost inaudible to Head. There's a hidden crack just below that cluster of compound eyes. That's the core neural connection point. We must inject the virus there to make it effective throughout the entire mother insect's network. The mother insect was thoroughly enraged by this flea-like battleship. The hidden crack suddenly opened wide. Its abyss-like mouth crazily absorbed the surrounding light. A deadly void annihilation ray was rapidly forming within the chamber. On the system panel, the countdown for deathlock rapidly approached 0. Zhang Hengxing not only did not evade, but even placed his foot on the control panel, turning his head to speak to the co-pilot. Yes, Wang. Feed it the medicine. Xin Yes Wang was drenched in cold sweat, her chest rising and falling violently. Under the extreme pressure of survival, her specialization in never miss was pushed to its peak. She simply closed her eyes, abandoning the chaotic ballistic assistance lines on the screen. Her instincts took over her body. Her palms slammed down heavily on the physical launch button. Boom! The plasma cannon erupted with the most thunderous roar since the war began. The core ammunition chamber loaded with the specialized mother nest gene collapse virus transformed into a streak of pure black lightning. In space, the warhead carved out a refractive curved trajectory that defied the laws of physics. It accurately evaded the outer interception net. It drilled into the center of the energy storm gathering in the mother insect's mouth. Following the suction of the backflow, it was firmly nailed deep into the crack. The next second, the test tube shattered. The black-purple death light transformed into a dense network of toxins rapidly spreading over the massive surface of the mother insect. The piercingly shrill screams drowned out the roar of engines. That annihilation ray capable of evaporating asteroids detonated within the mother insect's mouth. The hundreds of kilometers-long body began to dissolve in a terrifying manner. Its indestructible shell turned into pools of foul mud. The virus erupted through the neural network. Billions of insectoids in the entire C-121 star zone fell into convulsions and paralysis simultaneously. The forward interception net completely collapsed. Taking advantage of the mother insect's indiscriminate stiffening, Zhang Hengxing slammed the steering wheel. The frigate skimmed closely past the mother insect's scalp. Two mechanical arms stretched out without pause. The golden resource orbs dropped by the few elite monsters, smashed by the main cannon, were all scooped up into the cabin. Light orbs were tossed into the foldable space. Zhang Hengxing whistled loudly, pushing the thruster to the red line. Everyone go. Into the hole. The needle of the engine's tachometer was firmly stuck in the red danger zone. The miniature escort ship charged ahead. The last few tens of thousands of scattered ships responsible for the rear guard closely followed, plunging into the entrance of the crimson vortex. The escort ship had just half of its body immersed in the wormhole. A loud bang reverberated from behind, causing the explosion-proof glass to tremble violently. A level 4 interstellar mother worm lunged at them with its half-dissolved, mangled body. A massive half-tentacle was firmly stuck at the node on the edge of the wormhole. It aimed to tear apart this spatial channel with its colossal mass. The gravitational field within the channel instantly became chaotic. Dozens of ironclad escape pods at the back lost control and flew out uncontrollably, heading straight for the giant maw of the mother worm, which was rotting away. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the violently swirling red dot on the rear radar. Yishuang, target that pulsating coordinate point on the right side of the channel. He pushed down hard on the control stick with one hand and stomped on the attitude stabilizer with his foot. Xin Yes Wang didn't ask a single question, her thumb heavily pressing the fire button. The ship's energy core let out a piercing alarm. The last beam of ghostly blue light burst forth, precisely striking the weakest spatial barrier on the side of the wormhole. The spatial barrier exploded with large cracks. The blade edges formed instantaneously due to the high-dimensional collapse. The mother worm collided head-on with the swirling spatial turbulence. The crimson vortex rapidly shrank. The high-dimensional closure ignored all shell defenses, slicing through the mother worm's tentacles. Half of the tentacle was severed at the root. The exploding green fluid was instantly evaporated by the turbulence. The forcibly closed spatial door crushed this high-tier mother worm's tentacle into two pieces. This level 4 monster, which had nearly wiped out all players in the game, was completely sealed on the other side of the leap. The gravitational reversal took place. The escape pods, almost being sucked away, crashed chaotically into the safe navigation zone. The public channel was filled with the sounds of survivors gagging. Zhang Hengxing removed his tactical gloves and switched to automatic cruise mode. Even the interstellar anti-theft doors dared to squeeze through casually. The spatial turbulence swept through the channel. The escort ship's internal lighting went completely dark. Su Tangwan painfully covered her head and rolled off her work chair. Shun Yeshuang gripped the safety belt tightly, her nails digging into her palm, enduring the adverse effects of her plummeting mental state. Zhang Hengxing, relying on his 8 points of physique, braced against the violent tearing force. Veins bulged on his forehead. His hands were welded to the control stick like iron, constantly fine-tuning the direction to forcibly maintain the ship's balance. A blinding white light slammed against the panoramic viewport. The feeling of weightlessness disappeared. The escort ship broke through the barrier, crashing heavily into an entirely unfamiliar star region. Zhang Hengxing released the control stick. Shaking his sore wrist, he looked up. At the end of his vision was an incredibly massive planet. The radar scan results came back. There were not as many red dot defenses as expected. The monsters left on this planet were collapsing in large numbers. The power of the specialized mother nest gene breakdown virus completed its coverage of the entire species along the mother worm's neural network, fully manifesting. The dark purple flesh covering the surface liquefied and dissolved extensively. The extremely rich native mineral veins deep underground were directly exposed. The sky was filled with the remains of monsters. Discarded basic resources lay scattered. The void cores shimmered with various colors of light. Even the high-tier ores were directly exposed in the vacuum environment. They floated around like interstellar dust. This starry sky, which should have been a hell of flesh and blood, transformed into an endless mountain of gold with its gates wide open. Over 1 million Daxiao players fell silent in unison. The regional channel fell into a deathly silence. Then a frenzied celebration erupted, shattering the frequency spectrum. Whoa, we survived. The outside is full of resources. The top-tier titanium alloy is right on my windshield. Zhang God, you are my only biological father. Bow down to Zhang God. From now on, this life belongs to the boss. Zhang Hengxing took the high-tier nutrient solution that Su Tangwan handed over. He bit open the cap and took a swig before pressing the all-region broadcast. Stop bowing, we don't take knees here. It's all your overtime benefits. Everyone listen up. Deploy the mechanical arms and dive into the sea to gather resources. If we don't mine enough top-tier ores, no one is allowed to sleep tonight. Players erupted in laughter. The buzzing sound of overloaded engines filled the public frequency. The ships whose outer armor had been cut into pits by spatial turbulence ignited one after another. The thrusters erupted with tails of various colors as hundreds and thousands of mining ships and broken escape pods plunged into the dark purple starry ruins. The alarms of the detectors overlapped, and the highlighted coordinates on the high-dimensional radar screen were so numerous that they created ghosting effects. Don't crowd. Where do you think your broken mechanical arm will grab? That void core was locked by me first. Whoever hauls it gets it. My ship's bottom is about to leak. I don't have time to fix it. I need to fill up 3 cargo holds, otherwise how can I make up for the lost mental state? The regional channel was filled with curses. A light reconnaissance ship with half its armor missing drifted sideways, forcefully pushing away the supply ship next to it. The alloy claws popped out, firmly gripping a basketball-sized piece of top-tier titanium alloy and dragging it into the cabin. The heavy industrial ship of the Iron Blood Alliance was at the forefront. The ship's outer shell bore deep pits from being whipped by tentacles, yet the thrusters maintained full power output. Hundreds of retired veterans stared at the operating screen, shouting their fingers, leaving afterimages on the control panel. Full left rudder. Activate the No. 3 tractor beam. Netting. The belly hatch of the heavy industrial ship opened. A powerful magnetic field net shot out, capturing a dozen high-tier insectoid remains along with the attached high-energy companion minerals. The winch turned, and the mechanical arm pulled with overload, producing an incessant metallic screech. Squad leader, the cargo hold is full and can't fit anymore. Dismantle the bedboards in the lounge to make room. Hurry up and load. This isn't just material we're gathering. This is your retirement insurance for the latter half of your lives. Zhang Hengxing sat in the pilot's seat, just about to open the fleet communication to let Xin Yeshuang join the zero-cost purchase. Suddenly, a mutation occurred right in front of his eyes. The system panel forcibly popped up, a long row of dazzling golden characters directly occupying 2/3 of the holographic view. Highest authority announcement to all players. Congratulations to Daxiao Region C-121 player Zhang Hengxing for achieving the hidden achievement Interstellar Cuckoo's Nest. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Reward complete level 4 Interstellar Escort Ship Upgrade Blueprint has been unlocked. Zhang Hengxing's fingers tightened, suddenly crushing the empty nutrient solution tube in his hand. All the broken scrap metal that players were currently piloting was at most a level 2 civilian modified version. With the level 4 complete blueprints, as long as the resources were sufficient, the Daxia fleet could completely shed its bandit attributes and achieve a qualitative transformation. Meanwhile, outside the viewport on this planet with its gates wide open, the only thing in abundance was the top-tier basic materials. Su Tangwan had just straightened up from the operating table when she collided with the announcement panel. She abruptly held her breath, her finger hovering in midair. Even the instinct to open the light brain to check the data was thrown out of her mind. Shen Yishuang's hand gripping the safety belt suddenly relaxed. The feeling of near-death and physiological nausea brought on by the plummeting mental state was washed away by a purer player fervor in the face of this line, representing epic-making code shimmering in a golden halo. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the captain's seat and casually tapped the dazzling golden server-wide announcement hovering before him. Advanced blueprint set for LV. For interstellar cruiser. A deep blue three-dimensional holographic structural diagram unfolded before his eyes, filling the entire cockpit. The hull stretched 400 meters in length, equipped with dual-linked plasma main battery arrays, an independent onboard aircraft hangar, a fully integrated ecological recycling zone. Yet beneath this blueprint, resembling an airborne fortress, ran a materials list so staggeringly long it made one's scalp prickle. Primary upgrade materials: depleted uranium alloy 100, high-grade electronic components 500, heavy blast-resistant armor plating 500, core breakthrough materials stellar silver 500, void prism 1, engine advancement material dark matter stellar core 1. The high-grade electronic components and heavy armor plating could still be gathered, eventually, but 10,000 units of depleted uranium alloy. Even dismantling every vessel in the fleet wouldn't yield a fraction. Those three transcendent-tier exclusive materials were unheard of, utterly alien. Zhang Hengxing rapped sharply on the control console and issued a command. System reset mechanical arm acquisition logic. Filter out all white and green tier loot. Lock exclusively onto violet glowing and gold glowing resources. Maximum power output. Acknowledged. For massive titanium alloy manipulator arms snapped outward from the frigate's underbelly. Leveraging the gravitational adhesion properties of its folded space field, the ship surged forward like a leviathan breaching a sardine shoal. Outside the viewport, the virus-dissolved insectoid planet erupted violently, spewing coins into the void. Countless mutated biocores radiating potent energy signatures along with fragments of pristine native or veins drifted weightlessly through space, suspended by gravitational anomalies. Zhang Hengxing didn't bother locking coordinates. He simply drove straight ahead, crushing resistance in his wake. The folded space capacity gauge spiked wildly upward. 50 kilometers away, the million-strong fleet of Daxia players dissolved into utter chaos. Don't crowd. That titanium plate was snagged first with my tractor beam. Finders keepers. I'm leaking from the hull. What am I supposed to repair it with if not solid salvage? Hey brother up front. Why are you hoisting that insectal femur? It's toxic. Over scraps of ordinary titanium, several battered escape pods careened into each other like bumper cars in the vacuum of space. Crisis struck swiftly. Though the insectoid world had been dissolved, volatile residual toxins and highly concentrated psychic pollutants now saturated the surrounding void. Help! My mental integrity has dropped to 40. I'm hearing things. The hatch is knocking, but there's no one outside. Does anyone have clean water? I just drank recycled filtration water and lost 15 points of mental integrity instantly. Distress signals flooded the comms channel, scrolling endlessly. Zhang Hengxing pulled up the trade market interface. 2,000 units of purified water and 5,000 doses of mild physiological enhancer. No side effects appeared instantly on the market. In the exchange terms field, he requested neither titanium nor standard supplies. Only a single line appeared, accepting only unidentified luminescent minerals and aberrant biocores. Unlimited quantity. Offer what you deem fair. At that moment, the entire server erupted. Brother Zhang's doing charity work again. I just hauled in a sack of glowing blue rocks. No stat tooltips and they drain mental integrity, just sitting in my hold. Was about to jettison them. 20 blue stones for 1 bottle of water. I'll kneel and bow to Brother Zhang. Ding, ding, ding. A cascade of transaction confirmations chimed in rapid succession. Those crystals, dismissed by players as radioactive hazards, poured into Zhang Hengxing's folded space like a river. His comms channel lit up. Qian Jinbang, Guild Master of the Iron Blood Alliance, sent a private message. Brother Zhang, words cannot repay this debt. Your supplies saved us all. A trade window popped open. Over 500 crystals shimmered with eerie azure light upon the interface. Our military RD team couldn't identify their composition, only confirmed they function as ultra-hazardous explosives. Keeping them is a death sentence. We've transferred the full batch to you. Brother, your vision humbles me. Old Qian admits it wholeheartedly. Brother Qian, no need for formalities. It's mutual benefit. Zhang Hengxing pressed the confirmation key. Watching hundreds of azure crystals flood his inventory, he smiled faintly. To these players, the stones were harbingers of doom. Yet deep within the system's diagnostic layer, their true identity glowed unmistakably. Crude stellar energy ore, the sole foundational material required to refine stellar silver. The frigate glided serenely onward through the starfield's ruins. A crimson system alert flashed abruptly, warning co-pilot and systems operator mental integrity approaching critical threshold of 40 points. Estimated operational efficiency decline 80. Zhang Hengxing turned his head. Shun Yeshuang lay slumped over the fire control console, her custom evening gown soaked through with cold sweat. She had exhausted every last reserve of her spiritual energy in that final pinpoint lock-on against the insect queen. Su Tangwan fared even worse behind her. The backlash from forcibly refining the matriarch virus had struck. Curled tightly in her workstation chair, she clutched her knees, murmuring fragmented, reduplicative syllables, her body trembling violently. Zhang Hengxing unbuckled his harness. He strode forward and seized both women by the nape of their collars. Boss. Su Tangwan lifted her dazed face, her wide eyes brimming with tears. Silence. To the rest chamber, for neural purification. He dragged them both into the aft compartment equipped with advanced psychic harmonization systems. The hatch sealed shut behind them. An oppressive resonance throbbed through the bulkhead, vibrating audibly. 1 hour later, the hatch retracted. Shen Yeshuang's cheeks burned with an unnatural flush. Intensive spiritual realignment had sent her vital energies surging uncontrollably. She kept her gaze lowered, fleeing back to the co-pilot's seat like a startled bird. Su Tangwan emerged right behind her, towering damp hair massaging her lower back, where high-pressure neural feedback had left it aching. The terror and vacancy had vanished entirely from her eyes. Zhang Hengxing returned bare-chested to the helm. His high-output spiritual transfer had left him drenched. He pulled on a loose gray t-shirt without ceremony. He glanced at the status panel. Shen Yeshuang mental integrity 100100. Su Tangwan mental integrity 100100. All negative conditions fully purged. Buff replenished, don't idle. Zhang Hengxing tapped the console. Resume operations. Su Tangwan darted immediately to the rear lab, dumping the harvested biocores into the extractor. Her golden specialization, 10,000 life reversal healing, activated, initiating high-intensity extraction of premium bioenergy fluid. Shen Yeshuang stepped before the equivalent alchemy platform. Zhang Hengxing dumped all 5,000-plus crude stellar energy or samples onto the alchemical surface. Tintune lossless synthesis, he instructed, pointing to the azure pile. Refine them all into stellar silver. Shen Yeshuang placed both palms firmly on the platform's edge. Golden light, signifying 100 success probability, flared brightly. 10 raw or samples vaporized and reassembled instantaneously within the radiance. Plink. A small ingot of silvery metal shimmering with inner luminescence dropped onto the platform. Stellar Silver 1. Production ran at full capacity. Both women moved with relentless precision across the workbenches. From folded space, Zhang Hengxing retrieved a height-year supply crate. Tearing through its thermal insulation, he revealed 2 thick cuts of M9 grade war axe beef, marbled with dramatic snowflake patterning, alongside vacuum-dried fresh asparagus spears and cherry tomatoes. A portable electric grill ignited at maximum temperature. Sizzle. Rich, unctuous fat met searing heat, releasing an intensely savory aroma. Sea salt and freshly ground black pepper scattered across the surface, its crust caramelizing into a deeply appetizing mahogany brown. The fragrance spiraled through the ship's ventilation system, perfuming the entire cabin. Su Tangwan inhaled sharply. Her stomach let out a long, plaintive growl. She swallowed hard, staring helplessly at the sizzling grill. Even Shen Yeshuang's alchemical rhythm faltered, just slightly. Out in the outer void, the million victorious players chewed flavorless nutrient bricks. Meanwhile, aboard the microfrigate, maintained at a perfect 26°C, Zhang Hengxing grilled M9 beef for his crew. Finish this batch first. Zhang Hengxing flipped the steaks with tongs, tossing in a few asparagus spears. Fail, and tonight you drink nutrient solution. Only. I'll finish it right now. Boss, save me a bit of the marbled edge. Su Tangwan whirled around, golden light flaring wildly from her fingertips. Just as the steaks reached medium-rare doneness, the normally silent hyperdimensional radar shrieked, a piercing continuous alarm. Beep, beep, beep. In the bottom right corner of the holographic star chart, a massive scarlet coordinate point erupted, its energy waves rippling visibly across the screen, distorting the display with tangible concentric shockwaves. A system pop-up blazed forth. High energy alert, unknown energy source detected. Material composition analyzed, dark matter stellar core. A high-energy warning red light occupied half of the holographic control panel. The radar emitted a sharp, continuous sound. The coordinates representing the dark matter star core jumped wildly. Only 300 kilometers away from the micro-frigate near Zhang Hengxing. He slammed his right hand down to deactivate the booster's safety lock. The control stick was pushed to the maximum position. The deep blue flame erupted instantly. The micro-frigate left a faint shadow in space heading straight for the bright coordinates. In less than 2 minutes, the ship hovered directly above the target area. Did you find it? Shen Yexiang unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned closer to the detection screen. The bare dissolved surface was empty, only vast stretches of dark purple debris and floating fragments. Zhang Hengxing tapped on the keyboard, activating the ship's deep geological scanner. Green ripples penetrated down through the holographic star map. The scanning readings rolled across the screen, finally stabilizing at a depth of 30,000 meters. The darkly glowing star core was tightly sealed deep in the mantle. Even more critically, an extremely large vein of premium titanium alloy lay directly above the star core. High-density, solid titanium alloy layers pressed against each other. The thickness reached an exaggerated 20,000 meters. Su Tangwan pointed at the thickness data on the screen, her eyes widening. Boss, how do we dig this? Even if all 4 heavy mechanical arms on our ship were worked to death, it would take 10 years to break through this hard shell. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in his chair. His knuckles rhythmically tapped on the control panel. He pulled up the area chat channel and glanced at players still cursing each other over the scramble for scattered resources. Who said I have to dig it myself? He opened the advanced publishing permissions of the transaction interface and directly edited a prominently pinned announcement for the entire server. Joint mining crowdsourcing task, high-priced recovery of premium titanium alloy coordinates, current Zerg planet surface, 114. 7289. 5. Task requirement: go to the coordinates and dig down vertically for premium titanium alloy or recovery price for every 10 units of premium or exchange for 500 milliliters of pure water, 1 nutrient agent, 1 bottle of micro-effect gene enhancer. Note: unlimited supply of materials. I will collect as much as you can dig. At the moment the message was sent, the originally noisy public channel experienced a brief silence. 3 seconds later, the text box refreshed at a speed that left afterimages. 1 million players in the area erupted into excitement. Did I read that right? Is this purchase price charitable? I have a huge hole in the bottom of my ship and was distressed about not having titanium alloy for repairs. Zhang Shun even published the vein coordinates. Isn't this just giving it away? Don't stop me. I've been drinking spoiled filtered water for half a month. Today, even if I have to gnaw on it with my teeth, I will get 10 bottles of pure water. The micro-effect gene agents are actually open for supply. This medicine can permanently enhance attributes and is a hard currency. Hundreds of thousands of shabby mining ships and escape pods instantly changed course. They dragged their smoke-belching engines heading straight for that coordinate area. Many even activated their fire control systems and started firing in the air to grab positions. A rugged voice from the channel came in. Brother Zhang, you are quite generous. There are 12,000 of us in the Iron Blood Alliance with nothing to do. We'll take this job. On the holographic projection, Qian Zhenbong led the team personally. Hundreds of military heavy modified pods lined up in formation. The ramming horns in front were all replaced with titanium alloy drill bits. They forcefully used the warships as bulldozers. The massive steel torrent violently smashed open the surrounding players, rumbling as it plunged into the surface layer of the ore vein and began violent excavations. Watching 1 million tin cans frantically dig pits in space with their crude mechanical arms, Zhang Hengxing cut off the voice reception of the public channel. The entire frigate returned to a comfortable and quiet temperature of 26 degrees. Go and cook the M9 level battle axe and beef we brought out yesterday, medium rare. Zhang Hengxing pushed a portable electric grill in front of Shen Yexiang and casually handed her a box of sea salt. Shen Yexiang looked outside at the tens of thousands of laborers working fervently. Then she looked at the high-grade steak sizzling in front of her. She obediently put on heat-resistant gloves and began flipping the steak. Ding! Transaction successful, obtained premium titanium alloy X100. Ding! Transaction successful, obtained premium titanium alloy X500. Ding! Transaction successful, obtained premium titanium alloy X2000. The system's account notification sound echoed continuously in the cockpit. Zhang Hengxing sat in the main pilot seat, cutting off a piece of charred brown wagyu and sending it into his mouth. The juices exploded in his mouth. The stock of premium ore in the folded space was skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. Hundreds of thousands of players were sacrificing their lives to dig and mine for him. What they exchanged for was just a bit of survival supplies. At this moment, the public channel was filled with gratitude towards Zhang Shun. Shen Yexiang brought over the second piece of steak. She looked at the titanium alloy numbers on the screen that had piled up to the 1 million level and swallowed hard. Boss, will our ship be able to hold all this, or? That's not something you need to worry about. Zhang Hengxing wiped his hands and pointed to the rear work area. Your task is to be the press machine. 100,000 units of depleted uranium alloy, get it done before dark. Shen Yexiang stood in front of the equivalent alchemy platform. Looking at the mountain of premium titanium alloy, or beside her, she rubbed her forehead hard. The golden light of absolute rules illuminated. The sharpshooter stood still in front of the assembly line, pressing both hands on the edge of the alchemy platform. 10-1, a lossless synthesis. The absolute success rate of the skill turned the alchemy platform into a terrifyingly efficient factory. Piles of titanium alloy instantly vaporized and reassembled. High-density depleted uranium alloy ingots fell in line into the collection trough. Shen Yexiang's fingers danced on the control panel, leaving afterimages, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead. Meanwhile, machines roared. Zhang Hengxing's fingers did not stop. He threw out the excess pure water and leftover grilled meat from the folded space. He swiftly cleared out 50,000 high-level electronic components and 5,000 heavy explosive armor plates from the trading channel. The 5,000 high-risk dark blue crystals he had previously coaxed from players were also tossed onto the alchemy platform. Accompanied by a burst of blinding silver light, 500 pieces of high-purity secret silver quietly lay in the storage compartment. Big brother, this pile of blind boxes opened several colored stones. Su Tangwan held a pile of loot boxes, dismantling and classifying them nearby. She raised a few awakening crystals radiating blue and purple halos. Zhang Hengxing took them. He activated folded space and tossed a few blue crystals inside. The space showed no reaction. The energy of the blue grade clearly could no longer meet the current upgrade requirements. Zhang Hengxing clenched the few purple awakening crystals, radiating epic fluctuations in his palm. With a thought, he directly fed them. Violent spatial distortions erupted inside the frigate. The light in the main cockpit was instantaneously drained. The gravity generator emitted a piercing overload screech. The folded space frantically devoured this high-level homogeneous energy. The capacity reading on the system panel directly broke through its limits, jumping 2 levels. Folded space upgraded to LV. 5. Current capacity 1,000 cubic meters. Derived divine skills, comprehended space ecology, void concealment. Zhang Hengxing opened the skill details page. Spatial ecology, capable of constructing a perfect living microcirculation system within a folded dimension, ignoring external cosmic radiation and vacuum conditions. Void concealment forces a retreat into the high-dimensional void, gaining 3 seconds of absolute invincibility, immune to all causal and regulatory strikes. Red warning: after exiting concealment, one will suffer backlash from both physical and mental aspects. Top-tier farming and life-saving skill. Zhang Hengxing closed the panel. He walked towards the rear cabin and pulled out several bags of high-grade cultivation soil from the system blind box. He poured it onto the newly opened land in the folded space. A large bucket of clean water was splashed down, creating a 200 square meter patch of black soil. Next, he tore open seeds of lettuce, tomatoes, and red strawberries. He scattered them all into the mud. Tangwan, come here. Zhang Hengxing beckoned to the girl, who was still sorting garbage. Su Tangwan ran over. What is it, big boss? Zhang Hengxing grabbed her by the back of her collar and directly tossed her into the black soil of the folded space. Face this land, maximize your universal reverse healing power. Su Tangwan sat in the mud, confused. My specialty is healing people. Healing people is still healing. Is healing strawberries not healing? Zhang Hengxing stood at the threshold of the light gate. If I don't see any fruits in 5 minutes, you will sleep in this mud tonight. Pressured by survival, Su Tangwan pouted in grievance, pressing her hands on the soil. A golden healing light spread out. The life force of the divine healer surged forcefully, shattering the normal growth cycle of the plants. Sprouting, branching, flowering, fruiting. 5 minutes later, Su Tangwan walked out of the light gate with unsteady steps. The depletion of her mental energy made her look pale. In her hands, she held a basket of strawberries larger than her fist, along with a dozen tomatoes. Zhang Hengxing picked up a strawberry and took a bite. The juice was abundant and the sweetness was off the charts. Well done. He pushed the basket aside and distributed a few to the 2 girls. Today's overtime benefit. Shen Yexiang wiped the machine oil off her hands and came over, staring at the bright red strawberry, unsure of where to place her hands. Boss, the 10,000 units of depleted uranium alloy have all been completed. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the material list on the main control panel. Now only the last premium material was missing: void prism. And that star core, buried 30,000 meters underground, currently being frantically excavated by hundreds of thousands of players. Tangwan, come to the lounge. The teacher will give you some extra lessons. 10 minutes later. Su Tangwan dragged her steps behind her whole being, exuding a sense of lightheadedness from excessive strain. The effects of the special training were immediate. She clutched a tube of high-energy nutrient solution. In her other hand, she held the tomato she ripened herself, biting into it with considerable force. The expression on her face as if she were biting the head of that capitalist ahead. System check the acquisition methods for the Void Prism. Database comparison complete. The Void Prism is a high-density dimensional collapse fragment. High-frequency output coordinates edge of a large interstellar wormhole. Zhang Hengxing pressed the execution key to reset the flight path reset. Target the wormhole node site where the interstellar worm mother was severed from its tentacles. The mini-escort ship activated silent cruising. It glided into a dead vacuum zone. Ahead was the wormhole node where the interstellar worm mother had attempted to force its way in. Large fragments of space barriers floated in the void. These crystals refracted a rainbow of colors, their edges presenting extremely unstable spatial blades. Shen Yexiang stared at the data from the detector, her face paling. The spatial structure in the area ahead has completely collapsed. Any conventional armor that comes into contact with those fragments would be instantly sliced into molecular-level iron dust. Zhang Hengxing focused on the most concentrated area of light in the sea of fragments. Buckle up. The thrusters erupted with an overloaded roar. The mini-escort ship surged forward, plunging into the deadly array of fragments. Are you insane? The battleship was about to collide with the first spatial blade in 0.01 seconds. Zhang Hengxing pressed the hidden button on the edge of the control panel with great force. Void concealment activate. High-dimensional waves enveloped the entire ship. The escort ship faded into nothingness in the real universe. The crystal fragments directly penetrated the hull without causing any armor damage. 3 seconds of absolute invincibility. Activate all mechanical arms. Zhang Hengxing's hands left trails on the control panel. 4 titanium alloy claws shot out wildly, probing into the high-dimensional area. Countdown 2 seconds. The first batch of dozens of spatial fragments were forcibly dragged into the folded space. Countdown 1 second. The machine emitted a strained scream. Zhang Hengxing jerked the steering wheel, and the ship executed a maximum tailspin through the dense array of blades. Countdown 0 seconds. Retreat. The reverse thrusters burst into full power. The escort ship brushed past the edge, escaping the deadly zone. The invincibility time ended. The escort ship reformed its physical entity. In that moment of exit, the backlash of spatial rules bore down. Boom. Zhang Hengxing's sternum emitted a muffled sound. His internal organs felt as if hammered, and blood seeped from the corner of his lips. On the system panel, his mental value rapidly plummeted to the red line of 20 points. Heal up. Zhang Hengxing did not even furrow his brows, his tone calm to the point of indifference. Su Tongwan, already on standby, pressed her hands firmly on Zhang Hengxing's chest. The golden light of universal reverse healing surged towards the ceiling of the cabin. Instantly, it pulled back Zhang Hengxing's plummeting vital signs to full status. Boss, if you're going to send me to my death, can you at least give me a heads up? Su Tongwan collapsed in the seat, gasping for breath. After 2 consecutive supercharged moves, her vision darkened. Zhang Hengxing casually wiped away the bloodstains on his chin. He stretched his shoulders and neck. Tangwan, it's your turn to give me extra lessons now. He nodded towards the rear. Shen Yexiang ran to the exit of the folded space. She dumped the over 100 spatial scraps recovered earlier onto the equivalent alchemy platform. The scraps carried chaotic spatial rifts threatening to explode at any moment. Shen Yexiang pressed her hands on the platform. Golden light shot up into the sky. The absolute synthetic rule force forcibly smoothed all rifts, accompanied by a crisp metallic resonance. A polyhedral crystal floated at the center of the alchemy platform, refracting starlight. Void prism synthesis complete. At the very second this top-tier material was accounted. The regional chat channel, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly exploded with countless glaring red exclamation marks. Qian Zhenbang's highest encrypted communication forcibly cut into the main screen. His voice was completely distorted, with the background filled with the sound of collapsing, shattered rock layers. Zhang, my brother, we've dug through. The bottom layer has completely collapsed. The holographic screen automatically switched to real-time footage of the excavation site. That layer of premium titanium alloy vein, over 20,000 meters thick. Under the relentless, violent digging of hundreds of thousands of players, it faced a collapse. The bottom of the pit shattered. An invisible wave surged into deep space, distorting the surrounding light. The dark matter star core was completely exposed to the vacuum. On the main control panel of the mini-escort ship, a series of system beeps sounded. 10,000 units of depleted uranium alloy. 50,000 high-grade electronic components. 5,000 heavy armor plates. 500 star C secret silver. 1 void prism. 1 dark matter star core. All representing epoch-making advanced materials LV. For stringent material list. At this moment, all lit up with dazzling green lights indicating clearance. Over 100,000 players were still bewildered in the regional channel due to breaking through the Earth's layers. The miniature escort ship had transformed into a ghostly blue silhouette diving down along the crevices of the collapsed rock layer. Zhang Hengxing manipulated four mechanical arms firmly gripping the dark matter star core, emitting a dim wave, and forcefully shoved it into the fold space. With the loss of the star core's suppression, the gravitational field of the planetary debris collapsed on the spot. Debris flowed backward and magma rolled back. Zhang Hengxing sent a message in the regional channel saying, "It's getting tight," and pushed the control stick hard. The spaceship trailed a long tail flame, plunging headlong into the vast deep space without looking back. A red warning immediately sprang up on the system panel. Exclusive materials collected. Warning: this cross-tire restructuring will take 24 hours. During this time, the ship will be forcibly powered off, losing all defense systems. Qian Zhenbang sent a voice message requesting Zhang Hengxing to lead the protective detail. Zhang Hengxing immediately hung up the communication. Entrusting his life to others was never his survival principle. He adjusted his course, heading straight for the treacherous fragments of the wormhole node. The most dangerous places are often the ones that no one dares approach. Under the cover of void concealment, the escort ship silently glided into the visual blind spot between two massive fragments of space. Coupled with Su Tangwan's restoration specialization, void concealment was practically tailor-made for Zhang Hengxing. The system prompted that upgrading required merging all boarding crew's initial permissions. Zhang Hengxing pulled up the base data of Su Tangwan's LV-1 lifeboat, his fingertips gliding across the holographic blueprint. System: isolate this part of the material and transform it into a high-tier biochemistry dissection room, arranging it at the bottom. The command was given. The countdown began. The engines of the escort ship completely shut down and all lights in the main control room were extinguished. The metallic armor emitted an extremely piercing sound of reorganization and distortion, while the absolute zero outside and high-dimensional cosmic radiation continuously seeped in through the gaps. Zhang Hengxing stood up and opened a two-way teleportation light gate. "Go in." He crossed the light gate with Shun Yexiang and Su Tangwan directly retreating into the fold space. Here, over 10,000 cubic meters of living ecological zone had just been opened, maintained at a constant temperature of 26 degrees, brimming with vitality. The light gate closed behind them, completely isolating death and cold. Su Tangwan could no longer hold on. The high-dimensional spiritual pollution left by the interstellar tempest, combined with the backlash from forcibly overclocking universal reversal, left her mental state intact but utterly exhausted. The girl shed her usual vibrant facade. Her eyes were red, trembling as she collided into Zhang Hengxing's embrace, gripping his clothing tightly. "Don't leave me. I'm very useful, I'll be obedient." Her voice was thick with nasal tones. Shen Yexiang stood by. In this predatory starry sky, Zhang Hengxing's protection was her only lifeline. She absolutely could not allow herself to become that marginalized pawn. Shen Yexiang unbuttoned her tattered haute couture evening gown. She changed into a sheer silk nightgown that came from a blind box holding freshly washed red strawberries, her cheeks flushed as she walked to Zhang Hengxing's side. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the soft chair. After frantically strategizing on the brink of life and death for over half a month, his mind was stretched to its limits. The next 24 hours, this ecological zone became an absolutely sealed refuge. The long-repressed violence, fear, and pressure found the most direct outlet. During this time, Su Tangwan crafted several bottles of basic body enhancement agents from the remaining materials. The three drank the potions like water. Amid extreme strain, their physical capabilities surged, ultimately stabilizing at the peak limit of 10 points for mortal bodies. The long 24 hours came to an end. All dark injuries on Su Tangwan and Shun Yexiang were cleared, and their mental values were both locked at the peak state of 100. Shen Yexiang, with a flushed face, gently helped Zhang Hengxing adjust his collar. Su Tangwan half closed her eyes, leaning against his back. The two of them were now completely defenseless, with only a deep-seated attachment and obedience remaining. Ding. LV. For escort ship restructured. The highest authority has been transferred to the captain. Zhang Hengxing moved his neck, which boasted a peak physicality of 10 points, and his joints cracked. "Let's go check it out." The three stepped through the light gate, returning to the real universe. The small microchamber was completely gone. The miniature escort ship had upgraded to a warship. In its place was a deep space giant ship 100 meters long, completely enveloped in the ghostly light of Star-Sea's secret silver. The internal capacity surged to 700 cubic meters, and the space was divided into 3 layers. The top layer was the command center and luxurious master bedroom, with a 360-degree panoramic dome. The middle layer replicated the living room of a modern high-end mansion, equipped with a massive bar and a dust-free workshop for the equivalent alchemy table. The bottom layer was completely transformed according to the blueprint, turned into a biochemistry dissection room, filled with cold light instruments. Zhang Hengxing sat in the spacious pilot's leather chair and opened the holographic panel. The ship's energy shield and life value both skyrocketed to 500 points. The high-tier plasma cannon did not automatically upgrade with its base damage still stuck at 500 points. The defense is up, but this cannon isn't violent enough to use. Zhang Hengxing tapped the armrest, waking the system. Activate the Tier 4 Golden Word Lottery. A massive virtual golden wheel appeared beneath the panoramic dome. The pointer spun wildly, finally stopping firmly on an extremely small area of pure gold. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Rule word, Mirror Shield Counterattack. Effect description: force interference with causality. When the warship is attacked in any form, it will reflect 50 of the real damage back to the source of the attack regardless of distance. Cannot be evaded. Ignores defense. Zhang Hengxing leaned against the back of the chair, gazing at the deep universe outside the porthole. From today on, hitting me is like hitting yourself. The ship's high-frequency radar instantly blared a piercing alert. ALV. 4 Void Ripper lurking deep in the sea of debris emerged from the shadows of dark matter. This creature was huge, covered in purple-black barbs. Attack 600, defense 400, health 800. The Ripper's compound eyes opened, locking onto the cruiser. A thick, ghostly green high-energy death beam gathered above its head, directly blasting toward the ship's dome. It's about to fire. Quick counterattack. Shen Yexiang lunged at the control panel to seize the fire control button. Zhang Hengxing pressed down on her hand, crossing his legs. What's the hurry? Let it shoot. The ghostly green death beam crossed thousands of kilometers, crashing heavily into the energy shield on the outer layer of the star, C's secret silver. The next second, the power of the mirror shield counterattack erupted violently. A golden ripple followed the trajectory of the death beam, returning along its original path. The speed completely transcended physical concepts. Boom. The golden ripple directly surged into the Ripper's compound eyes. 300 points of absolute real damage exploded within the monster. One leg shattered on the spot, and a horrific green bodily fluid sprayed out. Meanwhile, the escort ship bore the remaining 300 points of damage. Endless was perfectly triggered. A blue light flashed, and within a thousandth of a second the ship's shield and armor reset to full health with not even a speck of dust falling from the outer coating. Watching the severely injured and near-death level 4 aberration rolling in space, Zhang Hengxing scoffed. Finish it off, don't waste such a large chunk of material. Shen Yexiang instantly entered combat mode. The perfect hit specialization activated, and without even looking at the scope, she pressed the fire control button. The advanced plasma main cannon with a base damage of 500 roared forth. The thick beam of light completely vaporized the bloodied Ripper. Only a few flickering loot items and a large mass of floating mutated flesh remained in space. Yage, Su Tangwan excitedly picked up several collection boxes and ran down the spiral staircase to the dissection room below. Zhang Hengxing controlled the mechanical arms to scoop the resource sphere into the fold space, cutting into the system's lower frequency bands. System check our current absolute coordinates. Replying to the captain, the current position is still at the extreme edge of the C-121 star region 1, 4 billion kilometers from the initial landing point. Zhang Hengxing recalled the previously severed tentacled level 4 interstellar mother. Mental values were too easy to become weaknesses. The biological materials on that mother could definitely be used to significantly enhance the ship's mental resistance. System, is there any way to locate the previous level 4 mother? System, check the location of that level 4 mother bug. Zhang Hengxing's fingers tapped on the armrest of the genuine leather chair. The previously severed section of the incomplete tentacle retains the high-dimensional quantum entangled state of the mother bug. As long as the remnants of the tentacle are collected, its absolute coordinates can be reverse-engineered. Zhang Hengxing snapped his fingers. He pushed down the control lever. The escort ship maneuvered through the debris of space. Within 10 minutes, the holographic radar locked onto the massive tentacle floating in the vacuum. This thing is quite resilient. Even half of it can still practice aerobics here. Zhang Hengxing twisted the mutated crystal core in his hand, leaning back in his ergonomic chair to watch the spectacle. The rolling tentacle in space unleashed a whip-like strike, its tail end crashing violently against the energy shield of the escort ship. At the moment of contact, the mirror shield reflection mechanism was triggered automatically. There was no feedback of light or shadow in the vacuum. The reflection mechanism flowed back along the tentacles and directly flooding back into its own biological tissue. The sound of shattering bone armor transmitted back to the bridge via radar frequencies. The outer layer of the tentacle, comparable to an interstellar fortress, crumbled layer by layer. The biological nerve bundles responsible for supplying energy snapped inch by inch. The weapon that had been frantically whipping just a second ago now lay limp and lifeless. It became a straight useless piece of meat in the vacuum, completely severing its vitality. Zhang Hengxing controlled 4 mechanical arms, forcefully shoving the stinking biological remains into the interior of the ship. In the dissection room below, Su Tangwan watched a chunk of meat fall from above her hands, rubbing together in excitement. Before the system could begin analyzing the coordinates, the ceiling of the control room was completely covered by a blinding red light. The alarm echoed throughout the C-121 star zone. Emergency announcement for the entire area: an unknown chain reaction fusion has occurred at the core of the dark matter storm. The storm's propagation speed has increased tenfold. Countdown: in 3 hours, all matter in the C-121 star region will be completely annihilated. The chat channel for the entire area erupted in chaos. Just a moment ago, players were still celebrating their survival, only to be thrust into despair in an instant. 3 hours. My engine is only level 1. There's no way I can fly out of this star zone, even if I run for my life. I'm out of power. I used the last of my nuclear energy fighting that bug, and even the temperature control system is down. In the Iron Blood Alliance's internal channel, Qian Jinbong typed a message. Brothers, if I can die with you all in the starry sky, my life will have been worth it. The entire C-121 star region plunged into extreme despair. Zhang Hengxing looked at the control panel. System, where is the way out? Detected the only escape route in the current star zone. Head to the J77 interdimensional anchor point and use high and continuous energy output to forcibly open a cross-dimensional wormhole to the new star domain. Condition: at least a level 4 weapon must maintain full output for 10 minutes. 10 minutes of continuous full output. The current players are so stingy with energy, they won't even turn on their flashlights. Who can produce such massive energy to be the opener? Except for that man who possesses the golden attribute Undying Heart, with energy reserves displaying as infinite. Zhang Hengxing casually closed his personal information panel. He opened the regional channel and directly spent 10 nuclear energy blocks to send a pinned golden broadcast. Everyone gather at coordinates X145Y998. I can blast open the interdimensional gate and take you to the new star domain. But my ship doesn't do charity. If you want to survive, he continued, bring rare blueprints, exceptional ores, or rare materials in exchange. It's paperhead, buy your tickets. After the broadcast, the channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then it erupted into intense argumentation. Are you crazy? At a time like this, you're trying to profit off the disaster. Yeah, big shot, your ship must have a lot of energy. What's wrong with taking everyone along? With great power comes great responsibility, you understand. We can't even drink water. Where are we going to get exceptional ores? You're forcing us to die. Several players leading the riot, taking advantage of the law's leniency, united a dozen lifeboats and boldly sailed them in front of Zhang Hengxing's escort ship. Stop talking nonsense, open the door quickly. We are all from Daxiao. Do you dare to watch us die without helping? The leader of Buzzcut Man shouted frantically in the communication channel. Zhang Hengxing turned the volume of the main control channel down to the minimum. He tossed an orange to the co-pilot Shen Yexiang. Yexiang, take care of those noisy flies in front. Shen Yexiang caught the orange. Her slender fingers directly tapped the fire control button, skipping even the aiming action. Golden light flowed from her fingertips into the system panel. Guaranteed hit was triggered. The 10-meter-long high-level plasma main cannon on the ship let out a deafening roar. The thick blue beam instantly pierced through the universe. A dozen lifeboats blocking the way were vaporized into cosmic dust along with their occupants under the scorching plasma, with a base damage of 500. In the vacuum, only a few pieces of glowing metal plates rolled in zero gravity remained. The frenzied scrolling insults in the regional channel came to a halt. Zhang Hengxing peeled the orange. He tossed a segment into his mouth and pressed the voice key. My cannon consumes a lot of energy, so it has a bit of a temper. Who else wants to negotiate? From 50,000 kilometers away, Qian Jinbong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Without hesitation, he immediately commanded the Iron Blood Alliance's transport ship to move forward. Brother Zhang, we understand the rules. This is the ticket collected by 100,000 brothers from the Iron Blood Alliance. 30 purple blueprints, 500 high-level mutated ores, all here. With Qian Jinbong leading the way to pay the protection fee, the remaining players with hopes of escaping fully recognized the reality. No one dared to say another word. Countless ships lined up in a long line, obediently submitting resources at the trade port of the escort ship. In Zhang Hengxing's folded space, various high-level materials, mutated crystals, and bloody strange equipment piled up frantically. This space toll station allowed him to complete a thorough monopoly of elite resources across the region in one go. 20 minutes later, the trading channel closed. Zhang Hengxing sat in the main driver's seat, rapidly manipulating several levers. Main reactor physical connection completed. Energy pipeline locked. Main cannon preheating. Blasted open. The high-level plasma main cannon's muzzle was firmly aimed at the cross-dimensional anchor point in the dark deep space. Under the frenzied infusion of the undying heart's infinite energy, the main cannon did not explode due to energy depletion. Instead, it emitted a continuous, terrifying beam. For a full 10 minutes, the once void space was forcibly burned into a massive vortex emitting a ghostly blue glow. The interdimensional stargate took shape. Zhang Hengxing uttered a single word. The remaining millions of ships pushed their speed to the limit and rushed into the stargate. However, behind the main force, hundreds of ships that attempted to evade paying, which had been hiding in the asteroid belt and had not submitted materials, were just about to follow in. The gravitational field around the stargate suddenly shifted. The edge of the dark matter storm swept across this area. Those hundreds of ships were crushed into particles smaller than molecules in the black storm. Zhang Hengxing watched the disappearing red dots in the rear radar and pushed down the main control lever. The Star Sea Mithril escort ship, trailing a faint blue flame, smoothly glided into the interdimensional stargate as the last ship. The feeling of weightlessness from spatial transition gradually faded. Outside the porthole, a familiar figure slowly emerged in the deep space of the new star domain. The interior of the Stargate passage was filled with folded spatial rifts. The escort ship sailed steadily through the gravitational tunnel. Zhang Hengxing was planning to head to the lounge for a shower. The high-frequency radar suddenly triggered the air defense alarm. On the holographic screen, a massive red biological source blocked the center of the passage. It was a mass of flesh that was unrecognizable. A large area of chitinous shell was eroded and pitted by a genetic virus oozing green pus. Its remaining half of a crimson compound I fixated intensely on the approaching escort ship. It's the remnants of that level 4 interstellar insect mother. Su Tangwan rushed up the spiral staircase to the lower level. Having its tentacles severed and infected by the genetic collapse virus, it not only survived, but was drawn by quantum entanglement to block Zhang Hengxing in the passage. I was actually looking for you, but I didn't expect to find you here. Alarm encountered level 4 interstellar insect mother remnants. Status genetic collapse in progress. Health 5. Basic attack assessment retained 500 points. It's charging at us. Shen Yexiang's finger pressed directly on the fire control button. But the plasma main cannon had just been firing for 10 minutes, and there was still a full minute on the barrel cooling countdown. There was no time left. The insect mother remnants emitted a subsonic roar. A tentacle thick as 100 meters and carrying the energy to tear through space slammed down hard onto the roof of the escort ship. Su Tangwan closed her eyes. Her hands surged with the golden light of universal reverse healing, preparing to withstand this strike even at the cost of losing her consciousness. Zhang Hengxing, however, leaned back against the chair. He pulled out a cigar from the supplies. Snap! The static igniter on the control panel sparked, lighting the tobacco. Hands off, sit down. He exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at the two women. Free fireworks, you don't want to miss this. As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacle carrying terrifying energy crashed heavily against the outer energy shield of the escort ship. There was no hull rupture. In the split second of contact, the causal law of the level 4 golden item mirror shield reflection was fully activated. A dazzling golden light erupted from the Star Sea's secret silver armor. This force ignored the remaining 100 points of defense of the insect mother remnants. 50 of absolute true damage surged back along the tentacle. 250. True damage. The insect mother remnants, already down to a layer of skin, couldn't even muster a struggle. That half of the crimson compound I burst outward in an instant. Immediately after, a dull explosion sounded from within. Several tens of thousands of tons of biochemical flesh disintegrated completely in the passage, turning into a sky full of debris. Instant kill. Not a single bullet was fired. Su Tangwan held her glowing hands, staring blankly at the chunks of flesh drifting past the porthole. Shen Yexiang's finger on the fire control stick froze in midair. Go retrieve the items. Zhang Hengxing flicked the ash from his cigar. With such a big boss, the loot must be rich. Shen Yexiang hurriedly manipulated the mechanical arm to reach out from the energy shield. 2 resource spheres radiating purple and gold light were pulled into the cabin. Zhang Hengxing instructed each of the 2 women to open one. The basic resources were countless, but among them were 2 epic items emitting purple light. Acquired purple epic item insect mother core. Connecting this core to the ship's mainframe can permanently increase the ship's mental resistance by 100 points. Current mental resistance 15 increased to 115 automatically reduces 115 points of damage from mental attacks each time. Acquired purple epic item void crown defense module. Must integrate with depleted uranium alloy to form a double-layer antimatter field, can permanently increase the ship's armor by 500 points. Current energy shield armor 500 can increase to 1,000. A ship health 500, total 1,500, cannot be hit by attacks above 1,500, and can instantly recover as long as it survives. All set mental resistance is no longer a weakness, and the armor has also seen significant improvement. Zhang Hengxing inserted the core into the control panel slot. A cool wave instantly swept through the entire ship. 10 minutes later, the escort ship suddenly trembled. Countless stars and unfamiliar nebulae appeared outside the panoramic skylight. Behind them, the cross-dimensional passage connecting to the C-121 star region completely collapsed into a point of light under the erosion of the dark matter storm. Then it vanished without a trace. They officially arrived at the J-77 new star region. Zhang Hengxing activated the ship's long-range scanning radar. The resource points on the screen were densely packed, causing dizziness. The mineral purity, biological mass, and extraordinary item drop rate here are at least 3 times that of the original star region. Boss, we are going to get rich. Su Tangwan looked at the screen full of little green dots, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Hengxing shook his head. We don't even know what materials are needed for upgrading from level 4 to level 5, but the materials required for level 4 are nearly depleted of all resources in the C-121 star region. Upgrading to level 5, how long will it take for us to mine it with just our ship, eh? He stubbed out the cigar in the ashtray and pulled up the regional trading system. This kind of labor is best left to the vast player community. Zhang Hengxing's hands flew over the virtual keyboard. A brand new system announcement popped up on the screens of millions of surviving players. Notice the Cross-Guild Trading Alliance New World has been officially established. Rule 1, no head tax in this star region, free development. Rule 2, from now on New World will use energy blocks as the only legal equivalent. Rule 3, unlimited high-price purchases of various unknown extraordinary items, incomplete high-level blueprints, and rare specialized crystals. As long as you can mine it, I can afford to buy it. Once the announcement was made, the entire regional channel erupted. In space, survival energy is life. Zhang Hengxing took out unlimited energy to spend as money. As long as players were willing to mine and fight monsters, they could exchange for a steady stream of heat and survival assurance. In less than an hour, the trading hall's transaction volume had already reached astronomical figures. Hundreds of thousands of incomplete blueprints and strange crystals flowed into Zhang Hengxing's folded space. He effortlessly turned millions of players across the server into his most loyal miners. Shen Yexiang stood in front of the alchemy platform, counting the incoming funds. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in his chair, preparing to check the new blueprints. Suddenly, Su Tangwan pointed at the subscreen of the deep space probe. Boss, what is that over there? Zhang Hengxing looked up. In the distant nebula, the red light of a star was largely obscured. A massive structure dozens of times larger than the moon was slowly emerging from the interstellar shadow. It was a main city. The left half was a heavy industrial mechanical city filled with rust and heavy air defense turrets. The right half was densely packed with dark red biochemical flesh that was rhythmically pulsating. Gears intertwined with blood vessels. Steel stitched with entrails. A faint yet clear human radio frequency was being transmitted from that flesh and machine city. Through the spaceship's communication device's translation, it reached every ship that had been transported from C-121. This is the great empire of the rising sun. We have a soldier who has gone missing in your area. This is the great sunrise empire. We have a soldier who has gone missing here. A rough and strange mechanical synthesized voice emerged from the radio channel. The translation device synchronized this message to the communication panels of millions of players from the Daxia Empire. The voice that had just moments ago rejoiced at surviving suddenly vanished. The regional channel fell silent for 10 long seconds. No one spoke. After 10 seconds, the entire C-121 regional channel erupted. Damn lost soldiers. It's been 100 years. Even with a new universe, they're still using this lame excuse. Let's get them. Even if I run out of energy, I will crash this ship into those bastards. Players slumped in their seats, straightened up, gripping the worn-out ship's controls tightly. In the shadow of a distant nebula, the surface armor of the half-mechanical, half-organic main city slid open to the sides. Dozens of LV-3 mini-frigates emerged. The turrets rotated. The dark mouths of the cannons locked onto the Daxia remnants who had just jumped in and were on the brink of running out of energy. In the Iron Blood Alliance's communication channel, Qian Jinbong slammed his fist on the console. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and issued orders. All members of the Iron Blood Alliance, listen up. Put all remaining nuclear energy blocks into the power furnace. Let's fight these scum. Kill, kill, kill. The roar of 100,000 retired soldiers echoed through the communication line. Not a single surviving ship retreated. Everyone pushed their thrusters to the limit, preparing to launch a suicidal charge into the cannon's jaws. Inside the Shanghai secret silver frigate, Zhang Hengxing straightened his body. He traded resources for labor in the channel, a profit ecosystem he had established. Now a group of perverse hybrids carrying plaster flags had come out to disrupt things. provoking him with lines that made him extremely uncomfortable. In my territory, using such disgusting phrases. Zhang Hengxing placed his fingers on the control stick seeking death. He turned his head to the co-pilot. Yi Shuang, take that noisy horn in front along with that disgusting flag and throw them away. Xin Yeshuang sat in the co-pilot seat. She remained silent and hesitated, not her hands directly slapping the fire control console. Understood. Perfect accuracy specialization activated. A brilliant golden glow surged from her fingertips into the control console, reaching the LV-4 high-tier plasma main cannon on the ship's rear. Zhang Hengxing activated the bottom layer's infinite energy. The energy poured into the power furnace as if it were free. The main cannon roared. Dozens of thick azure beams erupted from the cannon's mouth in succession. The high-energy beams crossed thousands of kilometers, carrying destructive kinetic energy, rushing towards the enemy's vanguard fleet. There were no explosions that lit up the sky, only the annihilation of matter under absolute high temperatures. Dozens of LV-3 mini-frigates along with the hybrid commanders inside did not even have time to deploy their shields before the high-temperature plasma, with a base damage of 500 struck. The high temperature melted through the outer armor, vaporizing flesh. Even the massive outer armor marked with the plaster flag of the main city was blown into cosmic dust. In the regional channel of the Daxiao players, there was a moment of silence once more. Then the subtitles flooded the holographic projection. Boss, you're awesome. Nice explosion. Smash these bastards. I'm going to tear down their broken city and sell it for scrap. The massive main city in the distance came to a standstill. After a full half-minute, the air defense alarm finally sounded throughout the mechanical organic city. Dark red lights flickered wildly. Yi Shuang, well done. Zhang Hengxing tossed over a can of chilled cola. Next time, hit the target properly. Don't vaporize all their armor, leave some good materials for use. Xin Yeshuang caught the cola, her hand still trembling. I'm sorry. I was too angry just now. They shouldn't have used that phrase. In space, anger is more useful than kindness. Zhang Hengxing took a sip of hot water from his thermos and pushed the control stick. For high-tier mechanical arms extended from under the ship, accurately reaching into the vacuum left by the vaporized enemy fleet. Several high-grade resource spheres emitting eerie red light were forcibly retrieved and tossed into the folding space by the transport pipeline. Tang Wan, go check the dissection room to see what these hybrid species have exploded out. Zhang Hengxing cut off the main cannons charging. In the lower-level dissection room, Su Tang Wan was wearing a protective suit as she opened the resource sphere. A piece of half-mechanical, half-organic debris rolled onto the floor, green pus dripping down from the broken cables. So disgusting. She activated the high-pressure water gun of the mechanical arm to wash off the residual liquid. The scalpel precisely sliced open the chitinous shell of the debris, avoiding the twitching nerve bundles. Boss, the fiber orientation here completely violates biological logic. They forcibly fused machinery and flesh using energy, and the ganglia are all turned to mush. As she spoke, she extracted a bloody metal chip from the core position. The chip was thrown into the purification and cleaning tank, then connected to the physical slot of the ship's main brain. The holographic projection unfolded in the control room. The ship's main brain decrypted the chip data. Target lock J77, Star Region native. Parallel universe, island nation, player mutant. Evolution route, flesh and machinery ascension, fused with void worm race genes. Faction name, Greater East Asia Interstellar Co-Prosperity Sphere. Combat unit assessment, low-level border patrol squad, already annihilated. ALV-5 destroyer is hidden inside the main city, and the main fleet is currently mining resources in the neighboring star. Zhang Hengxing tapped on the armrest of his chair. He had the guarantees of endless life and reflective retaliation perks. Even if the opposing main city directly fired, he wouldn't die. At worst, he could go invisible and escape. The millions of Daxiao players behind him were exceptional productivity. The exclusive materials for upgrading to a level 5 battleship could not be gathered by just him and 2 female employees, even if they mined until the galaxy's destruction. From a profit perspective, this batch of players absolutely could not die. From a sentimental perspective, if C-121 represented the last remaining Daxiao people, they must be preserved. The labor mode needs to level up. Su Tangwan wiped her hands as she walked up the spiral ladder. Boss, are we going to attack that big city? Charge head first. Zhang Hengxing pointed at the data on the screen. That is a LV-5 city, while our ship is only LV-4. We won't die, but we can't take them down instantly. More importantly, in a battle, it wouldn't make sense for the boss to personally lead the charge. To overthrow these flesh and machine monsters in this star region of vast people's interstellar war must be launched. He intended to be the biggest arms dealer behind the scenes. Arm this group of scattered soldiers who can't even fill their bellies into a steel torrent. Zhang Hengxing opened the regional channel. His fingers struck the keyboard, and a golden announcement popped up. New World Faction 2.0 launched. From now on, 2nd and 3rd level battleship blueprints will be opened. You just need to collect resources to upgrade the ships, and I'll provide the firepower. Take down the territory of these hybrids. As the announcement popped up, 1,000,000 players erupted with excitement. Let's play at a high level. Before it was about survival, now it's about exploration. As long as you give me the blueprints, I'll mine these hybrids to death. The communicator chimed. Qian Jinbang sent a connection request. Brother Zhang, thank you for that shot just now. So satisfying. Qian Jinbang's voice was excited but still rational. However, I see that the radar reaction over there indicates that if they retaliate immediately, the guys in our hands won't be ready to defend. Old Qian, take your people into the left wing of that giant asteroid belt. The magnetic field there is chaotic, which can shield their wide-range scans. Zhang Hengxing looked at the star map and issued orders. Have everyone switch to mining mode and desperately build artillery. Understood. I'll get right on it. The massive remnants of the Daxia fleet quickly turned their ships around, slipping into the giant asteroid belt in the left wing of the J-77 star region under the high-pressure fire cover of the Shanghai Secret Silver Frigate. At this moment, deep within the enemy's main city military department, several rows of large bio-brains soaked in green nutrient solution simultaneously flashed high-frequency warning red lights. The harsh sound of mechanical axles rubbing echoed in the control room. A joint fleet commander with his skull removed and directly connected to the central neural line stared intently at the images of the patrol team being vaporized. A command was transmitted via the cables to the biocultivation chamber. Activate the Amaterasu protocol. Deploy mutated troops. Crush these inferior outsiders. The giant metal gate of the lower nutrient chamber crashed open. 3 LV. For peak mutated creatures over 100 meters in size burst out of the main city. These monsters had no pain sensation, their spines forcibly nailed into heavy antimatter thrusters and self-destruct modules. They charged at full speed towards the asteroid belt where the Daxia players were hiding. The red tail flames traced a deadly trajectory through the nebula. On the radar of the Shanghai Secret Silver, 3 coordinates, glowing bright red, were rapidly approaching the outer defense line. Zhang Hengxing placed the thermos on the control console. The level 4 materials have delivered themselves. The holographic radar in the command chamber flashed crimson violently. Shrill air defense sirens drowned out the soft click of Zhang Hengxing unscrewing his thermos lid. 3 LV. 4 flesh and blood aberrations, each over 100 meters tall, screamed toward the asteroid belt trailing scarlet contrails. Their crimson exhaust burned across the void as they accelerated at maximum velocity. A mechanical synthesized voice cut into the regional comms channel, the enemy commander's transmission. Inferior carbon-based life forms. The Amaterasu protocol is now active. These 3 holy war constructs carry antimatter self-destruct modules capable of reducing you, and this entire asteroid belt, to cosmic dust. Across the channel, players from the Great Xiao Alliance, who had been calmly fabricating parts from blueprints, erupted into chaos. Antimatter detonation. How do we block that? Our energy shields won't last a second. My engines won't reach optimal temperature for another 5 minutes. We're trapped. The Ironblood Alliance's internal comms channel activated. Qian Jinbang's voice was hoarse. All Ironblood members, attention. Push your thrusters to maximum. All heavy modified hulls, follow me and form a living shield. Sacrifice yourselves if you must. Hold those monsters beyond the safety threshold. By time for Brother Zhang and the rest to retreat. A chorus of battle-hardened veterans roared in unison over the comms. One by one, battered starships wrenched their trajectories around. Inside the Shanghai Mithril-class frigate, Zhang Hengxing reclined in his leather seat, reaching casually into folded space to retrieve an ice-cold cola can. With one hand, he popped the tab. A sharp hiss escaped as bubbles surged. With his free hand, he typed a line of golden top-end text across the global channel. Brother Qian, stand down. Don't steal my high-tier materials. The moment he sent it, Zhang Hengxing gripped the control yoke and slammed his thumb onto the thruster overload switch. The deep obsidian frigate did not retreat. It surged forward, straight into the path of the 3 raging LV. For aberrations. Brother Zhang, don't be reckless. That's antimatter. Qian Jinbang bellowed over the channel. 3,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. 500 meters. The 3 flesh and blood aberrations showed no sign of deceleration. Their dorsal thrusters blazed with searing crimson light, propelling colossal kinetic force as they slammed headlong into the frigate's outer energy shield. Zhang Hengxing sat with legs crossed, issuing no evasive commands, no fire orders. At the microsecond of impact, the level 4 golden trait mirror shield retaliation activated automatically, its causality-bound law unfolding without intervention. In the vacuum, there was no explosion, only silence. Vast kinetic energy generated upon physical contact inverted instantly upon striking the energy barrier. 50% of that force transformed into absolute unmitigated damage. reversed along its original vector and channeled back into the monster's own bodies. Their 100-meter exoskeletons shattered inward segment by segment. Their antimatter cores, still short of critical ignition, had their detonation sequencers physically pulverized by the catastrophic recoil energy. Viridian viscous fluid and fragmented biomass exploded outward in silent sprawling bursts across the void. The three ferocious behemoths collapsed into inert twitching hulks, reduced to drifting galactic scrap. "They're low on health," Zhang Hengxing said, taking a slow sip of cola. "Yi Shuang, collect the salvage." Shen Yishuang sat beside him, hands already flying across the weapons console. Golden light from her perfect accuracy mastery flared along her fingertips and merged seamlessly into the system. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise lightning-fast plasma cannon shots. 3 cobalt blue beams carved luminous afterimages through the blackness of space. Each targeted brainstem vaporized instantly. The massive LV, for carcasses drifted motionless in vacuum, devoid of defense, devoid of will. Their colossal frames hung silently in the void. The global channel fell still for 3 full seconds. Then a tsunami of chat flooded every screen. Holy hell, that's divine firepower. Collision and precision strikes. Clean sweep in 3 seconds. Master-level genius. This isn't combat, it's dimensional suppression. I'm engraving his name on my hull for protection. Meanwhile, in the enemy high command chamber, biocircuitry alarms shrieked across the hall. The enemy commander stared at the black feedback feed, his cybernetic eye zoomed rapidly. 3 antimatter-laden bioweapons, detonation sequence halted at just 9%, had been physically severed mid-ignition. On the frigate's side, 4 high-tier mechanical arms extended and hauled the massive wreckage into the lower-level biodissection bay. Su Tangwan charged in high-frequency dissection blade raised. "Boss, this neural node is flawless. Wow, these fiber alignments are pure art." Minutes later, she sprinted up to the command chamber, her hazard suit splattered with viridian fluid. She held aloft 3 pulsing, dangerously radiant antimatter cores. Her expression screamed, "Praise me now. Boss, these are premium grade, directly usable as power cores." Zhang Hengxing took them casually and tossed them into the mid-deck equivalent alchemy platform. "Yi Shuang, fuse these into the ship's main reactor. Our main cannon tends to overload during sustained fire. This'll reinforce it." Shen Yishuang nodded obediently and descended immediately to execute the procedure. Within minutes, the frigate's energy output ceiling surged dramatically, and the risk of main cannon detonation vanished entirely. Across the asteroid belt, millions of players urgently needed raw materials to forge next-tier armaments. Zhang Hengxing glanced into folded space, where mountains of low-tier base supplies accumulated. All were pristine water nutrient paste and scrap alloys sourced from the C-121 stellar domain. He opened the New Horizon trading interface, tapped his keyboard, and listed the entire stockpile with an announcement. Assisting frontier expansion, united against the outer threat. Mass provisioning life-sustaining supplies and foundational alloys. Brothers, forge boldly. Logistics are mine to bear. Yet the pricing was exacting, rigidly calibrated. 100 milliliters purified water exchangeable for 5 pieces of J77 domains unknown high-dimensional ore. 1 salvaged armor plate exchangeable for 1 fragment of ancient ruin script. Players flooding the exchange saw the bulk listings, not with outrage at steep valuations, but with waves of gratitude sweeping the channel. This master would bankrupt himself to arm us all. I knew it. Great Xia never betrays Great Xia. He's offering life-saving water. Brothers, dig deeper. Dig harder. We cannot let our master suffer losses. Qian Jinbong sent a private message, Brother Zhang. No words suffice for such grace. The Ironblood Alliance vows within 24 hours 10,000 beam cannons will be built. You will never stand alone on the front lines again. Into folded space, torrents of exotic resources from newly charted stellar domains poured in. Zhang Hengxing stretched luxuriously. Tengwan, Yi Shuang, no idle moments. He tossed several thousand high-dimensional crystals to his 2 female engineers. Work non-stop, synthesize relentlessly. Produce every advanced module required for an LV-5 starship. Far beyond the rim, deep within a distant nebula, the armored carapace of the enemy capital city slowly retracted. A metallic leviathan, over 5 kilometers long, sheathed in deep purple antimatter fields, slid silently into the abyssal dark. The system's highest-tier air defense alert blared across every player's interface in the J77 stellar domain. Crimson text consumed the entire field of vision. Warning: LV-5 abyssal flesh destroyer vessel detected. The colossal destroyer transmitted no signals. Only its portside secondary cannon began rapid charging. Boom. A violet-black death ray, hundreds of meters in diameter, swept across space. At the asteroid belt's periphery, a planetoid over 100 kilometers wide, and hundreds of player ships hiding behind it, vanished instantaneously upon contact. Nothing remained. Immediately afterward, a high-dimensional electromagnetic pulse EMP expanded in concentric rings across the entire domain. Over 100,000 Great Xia vessels lost all power. Comms channels erupted in static before collapsing entirely. The enemy commander's hologram forcibly hijacked every remaining functional display. Alien intruders, your resistance ends here. In 60 seconds, the main cannon, Amaterasu, will scour this region from existence. Inside the frigate, Su Tangwan and Shun Yishuang froze, staring through the viewport at the 5-kilometer-long LV-5 dreadnought. Their faces paled. Their 100-meter frigate looked no larger than one of its auxiliary gun barrels. Zhang Hengxing walked to the panoramic viewport. He idly rolled a freshly synthesized high-dimensional crystal between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the dreadnought's thick antimatter-reinforced hull. He turned and struck the control console sharply with his palm. Been waiting for you, delivery vessel. Inferior carbon-based life forms, your struggles end here. The coarse mechanical synthesized voice forcibly interrupted the public communication channel of the Daxia players. On the panoramic screen, the 1,000-meter-long Level 5 destroyer slowly turned its hull. Dark purple antimatter energy crazily gathered at the center. In 1 minute, the main cannon, Amaterasu, will cleanse the land. Countdown 60, 59, 58. The C-121 area channel was in complete chaos. That last shot from the secondary cannon flattened 100 kilometers of the meteor belt. We will all die if that main cannon fires. The thrusters are overloaded, and the cooling hasn't finished. We can't even fly out of range. How can these bastards operate a Level 5 warship? Silence fell over the Iron Blood Alliance's communication channel. Zhang Hengxing sat in the main pilot seat. The red high-energy warning on the holographic panel was flashing wildly. The system provided real-time assessments. The instant damage from this shot would exceed 5,000 points. The hidden card in his hand, Endless Life, had a health cap of only 1,500 points. If hit, the overflow damage would vaporize him and the ship instantly. Zhang Hengxing bit down on his cigar. He pulled the highest authority microphone on the console with one hand and forcibly cut off the public channel's mandatory broadcast. The annoying countdown from the enemy abruptly stopped. Can that mindless patchwork monster hear me? Zhang Hengxing's voice echoed throughout the star domain. The countdown in the broadcast paused at 45 for half a second. Zhang Hengxing exhaled a puff of light blue smoke, speaking at a rapid pace. Who taught you to cast spells and unleash powerful attacks while standing still and reading a charge? Just as he finished speaking, he yanked off 3 level 4 antimatter cores that he had just seized. The cores were brutally stuffed into the backup physical energy slot of the main cannon. He directly yanked out the infinite energy pipeline from the power furnace and linked it. Yishuang, get to work. Shen Yeshuang sat in the co-pilot seat, her hands firmly on the fire control panel. Target. The main cannon is charging the outer antimatter shield, must open to dissipate heat. Zhang Hengxing released the overload safety lock on the main cannon barrel. Warning red lights flashed furiously in the bridge. Pour full power into that open gap. Shen Yeshuang smashed the fire button. Golden light flowed at her fingertips. The concept-level specialization of 100% accuracy forcefully took over the targeting system. On the ship's back, the 10-meter-long high-level plasma main cannon roared to life. The entire ship shook violently. There was no single shot. The trigger was welded shut, firing continuously at full power. A deep blue high-energy beam carved a blinding line of death through space. The first beam ignored the thousands of kilometers of distance, precisely drilling into the open main cannon barrel of the enemy destroyer. Deep within the barrel, dark purple energy was gathering for an imminent explosion. 2 streams of high-dimensional energy collided in the narrow internal space. The enemy's energy force field instantly went into chaos. The other side had not yet cut off the energy supply. The 2nd, 3rd, and 15th plasma beams lined up, pouring into the bottom of the charging chamber. The countdown on the public channel just jumped to 42. A piercing high-frequency shriek exploded from the communication panels of all Daxia players. The attack, with a damage output of 5,000, directly detonated the interior of the destroyer. Blinding purpler light shattered the heavy antimatter armor. It couldn't even hold for 3 seconds. The 5,000-meter-long Abyss warship exploded into a brilliant supernova fireball in space. Not a single complete armor plate over 10 meters remained. The communication channel of the Daxia players fell silent for 10 seconds. The sounds of celebration directly flooded the holographic projection. Holy crap! Did we just shove a shell into its mouth, interrupt the spell, and trigger an internal explosion? That operation was incredible. Did I tell you to read a charge? Zhang Hengxing completely ignored the barrage in the channel. He pushed the joystick hard, and the escort ship slid past the edge of the high-temperature explosion. All 4 mechanical arms extended out of the cabin. Excited screams from Su Tangwan echoed from the anatomy room. Boss, we're going to make a fortune. She wore a blackened protective suit rushing onto the bridge while holding a glowing golden heavy mechanical module. Level 5 antimatter transition engine core. With everything intact, Su Tangwan slammed the core onto the control panel and then pulled out a black chip covered in green slime from her pocket. A star map chip cut from the wreckage of the main control room. All neural impurities have been cleaned out. Well done. Zhang Hengxing inserted the chip into the main brain's analysis slot. A massive high-dimensional star map holographic projection unfolded in the center of the main control room. The smile on Zhang Hengxing's face gradually faded. The data annotations were exceptionally clear. The Sunrise Empire occupied over 70% of the resource stars in the J77 star region. That previous Level 5 destroyer was merely standard equipment for their second-line patrol fleet. The enemy possessed tens of thousands of warships of this specification. The main city floating in the shadow of the star was even equipped with a Level 6 ruled defense network. All red dots on the outer edge of the star map lit up at this moment. Tens of thousands of high-level warships formed a dense encirclement rapidly approaching the meteor belt. With 3 minutes to contact, Zhang Hengxing's fingers tapped the keyboard, issuing a mandatory announcement with the highest authority on the entire channel. Tighten the sails, retreat. Abandon the position, all troops retreat. The players still celebrating in the channel were stunned. Boss, aren't we pursuing them? Zhang Hengxing took a screenshot of the radar map, showing the enemy's tens of thousands of warships, directly throwing it onto the public screen. The entire channel fell silent instantly. Qian Zhenbang's avatar flashed frantically as he burst into the channel. All transport ships belonging to the Iron Blood Alliance are to move to the perimeter. Gather the mining ships. Follow Brother Zhang's coordinates. Quick, quick, quick. Hundreds of thousands of spaceships turned around in a panic in the meteor belt, speeding towards the rear of the Shanghai Mithril escort ship. Yi Shuang moved the engine core to the alchemy platform. Zhang Hengxing turned and issued the command. Shen Yeshuang picked up the massive iron chunk and dashed down to the lower deck. Smash a massive amount of low-level materials in. In 30 seconds, get a usable mass jump generator out for me. Understood. The lower deck immediately erupted with the piercing sounds of metal violently merging. Zhang Hengxing's hands swiftly moved over the star map. His gaze swept across the extreme edge of the Empire's territory, locking onto a black coordinate planet codenamed Abyss Island. Data annotation: high-risk mutated dead star, extreme gravity, filled with void toxins and high-level primitive giant beasts. Zhang Hengxing's finger pressed down heavily. Boss, it's ready. A massive force field generator connected to discarded pipes was pushed up onto the deck by the mechanical arms. At this moment, the vanguard fleet of the Sunrise Empire had already entered range. The death beams wove into a net covering the outer space of the meteor belt. Charge! Zhang Hengxing diverted the infinite energy from the power furnace, violently pumping it into the generator. Space erupted with intense tremors. A dark blue wormhole with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers was forcibly torn open behind the meteor belt. Everyone get in. Zhang Hengxing shouted into the public frequency. The Daxiao Million fleet pushed their engines to full speed, diving into the wormhole. The Shanghai Mithril escort ship deliberately stayed behind for the last defense. The dark purple death beam approached the ship's stern armor. In the last millisecond before the ship slid into the jump channel, Zhang Hengxing illuminated the 80 heavy searchlights at the stern. The glaring bright light formed an enormous middle finger at the original coordinate position. Just before the death beam completely shattered the projection, the escort ship safely slipped into the void. Inside the jump channel, the crisis was temporarily lifted and most players slumped in their seats, gasping for air. Zhang Hengxing directly opened the New World trading hall, listing a large number of intermediate and primary weapon and spaceship blueprints. Priced extremely low, only requiring the top grade, or just dug up by the players. Brothers, don't blame the boss for not giving a break. During the voyage, everyone level up the ships to level 3. Once we arrive, if you can't even steady your gun, withdraw from the group early. A million players didn't even have the strength to complain and immediately opened their panels to exchange blueprints. The sound of clinking echoed once more through the microphones of various channels. The sense of space tearing disappeared. The massive fleet abruptly arrived in the low Earth orbit of Abyss Island. No sunlight shone down. The planet's surface was covered with a giant forest of fungi radiating purple light and strong radiation. The radar scan showed no mechanical responses from the Sunrise Empire. However, the surface was densely packed with signals from high-level primitive void giant beasts, surrounded by clusters of extremely high-purity, high-dimensional rare or veins. Su Tangwan leaned against the porthole, her eyes shining brightly. Boss, look at the neural nodes of that multi-headed monster. Cutting them off will definitely yield top-tier biological capacitor materials. She turned and rushed towards the dissection table, frantically counting tools. Zhang Hengxing was just about to send the task outline for the National Deep Mine operation on the public frequency. The main console intercepted a weak radio wave coming from deep underground of the planet. The radio wave was automatically filtered by the ship's main brain, beginning to play. The voice was extremely hoarse, accompanied by heavy static interference. Yet it was spoken in perfectly articulated Daxiao language. This is Shenzhou, requesting support. Zhang Hengxing's finger hovered over the send button. This is the Shenzhou. The synthetic voice from the control room echoed with static. Shen Yexiang and Su Tangwan simultaneously gazed out the porthole at the dark gas giant. Shenzhou, is that a term from Earth? Su Tangwan looked up at the control panel. Zhang Hengxing sat in the pilot's seat, his fingertips leaving traces on the virtual keyboard. System trace the signal source. Filter out noise and establish base-level analysis. The holographic star map instantly magnified. Red ripples locked onto a pitch-black chasm near the equator of Yuan Island. Coordinate depth 30,000 meters underground. The system replied in a cold mechanical voice. Encrypted frequency determined primitive radio waves from early 2000s Earth. Zhang Hengxing's cigar hung in midair between his fingers. He switched channels. Brother Zhang, what do you say? A tense voice from Qianzhenbang came through the communicator. This area has excessive high-energy reactions. The brothers can only hang outside in space. Everyone maintain silence. Do not turn on the searchlight. Zhang Hengxing spoke rapidly. Approach the Earth's orbit stealthily and mine quietly. I'll go down to handle some personal matters. Anyone who dares to attract attention will be dealt with first. He pushed the control stick down forcefully. Invisibility dive. The LV 4-star Sea Mystic Silver warship broke away from the fleet and vanished into the void. The massive hull plunged into the thick atmosphere of Yuan Island. Purple toxic fungal spores fell like a blizzard onto the invisible folding force field. On the detection radar, a multitude of LV-3 and LV-4 red dots wandered across the surface. A massive roar shook the rock layers. But under the protection of spatial cloaking GAN, the mental resistance module, the 100-meter giant ship, moved like a ghost. The warship smoothly glided into the chasm. 20,000 meters, 25,000 meters, 30,000 meters. The surrounding rock walls pressed inward, and the darkness felt as heavy as solid matter. Turn on the lights. Zhang Hengxing ordered. The powerful beam of light sliced through the viscous darkness, reaching the bottom of the valley. Silence fell in the bridge. In the mire of dark red decayed rock layers, half of a slanted metal object lay quietly. There was no energy field, no antimatter thrusters, no nano armor. It was an extremely crude old-style space re-entry capsule that relied entirely on chemical fuel propulsion. A large area of the outer thermal tiles had fallen off. The blackened burn marks were scattered across the hull. Su Tangwan ran over, pressing her hands against the panoramic porthole. Breath fogged the glass. The halo of the searchlight illuminated the surface of the capsule. Among the peeling white paint, a faded 5-star red flag, and the two characters Shenzhou were glaringly imprinted there. The structure of this broken tin can is 10 times worse than the LV-1 iron coffin we had in the novice village. Su Tangwan swallowed hard. How did this antique, which doesn't even have a curvature engine, end up buried under the depths of a dead star separated by tens of thousands of light years? Zhang Hengxing's veins bulged on the back of his hand. The cigar was brutally crushed in his palm. Yexiang, take over the main control. Main cannon preheating, charging at the critical point. Something is poking its head out, blow it up directly. Zhang Hengxing turned around, grabbing Su Tangwan by the scruff of her neck. Huh, boss, you can go, why do I have to go down? Su Tangwan struggled. You need to be my blood bag, no more nonsense. Zhang Hengxing forcibly shoved her into a set of LV-3 deep space operation protective gear. He quickly put on his own protective gear. The warship's side armor unfolded. 2 high-energy mechanical arms sent the two to the airlock of the ancient spacecraft. The airlock door had long since deformed and jammed due to extreme pressure. Zhang Hengxing pulled out a high-frequency cutting knife from his thigh. He aimed the knife tip at the edge of the lock cylinder and cut in violently. Sparks erupted like waves at the bottom of the chasm. Bang! The heavy cabin door was kicked inward by him. The two floated into the zero-gravity environment. The air had long since been exhausted. The cabin walls were covered with layer upon layer of blue frost at absolute zero. Su Tangwan clutched the tether rope attached to Zhang Hengxing's protective suit tightly. The two passed through a narrow and cramped corridor. Zhang Hengxing pushed open the broken partition door of the cockpit. The tactical flashlight on his wrist swept forward. Su Tangwan gasped and buried her head behind Zhang Hengxing. In the cockpit, the seats were secured with safety belts around 2 corpses. They were dressed in bulky old-fashioned spacesuits. The flesh behind the faceplate had completely dried and dehydrated, and the eye sockets were deeply sunken. Su Tangwan's fingertips glowed with the golden light of waning rejuvenation as she bravely peered out. Boss, They have no weapon wounds, nor any signs of high-dimensional radiation. The spaceship's power is completely depleted, and the life support system has shut down. They were awake, slowly suffocated of oxygen, and froze to death here. Zhang Hengxing remained silent. The tactical beam slowly descended. The hands of the two corpses were tightly clasped over their chests. Rigid fingers as hard as iron fiercely protected an old black box covered in frost. They never let go until death. Zhang Hengxing reached out, lightly tapping the cold faceplate of the corpse. He reversed his grip on the high-frequency cutting knife, avoiding the bones, and cut through the ice layer on the corpse's arm. The black box with a mechanical clasp was pulled out. The connection of this old antique has its merits. He pulled out a multifunctional data cable from his waist. The physical port was forcibly pried open and directly connected to Zhang Hengxing's arm microterminal. Beep. The microterminal screen lit up in a ghostly green glow. Rows of ancient Chinese code and logs scrolled across the screen. Zhang Hengxing's gaze swept over the screen. His attention froze. The hand holding the black box suddenly exerted force. Su Tangwan poked her head out, reading the words on the screen aloud. Shenzhou XS top secret flight log. Escaping from the Earth's gravitational field. She continued, reading down, her voice suddenly shifting tone. Launch time 2026 AD. Su Tangwan abruptly turned her head, staring intently at Zhang Hengxing through the transparent visor. Boss, when all of humanity was pulled into this game, it was clearly 2048. How could this broken ship have died here 22 years earlier than us? The surroundings fell into silence. Only the heavy breathing of the two echoed within their protective suits. Zhang Hengxing suppressed all expressions. This is not a game. He pulled out the data cable and stuffed the black box into the folding space. We've all been deceived. Let's go back to the ship. Zhang Hengxing turned around and tugged on the tether rope, preparing to retreat. Just as the black box entered the folding space, the microterminal screen exploded with alarm red light. A segment of mechanical synthetic sound directly penetrated the communication frequency of the protective suit, exploding near the eardrum, warning. Carbon-based life forms of Earth detected landing. The Abyss self-destruction hidden protocol has been lifted. Ultimate memorandum extraction in progress. Hidden module arc of Ember's base architecture blueprint is beginning to decrypt. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from the re-entry capsule, sweeping out like a tsunami. The dark veins of rock 30,000 meters underground emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable burden. Zhang Hengxing suddenly raised his wrist. The bright light shone into the darkness on both sides of the chasm. At the end of the light beam, hundreds of giant compound eyes lit up. Those high-level distorted behemoths that were evading the Sun Empire fleet all locked onto this position. Thick acidic liquid splashed onto the rocks, creating wisps of white smoke. Boss. Su Tangwan clutched Zhang Hengxing's arm. A hurried report came through the communicator from Shenyang. Radar has locked onto hundreds of LV-3 and LV-4 high-energy reactions. They have surrounded the chasm, and the main cannon's angle is limited. It can't penetrate the rock layers. He stood in front of Su Tangwan, looking at the massive shadows closing in from outside. I said, how could a package from 22 years ago not require a toll fee? Above the chasm, hundreds of enormous compound eyes flickered to life in the darkness. High-level void beasts of LV-3 and LV-4 gathered. A viscous high-dimensional acid cascaded down. The dark red rock layer over 20,000 meters deep collapsed and dissolved on a large scale. Pungent toxic gas surged back through the fissures. Boss, they are melting the ceiling. Su Tangwan grasped Zhang Hengxing's protective suit, her teeth chattering. An urgent report from Shenyang crackled through the communication channel. Radar lock complete. There are over 300 enemies above. The elevation angle for the main cannon is completely locked by the heavy rock formations. We can't get out. The colossal sound of rocks shattering erupted overhead. Dozens of 100-meter-long void poison scythes were vaguely visible, frantically digging into the soil. Zhang Hengxing patted Su Tangwan on the helmeted head. This damn game's anti-addiction system is quite intense. He yanked at the tether rope. The two slid swiftly towards the Shanghai secret silver warship, using their propulsion devices. Just as they rushed into the airlock and removed their protective suits, the public channel's holographic projection was already in chaos. 1 million players from the Iron Blood Alliance remaining in low Earth orbit were watching the images of the Abyss bottom through synchronized radar. On the screen, the small blue dot representing Zhang Hengxing's warship was tightly surrounded by a mass of overlapping crimson monster coordinates. Qian Zhenbang's voice crackled through the channel. Zhang, the underground high-energy reaction peak has gone off the charts. Gravity field is in chaos. The brothers can't descend. You can't withstand so many high-level monsters. Quickly teleport and run. Panic spread through the channel. 300 high-level monsters. This directly flattens the warship. It's over. The big shot is being wrapped up. Zhang Hengxing strode onto the bridge, firmly settling into the pilot's seat. He unscrewed his thermos and took a sip of warm water. His wrist twisted. He pulled out several LV. For antimatter cores he had just obtained from the folding space. The cores were directly shoved into the physical energy slot beneath the control panel for the secondary cannon. The warning red light instantly became blinding. Yexiang turned off the conventional radar targeting system. Zhang Hengxing raised his gaze to focus on the holographic star map. Shun Yexiang's slender fingers glided across the keyboard, leaving traces. The main control panel instantly switched to the underlying physical map. Lock onto the 4 high-dimensional mineral support pillars surrounding the chasm. Zhang Hengxing exhaled a breath of warm air. Main and secondary cannons to be connected in parallel. Charge threshold lifted. Received. Shin Yexiang pressed the confirmation key. The concept of 100% accuracy was triggered. Zhang Hengxing pressed the all-zone communication key. His voice calmly transmitted. Old Qian, watch closely. I'm going to lay down a big trap. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Yexiang pressed the launch button. The main and secondary cannons loaded with antimatter energy unleashed their firepower. Dazzling deep blue and ghostly purple light intertwined. 2 plasma beams mixed with ghostly purple and deep blue shot through the air, ignoring the high-level monsters densely falling from above. Thanks to the physical locking of the underlying structure, the beams drew 2 zigzag lines in midair, plunging straight into the 4 high-dimensional mineral support pillars at the edge of the underground chasm. The stress nodes were vaporized completely, leaving nothing behind. The supporting structure collapsed entirely. The abyss over 20,000 meters deep lost all support. High temperatures penetrated the fractured rock layers, igniting the endless toxic gas veins deep underground. High-energy plasma rays triggered a chain reaction with the high-dimensional mineral veins. A low rumble emanated from deep within the crust. The scorching explosive flow, influenced by the antimatter collapse, did not surge upward, but instead spiraled into an inward-drawing gravitational storm subterranean. The 300 high-level void beasts on the ceiling, who were poised to pounce, now found themselves stepping into empty space. The gravitational vortex whirled with toxic gas, high temperatures, and shattered high-dimensional rock veins, creating an enormous meat grinder. Hundreds of LV-3 and LV-4 monsters were forcibly dragged into the abyss. The 100-meter-long void poison scythe was at the forefront, its skeletal structure directly disassembled by the gravitational field. The hard exoskeleton shed massively. The toxic fluid barely surfaced before being instantly vaporized by the high temperature. The superheated conditions vaporized the several hundred meters thick rock veins, while the gravitational vortex greedily devoured the surrounding matter. The originally narrow and perilous abyss was forcibly leveled by this violent and unreasonable energy tide. In less than 10 seconds, the intricate underground network was no more. In its place was a subterranean void cavity measuring 600 square kilometers and over 1,000 meters in height. The surrounding rock walls, after being smelted by high heat, cooled to reveal a smooth glass-like appearance, reflecting the cold searchlight projected by the warship. As for the over 300 aggressive high-level void beasts, not even ashes were left behind. In low Earth orbit, millions of players stared fixedly at the synchronized radar. The alarm peak that had just been blood red cleared to 0 in an instant. On the radar feedback data panel, the red dot cluster that had heavily surrounded the blue warship's coordinates had vanished. All warning red lights extinguished, leaving only one blue, safely docked at the center of the newly generated underground palace. In its place were golden and purple resource orbs falling like rain. Qian Jinbong stood with his mouth agape. The large tea mug in his hand clattered to the ground. The public channel fell silent, not even a chat sound. After a brief silence, the barrage exploded. What the hell? Using antimatter like firecrackers? Clearing the field in a second. This maneuver is incredible. At the bottom of the cavern, the Shanghai secret silver warship hovered steadily. Su Tangwan gripped the armrests of her seat, tightly glancing at the swirling remnants of the gravitational storm outside, then at Zhang Hengxing, who was leisurely drinking water. Boss, you're amazing. She dashed to the control panel, maneuvering for high-energy mechanical arms to extend outside the cabin. Wow. This poison gland is intact. We hit the jackpot. Zhang Hengxing ignored the channel's celebrations. He placed the black box he had just extracted on the control table, pulled out a data cable, and forcefully connected it to the public channel. Everyone shut up. Watch the screen. Glitches flickered. A holographic projection appeared on the screens of all 8 million survivors. A dark, frost-covered cabin. 2 desiccated corpses sat in the pilot seats. The image zoomed in. Above the tightly clenched hands of one corpse floated a tarnished metal identity badge. The old alloy surface bore a clear inscription in Chinese. Chief Instructor of the Great Xia Space Corps, Qian Sun. The public channel lost all noise. In the main control room of the Iron Blood Alliance, Qian Zhenbang's legs buckled, and he knelt before the main console. "Dad!" A hoarse cry emanated from the channel. This man in his 50s cried out in front of millions. He pounded the steel floor with his fists, tears mixed with blood falling. The confidential logs of the black box echoed with mechanical synthesized voices in everyone's communicators, leaving the Earth's gravitational sphere. Confirming target star region. System intrusion initiated. Abyss route has been anchored. Space log. The game had already descended in 2026. Impossible to stop. To seek a glimmer of hope, we will actively tread on the path of no return, searching for the legendary arc of fire underlying framework. May the flames of Great Xia endure through the ages. 30,000 meters beneath the abyss, a hollow cavern. The rock walls, recently melted by the high temperatures of an antimatter cannon, exhibited a smooth, glass-like surface. The searchlight of the Star C's secret silver escort ship cast a cold blue light. At the end of the beam, a skewed, dilapidated return capsule lay quietly amidst the dark red debris. The public communication channel for the entire area was devoid of any noise. Only Qian Zhenbang's hoarse cries echoed. "Dad!" In the control room, Shen Yeswang pressed her lips tightly together. Su Tangwan turned her back, wiping her eyes forcefully with the large sleeves of her protective suit. Zhang Hengxing sat in the main driver's seat. He raised his hand and knocked twice on the alloy control panel. "Old Qian, put away your tears." His voice was flat. Let the old man finish his words. His fingers glided over the holographic keyboard, forcefully cutting the terminal data line into the deep image frequency band of the black box. The holographic screen flickered with rippling waves. A much younger image of Qian's son appeared in midair. Qian Jinbang sniffled in the channel. In the year 2026, my dad led a team to execute a top-secret lunar exploration mission on orbit. 10,000 elite personnel from the space agency and base evaporated collectively on Earth overnight. The country scoured the Earth-Moon system and classified it as an S-class unsolved mystery. He grit his teeth. It turned out they were dragged into this damned game. The barrage in the channel experienced a brief interruption. This space survival ordeal involving billions of people had already initiated a round of internal testing 22 years ago. The images flashed quickly, documenting the beginnings of those 10,000 people. In the footage, the initial ships of this group of pioneers were all outdated chemical propulsion return capsules and first-generation space station modules. There were no energy shields, no antimatter armor. The outer layer consisted only of fragile peeling thermal tiles. The system emphasizes fairness. The technology of the entry ships locked the Earth level of that era. The difficulty they faced when starting was 100 times greater than what we present here. The top-secret logs scrolled rapidly. 10,000 people were thrown into the starry void, and the massive void insectoids pounced upon the fragile spacecraft. There were no high-energy particle cannons. The pioneers, piloting their iron coffins burning chemical fuel, directly crashed into the maws of the void giants. The audio recordings were filled with roars and explosion sounds. The logs indicated that a small portion of the survivors who managed to endure the myriad hardships at that time all awakened special proficiencies. They filled the gaps with their flesh and blood amidst the onslaught of the dark matter storm. They carved a path to this planet in the cosmic star map using their bodies. The images leaped faster and faster. Points of light extinguished one by one. In the end, only the return capsule piloted by Qian's son, running on empty, fell alone into the depths of the abyss island teeming with high-level monsters. A few lines of expletives mixed with asterisks drifted through the channel. The endeavors of 10,000 people ultimately only resulted in this withered corpse. The footage reached its final seconds. The dying Qian's son tugged at the cracked corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely fervent smile. He raised a yellowed geological survey report, slapping it heavily in front of the camera. "If the later arrivals, don't be afraid." His voice was mixed with the crackling sounds of electricity. The purple mist on the surface of this planet has an extremely simple and fragile molecular structure. There are ample residues of liquid water here. All it takes is to set up a basic oxidation neutralization filtration array. Then we can completely dissolve the toxins, turn this sky full of poisonous gas into a breathable atmosphere rich in high-purity oxygen. Survive. The footage abruptly stopped. Zhang Hengxing seized the toxin chemical analysis model computed by the main brain and slammed it into the center of the public frequency. 3 seconds of complete silence ensued. Then the public channel of 8 million players exploded. Oxygen. As long as we filter out the toxins, it can be transformed into an atmosphere. This is no monster dead star. This is a natural Earth. Wild screams and roars erupted. This group of escapees, trembling in their space iron coffins at temperatures below -20 or 30 degrees, went mad. This high-dimensional dead star beneath their feet is a natural habitable planet for carbon-based life. No longer would they be drifting in the universe uncertain of their fate. Hundreds of thousands of veterans from the Iron Blood Alliance voluntarily sounded the sirens across various defense channels. Qian Jinbong wiped the blood from his face and shouted hoarsely, "Brothers, that is the home the old man risked his life to uncover. Follow me down, and let's gnaw this broken planet down." Zhang Hengxing watched the frenzied barrage in the holographic projection and pressed the enter key. The toxic layer is now the best natural defense line. The Empire of Dawn fleet from outer space cannot penetrate. The Arc of Fire blueprints left to us by the old man were specifically designed as a planetary defense fortress for this planet. He opened the New World Trading Faction interface. A massive crowdsourced mission was released across the server. Abyss Island Transformation Plan Phase 1 Construct Heavy Purification Array required materials 10 million units of high-purity titanium alloy, 2 million units of activated carbon-based modules, 500 sets of biological filter components. Task reward distribution of Abyss mine extraction rights based on contribution, as well as permanent residential land in the surface purification zone. The attention of 1 million players was instantly seized by the massive infrastructure DNA of land allocation and housing construction. A striking golden ID popped up in the channel. Player Lu Chuanyai. Boss Zhang, I have the golden legendary specialization Lubin's inheritance. As long as the material blueprints are in place, I can forge the bearing keel of the filtration array for you in 3 hours. I'm fighting for a 2-bedroom apartment. Whoever dares to block me from building a house, he'll dig up his ancestors' graves. The channel erupted into a discussion about which plot of land had the best lighting. Zhang Hengxing casually cut off the microphones for the entire area. The bridge returned to its cold state. Su Tongwan Shen Yeswang. Go to the lower cargo hold and check the high-dimensional ores we just salvaged. Extract the bodily fluids of those LV for monsters as the base material for the biological filter. Su Tangwan rubbed her reddened nose and cheerfully replied, "Okay, boss. I'll prepare the catalytic liquid for the filter right away." Shen Yeswang said nothing, pulling Su Tangwan directly to the lower levels. The hatch closed tightly behind them. Zhang Hengxing leaned against the driver's seat. He pulled out a damaged, encrypted file from the deepest part of the black box. System break it violently, no matter the cost. The nuclear fusion energy output from the control console surged sharply. 1 minute later, the garbled text on the screen dissipated, revealing a broken personal attribute panel projected in midair. Bathed in the ghostly blue light, Zhang Hengxing clearly read the contents displayed. Owner Qian Sun. Awaken specialization, special type, space type, folding space. Quality white mutation. Exactly the same. The starting skill possessed by the pioneer who died in this cave 22 years ago was identical to his panel down to the last detail. The dim blue light of the battleship's control room reflected on Zhang Hengxing's face. He leaned against the pilot's seat, his fingertips grazing the edge of the holographic projection. On the screen, Qian Sen's tattered attribute panel emitted a cold glow. Awakening specialization, special system, space system, folded space. Quality white mutation, the same name, the same quality, the same attributes. This is not a coincidence. Zhang Hengxing turned off the projection. The previous holder died in this cave, and the skill returned to the card pool. He had taken over now. Boss. Shen Yeshang stood beside him. The fleet is starting to land. He looked out through the panoramic porthole. In the 600 square kilometers of the glass-like underground cave, tens of thousands of escape pods flickered, with faint tail flames touching down one after another. The Iron Blood Alliance's heavy industrial ships formed a perimeter for vigilance. The bullet screen on the public channel went crazy. I want a spot by the pool. No one can compete with me. Build houses. I want a 3-bedroom apartment. And plant 2 acres. The golden ID of player Lu Chuanya lit up in the center of the channel, accompanied by a densely packed computational simulation diagram. Everyone calm down. The computational results are out. Lu Chuanya's voice was anxious. With the current material reserves and mining efficiency of our 8 million people, it will take at least a full 10 years to build a global heavy purification array on the surface to completely transform the toxic gas layer. The bullet screen instantly froze. 10 years. Someone voiced, my escape pod's life support system won't last until next month. If the condensation pipe bursts, I won't survive 3 days. The old man's plans are too ambitious. We simply can't digest it. In the cave, many ships that had just stabilized forgot to turn off their engines. Despair spread through the network. Zhang Hengxing looked at the data model. He did not intend to pursue global purification. The channel fell silent for more than 10 seconds, and Lu Chuanya spoke again, his voice raised slightly. So I didn't say we should go to the surface. He threw out a brand new 3-dimensional framework diagram. I used the golden specialization Lubon legacy to reassemble the array. The thin molecular layer of toxic gas outside is the best disguise. We will draw it down, compress it, and reverse it back to near-Earth orbit. From space, this place still appears as a high-risk toxic gas dead star that no one should approach. We will concentrate all resources in this 600 square kilometer underground cave and create a miniature ecological internal circulation filter system. Lu Chuanya typed on the keyboard, as long as the materials are sufficient, the original 10-year project can be compressed to 3 days. In 3 days, I will build you a miniature Saipan underground. The channel fell silent for a moment before erupting into a thunderous roar. Let's do it. Qian Zhenbang's bloodshot face appeared in the projection. He slammed his hand on the metal control platform. 100,000 veterans of the Iron Blood Alliance are now all incorporated into the engineering suicide squad. You point, we strike. Without materials, we will dismantle the escape pods. Anyone who dares to drag their feet, they'll be the first to reduce them to dust. The most critical issue remained. The miniature array still required a massive amount of titanium alloy framework and biological filters. The scrap metal in the hands of several million lower-tier players was not enough. Zhang Hengxing moved his neck. He cut into the public frequency of the entire district, directly muting everyone's microphones with the highest authority. Old Qian. Zhang Hengxing's voice was cold and hard. The engineering team is starting work. They'll provide the materials. The heavy towing beam at the bottom of the battleship activated. A crack appeared in the barrier of folded space. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling metallic sheen illuminated the entire cave. The top-tier titanium alloy plates, synthesized without loss by the equivalent alchemy platform, rained down, forming a 100-meter-high mountain of metal in the center of the cave. Tens of thousands of specially designed sealed cans were accurately thrown out by mechanical arms. They were filled with the LV-4 mutant beast fluids extracted by Su Tongwan, the core material for manufacturing high-grade biological filters. 8 million players stared at the radar screen, which displayed alarmingly high energy resource readings. Zhang Hengxing cut off communications, leaving a line of text in the channel. 3 days is too slow. I give you 12 hours. The entire cave erupted with excitement. With ample resources as motivation, tens of thousands of mining machines were retrofitted into construction machinery. Sparks from the high-frequency cutting tools flickered wildly against the glass-like rock walls. Lu Chuanya stood atop the Iron Blood Alliance's heavy spaceship, acting as the chief dispatcher. Blueprint disassembly, module pouring, and filter assembly were in high-speed operation. 12 hours later, in the center of the cave, a pyramid-shaped underground purification tower cast from high-purity titanium alloy and standing 100 meters tall roared to life. The muffled sound of suction echoed underground. The purple toxic gas seeping through the upper rock crevices was forcibly drawn into the tower. The high-grade biological filter, mixed by Su Tongwan, shredded the toxic gas, instantly neutralizing the deadly molecules. Hiss! The large exhaust valve emitted a burst of airflow explosion. The first breath of pure oxygen, fragrant with cave soil and water vapor, surged forth. The battleship's door slowly opened. Zhang Hengxing stepped out of the airlock, standing on the extended deck at the bow of the ship. Su Tongwan followed behind, grasping the helmet buckle of her protective suit. She twisted the locked valve and removed her helmet. There was no acrid corrosive smell, no burning sensation from high-dimensional radiation. She closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling sharply as she gulped down the long-lost air. Boss. Su Tongwan's voice trembled. We can breathe now. In the cave, 8 million players pushed open the doors of their escape pods. They removed their heavy breathing packs and took off the protective helmets they had worn for an unknown duration. The cheers nearly lifted the ceiling of the underground. Some knelt on the dark red rocks, kissing the ground. Others hugged strangers beside them, crying out loud. Zhang Hengxing raised his wrist and entered coordinate information into the regional channel. The holographic projection displayed an urban planning map above the cave. Using this tower as the axis with Qian Sen's return pod as the 0-point coordinate. Radiate outward, delineating the first batch of residential areas, industrial zones, and planting areas. He paused, glancing at the dilapidated return pod. This city will be named Qiansen City. The channel uniformly replied, received. Countless mechanical arms and high-frequency drill bits targeted the thick rock layers surrounding the cave, beginning to excavate. 2 hours later. Boom. On the east side of Qiansen City, several heavy mining machines of the Iron Blood Alliance violently broke through a 100-meter-thick layer of glass-like rock. The piercing high-dimensional blue light penetrated the crevices of the rock wall, casting a chilling glow across half the cave. Inside the battleship's control room, the high-dimensional radar suddenly erupted with red alarm lights. Zhang Hengxing's hand, which had just lifted the teacup, froze in midair. In the center of the screen, a line of red characters flashed frantically, warning. Scanning complete. High-energy reaction ahead, determined level unexploited star vein. Energy level exceeding LV-5 limit. The dark blue radar light in the control room cast a glow on Zhang Hengxing's face. In the center of the display, the red warning for the S-class untapped star skeleton, main vein dark blue, or vein, flickered ominously. The energy reaction readings were approaching the critical point. Zhang Hengxing yawned and casually grabbed a towel to wipe his hands. No LV. The blueprint for the level 5 upgrade and the material list were shrouded in mystery. If they smashed this main vein and stuffed it into storage, it would be no different from hoarding a pile of worthless glass, and it would take up space. System delay the level 5 upgrade. He swiped his finger across the holographic keyboard. Since it's presented to us, let's throw everything into infrastructure. Zhang Hengxing immediately posted a high-priority crowdsourcing task in the New World Trading Camp, forcibly mine the S-class, or vein. The 8 million players underground fell into a frenzy. The 4 major guilds launched an all-out attack. Qian Jinbang shouted until his voice cracked. He led the Iron Blood Alliance with thousands of modified heavy industrial drilling machines at the forefront. The heavy tracks crushed the debris beneath them, and the roar of the engines made the underground cavern tremble. First defense zone. Preheat the carbon steel drill head. Second defense zone, set up energy traction. Drill hard for me. Hundreds of thousands of mechanical arms pounced on the dark blue rock wall. The shrill metallic screech suddenly exploded. The 100-meter-long special carbon steel drill head shattered into a cloud of iron powder the moment it touched the surface of the dark blue, or vein. The immense recoil flipped over dozens of drilling machines at the forefront. Before Qian Jinbang could curse, the dark blue, or vein, emitted a wave of deep purple high-dimensional radiation outward. Over 30,000 players nearest to the blast immediately lost consciousness. The mental health value above their health bars plummeted past the red line. Blood mixed with ice shards sprayed onto the control panel. Hundreds of heavy machine mainboards burned out and became scrap. The celebration in the public channel came to an abrupt halt. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Max out the thrusters. Qian Jinbang roared in the channel. The scattered players at the back frantically reversed their escape pods, colliding into a heap. This hardness definitely exceeds LV. 5. Our tools aren't even fit to give it a rub. If we can't mine the materials, Qiansen City won't be built, and well, all have to wait to die in our metal coffins. Panic spread rapidly through the regional network. Su Tangwan. Zhang Hengxing pressed the communication button. Received. Su Tangwan in the dissection room bit her tongue. Using the pain as motivation, she forced herself to overclock the golden specialization, universal reverse healing. A light green life energy was roughly shoved into the heavy-duty exhaust fan of the guard ship. The air compression system transformed the energy into a mist that enveloped the 30,000 severely injured players in front. The rapidly plummeting health bars were firmly held in place. The radiation waves forced the high-level alien species hiding deep underground to emerge. Countless void poison scythes poked their heads out from the cracks in the ore vein. Boss, a horde of monsters is charging out. Shen Yexiang yanked the fire control throttle. You go block them. Shen Yexiang led the combat players to the front line. Plasma fire tongues intertwined with old-fashioned chemical kinetic projectiles to form an impenetrable web of firepower, firmly suppressing the group of alien creatures. The front line stabilized. However, the mining progress was completely stalled. The senior members of several major guilds were anxiously pacing in the channel. Brother Zhang, Qian Jinbang gritted his teeth. This thing is too hard. How about I take a death squad over, detonate some antimatter bombs to blow a hole open? Calm down. A cold voice from Zhang Hengxing came through the loudspeaker. He, wearing his signature gray plaid pajamas, strolled slowly to the extended deck of the bridge. Looking at the distant dark blue S-class, or vein, he rubbed his chin. Everyone fall back. Zhang Hengxing operated the terminal with one hand. The tractor beams at the bottom of the heavy-duty guard ship opened wide. A massive gap in the barrier of folded space split open. Boom. A massive amount of level 1 and level 2 waste or broken scrap metal and discarded machine parts salvaged from various star zones poured into the center of the cavern. In an instant, it formed a mountain of garbage 100 meters high. The regional channel fell silent. The guild leaders exchanged glances. Build an underground mega-city with this pile of junk. Zhang Hengxing scoffed. The level 4 golden item equivalent alchemy platform activated. He casually picked up a handful of S-class remnants that had just collapsed from the ore vein. He tossed them into the golden alchemy array that appeared in the center of the bridge. The blinding golden light flashed suddenly. Clang! A dark blue ingot with a perfect molecular structure and emanating a dark blue glow rolled onto the deck. It produced a dull metallic thud. The nearest players from the Iron Blood Alliance were stunned. The regional channel exploded with countless exclamation marks. Physics is utterly finished. A pile of junk remnants, and you can directly mold S-class materials. Zhang Hengxing turned to Shen Yexiang. Leave the frontline fire control to Old Qian. He transferred the temporary operating rights of the equivalent alchemy platform to the co-pilot's terminal. No more mining. Broadcast to the entire area, have them bring over all the waste materials and useless low-grade junk. Zhang Hengxing pointed at the pile of junk, emitting a strange odor. Melt them down for me. Shen Yexiang returned to the co-pilot, her hands leaving trails on the keyboard. The district-wide announcement was sent out. As long as it has mass, send it all over. 8 million players went wild. A vast amount of low-level waste materials, degraded nutrient liquid packaging, and empty chemical thruster shells gathered towards the bottom of the guard ship. Some even dismantled the waste filtration pipes from their escape pods. Under the absolute rules of the equivalent alchemy platform, the garbage disappeared rapidly. High-purity titanium alloys, depleted uranium alloys, dark blue ingots, and high-level life support modules gushed out from the alchemy array. Real waste materials turning into luxury homes. The regional channel erupted with thunderous roars. Lu Chuanye, possessing the golden specialization Lu Ban's legacy, trembled with excitement. We have enough building materials. All support class players log in. He took control of the massive high-quality materials, and the computational simulation map filled the public panels across the district. Centered around the inverted pyramid purification array, the sound of metal casting was deafening. The high-dimensional armored walls were pieced together by gigantic mechanical arms. Well-organized industrial zones, living areas, and cultivation modules rose from the ruins. This was an underground megacity that combined cyberpunk heavy metal aesthetics with the characteristics of the Great Xia's colossal structures, made entirely of high-grade load-bearing steel and depleted uranium alloys. 12 hours later, the piercing sounds of welding and mechanical roars ceased. The first phase of Qianxin City stood magnificently in the 30,000-meter abyss. Tens of thousands of giant living pods arranged in a beehive pattern were enveloped by an energy buffer layer. Dozens of wide metal aerial bridges ran through the center. Millions of people emerged from their dilapidated escape pods. They touched the cold, indestructible metal walls, gazing up at the starry, sea-secret silver guard ship quietly hovering atop the purification tower. The main control terminal in front of Zhang Hengxing erupted with a shrill red light alarm. After 12 hours of high-intensity work, the last reserves of food and fresh water for 8 million players ran dry. The massive underground Qianxin City was plunged into utter darkness save for the faint blue light emitted by the central purification tower. 30,000 meters underground, there was no visible light source. Su Tangwan slumped on the dissection table, her stomach letting out a long, mournful wail. Zhang Hengxing sat in the cockpit, glancing at the depleted resource bar on the holographic projection. He picked up his thermos, finishing the last sip of warm water. His gaze fixed on the toxic, gas-filled surface. The house is built. He set down the cup, his voice echoing in the empty bridge. Next, we need to go up and pull a light bulb. While we're at it, let's enclose some land for farming. 30,000 meters beneath the abyss. Darkness filled every inch of space. The faint blue light emitted from the top of the purification tower could not illuminate the 600 square kilometers of the cybernetic metal giant city. 8 million players were cramped in the newly constructed hive residential area. The temperature was comfortable. The air was fresh, but there was no light and no food. Qian Huizhang, the nutrient solution, is running low. A voice in the channel sounded weak. If it stays this dark, I'm going to go crazy. Red alerts for mental health kept flashing on the panel. The confined heavy metal environment was draining the spirits of millions. Yet in the public frequency, no one was causing a ruckus. Everyone was enduring. The patrol team of the Iron Blood Alliance shone powerful flashlights as they traversed the metal overpass. Everyone keep your skin tight. Qian Zhenbang's raspy voice echoed in the regional channel. You have oxygen to breathe, a solid iron house to live in. What more do you want? Stay put and wait for Master Zhang to speak. 8 million people were unusually quiet. They were waiting for the man aboard the starry silver guard ship above them to give them a way out. In the main control room of the guard ship, Zhang Hengxing sat in the pilot seat, wearing his signature gray plaid pajamas. He held a bright red apple in his hand. This was the last bit of stock in the folded space. Crunch. The sound of chewing echoed loudly in the silent cabin. The dim light from the star map cast a glow on his face. On the outer layer of the star map, dense red dots were darting back and forth against the toxic gas layer of the Abyss Island. High-frequency scanning waves repeatedly filtered through the surface of the planet. Boss. Shen Yeshuang stared at the radar. The dogs of the Sunrise Empire are still wandering outside. They are looking for our coordinates. Zhang Hengxing swallowed the fruit flesh. That level 5 destroyer was blown apart. They can't swallow this anger. He accurately tossed the core into the waste channel. Broadcast to the entire area. Highest command, the entire city enters silent development mode. Zhang Hengxing spoke. From now on, whoever dares to use high-dimensional energy weapons or activate a large reactor, I will personally blast them to pieces with the main cannon. Shen Yeshuang tapped at the keyboard. The command was issued. This underground fat meat cannot let out a whiff of fishy smell. But relying solely on silence, people will starve. Without photosynthesis, even the highest quality seeds of Su Tangwan cannot sprout. Zhang Hengxing pulled up the bottom-level database of the New World Trading Camp system. He entered the command, call upon the highest authority of the camp, activate the specialized radar for the entire area. Filter people. 3 keywords jumped into the search box. Thermal control, light, energy, refraction, magnetic field, constraint. The panel data of 8 million people rolled madly on the screen. 2 seconds later, a list containing 1,200 names was extracted. All were obscure life specialization skills of no use in battle. Send targeted invitations to these people. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in his chair. Send them one message, come to work, meals included. 1 minute later, on the metal landing pad below the guard ship, 1,200 players gathered through temporary lifts. The leading thin man nervously rubbed his hands watching the descending extended deck. Zhang Hengxing leaned against the deck railing looking down at the crowd. Blue specialization, magnetic field constraint, green specialization, thermal focus, white specialization, photon scattering. He read a few names from the tablet. Usually outside you can't even scratch a level 1 monster right. A wave of awkward coughing erupted from the crowd. Master Zhang, we really have no combat power. The thin man swallowed nervously, but we will obey. Wherever you point we will fight. Good. Zhang Hengxing snapped his fingers. He flipped his wrist and a fist-sized black crystal radiating waves of destruction smashed down onto the deck. The remnants of the previously exploded level 4 antimatter core. Extremely unstable. It could trigger a microannihilation at any moment. The crowd instinctively recoiled. Heat source. Zhang Hengxing pointed at the remnants. We can't use the battleship reactor. High-dimensional fluctuations will be detected by external radars. He extended 3 fingers. First, magnetic field constraint specialization. Use your physical abilities to form a circle and tightly lock the violent energy of this residue in a fixed spherical space. Second, thermal focus specialization. Reduce the terrifying high temperature that is released. Lower it to a temperature that carbon-based life can survive. Third, photon scattering specialization. Evenly distribute the reduced energy to every corner of this city. Zhang Hengxing tapped the railing with his fingers. I want you to use your bodies and useless specializations to forcibly create a pure physical low-energy, non-high-dimensional leak microsun. This team is codenamed Kwafu. The players below were all dumbfounded, using their bodies to contain antimatter residue, manually creating a star. Can this work? A voice trembled. It depends on whether you want to continue eating empty boxes. Zhang Hengxing turned to walk back. If it blows up, we all die. If it succeeds, you will be the sun gods of this city. Get to work. 15 minutes later, above the central purification tower of Qianxin City, 1,200 members of the Kwafu squad hovered in midair. They formed a giant ring with a diameter of 10 meters connecting head to tail. Mechanical arms precisely delivered the level 4 antimatter residue to the center of the ring. Activate the formation, the thin man shouted. Hundreds of ghostly blue magnetic fields erupted from their hands. In midair, they wove into an impenetrable net tightly wrapping the antimatter. The violent energy erupted instantly. The magnetic field net twisted violently. Focus up. Lock the heat. Green light surged, and the high temperature capable of melting titanium alloy was forcibly suppressed and filtered. Finally, hundreds of pure white photon scattering specializations activated simultaneously. Buzz. Deep beneath the abyss. It lit up. It was not a blinding high-dimensional laser, but a gentle warm light with a faint yellow halo. True sunlight. 8 million people looked up simultaneously. The dark underground cavern was completely illuminated by this artificial little sun. The titanium alloy walls glimmered with a warm hue, dispelling the abyssal gloom pressing down on everyone. The public channel was instantly flooded with messages praising the boss. The mental health values that had reached the bottom rose at a visibly rapid pace. It's bright. We have sunlight. In the guard ship's main control room, Su Tangwan hugged Zhang Hengxing's arm tightly, her oversized protective suit swaying on her. There is light. She gazed up, her eyes shining. My high-tier mutated seeds from the spatial ecology can grow vast fields of red strawberries in this wasteland. I'm going to prepare the base fertilizer right now. She released her grip and dashed toward the ecological chamber. Zhang Hengxing adjusted his wrinkled sleeve. The external radar hasn't sounded an alarm. Shun Yeshuang spoke. The fleet of the Sunrise Empire cannot detect pure physical thermal reactions. Since the light bulb has been turned on, it's time to let this idle group go out to work. Zhang Hengxing pulled up the management backend and issued the second phase of the bounty task. Abyss Island Transformation Plan Phase 2, Land Cultivation Requirement, 100,000 players with planting and cultivation specializations. Task in Sector 3 around the Purification Tower. Use wasteland or mixed with high-tier, mutated body fluids to construct a 20,000-acre vertical hydroponic farm. Reward unlimited supply of fresh strawberries and the first batch of rice quotas. The moment the message popped up, the channel was thrown into madness. Strawberries. Rice. Get out of the way. My green specialization is soil renovation. Anyone who dares to steal my spot to work, I will kill their whole family. Just a moment ago, the players who had been spiritually depleted collectively revolted. Groups of people surged toward Sector 3. Heavy mining machines were temporarily converted into plowing machines. The high-dimensional ore on the ground was violently crushed. Mixed with purified water, the mutated body fluid became the most potent growth fertilizer. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in his chair. On the screen was a bustling construction scene. The more frantically the people below, the faster he harvested resources. A private communication popped up in the lower right corner. From Qian Zhenbang. Brother Zhang. Qian Zhenbang's image appeared on the screen, his voice very low. The underground is stable. But the outer patrol team just reported a deadly situation. Speak. Zhang Hengxing cut off the public frequency sound. When the purification tower released the toxic gas to the surface, something went wrong. Qian Zhenbang swallowed nervously. A large amount of compressed toxic gas was released back into space, exceeding the safe concentration, waking up a nest of creatures that were hovering behind the planet. A blurry photo captured by a high-dimensional detector was transmitted over. Among the rolling purple toxic gas, thousands of massive shadows lurked. Their size far exceeded that of a level 4 Ripper. Their backs were covered with dense cannon-like biological structures. They are drilling down through the pipe where the toxic gas is flowing back. Qian Zhenbang's voice was tense. At most 2 hours. They will penetrate the entire rock layer and crash onto our metal roof. Zoom in on the photo. Zhang Hengxing stared at the screen. The inner walls of the gas reflux pipeline were filled with a ghostly green exoskeleton. The creature measured 30 meters long, comparable to an extended high-speed train carriage. Its back was stacked with cannon-like biological structures. Without eyes, its oral appendages oozed a green, highly corrosive acid. The system panel displayed red text LV. 4 blind-eye devouring worm. These natives had long been lurking in the crevices of the abyssal rock layers. They were insensitive to high-frequency waves, but were extremely fervent towards heat sources and physical vibrations. The vibrations from the purification tower's suction, combined with the high temperatures emitted by the miniature sun, had lured these starved monsters out. 2 hours. You are too optimistic. Zhang Hengxing pointed at the infrared thermal imager where red dots were plummeting chaotically. At most, they will chew through the entire rock layer and fall in 15 minutes. A dry, thin man's heavy breathing came through the channel. Boss Zhang, I can't hold on any longer. Using psychic powers to levitate is too exhausting. We must secure this sun to the weight-bearing frame at the top of the purification tower. If the magnetic field disperses, the antimatter will explode. The newly created miniature star was extremely unstable. The Kuafu team of 1,200 people trembled uncontrollably midair. Zhang Hengxing tapped on the terminal. Old Qian, did you hear that? While the bugs haven't fallen yet, get the team to pull the physical cables up and secure the sun for me. Qian Zhenbang abruptly cut the communication. Over 1,000 close combat specialists from the Iron Blood Alliance bit down on their high-frequency shock knives. A series of high-strength depleted uranium alloy cables were thrown towards the purification tower, 100 meters high. Kuafu team, follow me up. Qian Zhenbang led the way. To maintain silence, no chemical thrusters or exoskeleton power armor could be used. It was pure physical climbing. The 1,200 survival players contracted the magnetic field net, lifting the antimatter sphere that could vanish at any moment, inching upwards along the cable. The focused thermal energy scorched their protective suits at extremely close distances. The friction between the magnetic field and energy produced a faint buzzing sound. This deadly heat became the most conspicuous target in the abyss. Just as the vanguard was less than 20 meters from the top of the tower, boom. The glassy rock layer on the upper side of the tower suddenly exploded. Large chunks of debris fell down. The blind-eye devouring worms, expected to arrive in 15 minutes, were stimulated by the heat source and entered a frenzy, chewing through the 500-meter rock wall ahead of time. Hundreds of massive, fearsome giant worms surged out of the cave. Their corrosive mouths opened wide, directly pouncing down towards the Kuafu team on the tower. Silence. Qian Zhenbang's voice boomed across the public frequency, squeezing the words out from between clenched teeth. Anyone who dares to fire and attract the Sun Empire above, I will cleave him in half. No firing. No high-dimensional energy. Faced with the approaching LV. For mutated species, the veterans of the Iron Blood Alliance displayed terrifying execution. Not a single bullet was fired. Hundreds of veterans tightly gripped the cables with one hand, while the other drew out their high-frequency shock knives, charging directly at the falling giant worms. The blade penetrated the crystalline exoskeleton. One devouring worm's mouth clamped down on a veteran's shoulder. The corrosive acid instantly ate through the titanium alloy armor, and smoke from melting bone wafted out. The veteran's face turned pale, his mental state plummeting. He bit down on his back teeth, not letting out a single scream. He retaliated by plunging his knife fiercely into the worm's abdominal nerve center, crashing down with the dead worm towards the metallic ground of the tower. A muffled thud echoed as they hit the ground. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Not a single person in the climbing team retreated. They built a wall of human shields on the scaffolding. The Kwafu team players behind were so scared they cried uncontrollably, yet the magnetic field supporting the antimatter net didn't waver in the slightest. Climb faster. Don't look down. Get up there and secure it. Qian Jinbong roared, chopping off half of the worm's head in front of him. The corrosive acid splattered, melting a large chunk of skin and flesh from his calf. On the deck of the escort ship, Zhang Hengxing glanced at the battle damage data. The Iron Blood Alliance could withstand it, but such an exchange was too foolish. If all the people died, who would move the bricks? He turned and walked towards the back of the bridge. Shen Yexiang. Here. Stop mining. Start the equivalent alchemy platform. Zhang Hengxing opened a folded space, dumping out a large pile of underground ice rocks and high-pressure gas canisters radiating cold air. Using waste materials and worm exoskeleton fragments, craft a batch of pure physical condensation grenades. It needs to instantaneously release liquid nitrogen at extreme cold in a confined space. A flash of golden light appeared. Shen Yexiang's hands moved so quickly they left afterimages. 3 seconds. The first box containing over 10 condensation grenades emitting white vapor was formed. Shut down the fire control system. Throw them yourself. Zhang Hengxing pointed at the swarm of worms outside. Shen Yexiang didn't even change her protective suit. Dressed in a fragment of a high-end evening gown, she stepped on the railing. The perfect accuracy specialization directly took over her body's nerves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen black shadows cut through the air. Without any weapon targeting, each grenade accurately landed deep inside the open mouths of the devouring worms. There was no booming explosion of gunpowder, only a faint sound of expanding air. The extremely compressed liquid nitrogen exploded instantaneously inside the worms' bodies. The first few LV for mutated species at the front were instantly frozen into ghostly blue ice sculptures. Inertia carried them crashing against the titanium alloy tower, shattering into a flurry of ice shards. Su Tangwan pressed her hands tightly against the exhaust fan's duct, pushing the universal reverse healing to its limits. A large swirl of light green life mist was blown towards the purification tower by the fan. Those veterans with their bones shattered and flesh corroded, as long as they still had breath, their health bars were forcefully pulled back to the safety line. The melted skin and flesh rapidly formed threads and scabs. Su Tangwan bit her lip, her mental state plummeting. Shen Yexiang transformed into a relentless human projectile. In less than 3 minutes, hundreds of devouring worms were frozen and shattered from within. The onslaught of the worm swarm was forcibly interrupted. It secured. A tearing cheer erupted from the top of the tower. Several heavy metallic locks thudded, and the antimatter net was welded to the weight-bearing frame. The magnetic field stabilized completely. The miniature sun was secured. Zhang Hengxing tossed a towel to Shen Yexiang and nodded towards Su Tangwan. Go check a few intact corpses and see what's inside. Su Tangwan cut off the healing, retrieving a scalpel to slide down along the guiding beam. She skillfully avoided the corrosive glands cutting in along the skeletal joints. This fiber orientation is so strange, she muttered softly, suddenly looking up. Boss. The cannon-like structures on their backs aren't weapons. She pulled out a translucent honeycomb-like soft tissue. This is a cold light refractive gland. They use this to absorb and filter geothermal energy in the dark. Zhang Hengxing looked at the gland. The miniature sun on the weight-bearing frame, focused too harshly, the light was blinding, carrying an unstable burning sensation. Old Qian wrapped this thing around the outer layer of the bulb. Zhang Hengxing ordered. Several large refractive glands were rapidly spliced together, completely wrapping around the miniature star at the top of the tower. The violent high-temperature light spots penetrated the biological glands, instantly refracting and scattering. The glaring strong light transformed into a soft, diffuse glow. The light gently spread over 600 square kilometers of the abyssal cavern. The titanium alloy outer wall shimmered beautifully, and the scorching air became refreshing. The artificial star project was completed. In the cavern, the veterans of the Iron Blood Alliance and the Kwafu team collapsed on the ground, gazing at this light with reddened eyes. Zhang Hengxing opened the trading panel, preparing to urge the progress of the second ring of planting. Suddenly, the high-dimensional radar in front of Shen Yexiang emitted a sharp buzzing. Boss. Shen Yexiang fixed her gaze on the star map. There was a 5-second gap in the layer of toxic gas above us just now. On the holographic star map, the red dots drifting in outer space began to gather frantically. The system popped up a line of blood-red warning: enemy abyss-level mothership has locked onto the geological weak point of the Abyss Island. In 1 minute, the enemy will deploy planet-destroying gravity drilling bombs. Zhang Hengxing stared at the screen. This group of flies planned to directly cut open this planet. On the main control panel, a blood-red 60-second countdown flickered frantically. That gravity bore bomb descending from the sky is upon us. Xin Yeshuang's fingers dug deep into the main cannon thrust lever. Her knuckles whitened with strain. Boss, shall we force an antimatter energy overload for interception? Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the leather pilot's seat and yawned. Intercept what? Do we have so much surplus energy that it burns us? He lifted the thermos beside him and swirled its contents slowly. The hardness of its glass azure blue mineral vein is such that even with our alchemical array activated, we can only excavate fissures through atomic displacement. Does the Asahi Empire truly believe its level 5 technology can bore through it by brute force? Hardly had the words left his mouth when a muffled impact reverberated down through 30,000 meters of bedrock. On the high-dimensional radar screen, the gravity bore bomb, armed with stellar-scale kinetic force, slammed directly into the primary trunk of this glass mineral vein above the entire stratum. At the instant of contact with the azure blue or the bomb's tungsten carbide drill head shattered violently. The resulting recoil immediately tore apart its ultra-high-strength alloy casing. The shockwave radiated outward along the mineral vein's fault lines. Beyond dislodging several tons of ordinary rubble, it failed to scuff even a single micron of the underground city's defensive coating. At the moment of detonation, several miniature metallic capsules detached from the bomb's core. Sliding along crustal fissures torn open by the blast, they descended into the sewage network encircling Shenzhen City. A crimson dot flashed and vanished. It dissolved seamlessly into the sprawling subterranean structural map. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the data fluctuations pulsing at the edge of the screen, then turned toward another primary control display. A more urgent matter demanded attention. Quafu Squad, final net closure. Qianzhenbang's grating voice erupted across the public frequency. The magnetic closed loop of the last player specializing in photon scattering locked irrevocably. An artificial star, 30 meters in diameter, ignited with thunderous brilliance 300 kilometers above Shenzhen City's central dome. The cold-like glands of LV. 4 blind rock-burrowing worms activated. The violent, anomalous antimatter radiation was fully filtered and refracted by this natural biological sieve. This artificial sun could not generate warship-grade energy output, yet it perfectly replicated Earth's solar spectrum. Gentle white light cascaded downward. Across 600 square kilometers, the cybernetic subterranean megacity blazed with daylight brilliance. The chill damp abyssal haze evaporated entirely. Towering titanium alloy honeycomb residential towers shimmered with warm metallic luster under the sun. A brief, profound silence fell over the streets. Then 8 million players of the Great Xia faction erupted in long-suppressed, frenzied jubilation. Some collapsed onto metal decks, sobbing uncontrollably. Others flung off their slime-smeared jackets and stretched their arms wide beneath the searing white light overhead. System notifications flooded every player's auditory interface in rapid succession. Red sanity alerts receded en masse across all status panels. The tone of the public chat channel shifted instantly. Light has arrived. But where is the land? Give us land. I'm a green specialty rapid sowing specialist. Let me descend. I'll plant bok choy. Where are the hydro awakened? Get to the cultivation zones. Flush and neutralize the soil acidity. The apocalyptic survival channel had been forcibly transformed into a frenetic farming coordination hub. Zhang Hengxing watched from above as dense crowds of players, wielding shovels and modified tools, surged en masse toward the city's periphery. In the trade faction's backend interface, he opened a new task tab. All materials are in the cargo hold. Commence operations. The level 4 golden trait equivalent alchemical array surged into full overload. A colossal golden array at the ship's ventral hull began rotating at blistering speed. Massive quantities of sewage system slag were poured into the feed chute. LV. For monster remains, pulverized flesh, thick mutated bone plates, and acidic bodily fluids discarded after Su Tongwan's toxin extraction were fed into the system. These highly radioactive wastes, normally shunned with visceral dread, were poured continuously into the golden beam. Alchemical radiance washed over them like liquid light. Matter underwent forced decomposition, elemental stripping, and recombination. Within 10 minutes, 100,000 tons of high-dimensional supernutrient soil shimmering with an obsidian sheen gushed forth from the array's output aperture. Its fertility was so intense that even the iron-plated cargo beds emitted faint sizzling corrosion sounds. Qianzhenbang led the Iron Blood Alliance's heavy truck convoy below, ready to receive. Treaded vehicles roared to life, hauling load after load toward Sector 3's cultivation zone. Tens of thousands of players with agricultural or botanical specialties charged straight into the fields. Water pipelines fully installed. Nutrient soil blending completed for Plot 3. Su Tangwan wore an oversized insulated work jumpsuit. She stood atop the highest ridge of the field, boots caked in mud, face streaked with grime, shouting fiercely into a battered tin megaphone. Every high-tier mutant seed stockpiled within folded space storage was distributed among the players. Here, this soil lacks sufficient acidity. Flush it with hydro abilities. Don't crowd. Plant acceleration specialists. Head left. Speed grow one cycle, then rotate out. Monitor your status panels. Don't exhaust your sanity reserves. The artificial sun bathed the land in abundant, harmless illumination. The high-dimensional nutrient soil delivered staggering, almost incomprehensible nourishment. A cyber-agricultural miracle unfolded 300 kilometers beneath the surface. Premium mutant rice seeds had barely touched the black earth before sprouting, green shoots racing across the dark soil in mere minutes. Stems elongated and headed within half an hour. Within an hour, golden ears of rice bent low under their own weight. Giant high-dimensional potatoes swelled rapidly underground, absorbing nutrients voraciously. Soil cracked open under the pressure. Players swung pickaxes, breaking open the earth. Dug up potatoes dwarfed watermelons, their skins gleaming with dense starch luster. 6 hours elapsed. Endless waves of golden wheat and rice rippled across Shenzhen City's outer ring. Tens of thousands of harvesters, reconfigured from decommissioned battle tanks, roared across the fields. Serrated treads crushed earthen ridges, funneling ton after ton of grain into intake hoppers. The subterranean water recycling system, retrofitted from salvaged lifeboat exhaust pipes, was now fully operational. Crystal-clear, icy-cold spring water gushed from pipeline outlets. Fresh, steaming white rice and coarse salt-roasted potatoes were delivered to every honeycomb residential sector. The food and freshwater crisis afflicting 8 million people was officially resolved. As players savored hot potatoes, a new system notification appeared on their interfaces. Consumption of high-tier crops granted all players a temporary 5 bonus to strength attributes. Within this brutal interstellar deathmatch arena, the Great Xia faction, bolstered by tens of thousands of tons of bok choy and super potatoes, had forcibly entered a phase of stress-free recovery and rapid troop expansion. Inside the bridge, ambient temperature remained a steady 24°C. Zhang Hengxing wore his signature gray houndstooth sleep pants. He held a freshly baked whole wheat loaf, crafted by Shun Yeswang, using premium high-tier wheat, with steam still rising from its crust. Thick layers of crimson strawberry jam, ripened moments earlier by Su Tangwan, sandwiched between 2 slices. He took a bite. The jam's sweetness and the wheat's primal aroma exploded across his palate. Compared to chewing sour gelatinous nutrient paste inside a -15-degree lifeboat 2 months prior, life now felt luxuriously, utterly divorced from post-apocalyptic aesthetics. A deeply concealed, alert tone emanated from the radar module embedded in the lower tier of the main console. Shun Yeswang swiftly switched to a secure comms channel. A faint stream of encrypted gibberish attempted to pierce the toxic atmospheric layer and transmit into deep space. The escort vessel's highest authority intercepted and decrypted it instantly. A line of text materialized on screen. This is the Asahi Empire's 7th Reconnaissance Squad. Penetrated the Abyssal Island's subsurface successfully under cover of the Bohr bomb. Radar confirms anomalous thermal signatures and a massive subterranean architectural complex. Defenses are extreme. Request immediate spatial strike coordinates from flagship. Zhang Hengxing froze mid-chew. His gaze locked onto the flickering transmission frequency coordinates still glowing on screen. Their location corresponded precisely to the abandoned sewage network on Shenzhen City's outermost perimeter. The very site where the bomb had fragmented hours earlier. His smile faded gradually. He withdrew a lint-free tissue and meticulously wiped away traces of jam from his fingertips. The crumpled paper traced a perfect arc through the air before vanishing into the waste chute. Once the house is built, a few stink bugs always come sniffing around the trash. He rose to his feet. Kicking off his slippers, he stepped firmly into a pair of combat boots. Shun Yeswang. The main cannon's physical lock is disengaged. Zhang Hengxing casually snatched the long sword hanging behind his seat. Grab your gear. We're heading into the sewers to catch a few alien rats. On the outskirts of Shenzhen City, an abandoned underground sewer network. The sewer is filled with the sour stench of stagnant water. The cold white beam of a tactical flashlight crisscrosses in the darkness. Zhang Hengxing walked at the forefront. His heavy combat boots clanked against the rusted metal grating. In his hand, he held a high-frequency vibrating blade. Shun Yeswang closely followed with an electromagnetic rifle. Qian Jinbong and his team spread out in a tactical fan shape, the veterans of the Iron Blood Alliance firmly sealing every ventilation shaft. The infrared detector indicated a heat source just around the corner. Zhang Hengxing raised his left hand, making a fist. The tactical team instantly froze. Only the sound of the breathing filters could be heard. He pressed against the wall and leaned out halfway, peering into the depths of the sewer. A scene that completely defied the principles of carbon-based life forms appeared in the center of the sewage pool. Four half-mechanical monsters, each over 2 meters tall, knelt in waist-deep sewage. Their backs illuminated by blue light from antimatter microthrusters, their right arms transformed into large-caliber kinetic cannons, and their left cheeks covered in metal armor, flashing red electronic eyes. The 7th Scout Team of the Rising Sun Empire. An absolute elite fighting force. The 4 war machines were currently kneeling in a perfectly synchronized circle, their thick mechanical claws retracting their sharp barbs. They were gently kneading the shoulders and legs of a girl sitting on a rusty pipe. She was a petite girl from the Great Xia, wearing the original cabin suit of a lifeboat riddled with holes, her pant legs rolled up above her knees. Her delicate white calves swung idly above the sewage. With a pink lollipop in her mouth and a military terminal of the Rising Sun Empire in her hand, she swiped her thumb across the screen. "Harder, my left shoulder's sore." The girl mumbled indistinctly. One of the Imperial scouts immediately complied, shifting its metal knee. The hydraulic actuator of its mechanical arm hissed as it precisely pressed against her left shoulder muscle. Qian Jinbang watched in astonishment from behind. Zhang Hengxing raised an eyebrow. The girl emitted no detectable energy fluctuations, yet at the brain-machine interfaces of the 4 monsters, an invisible, high-frequency mental net was entwined. Awakening Specialty Special Type Mind Control Golden Legend Entry Effect forcibly alters the subconscious of carbon-based and half-mechanical life forms at the quantum level, constructing a foundational logic lock that compels absolute obedience. Peeking through the gap in the panel, the girl, sitting on the pipe, noticed the residual light from the tactical flashlight. Lin Jiyue instantly turned her head. The lollipop in her mouth fell into the sewage with a plop. "Someone!" she screamed. The 4 originally docile Imperial scouts suddenly erupted, their red electronic eyes locking onto the corner. The 4 large-caliber high-dimensional kinetic cannons charged simultaneously, white light gathering at the muzzles, directly aiming at Zhang Hengxing's head. Qian Jinbang shouted angrily, preparing to push forward. Zhang Hengxing stood still, not moving, the high-frequency vibrating blade in his hand remaining lowered. With a flick of his wrist, he utilized his folding space ability, and a freshly picked red strawberry appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. He took a bite, juices trickling down the side of his mouth, forcibly rewriting foundational logic, but there is a 0.5-second delay in neural signal transmission. Your control method is as crude as playing a poorly made game with your feet. Zhang Hengxing chewed the fruit, his tone icy in the vastness of the sewer. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yeshuang smoothly shifted from behind Zhang Hengxing, without any unnecessary aiming actions. Holding the rifle with one hand, her index finger repeatedly squeezed the trigger. Perfect accuracy, specialty conceptual lock. Bang, 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 bang. For specially made depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds precisely threaded through the heat dissipation gaps of the kinetic cannons. Sparks flashed. The energy supply lines of the 4 Imperial scouts exploded simultaneously, high-dimensional energy backfiring within the gun chambers, severing their right arms at the roots. Charred metal fragments scattered across the ground. The massive bodies of the 4 scouts stumbled backward, completely losing their ranged firepower. Lin Jiyue jumped down from the pipe, raising both hands high above her head. With a bend of her knees, she knelt directly in the dirty water. "Please don't kill me. I'm on your side. I'm from the Great Xia." Lin Jiyue looked up, her voice trembling. "I can be useful. I'm very obedient. Please don't shoot." The speed at which her expression changed left even the veterans of the Iron Blood Alliance behind her in shock. Zhang Hengxing swallowed the strawberry in his mouth. Holding the blade, his combat boots squelched in the sewage as he walked step by step to Lin Jiyue, looking down at her. "You're from the 7th Scout Team, right?" Zhang Hengxing tapped the back of his blade against a nearby Imperial cyborg that was sizzling with sparks. "What did they just report to that level 5 destroyer in the sky?" Lin Jiyue swallowed hard, shaking her head vigorously. "They haven't reported yet. They were just caught as they entered. I didn't dare to let them send a message." Beep, beep, beep. The Imperial terminal in Lin Ziyu's hand erupted with a piercing red alarm. The holographic projection screen unfolded in midair. Lines of text from the Rising Sun Empire danced frantically, a communication request forcibly cutting in. Color drained from Lin Ziyu's face in an instant. "Accept it." Zhang Hengxing's tone was flat. "If I accept it, we will die. Their mothership has positioning. I said to accept it." Zhang Hengxing pressed the tip of the vibrating blade against Lin Ziyu's neck, the cold metallic touch sending a shiver down her spine. Lin Jiyue trembled as she pressed the answer button with her shaking fingers. Activating the golden mind control specialty, the invisible mental net tightened around the brain-machine core of the scout leader. The terminal emitted the cold, arrogant electronic voice of the Rising Sun Empire commander. 7th Scout Team report the results of the underground probe at Abyss Island. Have you discovered any remnants of the Great Xia? Lin Jiyue bit her lower lip, staring at the scout leader. The scout leader's single eye flickered with chaotic red light, and a mechanical voice emitted hoarsely from its speaker, reporting to the commander. Abnormal findings at Abyss Island's depths. Speak. At a depth of 30,000 meters. A LV-5 void insect mother nest has been discovered. No signs of human survival were found. The damage rate of the detectors is as high as 90%. I recommend the fleet to reroute immediately. This argument was flawless, using the insect nest to cover the artificial heat source of Qianxin City. There was a brief silence on the other end of the terminal. 2 seconds later, the commander's voice echoed again, filled with pressure and suspicion. Initiate captain-level visual sharing. I want to personally confirm the authenticity of the LV-5 insect nest. 5-second countdown. A refusal to execute will activate self-destruct protocol. 5, 4. Cold sweat drenched Lin Ziyu's back. Once visual sharing was activated, the other party would only see the brick walls of the sewer and a group of armed players from the Great Xia. The main cannon of the Level 5 destroyer would soon descend. Boss, it's over. Lin Ziyu's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. Zhang Hengxing ignored her. His gaze swept toward the massive crack in the right sewage pipe. A hissing sound of rock being corroded could be heard from within. ALV-4 blind rock-eating insect just emerging from the rock layer oozed powerful acidic saliva as it crawled toward them. 3, 2. The countdown approached. Yeshuang, take action. Shun Yeshuang pulled the trigger, the specially made depleted uranium armor-piercing round striking the blind rock-eating insect's cervical vertebra, instantly paralyzing it. Zhang Hengxing pushed the power of the high-frequency vibrating blade to the limit, producing a sharp, buzzing sound. He slashed upward against the gushing green acid. With a squelch, the massive insect head was cleanly severed. Foul-smelling insect blood and high-dimensional radiation liquid gushed out. 1. The countdown on the terminal reached 0. The scout leader's chest ejected a miniature camera, and visual sharing was forcibly activated. As the first frame of the image lit up, Zhang Hengxing held the still twitching LV-4 rock-eating insect head dripping with acid right against the scout leader's chest camera. Crack. The horrific insect limbs, swirling green venom, and violent high-dimensional biological radiation instantly filled the holographic screen of the Rising Sun Empire commander. The strong acid directly corroded the lens surface, causing the image to shake violently and turn red. The commander's terrified roar echoed through the terminal. Cut the connection. Disconnect immediately. It's a mutated insect swarm. The image completely went dark. Communication was interrupted and the highest alert was lifted. All that remained in the sewer was the muffled sound of insect corpses splashing in the water. Zhang Hengxing shook off the acid on the blade, returned it to the folding space, and walked back to Lin Jiyue. Your ability has some use. Zhang Hengxing grabbed Lin Jiyue by the collar, lifting her out of the sewage. Get on my ship. Food and accommodation are covered, but your life belongs to me. If you dare to run, I will stuff you into the main cannon and fire you out. He pointed to the 4 Imperial scouts who had lost their arms nearby. These 4 useless ones need to return as the eyes of the Great Xia in the Rising Sun Empire. Lin Jiyue nodded frantically. Don't worry, boss. Half an hour later. Starsea's secret Silver Guardian ship main control room. The cabin door just slid open. Su Tangwan stood at the dissection table holding a blood-stained bone scalpel. In front of her was a pile of freshly cut alien organs. Upon seeing Zhang Hengxing walk in with a petite girl, her actions paused. She put down the scalpel, took a dust-free cloth to wipe the blood from her fingers, her gaze passing over Zhang Hengxing and fixing directly on Lin Ziyu's smooth forehead. Boss, did you go out and bring back a useful material? Su Tangwan stepped forward. The fluctuations of this mental net are quite interesting. Just right, I need a living sample. How about we do a craniotomy check on her? Lin Jiyue shrank back to the corner of the cabin in fright. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun Yeshuang sat silently in the co-pilot's seat. Dressed in a brand new haute couture evening gown, her long legs crossed, she meticulously wiped a spare plasma cannon barrel soaked in gun oil with a cloth. The sound of metal grinding was harsh and coarse. Too weak. Shun Yeshuang glanced at Lin Jiyue. Lin Jiyue pressed against the wall, trembling. She felt that on this ship, apart from a tyrant, there were only a group of lunatics. Zhang Hengxing leaned against the pilot's seat, taking a sip of hot water from a thermos. All right, put away your thoughts of dissecting people. Zhang Hengxing put down the cup and flipped his wrist. Crash. A pile of high-dimensional alien bone plates, LV. For biological venom glands, broken electronic components, and hundreds of blueprints crashed onto the control panel. If you have time to scare the newcomers, you might as well go do some work. Zhang Hengxing's voice was cold and hard. Su Tangwan, refine all these venom glands into gene medicine additives. Shin Yeshuang, go to the alchemy platform and synthesize all the blueprints for me. Lin Jiyue, go to the aft cabin and keep an eye on your mental net. See what actions the Rising Sun Empire is taking. The three women stood at attention simultaneously. From today onwards, a physical blockade of the entire Zhixing territory. Zhang Hengxing gazed at the red dot on the star map of the Rising Sun Empire fleet as his finger heavily tapped the main control panel. Everyone shut up. Give me a relentless assault evolve. The camera pulled away. In the sealed abyss of Qianxin City, thick anti-air rock layers isolated the gaze of the universe. Above the surface, shrouded in toxic gas, the fleet of the Rising Sun Empire completely departed from this death insect nest. In this underground giant city 3,000 meters deep, the artificial sun shone day and night. The roar of the furnace tore through the rock walls. The assembly line spat out tons of armor plates, and the Azure mech engines ignited in succession. The frenzy of 8 million Great Xia players reached a boiling point in this lightless abyss. 3 months later, on Zhixing 30,000 meters underground, the vast structure known as Qianxin City has been completely filled with a steel jungle spanning 600 square kilometers. The artificial sun emits a stable white light from the dome above. Below, the deafening roar of machinery reverberates continuously throughout the rock layers 24 hours a day. After 3 months of high-pressure operation, the Daxia camp demonstrated a production capacity that could be described as a dimensionality reduction strike. Lu Chuanya, specializing in the Lu Ban relics, completely transformed Sector No. 3 in the eastern part of the city into a fully automated arms factory. Countless mechanical arms danced wildly along the assembly line. The remains of high-level void beasts hunted from the toxic layer above were brutally cut and melted into premium armor plating. In the Abyss Medical Academy, located in the west of the city, Su Tangwan was daily accompanied by thousands of auxiliary players dissecting and bleeding. She wore a white coat stained with various bodily fluids, wielding a scalpel that left behind afterimages. Tons of void toxic glands and high-energy spinal cords were drained and processed, mass-producing completely side-effect-free basic body enhancers. The fiber elasticity here is truly amazing. Don't throw away that nerve ganglion, use it to brew broth. No, I mean refine it into a neutralizing liquid. Su Tangwan's sweet voice echoed daily from the academy's speakers. Shun Yeshuang took charge of the Special Military Industry Department. She directly fused alien toxic glands with void shells, teaching the veterans of the Iron Blood Alliance to suppress specialized armor-piercing shells. Under the light of the artificial sun and the frenzied nourishment from ground-level premium mutated rice, 8 million Daxia players were all glowing with health. The extremely high concentration of energy intake pushed everyone's levels above LV. 2. Over 100,000 core veterans led by Qian Jinbong had all crossed into LV. 3. Their physical attributes were nearing the genetic limit of 10 points. However, the gears of this war machine had completely jammed today. Work has stopped. We're out of resources. Within the main control bridge, Shen Yeshuang threw a statistical report onto the console. She changed into a tight tactical vest for ease of movement, her black pants tucked into her military boots. A freshly oiled electromagnetic sniper rifle rested beside her. All LV. 3 spaceship hulls are stuck and unable to upgrade to LV. 4. To enter the LV. For frigate sequence, we need a dark matter star core. This thing cannot be synthesized, nor can it be replaced. There is only one dark matter star core in Zhixing buried beneath Qianxin City. If we disturb it, the entire crust of Zhixing will collapse in an instant. In the regional public channel, 8 million idle Daxia players were already flooding the chat box. Boss Zhang, we're out of resources. Let's take the brothers out to raid. Daxia people never go hungry. No guns, no cannons, the Rising Sun Empire will provide for us. Count me in. I just welded a 40-meter depleted uranium longsword onto my ship's bow. Oh, let me go out and slice a couple of Imperial enemies for some excitement. There was no panic, no infighting. This group of players who crawled out of hell had their inherent desire for plunder thoroughly ignited after resolving their survival issues. Zhang Hengxing sat in the leather captain's chair, his lower body still clad in gray plaid pajama pants. The air conditioning's cold wind blew against him as he took a sip of freshly squeezed strawberry juice with ice cubes. He was very satisfied with these top-tier laborers. Zhang Hengxing swallowed the juice, rotated his seat, and looked at Lin Jiyue, who was huddled against the corner by the cabin wall. Lin Jiyue currently resembled a cyber network administrator. Her head was covered with dozens of neuron sensing patches connected to a large relay terminal, and deep black circles surrounded her eyes. Have your Imperial informants picked up anything good lately? Zhang Hengxing beckoned with his finger. The 4 half-mechanical scouts released 3 months ago had long been locked by Lin Jiyue's underlying logic, turning them into insiders embedded within the Rising Sun Empire's fleet. Lin Jiyue shivered all over, immediately typing furiously on the keyboard. Yes, boss, I was just about to report. She pushed with both hands, and a confidential high-dimensional star map unfolded in the holographic projection. The coordinate point was located on the backside of a dense asteroid belt adjacent to Zhengxing. Originally a dead star, the entirety of the planet had been hollowed out in the perspective view and transformed into a massive beehive-like mechanical structure. This is the Rising Sun Empire's Strategic Transit Warehouse No. 14. Lin Jiyue quickly switched out the data panel, her voice trembling. 3 months ago, they scavenged the remaining resources from 12 nearby star systems and piled them all here. How much? Shun Yeshuang asked, staring at the screen. Standard LV. 5 premium construction materials. 50,000 tons. And 8,000 dark matter star cores. The bridge fell into dead silence. Su Tangwan had just come up from the medical academy, holding a severed monster leg dripping with green liquid. Upon hearing this number, the leg dropped with a thud onto the metal deck. Zhang Hengxing set down his glass. The ice cubes clinked against the cup's wall, producing a crisp sound. He raised his head, the red light of the star map reflected in his black pupils. What kind of enemy strategic warehouse is this? Zhang Hengxing smirked. This is clearly my new world camp's self-service pickup point. Turning around, he pressed the all-server broadcast button for the public channel. System announcement drafting. Mission level SS level, unique mainline. Mission name Interstellar Supply Mission. Mission objective empty the Rising Sun Empire's Warehouse No. 14. Mission reward based on headcount and military merit, no allocation of dark matter star cores. The send button was pressed. Within the 600 square kilometers of underground caverns, millions of engines roared to life after 3 months of silence. The azure tail flames lit up the 30,000-meter abyss as if it were daylight. The roar of the exhaust pipes shattered the rock debris at the dome's edge. What is the target's defensive strength? Zhang Hengxing switched back to the tactical simulation channel. It's difficult to breach. Lin Jiyue pulled up the defense network parameters. 3 LV. 5 heavy Abyss-class cruisers are stationed around the warehouse. Moreover, they have activated the anti-space jump field around the clock. Your space jump and stealth cannot penetrate. As long as we expose ourselves within 100,000 kilometers there, LV. 5 main cannons will directly wipe us out. Since we can't sneak in and can't assassinate, let's go through the front door. Zhang Hengxing opened the interface of the equivalent alchemy platform at the bottom level. In these 3 months, the dozens of thousands of LV. 4 high-level toxic sickle monster shells and void titan insect backs submitted by the Daxiao camp had all piled up in the folding space, growing moldy. Yeshuang, activate the array. Melt down all the defensive materials and coat them onto the hull. The golden alchemical light erupted furiously on the exterior of the frigate. 100,000 high-dimensional shells were forcibly stripped and reorganized. The frigate, originally filled with streamlined sci-fi aesthetics, was completely transformed in the golden light. Thick bioheavy armor wrapped around the hull layer by layer. Active repair liquid flowed through the gaps in the armor. The battleship became like a ferocious beast rampaging through space. The system panel data fluctuated wildly. Battleship health increased to 5,000 points. Current ship data: energy shield armor 1,000 points, health 5,000 points. LV. For golden attributes, endless life, not subject to single instant kill, resets health instantly. Mirror shield reflection rebounds 50 of real damage. The power supply lines for the plasma main cannon tightly gripped the 3 antimatter cores. Zhang Hengxing looked at the fully monstrous battleship and pushed the main gravity engine to its highest setting. Send it out to deliver the goods. On the surface of Zhengxing, the long-standing poisonous purple gas storm was forcefully torn apart today. Boom. The massive anti-air rock layers were thunderously pushed aside. A giant frigate covered in 10 meters of bioheavy armor and boasting terrifying ramming horns at its bow charged directly through the clouds, undeterred by the toxic gas. The first squad of the Iron Blood Alliance has completed deployment. Qian Zhenbang's roar exploded across the public frequency. All members of the Star Chamber form up. The Freelancers Alliance requests to engage. Behind Zhang Hengxing, thousands of Daxiao warships modified with various high-dimensional scraps soared upwards like a cascading waterfall of steel. The engine's tail flames ignited the purple toxic clouds into a crimson hue. 1 million warships. No formations, no cover. An absolute frenzied physical push. Meanwhile, hundreds of light-years away from Zhengxing on the backside of the asteroid belt. Rising Sun Empire's Strategic Warehouse No. 14, Main Control Center. Sitting at the command platform, the Imperial commander was reviewing the supply ledger. The left half of his body had been completely replaced by a mechanical prosthetic, and his electronic eye glowed red. Suddenly, the nearby detection radar emitted an extremely sharp overload beep. The radar operator jumped to his feet, his voice cracking. Commander, the spatial detection network has captured a massive-scale, mass jump reaction. Enemy attack. How many? From which star zone did they jump over? The commander looked at the large screen. The deep space scanning image froze within 0.1 seconds. Immediately afterwards, a dense cluster of light points emerged in the direction of Hengxing, which had previously been deemed a dead zone by the Empire. Not 100, not 1,000. Millions of crimson attack coordinates directly crossed the outer star system's warning line. The radar operator stared at the screen, filled with flashing scarlet warnings. Commander, they have turned the radar screen red. The No. 14 strategic warehouse of the Shiri Empire is established within the core of a dead star located on the backside of the asteroid belt. 3 heavy abyss-class cruisers, each over a kilometer long, are stationed in the periphery. These 3-star fortresses laden with antimatter technology are arranged in a triangular formation, completely sealing off this expanse of void. Inside the main bridge, the cold light of the holographic panels projects a blinding crimson. The radar operator's hands strike the console, his voice rising. Commander, the spatial detection network has captured a supermassive mass transition reaction. The count exceeds 1 million. The direction is towards that purple star occupied by the insect swarm. The Imperial commander straightened up his half-human, half-mechanical body, emitting subtle hydraulic creaks. He stared at the chaotic energy points on the screen, lacking even a formation. What does it matter if they have 1 million? The commander tapped the metal table. Coming here in a shabby lifeboat without even a shield, are they seeking death in the Empire's defense zone? Send the order down, cover the antimatter jump field at full power. No need to preheat the main cannon, save some energy. Open all auxiliary cannon arrays and clear out this space debris. In the depths of space less than 50,000 kilometers away, the toxic cloud sea surrounding the purple star was violently torn apart by physical kinetic energy. 1 million rugged ships surged forth. The streamlined paint job of conventional interstellar warships has completely vanished here. What lies before the eyes is an endless array of cybernetic monstrosities. Some have half a skull of a level 4 blind devouring rockworm mounted on the outside of the cockpit as a collision helmet. Others have crudely attached mining drills from underground cities to the sides of their thrusters with high-dimensional alloys. The flames from their engines are a myriad of colors. Cheaply refined energy drags thick plumes of smoke engulfing the entire star domain. This group of laborers who had been pressed underground for 3 months cultivating cabbage ignited their desire to plunder upon learning that they must seize the dark matter star core to upgrade their warships to level 4. The heavy armor on the side of the Imperial cruiser slid open silently. Hundreds of high-dimensional laser auxiliary cannons extended their barrels. High-energy beams interweaved into a web of firepower aimed directly at the front line of the Great Xia. According to the tactical simulation of the Imperial intelligence brain, this volley was enough to vaporize over 300,000 enemy ships. However, in the first second of the contact battle, the battlefield scenario collapsed entirely. After 3 months of continuous supply of high-purity genetic agents, the physical capabilities of the 8 million players in the Great Xia camp approached the genetic limit of 10. In the regional public channel, Qian Zhenbang's rough hoarse voice overshadowed the roar of all engines. Brothers, these alien bastards are far more fragile than the level 3 mutated insects we kill every day. Don't be afraid of chipping the paint. Get in close. Use high-frequency welding guns to dismantle their auxiliary cannons. Whoever fails to seize the dark matter star core today will go back and dig 3 months of waste or in the sewers. The swarm of modified ships did not slow down to evade. Instead, they took advantage of the brief cooling period after firing their auxiliary cannons, densely attaching themselves to the massive hull of the Imperial cruiser. High-frequency cutters, plasma welding guns, and thickened titanium alloy crowbars were all pulled out of the spaceship's hatch. These players, traversing the vacuum of space in shoddy protective suits, stepped directly onto the cruiser's antimatter armor, forcibly dismantling the external armed facilities. The starboard armor has fallen below alert levels. The 7th and 12th auxiliary cannon arrays have lost contact. Commander, they are forcibly dismantling our anti-air modules with physical tools. The radar operator's voice cracked. The specialized oil cup in the commander's hand smashed to the ground. The antimatter shield has a high resistance to energy attacks. Who would have thought that this group of madmen wouldn't fire at all, but would instead come up with chainsaws to saw through the armor plates? While the Imperial fleet was being dismantled like a junkyard by 1 million players. A menacing heavy dreadnought over a kilometer in length smashed through the asteroid belt behind it. A 10-meter thick layer of level 4 mutated shell wrapped around the ship. Green active repair fluid flowed through the gaps. The Star Sea Secret Silver Patrol ship pushed its thrust to the max, aggressively plunging into the heart of the combat zone. The superintelligence of the Imperial flagship instantly captured the anomaly in energy sources. The main cannon's fire control system bypassed the commander's manual instructions, firmly locking onto the raging biodreadnought. A ghostly blue annihilation-grade energy rapidly converged at the cannon's mouth directly in front of the Imperial cruiser. The surrounding cosmic dust was pulled in by gravitational collapse. Basic damage exceeded 5,000 points. Inside the control room of the patrol ship, Lin Jiyue jumped up from her chair upon seeing the flashing red warning on the holographic screen. The dozens of neuronal sensing patches stuck to her head swayed chaotically. Boss, get down. That's the annihilation-grade main cannon. The lock-blood mechanism can't withstand damage exceeding the life limit. This armor won't absorb the kinetic energy of this shot. We won't even have ashes left. Su Tangwan stood beside the dissection table holding a not entirely clean bone scalpel, taking 2 steps back. Zhang Hengxing was still wearing those gray plaid pajamas. He leaned back in a genuine leather seat, a thermos cup beside him, holding a glass of freshly squeezed strawberry juice filled with ice, taking a sip. The air-conditioning blew cold air tousling the hair on his forehead. Dodge. He glanced at Lin Jiyue. The star area over 100,000 kilometers outside is covered by their anti-space jump force field. How can we dodge? The ice cubes in the glass clinked against the walls, producing a crisp sound. He reached out and patted the control panel. No need to dodge. Just stand here and take it. Half a second later, a thick, white-hot beam pierced through the universe. Several giant abandoned asteroids in its path were physically erased. The beam struck the front of the Star Sea Secret Silver Patrol ship without hesitation. There was no massive explosion. The intense light swallowed the 10-meter-thick bioheavy armor along with the entire warship, engulfed in the tidal wave of annihilation-grade energy. The brilliance illuminated the glass of the modified cabins of 1,000,000 Great Xia players. Everyone's dismantling actions came to an abrupt halt. The light quickly dissipated. The massive hull of the patrol ship was utterly destroyed. That thick layer of 10-meter premium mutated shell left not a shred of residue under the high temperature of the annihilation grade. Vaporized by pure physical rules. On the lower system panel, the life value, which had been supported to 5,000 points by heavy armor, plummeted in an avalanche. The blood bar plummeted to the bottom. Only a thin layer of blood skin flickered with a red alarm on the screen. A mocking expression squeezed out on the mechanical half-face of the Imperial commander. Unbearable. In front of the damaged patrol ship, the space underwent an energy distortion. That was a conceptual reconstruction that transcended the laws of cosmic physics. The level 4 golden attribute mirror shield reflection forcibly activated. Any form of attack suffered would reflect 50 of absolute real damage. This portion of damage reversed along the trajectory of causality, ignoring the distance span of a level 5 civilization. It could not be dodged using micromanipulation. Ignoring all energy defense mechanisms, the outer layer of the Imperial flagship, which was claimed to withstand high-dimensional ray cutting, failed to provide even a millisecond of obstruction. Erased by conceptual rules, it crumbled and disintegrated piece by piece. A staggering 2,500 points of conceptual-level real damage directly surged into the enemy ship's interior. The left side main antimatter power furnace could not withstand the tearing force of the law, resulting in a chain explosion on the spot. A blinding sun erupted on the left wing of the Imperial cruiser. The entire massive warship was violently tilted to the right. Armor fragments along with severed limbs and arms were ejected into space. In the same millisecond, the Imperials had not yet regained their senses from the power furnace explosion. The lower logic of the patrol ship again rewrote reality. The annihilation-grade main cannon peeled away the armor and drained the health bar. However, the armor provided additional health buffer and did not achieve a one-hit kill, crossing the 5,000-point threshold. As long as the fatal threshold was not reached, the determination would be not subjected to a single kill attack. The golden attribute endless life rule was activated, breaking the law of increasing entropy of matter. Blinding golden data streams swept from the ship's aft to the bow. In the previous second, the patrol ship, which was down to just a layer of blood skin and stripped of its shell, completed a state reset in this millisecond. Full health. Full shield. Even that 10-meter-thick, vaporized bioheavy armor returned intact. 110. Fresh green active slime dripped from the gaps in the armor. Inside the Imperial control room, the commander stared blankly at the holographic radar, displaying the energy level back to its peak and the armor thickness unchanged by even a millimeter of the cyber monster. Cheating. This is using a high-dimensional modifier. The commander's throat squeezed out a dry syllable, and his mechanical prosthetics began to leak electricity uncontrollably. In the main control room of the patrol ship, Zhang Hengxing steadily placed half a glass of strawberry juice on the control panel. He wiped away a bit of red juice residue, stuck to the corner of his mouth. His gaze locked onto the enemy's main ship, which was spewing flames madly. Shen Yexiang. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Yexiang had already pressed the fire control lever down to the bottom. The golden specialization perfect hit triggered at the conceptual level. No need to calculate the trajectory. No need to consider wind resistance and gravitational deflection. 3 high-tier plasma main cannons powered by the antimatter core, charged in parallel. With the golden attribute Immortal Heart as a foundation, the energy reserves skyrocketed to the red line without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 beams of light trailing deadly ghostly glows shot out in a triangular formation. Following the armor seams that had exploded open on the enemy ship, they precisely drilled into the core area of the left power furnace that was in a frenzy of self-detonation. In the second before the 3 beams struck, Su Tangwan stuck her head out watching the Imperial flagship that was about to fall apart on the screen. The power furnace is connected to their medical supplies storage area. It would be a pity to blow it up. She spun the dissection knife in her hand. I wanted to capture a few living semi-mechanical beings to study the direction of their brain neuronal pathways. Leave the live ones for the laborers behind to catch. As we feast on meat, we must leave some soup for the people below. In the public channel, veterans such as Qian Jinbong witnessed their boss withstanding the annihilation cannon and bombarding the enemy's power furnace, and their fervent emotions soared to the heavens. Boss is #1 in the world. Great Xia fleet charge in and seize the star core. Leave not even a steel plate for these imperial beasts. A million Great Xia players waved welding guns and crowbars. Stepping on the damaged armor plates, they poured into the enemy ship through the cracks. What awaits the 7th fleet of the Shiri Empire will be a complete physical demolition and plunder. The starry sky was illuminated by a blinding white light from higher dimensional flames. The chain reaction caused by the detonation of the antimatter power furnace dismantled this level 5 Abyss-class cruiser from the inside out, reducing it to cosmic dust. Fireballs rolled and spread in the vacuum. The sky was filled with fragments of higher dimensional metal. Countless resource spheres flashed with dazzling purple and gold light. In the regional public channel, various text bubbles filled the screen with font sizes large enough to blind the eyes. Quick salvage the purple gear. The full set of level 5 energy armor blueprints has just been released. Get lost. That core reactor mainboard is mine, and if anyone dares to touch it, I'll pry open your escape pod ceiling with a titanium crowbar. A million players from the Great Xia were blinded with greed. Trapped in the dark zone 30,000 meters underground for 3 whole months, their desire to plunder had reached a critical point. They piloted absurdly designed patchwork spaceships, braving the still lingering high-temperature rays from the enemy, and directly charged into the debris ruins. The ship of the wandering player workerly had half of its wings shot off. He didn't even slow down, put on a simple oxygen mask, and jumped out of the cabin. With a tumter-long high-frequency chainsaw in hand, he headed straight for a floating level 5 radar antenna. I've hit the jackpot. This thing can be exchanged with Boss Zhang for half a ton of top-quality beef. Worker Lee's raspy voice rang out loudly on the public channel. Qian Jinbong stood in the Iron Blood Alliance flagship, slapping his thigh and cursing. Everyone stop snatching. Form up. There are still 2 enemy ships to deal with. Everyone retreat. This was completely ineffective. The frenzied players charged through the Iron Blood Alliance's interception net, forcing a gap and swarming into the debris area. Inside the control room of the remaining 2 Imperial cruisers, red lights flashed wildly. The commander of the right-side warship smashed his fist into the console, leaving a dent, his half-mechanical face twitching uncontrollably. Oil pipes burst and blue sparks flew everywhere. The strategic dignity of a level 5 civilization was being ruthlessly trampled underfoot by these primitive men operating level 3 junk chassis. Cut off the power supply to the outer shields. Elevate the authority to the highest level. He ordered, gritting his teeth against his porcelain dental implants. Activate the joint gravitational collapse array, charging up. The 2,000-meter-long cruiser's side hulls shifted as the super-large gravitational stabilizers forcibly altered their trajectory, exposing their bluish core. An invisible gravitational field rapidly interwove between the 2 ships. The starry sky was warped into a visible concave area. The leading several thousand modified Great Xia ships had their armor plates emitting a spine-chilling sound of metal fracturing. The high-strength titanium alloy shells were forcefully crumpled into wads of paper. Curses finally erupted on the public channel. We can't hold on. This bastard activated gravity control. All parameters are messed up. Parachute. Eject the escape pod. In the vacuum, sound could not travel, and the vibrations from the ejections were transmitted back to the command ship via radio waves. Thousands of makeshift escape pods were forcibly ejected. Before they could fly a few hundred meters, they were yanked back by the gravitational field, pulled violently towards the center of the collapse. Inside the main control room of the Star Sea Secret Silver Guardian ship, red alarms flashed, making one's head spin. Zhang Hengxing sat firmly in the pilot's seat. He glanced at the gravity parameters skyrocketing on the screen, his finger resting on the console. With a snap, he decisively shut down all reverse kinetic output thrusters. The ship plummeted heavily downward. Riding the gravitational torrent capable of crushing all matter, it charged straight towards the cruiser on the right with a frenzied gravitational acceleration. The needle on the speedometer snapped immediately. Lin Jiyue. Zhang Hengxing's voice was cold and sharp as he flipped his wrist, gripping a nearly tumtor-long high-frequency vibrating knife. The high-frequency buzzing of the blade was painfully piercing in the enclosed cabin. Overclock your mental network. Burn all the high-grade resources you've consumed in the past few months. He walked towards the rear cabin with the knife in hand. Get the exact coordinates of their control room. Lin Jiyue was huddled in a corner of the equipment cabinet. The higher dimensional radiation brought by the gravitational storm caused the girl to shake uncontrollably, blood streaming from her nostrils. She bit her tongue hard, desperately clutching the numerous neuronal wires attached to her head. Streams of horrifying red water flowed from her eyes. The golden specialized energy operated at full capacity, with her mental energy acting as a drill, forcefully penetrating the enemy ship's local network. The heavy antimatter armor was peeled away layer by layer under the mental network's detection. That one on the right. Lin Jiyue shouted hoarsely. The bridge isn't at the front. They changed the structure, and the control room is hidden right beneath the third layer of composite armor in the main belly. The biomechanical heavy armor attached to the front of the Guardian ship started to peel and vaporize extensively. The strangling force of the gravitational core approached a critical value, and the special glass of the entire bridge was covered in cracks. Zhang Hengxing slapped heavily on the red physical button he had just repaired. The fourth-level specialized derivative skill was activated. Void Concealment. Forcibly entering high-dimensional void, achieving a 3-second invincible state, immune to all causal and rule-based attacks. The anti-space jumping power field of this star zone locked down the three-dimensional coordinates for short-distance teleportation, but this system could not control the horizontal physical interleaving in higher dimensions. The Guardian ship vanished into thin air. The gravitational field completely tore apart, and the two streams of energy collided violently after losing their targets, producing a dazzling array of plasma sparks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Exiting the concealed state. The massive Guardian ship squeezed through a high-dimensional gap positioned at 0 distance from the belly of the Imperial cruiser. The backlash from forcibly crossing the dimensional barrier struck Zhang Hengxing hard. His throat felt dry. He directly vomited a large mouthful of dark red blood. Blood splattered onto the control panel, smearing the radar screen red. The mental state value plummeted to the bottom red line on the lower interface. His vision went completely dark. Before his body even slid down, someone pounced from behind. Su Tongwan, still wearing the white coat, stained with alien green bodily fluids, tightly wrapped her arms around Zhang Hengxing's neck, holding him firmly. "You are not allowed to die, do you hear me?" She choked up. Her small hands gripped so tightly that her knuckles turned pale, nearly digging into the fabric of Zhang Hengxing's combat suit. The reverse healing energy exploded in overdrive. A rich, overwhelming green life energy surged from her palm, flooding into Zhang Hengxing's chest. In an instant, it yanked a critically injured person back to their peak state. The abundant high-dimensional nutrient fluid raced wildly through his veins. Zhang Hengxing was so full of energy that he felt like he could crush 2 solid steel plates with his bare hands. "Let go, you're going to choke me to death." He disdainfully pushed her arm away and wiped the blood from his chin. "You need to change your protective behavior. It's affecting my ability to pilot the ship with one hand." Su Tongwan sniffled stubbornly, standing her ground without retreating an inch. The Bose premium titanium alloy ram, forged from the backs of dozens of high-level void behemoths, struck fiercely into the main belly of the enemy ship, powered by the residual violent energy from the gravitational field. The first layer of external armor shattered. The second layer of composite defense plates exploded and fell away. The third layer of special alloy walls was completely penetrated. The 100-meter-long biomechanical ram acted as a massive opening spike, deeply embedding itself into the control room of the Imperial commander. Half of the high-risk cabin was physically filled. Oil and mechanical limbs were flying everywhere. "Shen Yeshuang, clear the area." Zhang Hengxing clapped on the control panel. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Yeshuang expressionlessly lifted her gun, not even bothering to look through the scope. The specially designed depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds from the electromagnetic sniper rifle drilled into the large gap created by the ram. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. The remaining Imperial high-ranking officials in the control room were directly taken out. The command system of the right-side flagship collapsed completely. The gravitational collapse array lost its main control node due to physical erasure, and energy supply was immediately cut off. The gravitational storm that threatened to crush all players dissipated. Now they had thoroughly stirred up a hornet's nest. The Great Xia players who had narrowly escaped erupted with an extreme desire for revenge. "How dare you destroy the collision bumper I just welded?" Brothers, grab your weapons and go dismantle their power furnace as compensation. A million starving wolves surged toward the two giant lambs that had lost their command and whose main cannons were out of energy. Lu Chuanya piloted the engineering ship emblazoned with Prosperous construction team directly wrapping 8 mechanical hydraulic arms around the escape pod's exterior. The golden specialized relic of Luban was directly used as a demolition tool. In just a few seconds, an entire living compartment was completely detached from the main body. Be careful moving it. Don't shake or spill the genuine leather sofa and imperial beverages inside. These are the materials Boss Zhang specifically requested. Lu Chuanya directed excitedly in the channel. In just 10 minutes, it took a total of only 10 minutes. The 2 Level 5 Abyss-class cruisers representing the peak military power of the Sunrise Empire were brutally dismantled by this group using high-frequency, cutting machines, handheld welding guns, and inferior plasma crowbars. Antimatter armor plates were pried off one by one and stuffed into storage spaces. The main and secondary gun barrels were sawed off from the roots and packaged. Not even the alloy doorknobs in the escape passage were left behind. In space, only 2 bare alloy skeletal structures remained. Even the screws on the skeleton were scavenged clean, leaving only the ice chunks formed from oil in the vacuum environment. All external defense forces were physically swept away. Blocking the million-ship fleet of the Great Xia was only the superb titanium alloy giant door embedded in the crater of a dead star over 100 kilometers wide. Strategic Transfer Warehouse No. 14 of the Sunrise Empire. The full view of the door was completely exposed, gleaming with an enticing bluish metallic sheen. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in his chair, pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the foldable space to rinse the taste of blood from his mouth. He tossed the bottle to Su Tangwan and casually knocked on the edge of the control panel. Xin Yeshuang, import the blueprints for the secondary cannons we just captured into the alchemy platform. Zhang Hengxing stretched. If something unwise appears behind the door, send them back home using their own cannon tubes. A million ships' main cannons and heavy mining drills turned to aim at the 100-kilometer level reinforced defense door in the vacuum. The knock on the door operation officially began. In the vacuum of the universe, sound cannot be transmitted, yet the roars in the public frequency are exceptionally loud. The heavy towing cables of the mighty construction team are taut and straight. Lu Chuanya directs hundreds of engineering ships dragging the wreckage of 3 Level 5 cruisers toward the rear of the formation. Disassemble carefully. Remove all the load-bearing axles at the joints. That's high-dimensional titanium alloy. Bring it back to use as the load-bearing walls for the air raid shelter. Zhang Hengxing holds a glass of strawberry juice with ice standing in front of the explosion-proof glass in the control room of the escort ship. His gray plaid pajamas sway in the air conditioning. Directly ahead is the 14th Strategic Warehouse of the Sun Empire. A massive titanium alloy door over 100 kilometers wide looms over the abyss of the Dead Star's core. The door glimmers with densely packed Azure defense field nodes. Yishuang knock on the door. Zhang Hengxing sips his juice through a straw. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Yeshuang sets the electromagnetic sniper rifle, just pried from the enemy ship, on the control panel. The pipeline is roughly connected to the antimatter core's backup slot. The 3-second lock-on determination is triggered. She pulls the trigger. The antimatter beam instantly traverses 10 kilometers in vacuum, accurately piercing the core physical anchor point of the 100-kilometer giant door. Crack. The sound of metal breaking is transmitted through the gravitational waves. The 100-meter-thick titanium alloy door loses its force field support, and under the slight pressure of the weightless environment inside, slowly slides open a gap. The azure glow of resources surges out from the door gap. The roars in the public frequency collectively fall silent within a second. A million-day summer players press against the spaceship's portholes, staring intently at the door. Behind the door is a thoroughly hollowed-out core of a dead star. A full 50,000 tons of high-dimensional consumables radiating with a level 5 luster are piled in the weightless space. At the top of the consumables, a massive spherical display case, encased in a transparent force field, hovers. Inside lie 8,000 irregular crystals exuding a rich dark purple glow. Dark matter star cores. Each one represents the ability for a level 3 ship to directly cross the material chasm and ascend to the level 4 escort ship tier. Zhang Hengxing puts down the glass and quickly inputs commands on the lower interface. System, pull up the battle contribution leaderboard for this campaign. All 8,000 star cores will be distributed according to the top 8,000 on the leaderboard, one per person, accurately airdropped into their storage compartments. Within 2 seconds, the public frequency erupts with deafening cheers. Star core. It really is a dark matter star core. I received a system notification. Old Lee's voice cracks. I got one. After 3 months of mining with a crowbar at 30,000 meters underground, I'm finally going to pilot a escort ship. Qianjianbang looks at over 3,000 star cores distributed to his guild, shouting in the channel those who got the treasures head to Zixing to upgrade. Clear the way, the brothers behind still need to move materials. Boss, come look at this. From the depths of the warehouse, Su Tongwan's sweet voice comes through the communication channel. Zhang Hengxing activates void teleportation, crossing 50,000 kilometers and landing beside a temporary dissection table converted from an Imperial escape pod. Su Tongwan, wearing a white lab coat stained with green bodily fluids, twirls a bony scalpel in her hand. Before her lies a temperature-controlled top-secret box locked by 3 layers of red high-risk force fields. The force field's closed-loop logic in this box is quite similar to the contraction principle of the sphincter of a level 3 void mutant giant armored insect. Su Tongwan tilts her head, inserting the scalpel into the weakest point of the force field and flicking it upward. Snap! The highest-level Imperial military password box physically breaches immediately. A pure golden glow shoots up from the box, its purity far surpassing that of the dark matter star cores outside. Zhang Hengxing approaches. Inside the box floats a complex mechanical blueprint and a pulsating metallic core module. A panel pops up with data notifications. Acquired unique item LV. 5 planetary-grade heavy atmospheric replacement core, legendary item description, the highest secret creation of the Sun Empire. When activated, it can continuously absorb toxic molecules, generating permanent pure oxygen and a high-dimensional energy protective shield in a planet's atmosphere. Zhang Hengxing chuckles. He takes a screenshot and sends it to Lu Chuanya's private chat box located 30,000 meters underground in Zixing. Within 3 seconds, Lu Chuanya initiates a forced voice communication. The background noise is filled with the sounds of machines roaring and heavy objects crashing to the ground. Boss, where did you get this blueprint? Lu Chuanya's voice trembles. Legendary construction core. The underlying structure is too perfect. Can it be built? Zhang Hengxing asks directly. Yes. Lu Chuanya yells that 50,000 tons of top-grade consumables outside combined with the ready core module. In 5 hours, I can completely cleanse the atmosphere of Zixing. Good. Zhang Hengxing hangs up the communication, walks up to the massive pile of 50,000 tons of consumables, and opens his left hand. The folding space capacity is now LV. 5. Collect. The space distorts. 50,000 tons of materials along with the high-level blueprints are instantly swallowed into the void. The lower panel returns a notification sound detected that materials are full. LV. 5-star C secret silver escort ship evolution materials have overflowed, completely ready for reorganization and upgrade at any time. Zixing is about to welcome sunlight, and the 8 million players of the day summer camp will completely escape the underground environment. Just at the moment of the entire server's celebration. In the control room of the Star C secret silver escort ship, a piercing scream erupts. Zhang Hengxing teleports back to the bridge. In the corner, Lin Jiyue arches her body. The dozens of neuron sensing patches on her head are spraying blue high-voltage electric sparks outward. The sound of electricity crackles in the cabin. Bang, bang, bang. Several core patches on her head explode in succession. Blood mixed with an unidentified liquid pours from her eye sockets, nasal cavity, and ears. Her eyes roll back as she collapses heavily onto the metal deck, her limbs twisting and convulsing. On the screen, the mental network link of the 7th Reconnaissance Team of the Sun Empire she was monitoring is being violently invaded by a massive data stream. Let her go. Su Tongwan lunges forward, not even throwing away her bony scalpel. The golden universal reverse healing activates green life energy, firmly covering Lin Ziyu's bleeding head. The nonchalance fades from Zhang Hengxing's face. He stares at the garbled text racing across the control panel screen. This is not ordinary electromagnetic interference. This is a life form far beyond normal dimensions, descending directly across the galaxy along the mental connection network, executing a dimensional annihilation. In the vacuum of the universe, no sound can be transmitted. Yet the text bubbles in the public frequency have already cascaded like a waterfall. Hundreds of heavy engineering ships emblazoned with strong construction team are lined up in formation. The special traction cable is pulled taut. The thick high-dimensional steel cable is firmly lodged at the edge of a colossal titanium alloy gate over 100 kilometers wide. The engines roar, attempting to force open a gap with brute strength. Sparks fly. The metallic surface of the door remains unmarked. Step back. Let me handle this, shouted Old Lee, the welding player in the public frequency. He piloted a battered escort ship with half of its wing sheared off. The bow of the ship is directly welded with 2 ultra-heavy mining drills. The push rods are fully extended as they crash into the door. The drill bits strike the barrier of the gate's defensive energy field. The absolute strength of the high-dimensional alloy instantly shatters the drill bits. Metal fragments scatter in the weightless environment, despairingly thick. 1 million players from the Great Xia have mined for 3 months, 30,000 meters below the Purple Star. Now the top-tier strategic warehouse is within reach. The collective desire for plunder across the server is firmly blocked by this gate. Inside the main control room of the escort ship, Lin Jiyue in the corner let out a scream. Her body arched backward, gripping the neural patch on her head tightly. 2 streams of red tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. She furiously pounded the keyboard, forcibly projecting the intercepted lower-level code onto the main screen. "We can't blow it up. Tell them to stop," Lin Jiyue screamed at Zhang Hengxing. "This is not a physical defense gate at all. The underlying architecture is bound to 8,000 dark matter star cores in the warehouse." On the holographic projection, scarlet data streams surged. Lin Jiyue pointed at the logical nodes. If the kinetic energy applied to the surface of the gate exceeds the critical value, the star cores will self-detonate. The gravitational collapse of 8,000 star cores. The explosion radius is enough to vaporize this star area along with 1,000,000 ships outside into fundamental particles. The public frequency fell silent within a second. Those players who were wielding high titanium crowbars ready to collectively breach froze at the surface of the massive gate. No one had time to process this deadly information. All frequency communication was forcibly hijacked by a high-dimensional data stream. The warden of the 14th warehouse of the Sunrise Empire appeared. Its holographic projection occupied all screens of the Great Xia warships. It was a behemoth over 100 meters tall, a stitched monster from the abyss. Half of its body was made of antimatter machinery, while the other half was covered in the rotting flesh of high-level alien species. Its bloodshot mechanical eyes slowly rotated. It looked down upon the dense mass of dilapidated spaceships outside, emitting a harsh metallic grinding sound. "Inferior carbon-based crawlers. With your space debris you dare to covet the Empire's highest-level strategic reserves?" The warden raised its hydraulically driven giant arm and pressed the red command button on the console. "Since you want to enter, then all of you will stay here to be buried." The bluish nodes on the gate's surface instantly turned a blinding crimson. A massive holographic countdown lit up in the void of space. 10, 9, 8. The self-destruct countdown began. The public frequency erupted in chaos. "Retreat. All troops withdraw." Qian Jinbong turned red with rage, his voice cutting through the communicator. He shoved aside his deputy and personally pulled down the engine throttle of the Iron Blood Alliance flagship. "Veterans of the first echelon, stay. Activate the physical intercept net to cover the players. As many as can escape." The battle formation fell into disorder. The roaring afterburners disrupted the entire starry sky. 7, 6. Inside the Star Sea Mystic Silver escort ship, Zhang Hengxing leaned against the leather seat. His thick patterned gray sweatpants billowed in the air conditioning. He held a thermos and drained the last sip of strawberry juice with ice through a straw. He watched the shouting warden on the screen and chuckled. "Self-destruct protocol. You think you can play that with me?" Zhang Hengxing's fingers flew across the system panel. "In my domain, physics does not exist." He activated the highest authority broadcast across the region. His voice drowned out all the chaos. "Everyone stop the retreat. Throw all the scrap metal, leftover armor and garbage from the cruiser that you just dismantled. In 1 second all of it must be tossed into the central cross-shaped recess of the gate." 5, 4. The command was abrupt and utterly unreasonable. But the 8 million Great Xia players in this game only recognized the commands of Boss Zhang. Their actions were always faster than their thoughts. 1,000,000 ships frantically turned around. High titanium plates, severed radar antennas, discarded biofluid barrels, and even moldy high-dimensional potato skins were all dumped into the center of the massive gate. The enormous waste piled up into a small mountain thousands of meters high in the vacuum. 3, 2. Zhang Hengxing stood up. The energy from the escort ship's antimatter reactor was fully drawn into the system panel. Level 4 golden attribute equivalent alchemy platform. Overload activation. He forcibly selected the target on the lower-level interface, the titanium alloy defense gate, over 100 kilometers wide, along with 50,000 tons of the same source mixed waste. The gate is metal, and the waste is also metal. In the judgment logic of the equivalent alchemy platform, as long as it's the same source material, it counts as synthetic consumables. There is no distinction between advanced creations and low-level waste. A pure golden light instantly enveloped the giant gate and the mountain of garbage. Rules descending above the laws of cosmic causality. It fiercely interfered with physical reality. 1. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a severe distortion of space. That defense gate covered with self-destruct wires was forcibly torn apart and crushed by a force. The mainboard and energy matrix detonated, merging tightly with the stench-laden domestic waste. The countdown numbers flickered momentarily. It shattered directly. The golden light dispersed. The gate was gone. All that remained was a bizarre, irregular giant slab dozens of kilometers long and wide. It slowly floated in the weightless vacuum. The physical self-destruct circuit was completely erased by the rules. Inside the holographic projection, the warden's giant mechanical eye was stuck in its eye socket. The pupil processor emitted black smoke due to computational overload. Its high-dimensional brain's mainboard crashed immediately. Unable to comprehend. Unable to compute. The doomed self-destruct protocol just vanished. Rage engulfed this level 5 mutant. It smashed the control panel with a single slap. Its massive body charged directly out of the open warehouse pit. The 8 antimatter thrusters on its back spewed out tens of thousands of meters of bluish flames. Wielding 2 high-dimensional venom blades dripping with strong acid, it lunged at Zhang Hengxing's escort ship. Shen Yeshuang retracted the main cannon. Zhang Hengxing stood before the blast-proof glass, not retreating an inch. Throttle full crash into it. Shen Yeshuang pressed the physical throttle all the way down. The Star Sea Mystic Silver escort ship did not bother with tactical evasion. The high-level alien ram on the ship's bow tore through the vacuum. It collided head-on with the Warden, which was dozens of times larger than itself. At the moment of impact, there was no suspense. The Level 4 golden attribute mirror shield reflection triggered directly. The Warden's high-dimensional venom blade, capable of slicing through asteroid belts along with its destructive kinetic energy, was all absorbed by an invisible barrier of rules. In the next millisecond, the kinetic energy combined with 50 absolute true damage surged back into its body, reversing the laws of causality. Ignoring the class suppression of Level 5 beings. Ignoring the energy deviation of the antimatter mechanical armor. Bang! The Warden's super alloy skeleton exploded in the vacuum. Chunks of flesh and metal flew everywhere. Su Tangwan let out a cheer. She hadn't even fully donned her protective suit. Holding an extended bone dissection knife, she was ejected into the vacuum from the airtight chamber. Amidst a pile of disgusting viscous flesh, her knife fell. With extreme skill, she pried open a tangle of metal pipelines. She precisely extracted a core shimmering with purple gold light. Acquired LV. 5 special drop mechanical ascension neural core. While the direction of these nerve fibers is interesting, Su Tangwan tilted her head, looking at the core dripping with nutrient solution in her hand. Taking this back will make for a fantastic hot pot base, definitely more chewy than mutated tripe. With the Warden's death, the interstellar supply route was entirely unobstructed. Zhang Hengxing returned to the pilot seat. He operated the heavy mechanical arm of the escort ship, directly plunging it into the deepest part of the warehouse. In the transparent force field display case, 8,000 crystals emitting a dark purple glow were neatly stacked. System open level 5 capacity of space folding. The space twisted. 8,000 dark matter star cores along with the surrounding mountain of 50,000 tons of level 5 premium building materials were instantly swept away by the fully upgraded space folding. Outside, the million Great Xia players with green eyes fell into frenzy. Only screams remained in the public frequency. A million troops surged into the hollowed-out core of the dead star. High-level blueprints were divided. Nutritional potions were completely wiped out. The strong construction team immediately began to tear down walls. High-dimensional ambient lights and alloy load-bearing columns embedded in the rock walls. Even the antimatter toilet from the Imperial command post was taken down and dragged into the cargo hold. Even the ground was forcibly scraped down 3 meters thick. The bandit army continued its frenzied looting. In the main control room, Lin Jius spoke again, her voice tense. "Boss, we intercepted the Empire's ultra-secret military frequency code. The main fleet of the Sunrise Empire Expeditionary Force has locked onto this coordinate. Countless red light points representing deadly threats rapidly converged on the holographic star map. The spatial blockade net is closing in. There is at most 1 minute left before this star area's 3-dimensional jump channel will be completely locked. 1 minute. That's enough." Zhang Hengxing opened the regional channel. "Stop mining. Shen Yeshuang, activate the group fold jump generator." The special core furnace at the bottom of the escort ship erupted with a glaring dark light. A massive high-dimensional energy tore through the spatial barrier. A jump wormhole with a diameter of over dozens of kilometers rapidly took shape in the vacuum. A million warships turned around one after another and charged into the wormhole. At the last moment, Zhang Hengxing swiped his finger to activate the tactical spotlight at the front of the escort ship. Hundreds of high-intensity beams struck the pockmarked surface of the dead star. They forcibly pieced together a massive and extremely mocking smiley face pattern with light and shadow. The wormhole closed. The massive fleet, along with the empty warehouse site, completely vanished into deep space. Amidst the distorted light and shadow of the jump channel, the escort ship sailed smoothly. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the leather seat. He casually pulled out an undeciphered metallic fragment from the pile of looted supplies. He wiped away the stardust from its surface with his thumb. The dark patterns on the back of the fragment did not belong to the technology tree totem of the Level 5 civilization, the Sunrise Empire. Clearly imprinted on it was a combination of letters and numbers. Zhang Hengxing looked at the number, his brows slightly raised. The Star Sea secret silver guard ship laden with 1,000,000 modified scrap metals plummeted like a streak of light back into the cavern 3.0 meters beneath the Abyss Island. Qianxin City was in complete uproar. The roar of 8 million players sent the text bubbles in the regional channel into a blur. Long live Boss Zhang. Damn, they really released the dark matter star cores. I received the system notification. No need to scrape for, or in the sewers anymore. Zhang Hengxing found the noise bothersome and muted the channel. He stared at the main control console, dragging all 8,000 star cores he had just acquired along with 50,000 tons of premium building materials into the upgrade slot. System notification LV. 5 Abyss-level interstellar cruiser reconstruction initiated. Warning, power must be cut off and sealed for 72 hours for civilization-level reconstruction. During this time, the ship's physical defenses will be reduced to 0. Zhang Hengxing scoffed at the warning. Outside, 1,000,000 workers, just having acquired star cores, and with red eyes ready to upgrade from bird guns to cannons, served as the best defense net. Who would dare to cut off their path to upgrade at this moment? These people could use high titanium pry bars to gnaw clean the enemy's warship chassis. He made a gesture and led 3 female members directly into the folded space. In the living ecological zone, the glow of the artificial sun illuminated the black soil. Zhang Hengxing wore the extremely mismatched gray plaid pajamas, pulled up a folding chair, and sat by the pond fishing for mutated fish. During this 3-day holiday, he needed to detach his mind from the high-pressure continuous work. Boss, try this. Su Tangwan leaned over holding a stainless steel plate. On the plate were M9 and beef freshly roasted on a high-dimensional radiation furnace sizzling with grease. She completely ignored Zhang Hengxing's cold expression, snuggling up against his arm and speaking rapidly. I just casually dissected that warden's mechanical ganglion, and I found the fiber orientation quite interesting. If used as skewers for barbecue, the heat would definitely be evenly distributed. Does it hurt? If it doesn't hurt, I'll make you skewers of ganglia next time, okay? Zhang Hengxing glanced at her and stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth. The clinginess of this woman intensified with the depletion and recovery of her mental state. She was not providing benefits, she was merely confirming that she was not alone in this space. Just wash the skewers clean, he commented while chewing on the beef. Su Tangwan immediately beamed with joy, squatting beside him with the plate, watching him eat. On the other side of the pond, Shin Yes Wang sat expressionless among a pile of high-grade parts, lowering her head to wipe the newly exploded LV-5 gathering electromagnetic sniper. Oil smeared on her tight combat suit, and she didn't even flinch. The worst off was Lin Jiyue. She huddled in the corner at the edge of the black soil, her head filled with neural wires. Even on vacation, she had to act as a high-level radar, keeping a close watch on the movements outside the purple star. 72 hours, not a second more, not a second less. The moment the countdown reached 0, a gravitational storm erupted in the abyss cavern, threatening to tear the rock walls apart. The air defense load-bearing wall, just erected by the formidable construction team, trembled, causing stones to fall. A giant ship, 3,000 meters long, and exuding a black-gold oppressive hue, loomed beneath the dome of the underground city. LV-5 heavy abyss cruiser. The warship was surrounded by a visibly discernible gravitational field of antimatter. As Zhang Hengxing cut through the bottom panel, his health bar surged to an extraordinarily abnormal 5,000 points. Amidst the beeping of the relit control console, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, one that only he could hear. System notification: Starship level upgraded to LV-5, automatically triggering the unique external lottery. Guaranteed to obtain a golden legendary rule entry. The virtual roulette spun wildly, eventually coming to a stop. The blinding golden light of the rule directly flooded into Zhang Hengxing's retina. 5th golden entry: truth assimilation absolute gluttony entry effect, break the boundary of material forms. The Starship can deploy a conceptual high-dimensional devouring force field, ignoring differences in volume and mass, instantly consuming any destroyed enemy warship wreckage or void aberrations, converting them into permanent armor limits and main cannon powers for the ship, with an extremely low probability of forcibly stripping away enemy special technology modules. Zhang Hengxing stared at this line of text. The system was forcing him to act as a bottomless cosmic cleaner. Consuming wreckage for armor upgrades could also enhance the main cannon's power. As long as he killed enough, he could turn this 3,000-meter warship into an invincible fortress capable of shattering galaxies. Before he could even figure out how to activate the devouring force field, Lin Jiyue in the corner of the bridge suddenly let out a scream. Boss, the layer of toxic gas barrier outside is gone. It's the main force of the Sun Empire, the 7th Fleet. They crashed through the defense line with a 10-kilometer-long LV-6 dreadnought. On the holographic star map, the surface of Abyss Island was covered with a dense array of crimson light points. The public channel was forcibly cut in. The piercing mechanical synthesized voice of the Empire's commander echoed across the entire planet. Lowly carbon-based life forms. Surrender the 50,000 tons of resources you stole and hand over your leader as a biological specimen for the Empire to deal with. You have 10 seconds. Otherwise, I will launch gravitational collapse bombs and crush this dead star along with your 8 million people. Qian Zhenbang's raspy voice immediately exploded in the local area network. Iron Blood Alliance, all personnel, heed my command. Prepare for reactor overload. Even if I die today, I will splash these tin cans with oil. Everyone quiet down. Save some fuel for mining. Zhang Hengxing cut into the broadcast for the entire region, interrupting the self-destruct mobilization below. He, wearing plaid pajamas and plastic slippers, walked all the way to the brand-new panoramic explosion-proof glass. That 10-kilometer-long dreadnought could vaporize the underground city of the Purple Star with just one shot from its secondary cannon. Lu Chuanya, activate all entire wells. He commanded. Xin Yeshuang, lock the main thrusters at maximum power. Su Tongwan, hold on to the handrails. The rock layers above the dome roared and cracked. The massive black-gold giant ship tore through the surface rift, violently bursting through the thin atmosphere with its ferocious gravitational field, completely exposed to the firepower net of the myriad enemy ships. The Empire's commander sat on the throne of the dreadnought, staring at this solitary LV-5 cruiser charging forward. Arrogant trash. Fire all cannons, vaporize him. Thousands upon thousands of high-dimensional rays, antimatter beams, and plasma torpedoes interwove into an impenetrable net of death, descending upon Zhang Hengxing's warship. Zhang Hengxing didn't even touch the extra shield charging button. Charge through. The black gold giant ship did not dodge, plunging directly into the densest area of the firepower net. At the moment of contact, the concept of mirror shield reflection was forcibly activated. The physical kinetic energy and high-dimensional destructive power contained in thousands of attacks were intercepted by an invisible web of rules. 50 of the absolute true damage flowed back along the trajectory of causality into the Empire's forward escort fleet. The Empire's battleships, with their highest-level gravitational shields activated, suddenly experienced a massive pipeline rupture internally. Immediately afterwards, the endless cycle rule activated. The warship completed a full health and shield reset in a millisecond. With the remaining firepower, the black gold giant ship charged straight into the enemy's dense formation. In the vacuum, dozens of pale plasma fireballs exploded. The Empire's forward array fell into chaos, detonating in a chain reaction. Zhang Hengxing abruptly slapped the red button on the control panel. New skill, it's time to feast. The level 5 golden entry truth assimilation operated at full power. Below the massive alloy ram at the front of the warship, the void was forcibly torn open, creating a distorted high-dimensional black hole. The wreckage of the Empire's battleships, shattered by the rebounded true damage, and the half-mechanical limbs of those who failed to escape, even burning with antimatter fuel, were all sucked in. Data began to spiral out of control on the bottom logic panel. Devouring LV-4 armor fragments, permanently increasing the warship's armor value by 30 points. Devouring high-dimensional power core residue, permanently increasing the main cannon's base damage by 15 points. The armor value data scrolled upwards on the screen at thousands of points per second. Layers of denser, dark, purple glowing special alloy scales directly covered the black gold deck surrounding the warship. In the control room of the dreadnought, the Empire's commander experienced a short circuit in his mechanical body. Oil dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He ate our wreckage. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the leather driver's seat and took a sip of the cold drink beside him. He locked the communication frequency to the enemy's public channel. You guys are too polite. Not only did you deliver the package, but you also brought your own packaging service. Hundreds of plasma fireballs exploded simultaneously in the vacuum, dazzling to the extreme. The cannon fire of the Imperial Vanguard fleet turned into a boomerang under the rules of mirror shield rebound. The high-dimensional rays and plasma torpedoes returned just as they were fired. The Imperial frigates burst in a chain reaction, becoming mere fireworks in space. Zhang Hengxing sat steadily in the leather driver's seat, wearing gray plaid pajama pants and plastic slippers, sipping on iced strawberry juice from a stainless steel thermos. Eat up, don't be polite. He tapped the control panel. At the front of the black gold giant ship, the high-dimensional black hole, torn open by truth assimilation, expanded instantly. The wreckage of exploded Imperial warships, melted alloy armor, and scattered high-dimensional reactor fuel were forcefully torn apart. All were drawn into the lower structure of the battleship. On the main control screen, crimson data flooded the display. Devour LV-5 Abyss armor fragment, permanently increase armor by 50 points. Devour high-dimensional kinetic engine remnants, permanently increase base armor by 100 points. Devour antimatter fuel pile, permanently increase main cannon base damage by 30 points. Zhang Hengxing watched as the battleship's armor value soared from the base of 50,000 points, 60,000, 80,000, 100,000, breaking through the 100,000 barrier. The outer shell of the black gold giant ship underwent a physical distortion. The dark matter crystalline layer transformed into living scales covering the armor surface in layers shimmering with a ghostly purple glow. In the control room of LV-6 Invincible Ship 10 kilometers away, the mechanical prosthetic on half of the Imperial commander's face twitched wildly. That 3-meter-long wrecked ship was immune to the first round of concentrated fire and was treating the Imperial fleet like a buffet. Disable the safety lock. Push all energy to the main cannon. The commander smashed the virtual keyboard, emitting a crackling roar. Charge the Eye of Annihilation. I want to evaporate it along with that dead star into fundamental particles. At the front of the Invincible Ship, a giant cannon opening over 2,000 meters in diameter slowly unveiled. The black antimatter energy was rapidly compressed in the vacuum, and the surrounding light was forcefully swallowed. The public frequency at 30,000 meters underground in the purple star exploded. Boss, that's a planet-destroying main cannon. Qian Zhenbang's hoarse voice in the communication channel was frantic. The Iron Blood Alliance's 100,000 veterans have already taken off. We'll use heavy mining ships to shield in front. Boss, you quickly jumped to evade. Evade what? Zhang Hengxing interrupted him while biting the straw. Stay down and mine. Don't come up to steal my rations. But that's... Shut up. Just watch. Zhang Hengxing cut off the local network communication. Eye of Annihilation fully charged. A black light beam capable of penetrating a planet's core blasted forth. The pure antimatter annihilation ray crossed 10 kilometers of vacuum, smashing solidly against the black gold giant ship's defensive field. There was no explosion, no deviation. Zhang Hengxing didn't even touch the evasive button. The rules of mirror shield rebound were forcibly activated. The planet-destroying ray concentrated with all the energy of the LV-6 Invincible Ship touched the black gold giant ship, and the enormous high-dimensional destructive force was fully absorbed by the invisible causal barrier. In the next millisecond, 50 of the absolute true damage reversed along the trajectory of the light beam. The antimatter energy flowed back through the cannon barrel of the Invincible Ship. The 10-kilometer-long Invincible Ship trembled violently. The 2-meter diameter, Eye of Annihilation, cannon melted into dark red molten iron. The furious true damage penetrated the command room's physical armor. The Imperial commander didn't even have time to scream. The mechanical arm embedded with a high-dimensional core was blown off, and oil mixed with shredded flesh splattered across the control panel. Immediately after Endless Cycle took effect, the large outer armor vaporized from the black gold giant ship was instantaneously fully restored with shields in 1 millisecond. The dark matter crystalline layer glistened like new, and the fallen lacquer had seamlessly regrown. The enemy Invincible Ship, due to the main cannon's explosion, fell into a few seconds of energy overload paralysis. Yi Shuang, fire. Zhang Hengxing put down his strawberry juice. In the co-pilot seat, Shen Yeshuang pushed the main cannon's safety off. The golden specialization perfect aim forcibly locked on the target. What was fired was not an ordinary plasma beam. The recently truth assimilation had devoured thousands of Imperial frigates' secondary cannons, and all those digested high-dimensional energies were stacked into this main cannon attack judgment. A dazzling purple-gold light beam burst from the front of the black gold giant ship. It tore through the vacuum. The gravitational shields resisting the meteorite swarm impacts surrounding the Imperial Invincible Ship were instantly shattered by the light beam. It penetrated the side armor like a hot knife through butter. The 10-kilometer-long behemoth was forcefully gouged out a transparent hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The internal passages, cabins, and half-mechanical soldiers who couldn't escape were all vaporized in the high temperature. Wow! Su Tangwan leaned against the blast-proof glass, staring at the big hole. This cut is even smoother than what I could achieve with a bone dissection knife on a mutated armored bug. The remaining electronic eye of the Imperial commander flickered red. The main cannon was rebounded. The armor was penetrated by a single shot. Long live the Empire. The commander emitted a torn electronic synthetic sound, using his remaining left hand to smash the deep red button on the control panel. Amaterasu's sacrifice. Around the few remaining LV-5 cruiser fleet, the armor seems lit up with destructive red light simultaneously. It was going to detonate the antimatter power furnace in a chain explosion, perishing together. The self-destruct countdown projected a huge number in the vacuum. 3, 2, Lin Jiyue. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the leather seat, not changing his posture. In the corner, the neural patch on Lin Ziyu's head exploded with blue arcs. Her 10 fingers left shadowy traces on the virtual keyboard. The golden specialization mind control was linked with the Imperial lower-level mental net. A massive data stream violently hacked into the enemy's central motherboard through the invincible ship's hull. The countdown was stuck at 1. It couldn't move anymore. The commander frantically slammed the control panel. The self-destruct protocol was completely locked. Is this urgent? Zhang Hengxing sneered and pressed the thruster throttle to the maximum. The good show is just beginning. The black gold giant ship with its dark matter crystalline armor crashed into the Imperial cruiser fleet stuck on the brink of self-destruction. The level 5 golden attribute truth assimilation was activated to the extreme. The black hole at the front of the battleship expanded to over 1,000 meters. It was not absorbing debris, it was capturing live targets. One by one the LV. 5 Imperial cruisers in a state of rigidity were forcibly pulled towards the black hole by high-dimensional gravity. The ship's body twisted and broke the metallic waves transmitted along the gravitational waves. The battleships were forcibly dragged into the lower structure of the black gold giant ship, swallowed whole. Devour complete LV. 5 Abyss cruiser permanently increase armor by 5,000 points. Devour high-level antimatter power furnace permanently increase main cannon power. The 3,000-meter-long black gold cruiser sat heavily on the 10-kilometer-long invincible ship. Along the gouged hole, the black hole crazily devoured the invincible ship's armor keel and bridge. The outer shell of the invincible ship shed in pieces, transforming into data streams flowing into Zhang Hengxing's panel. 150,000, 200,000, 250,000. The armor value data skyrocketed, recklessly pressing towards the 300,000 barrier. In the public frequency of the purple star's surface, 8 million Decisive players were so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. Zhang Hengxing watched the black hole voraciously devour the invincible ship. He casually opened the encrypted file intercepted by Lin Jiyue, which clearly printed the star domain coordinates of the Sunrise Empire Expeditionary Force headquarters. Zhang Hengxing leaned back against the genuine leather chair, slurping on the ice-cold strawberry juice through a straw. The sound of water echoed within the bridge of the ship as the high-dimensional black hole at the prow of the colossal vessel tore at LV. SIXS remains. The interstellar battleship, measuring 10 kilometers, disintegrated inch by inch within the gravitational vortex. The red armor value soared on the lower logic panel. 450,000. 480,000. Zhang Hengxing watched as the armor value approached 500,000, his knuckles tapping against the stainless steel thermos. In the corner, Lin Jiyue wiped away her nosebleed. His fingers left the virtual keyboard, and the intercepted data stream was forcibly projected onto the main star map. Boss decryption complete, Lin Jiyue said, her voice dry. The precise star domain coordinates of the Su-Ri Empire's headquarters have been locked. We won. The invincible ship was devoured like a snack by the boss. Qian Jinbang shouted in the local area network. Iron Blood Alliance, don't just stand there. Deploy the mining ships to clean the battlefield. Leave not a single exhaust pipe for the Empire. Thousands of dilapidated modified ships soared into the sky, charging straight into the sea of stars. An unexpected event occurred. Deep within the wreckage of the LV-6 invincible ship, the commander's half-destroyed body exploded in flames. A ghostly green antimatter fireball engulfed the vacuum, instantly vaporizing the surrounding metallic debris. Warning. LV-7 Divine Descent Protocol forcibly activated. Lin Jiyue screamed, her voice breaking. A rift tore open in the outer vacuum of the purple star. A towering shadow of dark gold machinery crossed dimensions, forcefully projected into this expanse of deep space. The cross-dimensional projection of the Grand Marshal of the Su-Ri Empire. The Grand Marshal's shadow raised a mechanical giant hand and pointed into the air. The high-speed operating truth assimilation high-dimensional black hole was forcibly stagnated by this LV-7's rule power. Gravitational waves were ruthlessly stifled. The dark gold shadow emitted an electronic roar. You lowly carbon-based creatures are worthy of pride for forcing out my divine projection. High-dimensional energy deprivation field activate. A thick scarlet energy conduit erupted from the shadow's palm, forcibly connecting to the black gold giant ship's shield. A synthesized voice echoed through the purple star. The energy of this battleship, along with all carbon-based life forms on the dead star below, will be drained to serve as the Empire's high-dimensional battery. The deprivation field affected the surface of the purple star. Ground-based air defense arrays disintegrated inch by inch, turning to dust. 30,000 meters underground, 8 million Decisive players' retinas displayed crimson warnings. Vitality is rapidly draining. Gene chain is facing collapse. The public frequency celebration abruptly halted. Countless people looked up at the LV-7 shadow. That is a 7th-level civilization's cross-dimensional strike. Oldly screamed in the channel. An absolute civilization crush. The control screen's energy being extracted. Alarm flashed wildly. Red light illuminated the bridge. Shun Yeshuang steadied the energy-concentrating electromagnetic sniper. Su Tangwan tightened her grip on the bony dissection knife. Zhang Hengxing stared at the frantically draining red conduit. He placed the thermos on the control panel. I just worry you won't have an appetite big enough. His fingertips glided across the virtual panel. Without cutting off the link, he actively released all energy valves of the battleship in the underlying logic. Level 1 golden attribute Indomitable Heart broke the law of energy conservation. Infinite energy. Zhang Hengxing cranked the core output power to the maximum, connecting to the cross-dimensional conduit. The Grand Marshal's projection opened a data net preparing to receive energy. In the next millisecond, the incoming energy shattered the data valve. That was not battery power. That was the vast cosmic ocean flowing back. The crimson energy conduit reached a state of incandescent brightness within mere milliseconds, supported by infinite energy. The volume of the dark gold shadow surged explosively. The surface of the shadow cracked open with gigantic fissures spewing blue plasma outward. The public frequency of the purple star abruptly changed its tone. What the hell? Is that 7th level shadow leaking electricity? Did the boss overfeed the 7th level big shot? What are you pouring into the conduit? The Grand Marshal's synthesized voice crackled with noise. A massive amount of energy was burning the cross-dimensional projection motherboard. It immediately issued orders to cut off the conduit. Now you want to run. Zhang Hengxing raised his hand to bring up the subpanel. System-derived skill spatial enchantment opened the bidirectional light gate. Target locked on the coordinates of the Empire's headquarters at the other end of the conduit. Forcefully merge with the concept black hole of truth assimilation. A folding space light gate carrying the rule of absolute absorption formed at the prow of the colossal ship. The light gate surged along the incandescent energy web, striking backward at superluminal speed. Physical defenses could not intercept the concept of space. The firewall of a 7th-level civilization could not withstand the unique external rule overlap. On the other side of deep space, above the metal fortress planet of the Su-Ri Empire, comparable in size to the Sun, space was forcibly torn apart. A black hole with a diameter of over 10,000 meters hovered directly above the Empire's highest command. The black hole exerted force from a distance. Following the energy conduit, it drained the remaining core of the LV-6 Invincible ship. Additionally, it forcibly bit off a 100-kilometer antimatter interstellar fortress from the main body of the headquarters. The fortress, along with the air defense array and antimatter factory, was uprooted and pulled into the black hole. Warning: the electronic voice of the Grand Marshal's shadow abruptly ceased. The cross-dimensional conduit was forcibly severed by the black hole. The dark gold projection disintegrated into a rain of light. In front of the radar screen of the purple star, players across the region, as well as the alien monitoring stations lurking in the shadows, fell into silence. Following the energy web crossing star systems, it took a bite out of a fortress from the home of the 7th-level civilization. 3 seconds later, public frequency text erupted like a tsunami. Boss is awesome. The black hole shrank and closed. The remnants of the bitten Imperial fortress were smashed into the folding space through the light gate. On the main control panel, the armor value data surged wildly, breaking 1 million. The outer shell of the main cannon's barrel shed massively, reorganizing into dark golden conceptual patterns. The aftershock of absorption spread along the gravitational web of the J-77 star region. Lin Jiu stared at the screen. Boss, the Empire's headquarters air defense alarm is blaring. The core defense line has been breached. The plundering genes of the Decisive players awakened completely. Counterattack. Follow the boss to retaliate against the Empire. Let's go raid their home. The power structure of the star region faced a reshuffle. Zhang Hengxing leaned back into the genuine leather chair, scanning the chaotic star region distribution map on the radar. He set down the cup, his gaze locking onto the rapidly approaching golden signal source at the edge of the star map. The cross-dimensional light gate suddenly closed in the deep void. The high-dimensional gravitational field at the front of the black gold giant ship was instantly severed. The remnants of a 100-kilometer Imperial fortress, forcefully swallowed, plummeted into the folded space with a terrifying mass. In the vacuum environment of the J-77 star region, violent gravitational waves still surged, and the high-dimensional radar emitted a sharp, long alarm without warning. The main control screen was instantly filled with scarlet data streams. A massive golden signal source forcefully squeezed out of the transition channel, its enormous metal shadow descending directly at the outer orbit of the purple star. The 8 million Decisive players who were just celebrating on the regional public frequency fell into dead silence. Within the local network, Qian Zhenbang's voice trembled like a broken gong. Attention, all veterans, re-upload the reactor overload program. The Imperial reinforcements have arrived. Cover the boss retreat. The entire array at a depth of 30,000 meters under the dome lit up with a faint glow again, while tens of thousands of shabby modified ships swayed precariously in the gravitational storm, yet all pointed their guns in response. In a corner of the bridge, Lin Zhiyu's neural patch erupted with sparks. Her 10 fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, not even bothering to wipe the blood streaming down her chin. Boss, the signal source has been decoded. It's not the Shiri Empire. It's a level 6 armed trade mothership from the neutral faction, the Interstellar Consortium. The holographic star map zoomed in, revealing a giant spaceship adorned with streamlined money symbols. Measuring 8,000 meters long, its surface was covered with an extremely luxurious coating of sea mithril gleaming brilliantly under the starlight. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the leather pilot seat, dressed in gray plaid sleep pants, casually stepping on the control console with his plastic slippers, holding a stainless steel thermos cup. Ice cubes clinked crisply in the juice. The trade mothership. Zhang Hengxing bit down on the straw and took a sip. Came all the way here to push business. In the main control room of the Interstellar Consortium trade mothership, the trade captain lounged in a temperature-controlled recliner. He originally came to profit from the war planning to recover the carbon-based civilization remnants of this star region at bargain prices. Once the war ended, then resell them at high prices to biochemical laboratories in other star systems. The holographic projection was replaying footage of the star region from a few minutes ago. In the footage, that 3,000 meter-long black-gold giant ship bit off the cross-dimensional phantom of a level 7 civilization, Grand Marshal, tearing apart a matter-antimatter fortress in the Imperial capital star system. Smash! The high-grade nutrient liquid cup shattered on the metal floor, and the captain's corpulent body quivered along with the alarm. Reverse thrusters. The transition engine is overloaded by 120%. Immediately withdraw from this star region. The tail of the level 6 trade ship erupted with dazzling blue flames. The massive ship endured immense structural resistance in the vacuum as it forcefully turned around, attempting to tear open the transition channel to escape. Zhang Hengxing calmly watched this scene through the blast-proof glass. Since we're here, why rush? He lightly tapped the control console, activating the golden tidal truth assimilation at full power. The high-dimensional black hole at the front of the black-gold giant ship suddenly expanded the gravitational field, distorting light like an invisible net directly enveloping the area. The transition spark, just ignited by the trade ship, was forcefully extinguished by physical rules, the superluminal engine stalling at the edge of activation. The entire mothership was pulled back in the vacuum by more than 10 kilometers. The main control screen forcibly switched to the other party's communication frequency, broadcasting across the entire area above the purple star. The trade captain's broad face appeared on the projection, wiping the cold sweat dripping from his forehead with a silk handkerchief and bowing 90 degrees toward the camera. Esteemed leaders of the carbon-based civilization, I am a peace envoy who admires the splendid culture of Decisive civilization. Our interstellar consortium has specifically crossed star systems to bring warmth and material support to your side. The regional channel of the underground city of the purple star exploded in chaos, the speed of text bubbles refreshing fast enough to cause ghosting. Damn, a cosmic consortium. Even the cosmic consortium has to kneel and call him Big Brother. The number one Big Brother specifically came to shower gifts. Zhang Hengxing held his stainless steel thermos cup, the corners of his mouth curling into a standard capitalist smile. Since you are a peace envoy, Decisive civilization values reciprocity, let's engage in a peaceful and equitable transaction. He snapped his fingers casually. Su Tangwan walked over, holding a glass of freshly squeezed mutated strawberry juice. The dark red juice swayed in the glass with a few suspicious remnants of void alien tentacles floating inside. Zhang Hengxing placed the strawberry juice on the control console scanner. A glass of high-dimensional energy concentrated juice. In exchange for that set of LV-6 interstellar megastructure defense array blueprints plus 3 high-dimensional rule crystal stones. The trade captain stared at the revolting red liquid on the screen, gripping the metal seam of the console edge tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. The black-gold giant ship's front black hole expanded once more. The gravitational waves tore the outer armor of the trade ship with a cringe-inducing metallic distortion sound. Without any hesitation, the trade captain pressed his fingerprint firmly on the holographic treaty. Deal. To express our respect for Decisive civilization, we voluntarily gift 100,000 tons of extraordinary alloy ore. Consider it compensation for the mental suffering of all the warriors. The material transfer channel was quickly established, and a massive amount of high-grade materials and blueprints surged into the folded space along the data stream. Zhang Hengxing closed the gravitational field. The armed trade mothership plunged into deep space with its tail flames trajectory, revealing a sense of panic as if it had survived a disaster. Su Tangwan stood beside him, holding the 3 high-dimensional rule crystal stones that had just been traded. The surface of the crystals shimmered with a mesmerizing multidimensional halo, her eyes sparkling as she leaned toward Zhang Hengxing's arm. Boss, the refractive index of this crystal is perfect and the rule fluctuations inside are quite stable. How about I smash it to make you a bone soup? I guarantee it will be a great boost. Zhang Hengxing glanced at her. Save it for upgrading the level 6 spaceship, don't throw it into the pot. Su Tangwan chuckled softly, preparing to take the crystal to the ecological zone to establish new farmland. A resounding and extremely dull crash suddenly echoed through the physical structure of the black gold giant ship. The blast-proof glass in the bridge emitted a high-frequency resonance, and all the backup lights in the main control room were forcibly switched to a dangerous crimson. The system's highest-level alert sounded. The remnants of the 100-kilometer Imperial fortress that had just been swallowed into the folded space had lost control of its internal energy circulation system. The scene shifts back to the living ecological zone of the folded space. The 100-kilometer Imperial fortress, forcibly drawn in by the assimilation of truth, crashed heavily at the edge of the black soil. The immense mass instantly collapsed the ground layer. Debris formed a metallic mountain radiating high-dimensional radiation. The air within several dozen kilometers became distorted from the heat, creating glaring emerald-green ripples. The outer shell of the antimatter reactor in the core area of the fortress melted extensively, with red-hot metallic liquid pouring out wildly through the gaps in the armor. The system panel flashed frantic scarlet warnings on the retina. Warning: cross-level devouring excessive. The battleship is experiencing a state of indigestion. Severe repulsion occurred between the underlying physical architecture and high-dimensional energy. Abnormal fluctuations in armor value detected. Internal high-dimensional detonation expected in 10 minutes. Faced with the imminent threat of blowing the entire dimension into nothingness, Zhang Hengxing sat in the pilot seat without changing his posture. He twisted open the lid of the thermos in his hand and blew on the goji berries floating on the surface of the water. His left hand quickly darted across the virtual panel, creating several afterimages. Get to work. As soon as he spoke, the projection of the level 4 golden item equivalent alchemy platform directly covered the ecological zone. A perfectly circular disk with a diameter of over 10 kilometers crushed through the clouds, slowly rotating amidst the harsh mechanical grinding sounds. It cast billions of golden beams, forcibly intervening in the energy cycle of the fortress debris. Xin Yexiang stood up from the co-pilot seat. She walked to the holographic control panel, her hands hovering over the light screen. The physical control interface of the alchemy platform instantly unfolded. The golden specialization, perfect accuracy's absolute precision concept was triggered. She grasped the virtual control stick with both hands. Her fingers danced, striking at a speed that surpassed human neural reflexes, creating a continuous trail of afterimages. Thousands of miniature compression valves roared to life within the alchemy platform. The wildly overflowing antimatter energy stream was forcefully stopped by an invisible giant hand pressed into the compression trajectory. All were suppressed into an extremely stable physical state at a harsh ratio of 10:1. The sound of dense metal falling echoed from the processing slot. 100,000 high-purity antimatter energy blocks radiating a ghostly blue glow were formed in bulk. The tracks operated automatically, neatly stacking them in the warehouse area, forming a blue crystal mountain radiating cold energy. The alarm from the fortress reactor abruptly ceased. The crisis was averted with a light touch. Su Tangwan eagerly picked up the bone dissection knife and ran toward the metallic mountain, stepping over the high-dimensional radiation scattered on the ground. She rummaged through the ruins, dragging out dozens of high-level cyborg remains, arranging them in order of size. The dissection knife slid into the gaps between the metallic armor and the synthetic flesh. Without a hint of delay, not even the sound of the blade cutting through friction could be heard. After cutting open the outer layer of armor, she used the tip of the knife to lift a few strands of artificially synthesized muscle fibers. After examining them closely for 2 seconds, she casually tossed them aside into the heap of waste. How boring. These fibers were all made from the same mold. There's not a shred of the unique aesthetic of life. The meat is too tough, it can't even be used as skewers for barbecue. Zhang Hengxing took a sip of hot water, redirecting his attention to the underlying logic panel. The vast amounts of low-tier scrap metal and discarded armor discarded by the equivalent alchemy platform were all piled in the abandoned area at the bottom of the fortress. To this black gold giant ship, it was trash. But in other dimensions, it was truly valuable. He opened the regional trading channel. He listed this mountain of scrap metal for sale. A string of large characters was emblazoned in the product details. Level 7 civilization, original flavor, second-hand, high-level building materials. Rich in residual radiation from the Grand Marshal's divine descent, hardness far exceeds conventional alloys. Priced extremely high. 10 tons of S-level mutated, or for 1 ton of scrap. No bargaining, first come first served. In the Purple Star underground city, players from the Great Xia faction who were soaking in the trading hall stared at the sudden price that popped up in the channel, and the text bubbles flooded the screen. What the hell, 10 for 1? The boss is robbing us. He doesn't even want to use the word, or he directly calls it scrap. Not only is he squeezing the aliens' leaks, but he also wants to drain the marrow from us laborers. The Blackheart capitalist has been exposed, a pendant on the streetlight. Protest. Firmly resist this monopolistic exploitation. Although they cursed loudly, the players' bodies were honestly terrifying. 3 seconds later, the first batch of 10,000 tons of metal scrap that was listed was instantly sold out. Qian Jinbong led the Iron Blood Alliance in the first wave, rushing out of the protective shield of Qianxin City. Thousands of heavy engineering mechs frantically dug into the mine veins beneath the Abyss Island. Laser mining picks shattered the rock layers, sending sparks flying. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Squad 3, dig out that level purple crystal, or this junk metal added to the city walls triples our defense. The entire guild is working around the clock. Clear the mining area to exchange for scrap. As the players frantically worked, a continuous influx of rare mutated ores flowed into Zhang Hengxing's warehouse through the trading channel. The data for the construction frenzy drew a steep upward curve on the main panel. The overall defensive works of Purple Star expanded and hardened at a visible rate. As the players frantically mined for a ton of alien waste, Lin's used neural patch flashed with a stream of dense data. With her eyes closed, she peeled away the last segment of garbled data from the shard of the fortress mainboard. Boss. Extracting to the secret jump channel network of the core star domain of the Rising Sun Empire. A complex star map lit up on the central screen. Zhang Hengxing dragged the 100,000 tons of Abyss Island, or that he had just harvested, from the players. Along with that LV-6 interstellar giant structure blueprint he had just deceived. He pulled it all into the battleship modification panel. Confirm installation. The outer layer of the black gold giant ship erupted with blinding high-energy arcs. A vast stream of data rewove the material structure in the void. Those rare ores vaporized, instantly merging into the armor layer of the giant ship. The originally smooth surface of the ship's body sprouted countless dark, golden, honeycomb-patterned force field lines. The heaviness of the metal surged exponentially. The installation of the jump assault module was completed. After thoroughly digesting the foundation of the 100-kilometer fortress, the values on the system panel reached their final stabilization. The data in the armor value column wildly fluctuated, ultimately solidifying at an astonishing number, 2 million points. The main cannon panel flickered with a dazzling red light, adding an extra entry. Antimatter decay ignores physical and conventional energy defenses accompanied by conceptual-level disintegration effects. Zhang Hengxing stood up. He rummaged through the supply box beside him and pulled out a freshly spawned deep black high-tier tactical jacket. The tactical jacket was woven from high molecular memory material, its surface flowing with a matte finish. He slipped the jacket on and zipped it up while still wearing his signature gray plaid pajama pants. His feet were clad in cheap plastic slippers worth a few bucks. Clop, clop. He walked to the panoramic bulletproof glass and gazed out at the boundless deep space. Full and satisfied, ready to go to the enemy's home for a buffet. He patted the cold metal control panel. Just as his words fell, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from the star map network monitored by Lin Jue, obscuring the entire sector. The entire bridge's lighting system automatically switched to a blood-red combat readiness state. The highest level extinction alarm echoed throughout the star domain. Only the piercing alarm echoed in the central command room. The crimson strobe lights cast a pale shadow over everyone's faces. Lin Jiyu's voice split violently amidst the chaotic crackle of electricity. She fixated on the frantically fluctuating data streams on the main screen, her hands pounding the virtual keyboard desperately, trying to maintain the crumbling planetary defense network. The high-load brain-machine interaction caused blood to seep from the corners of her eyes and nostrils, dripping onto her pure white uniform. The Sunrise Empire has completely gone mad. They've initiated the Stellar Extermination Protocol. The holographic star map in the center of the command platform forcefully magnified, revealing a breathtaking cosmic observation. In a vacuum area less than 0.1 light-years from the Purple Star, the previously smooth spatial barrier was collapsing on a large scale. In order to erase the humiliation of their base's defense being breached by a single ship, the Sunrise Empire completely abandoned conventional warfare logic. They drained the energy reserves of the Dyson spheres from their 3 industrial star systems, forcibly opening a super giant jump channel wide enough for celestial bodies to pass through. A trajectory of death-dragging shadows pointed directly at the coordinates of the Purple Star. They forcibly jumped a fully weaponized high-density neutron star. This dim celestial body with a terrifying mass was charging towards them, bearing gravitational waves capable of collapsing all surrounding rules. It was no longer a simple celestial body. It was the personification of death. The neutron star's entity had not yet fully exited the jump channel, but the outer space of the purple star could no longer withstand the immense pressure beginning to show signs of massive physical collapse. Hundreds of communication satellites in near-Earth orbit instantly went out of control, tearing apart into a rain of metallic debris under the terrifying gravitational tides. The atmosphere of the purple star directly escaped into outer space, forming a visible giant cyclone. The oceans on the surface rolled back towards the sky, immediately boiling and vaporizing under extreme pressure changes. The city of Shenzhen, 30,000 meters underground, suffered devastating collateral damage. The dome, an expensive air defense rock layer thick enough to withstand 100 meters, emitted a piercing crack under the unbearable burden. Countless cracks spread wildly along the rock walls. Tons of boulders fell like rain, smashing the newly constructed high-strength alloy buildings into piles of scrap metal. Panic erupted among the 8 million players in the Great Xia community. The information refresh rate on the regional public channel exceeded the system's processing limits, filling the screen with garbled text and desperate distress signals. Regional public channel. The gravity simulator has completely failed. I'm falling to the sky. What is that? What the hell is that black thing in the sky? It's a damn neutron star? The Imperial fleet is directly hurling stellar debris at us. What the hell can we do? Are the laws of physics no longer applicable? It's over. The air defense rock layer has collapsed, seeking resurrection point coordinates. Qian Zhenbang's underground refuge was shaking violently. His throat was already hoarse from shouting, and the communicator was filled with static. He activated a frantic call with the highest privileges in the local area network. Boss, radar shows that it's a neutron star. The existing physical defense layer of the purple star can't withstand even 3 seconds against such a celestial body. Please activate the backup fold space. Accommodate as many survivors as possible. Let's abandon the purple star and run away, or as long as we have the Green Mountains, we don't fear not having firewood. Silence filled the communication channel. Zhang Hengxing stood alone in front of the explosion-proof glass on the highest level of the command tower. He looked up at the dark sphere rapidly enlarging in the sky. All the starlight around was being pulled into that neutron star, and the sky of the purple star displayed a dead silence of absolute darkness. The terrifying sense of impending doom was enough to drive any living being to madness. Zhang Hengxing, however, only felt absurd. Others are delivering takeout from afar. What reason is there to refuse? His voice was devoid of fluctuation as he directly cut off Qian Zhenbang's communication request. The avoidance button on the control panel flashed wildly with red light, but he didn't even glance at it. With a firm push of his foot, he slammed the main thruster control lever to the bottom. The massive black-gold giant ship, silently docked at the base square, roared to life, shaking the entire crust. The streamlined hull stretching over 10,000 meters flickered to life with obscure energy patterns. The azure plasma tail vaporized the surrounding rock layers within dozens of kilometers. The black-gold giant ship rose from the ground, breaking free from the terrifying gravitational storm that tore everything apart, charging through the battered surface of the purple star. In a resolution bordering on absurdity, it faced heat in the neutron star capable of crushing planets. Countless desperate players on the ground looked up, watching the solitary tail trail, defying the heavens. The distance between both sides on the visual radar shrank geometrically. In the microsecond before contact, time was stretched to its limits. Zhang Hengxing's fingers danced across the holographic control panel, leaving dazzling afterimages. The system's base-level permissions were fully opened, activating 2 concept-level skills simultaneously. Derived skill: Void Concealment. Golden Attribute: Mirror Shield Reflection. At that moment, the universe lost all sound. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor dazzling visual effects. The sharp impact angle of the black-gold giant ship, crafted from stellar core alloy, collided solidly against the neutron star's extremely dense and indestructible crust. This was a collision that defied all conventional physical laws. The world-ending kinetic energy capable of turning the entire purple star into cosmic dust slammed hard against the causality barrier generated by mirror shield reflection. There was no buffer, no offset. The kinetic energy was forcibly halted by the system's absolute rules. In the next instant, 50% of the real damage erupted in reverse with an incomprehensible judgment mechanism. The dense material structure of the neutron star's surface, compressed to its limits by extreme gravity, was met with a terrifying backlash from the kinetic energy it had brought. The smooth, dim surface of the celestial body instantly cracked, creating countless deep, unfathomable canyons stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. Dark red core high-energy materials gushed from the fissures, illuminating the dark space as if it were purgatory. Under the physical interference of the causality backlash, the entire celestial Bodis falling trajectory was violently shifted by 15 degrees. Just as the neutron star fell into the rigidity of physical law judgment, Zhang Hengxing pulled another control lever. The armor plates at the front of the battleship unfolded to the sides, and the concept black hole power of truth assimilation was fully unleashed. A gravitational whirlpool with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air. It bit fiercely into the largest canyon fissure created by the neutron star's fragmentation. The black hole frantically drew in the stellar laws and high-energy particles radiating from the core of the neutron star. The main cannon's power value on the control panel began to skyrocket exponentially in increments of 100,000. Zhang Hengxing gazed at the shattered neutron star which had been knocked off its orbit and was continuously shedding material. He accessed the enemy's secret channel network node that Lin Ji you had just desperately deciphered. What's the rush? The show hasn't even started yet. His hands swept across the keyboard again, and the basic logic code rapidly reorganized on the virtual screen. The derived skill spatial enchantment activated. The battleship's central control hub frantically drew from the vast energy it had just consumed. A two-way fold light gate spanning tens of thousands of kilometers abruptly opened directly in front of the neutron star's new trajectory. A massive circular energy array lit up in space, emanating a bluish spatial fluctuation. The exit coordinates of the light gate were forcibly overwritten, locking tightly above the air defense network of the Sunrise Empire's capital star. In the spirit of reciprocity, this is called a two-way trip. Zhang Hengxing controlled the black gold giant ship, taking advantage of the last half-second of invulnerable status from void concealment. He slammed the rudder using the indestructible hull side armor to fiercely collide with the neutron star's flank, which was on the verge of collapse. This out-of-control weaponized celestial body carrying unmatched residual kinetic energy and the instability before disintegration plunged headfirst into the massive fold light gate. The space rippled violently, and the massive celestial body instantly vanished from the purple star's orbit. It was directly transported back to the Empire's homeland. In the Sunrise Empire, a mechanical capital system filled with Dyson spheres and star ring structures, the sudden appearance of this shattered neutron star instantly triggered an unprecedented disaster. The gravitational tides completely tore apart the artificial gravity net of the capital star system. Countless expensive floating fortresses were pulled off course by the gravitational tug, violently colliding with each other, turning into a sky full of burning metallic debris. Zhang Hengxing did not slow down the battleship. He glanced at the control panel. The black gold giant ship's armor value had reached 2 million, with its energy shield fully charged. The battleship's engine erupted with a deafening roar, closely following the neutron star's violent tail, directly charging into the still-open fold light gate. As he crossed the dimensional boundary, the interplay of light and shadow occurred. The view below suddenly cleared. What met his eyes was the Sunrise Empire's mechanical capital engulfed in flames, with alarms ringing out loud. The thriving interstellar city was collapsing amidst the gravitational storm, while the air defense firepower network randomly poured useless beams into space amid its paralysis. Zhang Hengxing connected to the battleship's full-band communication module. He activated the highest power broadcasting array, and the sound waves, after decoding, forcibly covered the entire enemy star domain that had turned into hell. Fellow Empire comrades, I heard that your dishes are quite rich. The physical laws of the capital star system of the Sunrise Empire have completely collapsed. A neutron star forcibly dragged over has triggered terrifying gravitational tides, causing severe deviations in the orbits of 3 artificial habitable planets. The originally perfect Dyson sphere energy net has been torn apart, creating a massive breach, and a myriad of blue arcs of electricity erupts in the vacuum. The folding light gate ripples slowly. The black gold giant ship leisurely squeezed through the spatial passage. The battleship's external broadcasting array was activated at full power, and a monotonous electronic synthesized voice looped through all frequencies, collecting scrap. High price for old refrigerators and old color televisions, advanced battleships. The remnants of the Imperial Royal Escort fleet all took to the skies. Tens of thousands of beautifully painted advanced warships launched a suicidal charge, unleashing a torrent of high-energy rays towards the black gold giant ship. At the moment the beams made contact with the dark matter armor, the level 4 golden inscription mirror shield reflection was activated. Without any physical buffering, 50% of the real damage surged back along the energy trajectory. The Royal Fleet didn't even touch the black gold giant ship's shields and was blown apart in space into a series of fireballs. High-grade metal debris littered the entire low Earth orbit. Zhang Hengxing leaned back in the leather driver's seat and yawned. He lifted a stainless steel thermos, took a sip of goji berry water, and propped his feet in plastic slippers on the edge of the control panel, casually pointing at the Empire's most prosperous technological main star. It's time to eat. The truth assimilation was activated at full power. A gravitational black hole over 1,000 kilometers unfolded at the front of the battleship. An absolute feast of gluttony began. The Imperial Royal Treasury and the crust of the High-Dimensional Technology Research Institute were uprooted. The building complex, symbolizing the highest technological crystallization of mechanical ascension, was swallowed into the folding space. Lin Jiyue slumped in the control chair. Sparks erupted from the neural patch on her head. 2 streams of nasal blood dripped from her chin onto the keyboard, and her hand struck the panel, leaving Afterimage's boss. We've hacked into the large database. The progress bar is completely full. The main control screen was filled with dense download progress bars for core technology blueprints of Level 6 and Level 7. Su Tangwan excitedly rushed into the ecological zone with a bony dissection knife. She squatted in front of a pile of high-grade semi-mechanical noble debris that had just been swallowed, and with a swift motion precisely cut through the energy transmission nerves of the opponent. It doesn't hurt at all, just hold on a little. Her sweet voice echoed in the ecological zone. She selected highly pure golden genetic evolution liquid and filled it into a glass test tube. Qian Jinbang activated the radar broadcast deep underground in the Purple Star. 8 million players from the Great Xia observed the cross-dimensional robbery operation in real time. The data stream on the regional public frequency was refreshing wildly. While the number 1 brother led the way to rob the alien capital. This is not interstellar survival, this is simply cosmic $0 shopping. Can the boss bag hold this? Even leaving me a screw would be fine. Just as the black gold giant ship continuously stacked its armor values, a terrifying pressure far beyond conventional dimensions erupted deep within the Dyson sphere wreckage at the center of the galaxy. The surrounding chaotic physical rules were forcibly frozen. The body of the Grand Marshal of the Sunrise Empire awakened from the abyss of slumber. He sacrificed the remaining life of half a star system to erase the gravitational disaster brought by the neutron star. The Grand Marshal's massive mechanical demigod form crossed dimensions, and the Empire's ultimate pseudo-level 7 law cage fully unfolded. Countless visible data chains extended from the void, ensnaring the black gold giant ship's dark gold armor. The Grand Marshal attempted to forcibly disassemble this carbon-based battleship. The pseudo-level 7 law chains ignored physical defenses, directly penetrating the armor to pierce into the antimatter power furnace, beginning to crazily extract core energy. The Grand Marshal let out a frenzied psychic roar in the vacuum. The system automatically translated this psychic fluctuation into a district-wide broadcast lowly carbon-based life forms. I swear to grind you into powder. The piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire bridge. The energy loss rate displayed on the holographic panel reached astonishing figures. Zhang Hengxing sat in the driver's seat without touching the control panel. He held a bowl of mutated seafood noodles that Su Tangwan had just handed over and slurped a large mouthful. These noodles are too soft, lacking chewiness. Su Tangwan stirred her fingers in grievance. Beside him, the fire was too strong. Next time I'll simmer it on low heat. Zhang Hengxing placed the bowl of noodles on the control panel. He casually opened the control valve of the level 1 golden inscription Indestructible Heart. The infinite energy system instantly opened at full load. If you want to extract, then extract to your heart's content. The immense energy capable of bursting a star offered no resistance and violently surged back along the law chains. The chains instantly turned bright red. The law core of the Grand Marshal emitted a mournful cry of being unable to bear the burden. He tried to cut off the energy link, but the valve had already been completely jammed by the massive data flow. Zhang Hengxing picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth. Get ready. Shen Yexiang stood straight, activating the just-installed Jump Siege module and the antimatter decay main cannon. The golden specialization one-shot, one-hit triggered. The concept-level lock rule instantly enveloped the Grand Marshal's energy core. She pulled the virtual trigger heavily. A deep purple plasma beam accompanied by a concept-level disintegration effect shot out violently. The beam ignored all spatial distances and energy shields, piercing through the Grand Marshal's proud law defense layer. Half of the Grand Marshal's mechanical body was instantaneously vaporized. In the face of death, a high-dimensional psychic assimilation shock crawled into the bridge through the underlying network. Lin Jiyue screamed crazy. She forcibly overclocked mind control, her mental power forming a firewall to firmly block the attack at the system's periphery. Blood gushed from her nose, and all the neural patches short-circuited. Su Tangwan synchronously activated universal reverse healing. A dense mist of life instantly filled the entire main control room, forcibly pulling Lin Ziyu's plummeting mental state back from the brink. Zhang Hengxing opened the waste discharge outlet of the folding space. The tens of thousands of high-dimensional radiation refuse that had been filtered out on Abyss Island had long piled up like a mountain. The discharge outlet was aimed at the Grand Marshal's broken body. The valve opened wide. Tens of thousands of foul-smelling and radiation-filled metal remnants poured down. The dominator of the Empire, which was infinitely close to Level 7 civilization, was physically buried by what he regarded as low-level waste. The remaining spark of life was directly extinguished. The massive mechanical remnants exploded into a shower of data light, and a polyhedral crystal shimmering with strange radiance emerged from the ruins. The system prompt sounded. This is the core of the Star Region Boundary Monument, the absolute key to controlling the entire J77 star domain and surrounding routes. Zhang Hengxing controlled the mechanical arm to retrieve the core into the cabin. The remaining resistance signals of the Sunrise Empire completely disappeared from the radar. This mechanical empire which dominated the star domain was single-handedly wiped out by a carbon-based escort ship. The capital of the Shiri Empire. The steel surface originally capable of supporting billions of inhabitants is crumbling slowly like a crushed cookie under the gravitational storm. Dark red magma surged into the vacuum through the cracks, quickly solidifying into bizarre dark purple crystalline mountains at a temperature of -200 degrees. A black gold giant ship hovered above this wasteland, obscuring the remnants of stellar light. Inside the bridge, the aroma of seafood noodles lingered. Zhang Hengxing had changed into a newly donned black gold tactical vest while still wearing loose gray plaid pajama pants on his lower half. He sat in a specially designed leather chair holding a stainless steel thermos with his left hand, while his right hand unconsciously tossed a polyhedral crystal up and down. That was the core of the boundary stone, the highest authority of the J77 star region. Su Tangwan leaned against the console holding a bone scalpel, meticulously removing the last traces of mechanical soot from the crystal surface. Her movements were gentle, humming a cheerful tune. Boss, the data flow pulsing within this little thing is more exhilarating than the beat of a major artery. She smiled sweetly, tilting her head to look at Zhang Hengxing. Clean it up a bit. Zhang Hengxing took a sip of goji berry water. It needs to be used as a token of loyalty later. Shen Yeswang stood at the main cannon control station, her back straight, her cold gaze fixed on the observing ships of the financial magnates peeking from afar. Lin Jiyue suddenly let out a short, sharp scream. She had originally been monitoring the mental network with her eyes closed, now curled up in the command chair. Dozens of neuronal patches above her head overloaded in an instant, erupting with ghostly blue sparks, while a burnt protein smell wafted through the air. Something's wrong. Something has infiltrated. Lin Ziyu's eyes rolled back, her voice sharp and piercing. It bypassed the physical defenses and is directly writing code in the root directory of the main computer. The originally smooth lighting in the center of the bridge was abruptly replaced by an eerie, dead silence of pure white. The background noise of the entire star region disappeared. The fragments of the planet that were originally collapsing and disintegrating, the scattered sparks of energy, all froze at this moment. Above, the sky was forcibly torn open by an invisible giant blade. Inside the rift was not darkness, but an endless flow of light that burned the eyes. A phantom draped in radiant robes descended. It had no facial features, but its face was a swirling mass of nebulae. In its hand was a platinum staff woven from pure rules. The moment it appeared, the system panel of the entire black gold giant ship began to go haywire. Warning. LV-8 civilization projection detected, void overseer. Current star region physical constants forcibly modified. Judgment complete. Zhang Hengxing, carbon-based entity involved in illegal possession, illegal plunder, illegal destruction of secondary administrative star systems. Property deprivation domain activated. The overseer's voice resonated directly in everyone's minds without passing through the air. With a detached indifference, it said, "Bug. You have touched permissions that you should not possess." The staff lightly tapped. The entry system on Zhang Hengxing's retina was shrouded in a layer of gray shadow. Truth assimilation locking and indestructible heart output limited. Damn, has he locked my account? Zhang Hengxing raised an eyebrow. The thermos in his hand was firmly placed on the console. In the distant vacuum, those interstellar trading magnates and pirate fleets who had been frightened began to regroup. On the public frequency, gloating messages flooded the screen. It's over, the boss has hit a wall this time. That's the overseer, a being that maintains the laws of the star system. The natives are ultimately just natives. Having robbed their capital, the authorities will let you go. The black gold giant ship is disintegrating. Look, its armor is peeling off. With a wave of the overseer's staff, the black gold giant ship's armor value of 2 million began to plummet at a rate of 50,000 per second. This was not a physical cut, but a rule erasure. The overseer denied the existence of this ship on a logical level. Shen Yeswang gripped the main cannon trigger tightly, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. No matter how she operated, the energy cycle within the main cannon was like a still pond. Boss, the permissions have been locked. Shen Yeswang gritted her teeth. The overseer took a step forward in the void, the pure white pressure causing the entire giant ship to emit a painful metallic groan, depriving you of all rights, erasing your genetic sequence. Return to the void. A white light capable of severing dimensions erupted from the tip of the staff, instantly enveloping the black-gold giant ship. Zhang Hengxing glanced at the gleaming boundary stone core that Su Tangwan had polished. He smiled. Is this all the imagination a high-dimensional civilization has? Zhang Hengxing's right hand suddenly slapped against the empty space beside him. Level 4 golden entry, equivalent alchemy platform activate. Although his combat-related entries were locked, this production-related entry, whose underlying logic was derived from the rewrite of the entropy increase law, was not subject to administrative authority. The boundary stone core plus the control of this ship. Combine them for me. Zhang Hengxing's voice echoed in the silent bridge. At that moment, the nebulous face of the void overseer seemed to freeze for a brief instant. In the center of the alchemy platform, a golden disk with a diameter of over 10 kilometers, the boundary stone core, was forcibly decomposed into countless ghostly blue data streams. These flowed directly into every screw and armor plate of the black gold giant ship. Equivalent alchemy platform rule synthesis, 100 successful. Synthesis in progress. Target changed from interstellar battleship to J-77 star region physical bearing entity. The armor value that had been crazily dropping suddenly reset to 0 when it reached the red line value of 100. Then that value disappeared, replaced by a golden infinity symbol. At that moment, the system panels of all beings in the star region forcibly displayed the highest level golden announcement, server-wide announcement, J-77 star region, Lord certification complete. Lord's name Zhang Hengxing. Ruling entity black gold giant ship. Unique rule judgment. This entity is the territory illegal intruders die. That pure white beam capable of severing everything slammed solidly into the side of the black gold giant ship. At the moment of contact, the white light struck an invisible transparent wall. Not only did it fail to cause damage, but it was also judged by the system as territory suffering illegal intrusion. The overseer's phantom began to sway violently. For the first time, confusion emerged in its voice. Logical tampering. You forcibly locked property rights. In this domain, I am property rights itself. Zhang Hengxing sat in the main seat, his left foot swinging his slipper at the tip of his toes. You were feeling pretty good about yourself earlier, right? In the spirit of reciprocity, let's try this. With a thought, the confinement of indestructible heart was forcefully broken by Lord's exemption. A massive amount of infinite energy was no longer used for defense, but rushed back along the rule chains left by the overseer. At the same time, level 4 golden entry, mirror shield rebound erupted. This was not a rebound against physical attacks. It was a forced settlement of causality. All the erasure judgments that the overseer had imposed on the black gold giant ship were at this moment returned 100% to sender. Illegal intrusion of private territory by my rules, you must compensate yourself to me. Boom. A gold-purple energy ripple spread from the core of the black gold giant ship. The once invincible projection of the overseer didn't even have time to scream. The body of the shimmering robe began to shatter from the ankles. The power of high-dimensional rules collapsed into a shower of pure high-dimensional energy fragments. Every fragment that fell into the black gold giant ship added a layer of starlight-like shimmer to its armor. The observing fleets of magnates and pirates in the distance were directly shattered by the backlash of this energy. Those usually powerful beings dared not even breathe a word in the public frequency. The public frequency was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then it was a celebration that completely exploded with Zhang Hengxing's name. Holy crap! Did he just take down an LV-8 overseer? Not only was he not banned, but he directly bought the territory to become the landlord. Boss, spare me. I was just passing by, really. Zhang Hengxing ignored the flattery in the comments. He opened the regional control panel and placed the prohibition for the entire star region in the most conspicuous position. From now on, the J-77 star region is closed. Non-Dexia players must pay 80 of all resources as an entrance tax. Those who disagree can try to report me. After sending the message, he casually poured out the cold water from the thermos and refilled it with boiling hot water. Boss, look at this. Lin Ziyu's voice trembled, but this time it was from excitement. She had extracted a highly encrypted voice message from the bottom layer of the boundary stone core through the data packet leaked during the overseer's collapse. Zhang Hengxing clicked to play it. A familiar and weathered voice echoed within the bridge. Young one, if you can hear this message, it means you have obtained the land deed. Remember, do not linger in this star region for too long. The so-called survival game is merely a protective shield. After 24 hours, the shield will disappear and the public beta will commence. The real interstellar hunters are about to enter. That was the voice of Qian Sun. As the voice ended, a huge golden stargate coordinate large enough to cover half a star system suddenly lit up at the edge of the originally dark star map. The countdown displayed on that coordinate was exactly 235959. Zhang Hengxing looked at the golden stargate, and then at the stainless steel cup in his hand. TSK. After all this time, it turns out the previous game was all single player. He stood up and, dragging his plastic slippers, walked toward the hatch. Shen Yeshuang, stop eyeing that junk. Go load the main cannon with ammunition. Su Tongwan, fry up the remaining beef. Oh, we need to have a hearty meal before our guests arrive. The brilliance of the stargate illuminated Zhang Hengxing's deep pupils where there was no fear, only an exhilarating tremor of a mad player about to enter a new dungeon.